Chapter 81 High Efficiency. Zhang Ming is an old director. In fact, he doesn't have so many needs for beauty. He wants to learn more about new technologies to avoid being out of touch. Hey, technology changes life. Who could have thought of it? After learning about Wang Yi's situation on the phone, Zhang Ming also felt a little emotional. Actresses are getting worse and worse. Now there are all kinds of young actors with plastic surgery and makeup. Now that this terrible software has appeared, it can be imagined that the threshold for actors in the future will be lower. In fact, for Zhang Ming, he can see the reasons behind this trend. The contracts between traffic stars and the economic companies behind them are far more domineering and demanding than those of previous actors. Capital will squeeze out every bit of value from these traffic, and it can be mass-produced and copied, which is what capital likes most. Modeling and mass production can be expanded rapidly. This is also why many private dishes are delicious, relying on chefs. But those chain stores outside rely on pre-prepared dishes. Physical examination centers, rehabilitation centers, and confinement centers are easier to expand than hospitals because the demand for doctors is low. It's amazing. I knew Mr. Wang was not an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that he would soar so fast and so fast. Who would have thought that in less than 2 months, Mr. Wang had already achieved what he has today? Refuse $400 million US. As a famous director, Zhang Ming is worth more than that. And he has a great influence in the circle. But I have been busy for most of my life. How old is the other party? I don't know if this has anything to do with feng shui. I will ask Xian Yangzi to come to my house later. Zhang Ming has some sudden ideas. In the end, the two agreed on the phone that Wang Yi would help Zhang Ming with the post-production of a trial work. Of course, Zhang Ming would definitely ask the investors for enough compensation to pay the expenses. And he could continue to help Ma Dong and Lu Xiuke arrange roles. In addition, Zhang Ming also promised that if you encounter anything in the entertainment industry, just come to him. He still has some face in this area. Wang Yi, who hadn't thought of anything at first, suddenly remembered it after hearing this, and then said to Zhang Ming, "Then Director Zhang, can you help invite some celebrities to help shoot an advertisement? Many games like to invite endorsements, because the early endorsements are really effective. Now Penguin has begun to promote PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, ensuring that players can buy after seeing the advertisements. And the star effect is also quite good. In the past, there was not enough money, so we directly used beautiful ladies instead. This time, Director Zhang happened to speak up. So you help me and I help you. Oh, is it your new game? No problem. Leave it to me. And it doesn't cost money. Let's discuss it. Maybe we can come up with a hot event." Zhang Ming is a real professional in this area. When he heard Wang Yi's words, he guessed about 70% of it. Now the preheating of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has begun. And with Minecraft as the foundation, plus the sheep that have been sacrificed, and the still insisting jump, it can be said that the initial enthusiasm is extremely high, which is completely different from the doubts when Minecraft was released. In fact, for some celebrities, they will also refer to the popularity of the brand when shooting commercials. And this is a mutual achievement. If Wang Yi is not going to endorse for a long time, but just shoot a set of advertisements, Zhang Ming definitely has the face to invite a group of friendly guest stars. Moreover, he can be sure that this advertisement itself can also bring traffic and popularity to the stars, which is a complementary relationship. Wang Yi is of course more willing to save money. However, the cost of inviting stars can be saved. But if you want to organize an event, you still have to consider various aspects. Finally, after discussing with Zhang Ming, it was decided to hold a game launch ceremony. Zhang Ming is a veteran director, but at this time, he helped to design a commercial launch ceremony, which really gave enough face. Wang Yi came back and finalized the relevant matters of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. After flipping through papers in the office for a long time, he also went home on time at the end of the get-off work. Brother Wang, you are finally back. As soon as he came back, Wang Yi saw Ma Dong getting off the pink donkey. Ma Dong was also very happy to see Wang Yi. Originally, Ma Dong would express his gratitude after Lu Xiuke treated him to a meal. But Wang Yi flew directly to the United States for a month. "You haven't eaten yet. I've been thinking about you. Isn't it time? How about today? But I can't make a reservation at CIG at short notice. Just find a good food stall. I'll call Xiaoke. She's back first. Her scenes are almost finished." The three found a stall with a good reputation among the extras. Although it's relatively more expensive than other stalls, the business is still very hot. If you want to improve your food or treat guests, you like to choose this place. However, Ma Dong has also made a name for himself in the vertical store. He couldn't make an appointment at Xieji, but this small stall called and vacated a small box for 4 people for them. I was wondering why you suddenly left for a month. Li Shan came to see you several times, and I thought you didn't want to see him on purpose. Lu Xiuka experienced the whole incident last time, and it can be said that she felt very sorry for what happened to Li Bo's family. Oh, I went abroad for an exchange meeting, Wang Yi said casually. His trip abroad was really related to this matter. If Li Yao had not recovered from the shock, he would not have gone abroad temporarily to arrange for him. Huh? Exchange meeting? Ma Dong looked at Wang Yi in confusion, as if he was thinking about something, and then opened his mobile phone and flipped to Weibo and said, by the way, that Master Yi also went abroad to attend an exchange meeting and just came back. Ah? Which Master Yi? The dog author who made a sheep? The great mathematician? I really want to slap him to death. Too much. He is actually a liar. Lu Xiuka seemed to be a little excited after hearing what Ma Dong said. God knows the pain of her fighting with the sheep all night. This made Wang Yi next to him feel embarrassed. He didn't hide it from you. You always looked like you were not convenient to inquire about privacy, which made it difficult for him. Seeing Lu Xiuka's crazy look, Wang Yi was ready to explain it directly according to the current problem. But at this moment, his headphones vibrated. Although he knew that this might be intentional by Lin Shurqin. The peeping Tom? Wang Yi still clicked to connect. Zhang Yuan has successfully returned to China. The ransom was partially paid by the compensation from the United States. The law firm received $13 million in compensation. Hearing this, Wang Yi was eating the delicious food at the food stalls here, and he was also a little surprised. So fast? It is worthy of being a top law firm, with the motivation of interests. Such a large amount of compensation was obtained in such a short time. Normally, it is common for such a lawsuit to drag on for several years. But think about it. This matter can be regarded as a scandal. And it is an international scandal. If you can get the money quickly to settle the account, then get it done quickly. Then Zhang Yuan's wife used this compensation to pay Zhang Yuan's ransom. After deducting the commission of the law firm and the ransom, there was still a surplus of more than $2 million. He returned to China directly from Mexico. He should have asked the local consulate for help to return through a special channel. Chapter 82 Application Direction. Professor Wang, I am really grateful for your help. If you hadn't found a top law firm to negotiate, I would not have been able to come back without this compensation. You don't know that group of people are really crazy and kill people without hesitation. After Wang Yi returned home from the dinner, Zhang Yuan called to express his gratitude. Of course, he thanked Wang Yi for his calm handling of the emergency. Otherwise, if he didn't raise enough ransom in a short time, he would definitely be dead. Those demons who killed even big flower merchants at will would definitely not tolerate him for long. It's good to be able to come back. But you are now on the blacklist of the United States. So don't run around anymore. How dare I dare to do that after this loss? I won't go there again even if it's to an ally. No, I won't go abroad at all. And Professor Wang, you have to worry about it too. Although mathematics is not so sensitive. God knows if they will be crazy. I never expected it. I never expected it this time. At this time, Zhang Yuan was still a little scared. And his experience was once again a wake-up call for the top scholars in China. Especially those in sensitive industries. Wang Yi was fine. Mathematicians, to put it bluntly, serve the whole world. And so are the big guys at the forefront of quantum mechanics, like academician Yang. But other professions that are so sensitive that they can be put into practical use immediately have to be extremely careful. Alas, it's a pity that the most cutting-edge technology is still on their side. If we want to learn, we can only take risks. Zhang Yuan suddenly sighed a little depressed. Science has no borders. But scientists do. Before he was lured, he had never thought about this kind of thing. Only after experiencing it personally could he feel this kind of sadness. Would other professors go if they received important academic invitations? Unfortunately, I still choose to go in many cases, because this is indeed the fastest way to learn cutting-edge technology. Hearing Zhang Yuan's slightly choked and helpless words, Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh, and then comforted him. Don't get excited. Professor Zhang just needs to continue to work on your own direction. The reason they arrested you means that you have threatened them. Well, I will. Professor Wang, please take care of yourself. I will too. Hanging up the phone. Looking at the display on the phone, Wang Yi was silent for a moment. Shirchin. I'm here. How much money is overseas now? 240 million US dollars. I haven't started using it yet. I traded some futures. I tell you, they are really dirty. Tut long and short double kills. I wanted to add leverage. But it's better to be stable. Lin Shirchin said in amazement. She has a considerable advantage in information. As long as she doesn't add leverage randomly. It's generally no problem to rely on her sense of smell to make stable profits. Even if a few $100 million is thrown into the US stock market and futures. It is not too conspicuous. And Fit, who is known as the stock god, has an annualized rate of return of only 20%. He has inside information channels that Lin Shirchin may not be able to find. And the funds in his hands can directly affect the trend of the entire stock market. But he can only do this. The few lucky people who rely on leverage to soar in the short term are actually no different from gambling. Even if they know the inside information in advance. Stocks and futures have prices only when someone takes over. Before starting the trend, it is a routine operation to shock and kill the leverage. There are also some unconventional operations such as power outages. Finance? Connect Li Yao for me. Okay. After a while, Li Yao's voice came from Wang Yi's headset. Boss, call me. Li Yao now also has a server. But when Wang Yi modified it, he mainly strengthened Li Yao's body controllability. The server is auxiliary, and its function is far less powerful than Lin Shirchin. But the advantage is that it has a strong ability to act. With Li Yao's personality, it can be regarded as bringing out the advantages. After all, he is much weaker than Lin Shirchin by nature. Even if he piles up all this, he can't compare with Lin Shirchin. There is no need. What's the situation now? Both the United States and Mexico have registered corresponding companies, which are controlled by the Lian Company. In addition, several small silver mines have been acquired in Mexico and registered under the name of the Mexican Mineral Company. The United States is preparing to acquire a small medical company with qualifications that is about to go bankrupt. They are now in talks. Setting up a company in the United States is also for some qualifications. At the same time, with the help of some convenient attributes of the United States, the heavy assets will be placed elsewhere anyway, and the protection between companies will be used to isolate risks. What about those 5 guys? They always say that I am a member of the Super Soldier Project. Now I have established a security company in Mexico. Good job. After the acquisition is completed, you can invest in and establish a branch in China first. Understood. It must be said that Li Yao's work efficiency is quite high. This is the result that can only be achieved by working all night and running around non-stop. Dr. Jess during the day and Super Soldier Alita at night. Employees have subjective initiative, which is really worry-free. As expected, the necromancer is the ultimate form of capitalists. By the way, your brother has come to me several times. Do you have anything to say? Wang Yi's words made Li Yao silent for a moment. No. I'm dead. Don't make them sad. After experiencing the previous experience, Li Yao is now more and more emotionally cold. Just like a machine that completes the task. The preheating of PUBG includes gameplay, content, introduction, stickers, etc. It is already hot. And with the hard push of Penguin, it is impossible not to be hot. Because the gameplay of the game itself is very interesting and the graphics are extremely exquisite. This Battle Royale mode has attracted many people's attention just by explaining it. Many players have expressed their expectations before the game is released. It was then revealed that PUBG will hold a launch ceremony on the day of its release, which has attracted many eyes and attention. The way of the launch ceremony is to have a live broadcast of PUBG on the spot, which will be conducted by the invited stars and beautiful ladies of Yuzhong in cooperation with the lucky fans randomly selected. Anyway, if fans don't make it in time, there are enough extras to take their place. So there's no need to worry. Nowadays, when 4G is not yet popular, it's very troublesome to cover the live broadcast on mobile phones at the same time. However, Lin Shirchin's ability is here, and it is not a big problem to temporarily add a live broadcast on the company's official website. At that time, it will definitely be enough to rely on other channels to attract traffic. In fact, the capital has already smelled the prospects of live broadcast after 4G, and has begun to prepare in advance. Even companies like UU, which originally started with voice software, have begun to do PC live broadcast. But they are not yet large scale, and have no commercial applications. The golden age of real live broadcast will definitely be after 4G popularization. However, Wang Yi has a technical advantage. In the 3G era, He can try to seize the market in advance and seize the opportunity by relying on algorithms. It's just a pity that it's too difficult to realize the live broadcast in the early stage. In the early days, it was crazy to burn money to grab traffic. The income from gifts was far from enough to fill the hole of burning money. In the future, it will be considered normal revenue only when it comes to bringing goods. And since Wang Yi is a cultural entertainment game company, it's actually no problem to jump in the live broadcast industry. It just happens to be connected with the short video era after the popularization of 4G. With beauty software and channel compression algorithm, Wang Yi can be said to have mastered the art in this regard. But just when Wang Yi arranged for Lin Shichin to make some preparations in advance and asked the Atmosphere Group of his own company to make some related plans and adjustments regarding Wang Yi's beauty software, someone has already come to him on his own initiative. It was brought by Wen Yu. But it was not a crew. It was a mobile phone company. The visiting team of Xiaomi Mobile and Hanwei Mobile. Chapter 83 Beauty Tax. Boss Wang. I think those people in the entertainment industry are just thinking about making money and creating a gimmick of beauty. So I rejected them all. Do you think this is appropriate? Wen Yu is a company boss after all. And he is not very old. Absolutely young and promising. But he looks quite humble standing in front of Wang Yi's desk at this time. This made Wang Yi look at him more. Perhaps Wen Yu also borrowed the first startup capital from his family. But since he can set up such a media company by himself, he does have his own ability. He was able to completely reject all his relationships in the entertainment industry, and then found two giants in the mobile phone manufacturing industry. This vision is quite accurate. Wang Yi actually wanted to cooperate with mobile phone manufacturers when he suppressed the beauty software at the beginning. Now can be said to be the era of the explosion of smartphones. And the potential customers and sales are definitely numbers that make people's scalps explode. If the beauty software is pre-made into the mobile phone camera and becomes a function, it is definitely something that mobile phone manufacturers cannot refuse. Apart from other things, the competitor has this function. And you don't? Which one will the beauty-loving ladies choose? Voting with feet has come out. Once one manufacturer uses it and pays the beautification tax to Wang Yi, it will roll back all manufacturers. When you can think of this, and reluctantly abandons the previous relationship to do so, which also shows his ability. Wang Yi can see that the mobile phone manufacturer will certainly pay attention to this thing after discovering it. It's just that at the beginning, they thought it should be a post-processing software. But the post-processing is more in place. But now that they know that Temo is a synchronized beauty software, they can't calm down at all. Hanwei and Xiaomi are the two most representative companies. Xiaomi plays with fan economy and cost effectiveness, and has a group of loyal users in China. And it is indeed unique in terms of the cost effectiveness of mobile phone configuration. Although this cost effectiveness also sacrifices functions such as heat dissipation and stability, it still has a unique gimmick. As for the relatively low-key Hanwei, it goes without saying, it is a typical technology company. Mobile phones are only part of the business. There is also a corresponding software department inside, and the Android system is optimized accordingly. With a strong software department, they also understand the horror of this software at the first time. Can they design a beauty software by themselves? They really can. But the quality is definitely beaten up, and there is no way to fight back. God knows how excited they were when they found out that this thing was just a beauty software. Although it looks like a small software, it definitely shows the other party's terrible R&D ability. So Hanwei directly sent a vice president to lead the team, which made the deputy director of the marketing department led by Xiaomi a little confused. However, Wang Yi's company is really a small company. Both sides have a lot of legal people. In the end, Wang Yi also said that it would be simple. Just bring two people to the office to chat casually. His small company doesn't have such a big show. I also know your intentions. I won't make any quotations. For all mobile phone manufacturers that need to implant our software, we need 0.1% of the price of the whole machine as a licensing fee, with a minimum of 1 yuan. Wang Yi's asking price is not very high, but the software itself is not suitable for a high price. Moreover, the implantation of the beauty software this time has another more important purpose. Even if the price is not high, this kind of long-term commission method still makes Xiaomi's Minister Qian speak up again and again. Isn't Mr. Wang's asking price too high? Now there is a team working on the beauty software. Can you ensure that your advantage can be maintained? Why don't we talk about a fixed price for the right to use? How about using our sales this year? If we can sign some exclusive agreements, the price can be higher than the commission. This is Wang Yi's reputation as a great mathematician, plus the blessing brought by his recent rejection of Microsoft's $400 million US. Otherwise, if he said this when the software just came out, it would definitely be a joke. Now, Wang Yi has the confidence to speak up like this. It doesn't matter. You don't have to sign it if you don't need it. For example, if you find a better one. Wang Yi behaved quite generously and reasonably. Although beauty software is not a chip, it is not irreplaceable, and it is not a bottleneck. But it definitely has a qualitative impact on sales. And this kind of tax itself, perhaps because of the low proportion, the total cost will not be too high. But the significance is quite significant. This is because you two are domestic brands. I ask for 0.2% for foreign manufacturers. It's up to you to decide whether to take it or not. This is Wang Yi's attitude. We will sign it with Hanwei. Compared with Minister Qian's haggling, General Manager Zheng seemed quite generous and agreed directly. This immediately made General Manager Qian, who was about to say something, look bitter. Please, don't you bargain in business? Are you kidding, Melons? We also hope to have the opportunity to cooperate more deeply with your company in the future. If there is, of course, no problem. Wang Yi knew Hanwei's own R&D capabilities, and it was normal for them to see the potential of this software. It was very telling that a vice president came here in person. I need to report. Now it has exceeded Minister Qian's authority. But Hanwei has agreed. So he must ask for instructions. You should know that this is not a buyout in one go, but a continuous blood draw. Qualcomm has already been sucked out of taxes. And now a beauty software wants to come. Well, if there are competing products, then it really must be there. After all, he is the deputy director of the marketing department. And he still has some vision. It would be fine if everyone could resist together. But once someone surrenders, it will be an avalanche. In the end, Xiaomai also agreed to the offer after some hesitation. Now only the two of them have come up. And they also want to quickly finalize and complete a software implant. Get a batch of goods first. After seeing the situation of these two companies, other mobile phone manufacturers will definitely not sit still and roll up. The price of the whole machine is 0.1%, which is not a profit. Looking at a mobile phone of 1,000 yuan, it is only 1 yuan. But now is the explosive period. Hanwei's mobile phone sales this year exceeded 50 million units. And Xiaomai's sales are close to 20 million units. And it is obvious that the number will be even greater next year. This is also the reason why Xiaomai began to use this year's sales as a fixed measure. They can all see the sales figures in the future explosive period. Of course, the beauty program is different from Qualcomm's dense 3G and 4G patent fees, and it can be cracked and borrowed. However, if the mobile phone manufacturers do something shady, it doesn't matter to Wang Yi. Lin Shichin looks at him laughing every day. But there are too many bad ideas. If you eat my food, you must pay it back in other ways. The main purpose of implanting the beauty program this time was not for money. Nowadays, there are a lot of discussions about Minecraft and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on the internet. Minecraft is needless to say. It has just been released for a month, and it is the hottest and most popular time. Various players' funny videos are emerging in an endless stream, with all kinds of tricks. It can be said that the Block Man has dominated various game forums. I didn't expect that one day I would actually play the Block Man. Jiang Bo is addicted to Minecraft and can't extricate himself. He always thought that he liked beautiful girls. But why is he so enthusiastic about playing the Block Man? After making an appointment with a few friends and starting a new online session, he suddenly heard a friend's exclamation in the headset. Wow! Xiaomai and Hanwei are starting to make a scene. My god! My Xiaowen! Miyue! How could it be? Jiang Bo, who was originally addicted to games, was stunned. This is his dream lover. He must pay attention to it. During this period, many models of Yuzhong can be said to have slaughtered the small broken station, just like locusts passing through and leaving no grass. There are also a group of loyal fans. The ones they connected with this time were a few friends who originally liked the second dimension, and their hobbies were almost the same. What's wrong? What does it have to do with Hanwei and Xiaomai? Jiang Bo asked hurriedly, and then saw the link sent by his friend. After clicking it, he saw the press conference held by Hanwei and Xiaomai on almost the same day. In addition, several model-up posts of Yuzhong also began to promote the new systems of these two companies. When he was busy, and he would definitely get some benefits. How can the value of this beauty software be maximized quickly? Of course, the first batch of users will speak out. The advertising fee this time can be said to exceed the total annual revenue of Yuzhong in the past, which makes when you realize that the direction he chose is correct. How can the entertainment industry compare with the technology industry? The dimensionality reduction attack developed by others has such a terrifying effect. Chapter 84 No Force. Looking at the contrast of the video with the beauty filter turned off. Although the models originally had good foundations, and the microblading and makeup were also very good, they still caused a lot of exclamations from netizens. The barrage was completely filled with comments. At the same time, many people also responded. I said, how could such a beautiful person remain unknown? It turned out to be beauty. Now there are refined PS pictures. And there have been spoof comparison pictures. So they know the power of this. But I didn't expect that it can be synchronized to the video, and there is no flaw. The models also have to make a living. They know that this choice may cause the idol to fall. But it is difficult to keep their appearance hidden. When Han Wei and Xiaomai's mobile phones come out, naturally someone will know what the reason is. In this case, it is better to maximize the value. Besides, their foundation is also very good, so the collapse is not too exaggerated. Anyway, the future videos will still be beauty filtered. This time it is purely for advertising. I really believe now that Master Yi is a computer major. He really didn't lie. Good man. Is it so dirty? Give me back my goddess. He gave you a bunch of goddesses. Didn't you see that Han Wei and Xiaomai's new phones will be implanted with this program? And they will be everywhere in the future. In fact, it doesn't seem to make any difference to us. Anyway, we just watch them online. Who cares what they look like? Compared to the comments of some players and ordinary netizens, the most popular ones are Weibo and Donghu. Because the proportion of women here is relatively higher. Women of all classes, who are willing to spend a lot of money on makeup, are all shocked. The contrast before and after is so big? And there is no trace of technology at all? What kind of artifact is this? Look at the details. Even the faint traces of blood vessels on the face can still be preserved. It really can't be more real. I didn't expect it at all. I want this. It has to be said that Han Wei and Xiaomai have thought a lot to maximize their profits. They are ready to launch new models at hand. Almost no accessories have been changed. And the production line has not changed. It has become a plus version with the addition of this small program. In fact, it is not that they do not want to upgrade the old version of the system. But when Wang Yi signed the contract with them, he emphasized that the software is charged according to the use. If the old version of the mobile phone is upgraded, this fee will be paid extra. In this case, they discussed it and decided to save some money first after communicating with each other. Anyway, as long as Wang Yi has always been in this contract mode, other manufacturers will definitely take similar actions. Because once the old system is upgraded, all mobile phones will follow suit. This is just a loss of internal volume. In fact, everyone still has this tacit understanding. Don't look at many competing companies fighting each other. But when they want to raise prices uniformly, they will also collude and communicate with each other. In business, they only pursue profits. Especially those foreign-friendly companies. With so many global distributions, the loss of this upgrade is huge. Although it has not yet started to be officially sold. The sensation caused directly suppressed the related preheating of Wang Yi's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. After all, one is just in the gaming circle, and the other can be said to be the whole world. Weibo and Donghu were directly shut down. People were asking everywhere how to get these two new models as soon as possible. A large number of scalpers also heard the news and were ready to go. Such a big impact naturally made other manufacturers smell a sense of crisis. A large number of orders that had already been placed were cancelled. And the sudden impact made them feel a little flustered. What? That's not a post-production program? It's actually a beauty filter? Are you kidding me? It's so unfair. They are all selling mobile phones. Even the camera pixels are entangled. Now there is such a killer. Of course, they all know the impact. It must be. For a while, Wang Yi's company's hotline was almost blown up. The Atmosphere Group, who had been lazy for a long time, became temporary operators at this time. Anyway, the contract and price are fixed. There is nothing to talk about. They only need to relay the content of the contract and complete some mechanical work. Such a price, and it's just a software, naturally makes many companies feel like they started to lose money. However, looking at the returned orders and the popularity on the internet, several domestic manufacturers finally agreed. At least if they agree, they will only make less money. If they don't agree, they will have no way to survive. But this is unacceptable to international giant brands such as 4-Star and Fruit. They are unwilling to accept 0.1%. Not to mention that Wang Yi directly offered 0.2%. This is no longer a question of money or not. The key is that it is too insulting. They are a world-class company that can't afford to lose this man. Nowadays, domestic mobile phone brands are under great pressure to compete with 4-Star and Fruit Machine in terms of competitiveness. Although it is 100 flowers blooming, some are still under pressure to breathe. Then, a voice gradually emerged on the internet. It's just a software. Isn't it too ugly to eat it? That's right. Just open an app and it's okay. Why do we need to change our phones? Do you think the money comes from the wind? I learned the quotation from an insider. And it is said that the licensing fee is more than 100 million a year. No way. A manufacturer? 100 million a year? No wonder Minecraft doesn't sell for 400 million US dollars. Emotionally cutting leaks and cutting us. These voices are all from the perspective of consumers. And there is naturally no problem in themselves. But under the deliberate guidance and expansion. The spearhead is aimed at the World Culture Entertainment Games Company. This company, which was established only 2 months ago, is really making big moves frequently, while making money crazily in the game. It also cuts such a big knife in the software, making money to grab other people's territory. There will be conflicts when there are conflicts of interest, which is inevitable. Of course, Wang Yi now has a lot of tap water, and many people will also defend it. So the heat of the debate has led to even more heat. They are numb to the great mathematicians who have made amazing programs. Minecraft and the upcoming PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are already quite awesome. And now a beauty app has leveraged the mobile phone industry. Isn't this normal? Check if you have paid taxes. You have made so much money. Have you donated it to children in poor mountainous areas? One factory earns 100 million per year. That's too much. I got the news. It seems to be 0.1% of sales. That's too expensive. Why? And after this thing comes out, it will definitely be a mess. And lose its authenticity. Seeking the truth on the internet? Did you get something wrong? Wang Yi could see that this should be done by the foreign giant that got the cake behind it. In fact, while such foreign giants will pay attention to the domestic market, they can also exert pressure in the opposite direction. Because many of them are already doing OEM in China. This is a deep binding between the two sides. So even when they were fighting in terms of trade, there was no mention of hitting the fruit company or something like that. Hurting others and themselves, which would make other investors have concerns. And this might even be what the opponent expected. Therefore, in some aspects, they can be more confident. This time, they never want to give in. A giant company in the universe is taxed by a beauty software? This kind of shameful thing will be reflected in the stock market. And the loss is more serious than the tax itself. However, the voices on the internet were forcibly suppressed by a latest update released by Wang Yi on Weibo. As far as I know, Qualcomm currently charges 4% to 5% of the communication patent fee for all mobile phones. Why? Qualcomm can charge it. But I can't. Of course, mobile phones must use Qualcomm's patents. So there is no way. You must pay. And I didn't force you to use my software. You can use it if you want. Don't get out. Good guy. Such a provocative and explosive word. The pot exploded immediately. It can be said that even business competitors rarely use such a fierce tone at will. But after Mastery posted, many people felt that it seemed natural. This guy would say on the internet that he helped catch ghosts. The great mathematician. And what Wang Yi said is also worth pondering. Even if Qualcomm does not have a business relationship with him, it can forcibly collect taxes based on the patents it laid out in the 3G and 4G era. Even fruits have to bow their heads. Wang Yi has now made it clear that you can choose not to cooperate. Anyway, you can survive without beauty. As soon as this came out, the voices that said Wang Yi was black-hearted had nothing to say. There is a more ruthless one before. This is not a for sale. It is a matter of mutual consent. What can I say? Master Yi is right. You can choose not to cooperate. Not to force. Chapter 85 Reaction. There is no doubt that we are behind in 3G and 4G. And we are still far behind. A lot of patents are in the hands of others. If they want to cut your leaks, you have to stand still. So we are so anxious and disregard our face and eating manners after we start to overtake on the curve. After the Qualcomm tax was exposed, it really caused a period of silence. Many people knew about this thing for the first time. I buy a mobile phone. It has nothing to do with you. And I have to give you 5% of the price of the whole machine without using your hardware? Isn't this deadly? Look at the wheat company. Working hard to pursue cost effectiveness. How much is their gross profit margin? In the early days, wheat was almost equal to cheap. So when the flagship phone was released later, it would not buy it. So it specially separated Redmi from it, wanting to raise its status. But in the end, Qualcomm did nothing and made this profit without doing anything. This naturally made many netizens uneasy, and even a little sad. Now that Wang Yi has reversed the taxation and indicated that the tax rate is 0.1% domestically and 0.2% abroad, a large number of bystanders, who were just watching the show, have turned to fans and immediately suppressed all the comments. This put a lot of pressure on Fruit and 4Star's minions. South Korea. 4Star's headquarters. 4Star's is an absolute giant in South Korea, involving all aspects and almost impossible to leave. At the beginning, South Korea chose this method to take a shortcut, and the effect was indeed quite outstanding at the time. But after that powerful speaker stepped down, it began to lose control. The fact that one speaker after another has a bad end is actually somewhat related to this. The inability to have a powerful speaker has no effect on a group like 4Star's. It even began to be controlled and affected in the opposite direction. Moreover, after the financial crisis that year, it was forced to open up to the United States for capital injection. Although it was a weakening for South Korea itself and became a pet that was tied, it was undoubtedly a good godfather for 4Star's. And it got a lot of convenience instead. It is precisely because of this convenience that Sixing can directly challenge Apple in the mobile phone business. If Sixing is still South Korea's own company, it would probably be slapped in the face for such a challenge. Now that the era of smartphones has begun, Sixing also attaches great importance to the mobile phone business. And the advantage of Sixing itself is that they also have other related industrial chains, such as screens, which can produce many spare parts by themselves, which has made them a huge advantage. Originally, a small software would not alarm their headquarters. But with the fermentation on the internet, the appearance of renderings, a large number of returned orders, and the surge in popularity of the two new Chinese competing products, in the end, this still prompted the headquarters to make a decision. The previous Water Army and public opinion attacks were attempts by the branch, but they obviously failed. Excellent software. Do we have a way to crack it quickly? An old man in the chairman's seat spoke slowly. What is a patent? Anyway, I'll use it first. Sixing likes to do this kind of thing. They just use Apple's patents. At most, they will be fined. Anyway, 4Star is now the son of Wall Street. Although he is only a godson, he can still enjoy some privileges. It's not easy. He is a great mathematician. If we use him like this, we may lose the Chinese market. Someone issued a warning, and it was obvious that a detailed investigation had been conducted on Wang Yi. If it was just an ordinary company, it would be fine if they used him. What can they do? At most, they will compensate you with some money. But he is an academic great mathematician? The mathematician who solved the brothers' conjecture? That's amazing. Another person next to him exclaimed. 4Star's has a strong technical foundation. Wang Yi's influence after completing a lecture at Penn was quite large, and so many experts praised him. There was also a Korean in the circle of mathematicians who were criticized by Wang Yi at that time, and he also had some origins with 4Star's. Even the senior executive who spoke up knew that someone had already looked up Wang Yi's family tree, and there were people with the surname Wang in South Korea. What? No family tree? Wouldn't that be better his? It's this one. Forget about ordinary mathematicians. But this kind of standard is really troublesome. As they said, if you do it too straightforwardly, it's easy to lose the entire Chinese market directly. Unlike fruit, Sixing mainly depends on this market and cannot provide much benefit in return. Even if Sixing is a big company in the world, it will be very sad to be hit like this. Pay for a period of time first, then set up an unrelated new company in China, and say that it has also developed this kind of beauty. Then pay a small fee to the new company as a token of appreciation. Fruit is too proud. We should install it and sell it to other countries earlier. In fact, we will make money. Someone made a suggestion. For software, you don't have to copy it. If you find your idea, there are many ways to get around it. Right? It's not like the mountains of industrial software and systems, where the dense patent walls make you helpless. Can we negotiate to 0.1%? Isn't doubling it too discriminatory to us? For the wealthy 4Star, it is not impossible for them to pay this money. But the way of collecting taxes and the price they increase are not very harmful, but extremely insulting. I am afraid it is not possible. The reason why they asked for 0.2% is probably because they saw our global distribution capabilities. However, their local mobile phones are potential rivals. This year, Forstar's sales volume is the highest in the world. However, it is obviously about to be eliminated this year. Nokia, which is struggling to survive, still has the second largest sales volume in the world at this time, slightly lower than the third Fruit machine. And the fourth is also South Korea's LG company. It can be said that in the current mobile phone market, South Korea is definitely the undisputed number one in terms of sales volume. Nokia can obviously see that it has run out of luck and is no longer a threat. But it still has to fight hard for the remaining share. If it can have the help of this beauty, plus the arrogance of the Fruit machine, it will still be more beneficial than harmful. Besides, if they do not join, the mobile phone manufacturers in China who are ready to move may be able to kill immediately. This still makes them feel timid and threatened. The sooner the deal is made, the sooner the profit will be made. It will take some time to implant it. Then let's take 0.2% for 1 month. After 1 month, we will use the new company's implantation, which is enough to give them face. Even if it is only 0.2% for 1 month. It is not a small number considering the shipment volume of Forstar. This year is already halfway through, and Forstar expects global shipments to exceed 400 million units. It almost occupies a quarter of the mobile phone industry. Qualcomm imposes taxes, and they have no choice. Otherwise they will be in trouble if they sue their pretty dad. But we respect the Chinese market and let you collect taxes for a month. At least tens of millions of dollars in protection fees. Isn't that enough for you to be arrogant? It's just a beauty program. This fee is enough to give you face. With this attitude, you can learn from it later. So you won't be accused of eating too ugly. If you want to sue us at that time, then sue us. After all, we are a new company in our own country. And there are many ways to delay. After all, you are also the godson of Wall Street. At best, you can just do it in your own country and pay some money. Chapter 86 Wake Up. Compared to the actions of Forstar, Fruits also quickly came up with a more ruthless result. 2000s? The great mathematician is too good at math. It doesn't matter. When Huawei and Xiaomi come out, just unpack them and use them. Anyway, they are in our iOS system. Let's set up a small company first, and wait for the new products of Huawei and Xiaomi to come out and start buying them. We can pay the licensing fee to the new company. At worst, they will come to our beautiful country to sue us. The legal team is not a free meal. We can't be squeezed out of this market. The Chinese female group occupies a large share of our market. And once Forstar admits defeat, it is likely to start squeezing out our market globally. We want things, money. Wait for him to sue. And take a cut from us? Who gave him the courage? We are interdependent in the Eastern market. It's not a big deal if it doesn't involve the red line. At worst, we will pay a little money after a while. Compared to the solemnity of Forstar, Fruits is obviously much more relaxed. Apple has to wait until others sue before paying Qualcomm's Qualcomm tax. So there is no pressure on the beauty face. This is actually because Apple is fearless. Unlike the Forstar brand that relies on dividends, Apple actually has a complementary relationship with China. So much of its OEM and shipments are in China. And the bond is too deep. So it is difficult to tear it apart. So except for the red line issue, Apple will not touch it. And it doesn't care about such trivial matters. Go ahead and sue. We respect the rules, and we will give you whatever you are awarded. We have an independent iOS system. You can develop beauty face. So can't others develop it based on our iOS? Then it's decided. But the great mathematician is really capable. He rejected Microsoft's 400 million acquisition of a game some time ago. And now he has come up with such a practical software. Yes, but he is smart, and it's normal for him to come up with these. I just hope he knows the importance of things and doesn't be ungrateful. He has crossed the line. But no one can save him. It is estimated that Forstar and LG will compromise in the short term. But let's not talk about them. Our own domestic software will definitely continue symbolically for a period of time, and will be replaced by their own beauty software after a while. Lin Shurqin chattered in Wang Yi's headphones. There are very few functional apps on mobile phones that can truly monopolize. Isn't this what you expected? How many poisons have been buried this time? At least the backdoor of the camera can be solved. Don't put the cart before the horse. Wang Yi had already smoothed Lin Shurqin's fur, and knew what she wanted to do when she was wagging her tail. If she didn't have a way to deal with it, she wouldn't have said it to him so excitedly. The reason why we started with the beauty function and the phone camera this time was to give Lin Shurqin more jumping points and eyeliners. Leaving a backdoor to facilitate Lin Shurqin's seamless login is the key point. In fact, money is secondary. Hee. It's actually quite good. If there is no backdoor, the closed-loop iOS system will be difficult for me to deal with. However, in addition to the camera backdoor, there are also a few more obvious Easter eggs as smoke bombs. I guess they can't find it. Especially for iOS. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi also smiled. The iOS system can achieve better results with lower configurations and a longer usage time, mainly because of this closed-loop ecosystem. In this case, if you borrow Lin Shurqin's beauty software, it will naturally leave a secret door for this closed-loop ecosystem. And with the pride of the fruit machine, maybe they will help themselves and make more money. So if you charge less money, just charge less. Which is equivalent to adding countless carriers and monitoring for Lin Shurqin out of thin air. In the future, every mobile phone with a beauty function can become Lin Shurqin's eyes. When the time comes, you will say that you don't use our software. Then you can't blame us. We just suffer a little loss and make less money. Yes. The boss is the biggest. Ame, did you buy any valuables in your express delivery? The guy must ask you to come over before giving it to you. In a rental house next to a university, a boy asked his girlfriend. Then the girl called Ame came out immediately, took the express, and checked the model on the box carefully before signing for it. It's just a mobile phone. After signing for it, she said to her boyfriend casually while disassembling the phone. Her boyfriend's name is Ali. Although he looks ordinary, he is 1.83 meters tall. Ame herself is less than 1.6 meters tall, but has a baby face and looks more friendly. Why buy another mobile phone? Didn't you say you wanted to save money to buy a fruit machine? You could have won if you saved more, Ollie said in surprise. They are still college students with limited living expenses, but Ollie will do some part-time jobs when he is free, such as handing out flyers and wearing doll costumes. In addition to the living expenses he handed in, the two of them lived a fulfilling life together. Oh, you don't understand. Let me try first. Ame excitedly installed the card and turned on the phone. Although the battery of the new phone is not high, it is completely no problem to take photos and videos. When you open the camera, the default is a normal camera, but there is an obvious beauty option below. After entering, you can adjust the beauty level at will. Ame naturally pulled it to the highest level without hesitation. The next moment, looking at the picture in the camera, Ame was completely stunned. Where did this little fairy come from? Why are her facial features vaguely similar to mine? Let alone the wild era of beauty software now. Even the beauty software in the future can actually see problems if you look closely, especially when entering and exiting the picture, or when there are obstructions. There may be obvious changes, and the surrounding scenery may be bent. However, the one designed by Lin Shurqin is a real perfect realistic beauty. It can even suppress the unnaturalness of poor makeup, making it look as natural as no makeup. After zooming in, the fine and smooth pores and the looming blood vessels can be perfectly reflected. Ollie over there was also a little curious when he saw Ame suddenly stunned here. He raised his hand and pushed her and said, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly stunned? Are you mean to me? Let's break up." Ame suddenly put away her phone and became cold. This change made Ollie feel confused. What happened suddenly? Was she possessed? What happened to you? Why was I so mean to you? Look at you. You haven't made any progress in such a long time. And I have been improving all the time. We are no longer people of the same level. There will be no good results if we force ourselves to be together. You can't stop me from pursuing progress. After saying that, Ame entered the room, quickly packed her things, and dragged her suitcase out. Ollie was completely in a state of shutdown and was stunned. After Ame left, she took a selfie of herself dragging a suitcase. Of course, with the beauty filter set to the highest level. Today is another day for the princess on the run. My ex-boyfriend didn't make progress and just broke up. Now I'm homeless. First, she deleted all the selfies on her Weibo, and then posted this content. Everyone likes to see beautiful women, and soon attracted some attention. However, there was an inconspicuous sentence in the reply, but it directly hit her lungs. Beautiful lady, wake up. Your Weibo is so empty. Have you deleted all the old photos? Are you using Hanwei or Xiaomai? Wake up. Turn off the beauty filter. There are already many cases. Then this person tagged many people, and then tagged Ame under some other people's Weibo. When I clicked on it, I saw that they all had similar content. All similar empty Weibo. And all the historical records were deleted. With only some beautiful selfies. For a time, the number of beautiful women on Weibo, space, and moments increased exponentially. Chapter 87 Influence. Damn it! Boycott beauty filters. They are fake. All fake. You could use video to confirm your photo fraud before. But now you can't use video. Leave me alone. Damn it! Who on earth is saying we should boycott it? I think it's great that there are so many beautiful girls online. It's a world where only the popular ones get hurt. They deserve it. After the 2 mobile phones with beauty filters started to sell well, various beauty effects appeared, which also caused a lot of discussion. This can also cause different expressions from different groups of people. Not to mention the female group. Most of them are positive comments. Except for a few who are already very beautiful. They are almost brainless flattery. Among the male groups, there are stratifications. Those who like to look at beautiful women online think this is very good and pleasing to the eyes. But for some popular people, and those who date from time to time, it's a bit unbearable. Various tank drivers' miserable speeches are endless. Brothers, save me. Waiting online. Urgent. There are 2 pictures below the title. One of them met online, and one of them offline, with a large group of people who are gloating and silently praising. At one time, many people with social phobia felt that they had one. They deserved it. However, soon, some of them bought these 2 mobile phones and began to show new directions and traders. Brothers, I opened the door to a new world. Damn. So great. Praise Hanwei. Praise Mayen. Praise Master Yi. Below the topic is a screenshot of a certain Thunder download screen, with some strange Japanese words on it, which makes you feel very hot when you look at it. Could it be? Hey! Where did the evil thief come from? How dare he mess up my Tao heart? Brother Talent, can you lend me your phone? Send some pictures. Then the man really sent some pictures that could be sent. Taken through the phone. And the picture was so beautiful. You can vaguely see the outline of a teacher. But it's really beautiful. I need this phone. It's over. It's over. All those women are robbing it like crazy. When can I get it? Xiaomi doesn't have an offline store. I'll go to Hanwei tomorrow morning to see if there is one. While discussing the new world with relish. Soon, another new trend appeared. Did your girlfriend buy a beauty phone? Let her know herself clearly with her phone first. Although the picture was captured safely, it can be seen that it was a picture taken with a single hand holding the phone. The majority of experienced drivers can already find the highlights in this very regular picture in Drive. No way. You actually. This. Where can I get my girlfriend to send it? Please give me a beauty phone. Send this to the tank driver in front. Let him make do with it. I don't believe it. Unless you send the full picture. Email address XXXX. Please send it. It can be said that after this function appeared, it was simply a group of demons dancing. After the various routines developed by the sand sculpture netizens, these 2 mobile phones instantly became more popular. Now it is not only the female group that is scrambling, but also the men. Those who have girlfriends want to grab them. And those who don't have them also want to grab them. Jiang Bo dragged his tired body back to the dormitory. There was a mobile phone recommended by Meiyu. He wanted to buy one because he was from a wealthy family. However, Hanwei's offline stores were all sold out. So he had no choice but to go home. They were all sold out offline. And it was impossible to get one online like Xiaomi. But after returning to the dormitory, he heard the silly laughter of his roommate next door. Turning around, he saw that he was holding his mobile phone and taking pictures of the computer. This person looked so dirty. Although he was actually very envious. Jiang Bo still smiled coldly. The sadness of being a real person. Forget it. I just need my wives. Look at how good Meiyu and Shiro are. Thinking about it, Jiang Bo did not open Minecraft again today, and began to look for new videos on the small broken station. But as he was looking, he found something wrong. When he looked back, he found that his roommate had moved the phone to the direction, as if it was facing him. This made Jiang Bo's face full of black question marks. And that silly smile and weird eyes made him feel a little creepy. What are you doing? Jiang Bo scolded. Don't talk. Don't talk. Jiang Bo? After thinking of something, he suddenly had a bad feeling. And then, he opened Donghu tremblingly, and started to post on it. My roommate kept taking pictures of me with his new phone today. And he was still smiling silly over there. That look was so eye-catching. What should I do? Can this beauty function be divided by gender? I don't know because I haven't bought the phone yet. Because the beauty camera function is an absolutely hot topic now. There was a reply soon. It's over. This can adjust the gender and lock one person in the picture. You have been locked by your roommate. I tried the extreme beauty function at night with one eye open. My corgi looks handsome. What's wrong with the corgi? Why don't you discuss with your roommate and take turns using the phone? Brothers, help each other. This made Jiang Bo's heart tighten. He turned around and found that his roommate had already drawn the curtain on the bed, but just exposed the phone to him. What are you doing taking a picture of your dad? Jiang Bo's shoes flew up, and he rushed over and wrestled with him. Although we knew the power of this beauty function at the press conference, we found that it was so powerful that it could change our lives after it was actually launched. In addition to all users, major mobile phone manufacturers were also a little dazed when they saw this powerful function. Then, they all started to release new mobile phones in an urgent manner. The first soup was given to Huawei and Xiaomi. At least we can't be too late. Otherwise the basic market will be gone. While actively launching it online, major manufacturers are also trying to crack this beauty software. As for software, this is different from Qualcomm, which is unavoidable. On this point, both domestic and foreign manufacturers are surprisingly consistent. Later, they also found that this software is much more complicated than they imagined. It is not a pure small software, and this is the result of good optimization. The code inside is concise and clean, and it is pleasing to the eye. Similarly, it may be difficult to improve it, but adding a little bit of things and then copying it out can still be done. Moreover, compared with the fighting and warm-up in China, the foreign countries are really starting to kill without bloodshed. Fruit Machine did not launch new models in advance, although they have not yet completely cracked the software to complete the implementation. They have released depth bombs first. Our beauty technology has also made a breakthrough. The effect is even better, and there is no need to change the phone. It can be obtained with the next iOS upgrade. This is a new function after the system upgrade, although this will reduce the sales of new Fruit phones. For Fruit, the iOS system is their foundation. With iOS, they can collect Fruit taxes, and this also seems more atmospheric. After all, Fruit did not sign any agreement with Huawei. They used local competitive products. If Huawei and Xiaomi do this, it will directly lead to a large sum of money for the mobile phone sold before to pay Huawei. So they choose to launch new models. Foreign brands including 4-Star and LG also announced the same. But because there is no agreement signed and there is a completely independent closed-loop system, Fruit can directly use the killer move. Look, your eating is so ugly. You still have to look at me. Big Fruit. Regardless of whether the Fruit company has stolen the product, at least it has given full points to the consumers. Why not do something that benefits others generously? Chapter 88 God Assists. The operation of Fruit is not that they don't want money, but to maximize profits. After all, they did not sign an agreement and failed to get first-hand technical support. They can only implant through decoding, and they must be slower than other mobile phone manufacturers. In order not to lose their market share, they made this choice. In this way, other mobile phone manufacturers are put on the fire. Either follow suit, but this requires that all the existing mobile phones also pay the beauty tax. Or you can wait for consumers to curse, especially for Huawei and Xiaomi, which have already sold many new models. They have been criticized by old users. Why can Fruit do it? But you can't. Many Weibo users and Apple fans living abroad have also come forward to speak out. This is Apple's protection of consumer rights. Haha. You are too greedy in China. Do you know what respecting consumers means? The people who bought mobile phones before are all suckers. It has to be said that in the face of the actual discounts on the ticket, this wave of Apple is indeed easy to get a lot of goodwill. After all, it is no longer a matter of support, but actually involves the small money in the pocket. But the next moment, Wang Yi's Weibo sent out a thumbs up icon. Apple is noble. Apple is amazing. Awesome. I admire it. I hope your company has really found a substitute and will not use our software. Wang Yi didn't care after posting this. This wave of Apple's operation is at least a good thing for Wang Yi, because this will really force all manufacturers to learn this upgrade method. This is actually one of the possibilities that were predicted. Otherwise, the charging issue of old mobile phones would not be emphasized in the contract. The biggest benefit of this time is that Lin Shurqin's eyeliner has increased. The money is indeed a byproduct. But if you can make more money, you will definitely not think it is too little. Wang Yi's words undoubtedly immediately caused fierce criticism from the now frenzied Apple fans. criticizing Wang Yi for being crazy about money. Master Yi, do you know what you are talking about? Apple's scientific research capabilities are the best in the world. How can they not develop a crappy beauty software? Are you taking yourself too seriously? You are so complacent after winning a mathematics award. Why don't you win a Nobel Prize? Apple is epic making. If it weren't for Apple, where would the smartphones come from? Who would you sell your software to? A game developer. A bunch of people attacked. But Wang Yi didn't care much. The backdoor that Lin Shurqin left in the beauty software is not only for her to enter and exit at will. There is a special gift package for iOS. So Wang Yi only typed a few words. Let the bullets fly for a while. After finishing, considering the possibility of joint boycotts by other mobile phone manufacturers, Wang Yi took a step back online and said, since the largest company in the universe has shown such courage, small companies like us will follow suit. If major partners choose to upgrade the system, the fees for old mobile phones will be halved. The contract is also based on execution and claimability. This is also the reason for so many out-of-court settlements. Because no one wants to waste time and energy. Now that he has taken a step back, at least Wang Yi has taken the lead in terms of public opinion and morality, and has also given other manufacturers a way out. Huawei and Xiaomi also know how to take advantage of this opportunity, and at the same time officially announced that the system will be upgraded soon. And users who bought the new models before can get the original price back as long as the phone is not damaged. In fact, the two phones were good, and the price was not increased. So except for some people who already had good phones and bought new ones specifically for beauty, there were not many returns. Most of them were returned by original Apple users. Other manufacturers naturally had no choice but to follow suit. Especially 4-star. They had the largest distribution volume. But at this time all manufacturers followed suit. And after weighing the pros and cons, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Originally, they said that they would start using their own software in a month. But now they are forced by Apple. So they can only use money to buy time first. Fortunately, 4-star is rich. And Wang Yi's commission rate is not high. It is mainly because of face. And payment is still no problem. Apple's high-profile official announcement made Wang Yi the only beneficiary. And the company's revenue soared. Not counting the previous inventory. It is expected that global mobile phone shipments will reach 1.8 billion units this year alone. Wang Yi's company, which was founded 2 months ago, has made a fortune with this small program. And its cash reserves have skyrocketed. You should handle the overseas funds. As for domestic funds, try to acquire the small broken station first, and then prepare for live broadcasting. It's just right to warm up with the first live broadcast of PUBG. 4G is still a little short of time now. But with the blessing of Lin Shurqin's algorithm channel, it is no problem to start the live broadcast era a little earlier. When everyone starts to get used to it, the 4G era has almost begun. Originally, the World Culture Entertainment Games company was used by Wang Yi for fun. And he could do whatever he wanted with the money in China. The stickiness of the fans of the small broken station is unquestionable. Although it lacks monetization channels. Since there is no shortage of money, it will be maintained. The same is true for live broadcasting. The early live broadcasting industry was dedicated to burning money. And the communication fees paid to operators alone were a considerable expense. It is almost impossible to make a profit by gifts. However, the dimensionality reduction attack on the technology side is so fierce that a revolutionary beauty function alone can directly harvest the big mobile phone manufacturers. Of course, this is actually driven by the help of fruit. Without the help of fruit, the inventory is counted. If it is just shipped slowly, it will take a long time to accumulate. No problem. The small broken station has no monetization channel now. As long as there is enough money, the acquisition is not a big problem. Lin Shurqin still holds a large amount of funds overseas. And these are Wang Yi's pocket money in China. Fruit has helped us. Do we still need to do that? Isn't it too cruel? Lin Shurqin then asked again. One thing is one thing. Didn't they say that they didn't use our software? What does it have to do with us? And isn't this the function you added? Why do you think I'm too cruel? Lin Shurqin is the kind of guy who says whether it's too cruel, and then chops others into meat sauce with his eyes closed. Oh, it's not easy to worry about. It's their own loopholes. You can't blame me, Lin Shurqin said innocently. Actually, it's not a big deal. After the number of iOS devices implanted with this software exceeds 100,000, there may be a small-time bug, which will quickly switch to 1970, and it will be automatically corrected and adjusted later. Well, As for the iOS bug that causes the phone to become bricked, what does it have to do with our beauty software? Didn't you say that you didn't use ours? Of course, Apple will definitely do relevant tests before updating. But the number of tests will not reach the threshold, so it won't be surprising if it passes normally. They haven't discovered this bug in the first place. Anyway, Apple attaches great importance to consumers, and they will definitely have an explanation. Chapter 89: A Sudden Thought. Don't move. Wang Yi was eating noodles in the morning, and suddenly Lu Xiuka's words made him look up blankly. And then, he saw Lu Xiuka taking pictures of him with his mobile phone. He kept covering his mouth and laughing. His eyes were crescent-shaped, and he took many pictures with a few clicks. Looking at the brand of the mobile phone Lu Xiuka was holding, Wang Yi felt a little speechless. Brother Wang, is it too long to boil the noodles? I feel it still can't compare to your taste. Ma Dong was also chewing noodles and looking over at him. With this talented free chef, Wang Yi really taught Ma Dong some simple and practical skills and dishes. Anyway, it was a bargain for himself every day, so he ate the most. It's not bad. It's not that the noodles were boiled for too long, but the fire was too big, and the noodles were swollen too much. Just turn down the fire next time, Wang Yi commented casually, and he had to say that Ma Dong was indeed talented in this regard. Then he looked at Lu Xiuka, who was almost out of breath from laughing, and said, Take it easy. I just finished eating. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi raised his eyebrows, then stood up and walked to Lu Xiuka and touched her belly. This made Lu Xiuka blush immediately after seeing the beauty blessing, and hit Wang Yi and said, What are you doing? Do you feel uncomfortable here? Wang Yi gently rubbed it, and it really made Lu Xiuka's face wrinkle and hiss. After seeing Lu Xiuka's expression, Wang Yi stopped. It's nothing serious. Gallstones. It was induced by a regular breakfast before, and now it's regular. However, although gallstones are a very common disease, and most patients have no reaction at all, it is quite troublesome to treat this thing. Wang Yi actually has a way to break gallstones in the air, but he doesn't dare, because when the gallstones stay in the gallbladder, it is actually fine. There is no problem in itself. After all, the gallbladder is just a container, and bile is secreted by the liver. But if the stones are broken into the narrower common bile duct, and even induce pancreatic problems, it will be a big trouble. This is completely different from kidney stones. What's going on? Lu Xiuka frowned and looked at Wang Yi bitterly. She didn't know that taking 2 beauty photos would be a retribution. Is it so effective? Master Wang. He also heard Wang Yi's name as Dr. Wang at the dinner party before, and he knew that he had some traditional skills, so he still believed in this. But he was afraid that it was a serious problem. Gallstones, irregular work and rest, and occasional overeating. I was injured when I laughed and rolled over. It may induce some inflammation. It's not a big deal. I'll get you some drinks to suppress it, and then go to the pharmacy to buy some cephalosporin. Remember not to drink alcohol during this period. Wang Yi couldn't solve this problem with physical means, but magic means were still no problem. After getting up and returning to the room, he took a disposable cup and filled it with a glass of pure water, and then muttered in a low voice, while chanting. A silver pendant appeared in his hand and scraped off some silver powder. After shaking it evenly, he went out and gave it to Lu Xiuka. Drink it, and then sit quietly for half an hour. Because of the remnants of the charming human when they first met, Lu Xiuka had an innate trust in Wang Yi. After obediently taking it over, he drank it all in one gulp and sat there honestly without moving. Under the guidance of the customized magic pattern, the stones in her body can be melted accurately and turned into liquid again, so there is no need to worry. It tastes good? Lu Xiuka laughed. In fact, it is just pure water with some silver powder added. But the magic power brings some excitement to her soul. Ma Dong has been quietly cleaning up the dishes, not doing anything else, trying to make his 1.9-meter tall body invisible. Lu Xiuka's words made Wang Yi think of something. Li Yao's acquisition went quite smoothly, and perhaps drugs with stone-dissolving functions can also be a direction. There are quite a lot of patients with gallstones and kidney stones in the world, and they are indeed very troublesome. Just like the HPV vaccine before, this is a potential market with a huge number of audiences. However, it was still the reason why Wang Yi did not dare to start rashly before. Kidney stones are okay, but for gallstones, even if they can be eliminated, you have to pay attention to the method. In fact, there are Chinese medicines and clinical drugs for eliminating stones, but they usually need to be taken for a long time. Not only will they be eliminated too slowly, but they will also easily make the gallstones that cannot be removed shrink and drill out, causing greater trouble. So unless the location is good, the patient is young, the gallbladder contracts normally, and all aspects meet the standards, doctors rarely recommend this method. Once the stone is not eliminated, it is conservative treatment and surgery for anti-inflammatory. By the time the surgery is delayed, the function of the gallbladder itself is usually quite low, and it is generally chosen to be completely removed to prevent the lesions left by gallbladder stone removal from recurring and causing more serious diseases. Therefore, the targeted drugs must have little side effects on the body, and can quickly eliminate stones without delaying time to achieve a good effect. It is obviously impossible for Wang Yi to cast spells directly as he did before. Where can he get so much magic power to use as medicine? He must cooperate with scientific and technological means, and combine some magic power. What are you looking at? Wang Yi stared at Lu Xiaoke while thinking, and her face turned red. Hearing her words, Wang Yi subconsciously replied, "Look at the beauty." This made Lu Xiaoke's face redder. And then Lin Shurqin's head suddenly popped out from the ceiling and said, "She is an actress. If she can't control her expression, it means she has a good impression of you. I can really guarantee that you will be satisfied." Wang Yi ignored Lin Shurqin's words, then raised his hand to mess up Lu Xiaoke's hair and said to her, "Okay, delete my photos quickly." This brought Lu Xiaoke back to her senses again, and she thought of the reason why she laughed so hard before. So she raised her hand and took out her phone and said happily, You don't look that handsome, but you are photogenic, and the beauty effect is amazing." Wang Yi was speechless at a glance. He felt amazed at the first sight. This was not an Easter egg specially made by Lin Shurqin. No, boss, your facial features are actually very good, and you can be repaired very well. I didn't add any special ingredients. Lin Shurqin smiled like a little fox, and I didn't know whether what she said was true or not. "Okay, I'm almost done with the work. I'll come visit you in a couple of days." Wang Yi grabbed the phone and deleted the photos before returning it to Lu Xiaoke. Lu Xiaoke, who was about to grab the phone, changed her mind after hearing that Wang Yi would visit her. The crew may have something to do in a few days. Director Zhang seems to have taken on a business job and is quite serious about it. "I'm here for this business job." "Okay, I'll give you a surprise then." Wang Yi waved to Lu Xiaoke and Ma Dong, and then went downstairs humming a tune. At this time, Ma Dong seemed to come back to life from his hidden state and smiled. "You know what? Brother Wang's tune is so interesting. It feels like being baptized." As a big eater, Wang Yi bought 2 more bags of buns and walked towards the company while eating them. Lin Shurqin's voice came from the headphones. "Fruit has started to officially announce the system upgrade. The time is at midnight. In other words, it's noon here. Just in time to watch a good show." Chapter 90. The pot is boiling. Boss Wang. "Good morning. Boss Wang." Boss Wang looks so good when he eats buns. Boss Wang has a great body. I really want to try it. Wang Yi came to the elevator, and many Yuzhong models, who had calculated the time and ran into here, began to greet him in a coquettish voice. This is almost the standard for Wang Yi every day. Well, it's refreshing to be here early in the morning. The quality of the models under Yuzhong is indeed good. Many of them have had plastic surgery on their faces, but their bodies are all real, and they are all very self-disciplined. When they are free, they do fitness and yoga. Yuzhong has a lot of training equipment, and the Atmosphere group here often goes there to use it. After entering the elevator surrounded by a group of beautiful women, and then coming to the door of the company, Wang Yi also thought that the company could expand. Now it is still rented, since there is no shortage of money. Okay, let's talk about the acquisition of the small broken station first. Not to mention, the small broken station looks miserable now, and has no income generating ability, and its traffic is 1/30th of that of a certain cool. But from the fact that Wang Yi's several promotional breakthroughs started from the small broken station, we know how great the fan stickiness here is. The market value of a certain cool is about $3 billion. Although the small broken station has not yet started commercialization, its valuation may not reach 1/30th of that of a certain cool. But if you really want to take it all, you still have to pay a premium of $100 million, because it has potential. It takes time to negotiate if you want to take it over from the current team, which is much more difficult than Li Yao's targeting of several bankrupt companies. Escorted by a group of beautiful women, Wang Yi also entered the company, and happened to see Wen Yu waiting for him on the sofa in the company's office area. After seeing Wang Yi coming over, Wen Yu also said with a smile, "Now they treat you much better than me as the boss. What do you think?" Mr. Wang, are you interested in merging my company? I don't need shares. Just some dividends will be okay. Although it was a joke. As long as Wang Yi nodded. When you would go home and pack his bedding and live in the office the next day. I really plan to set up an entertainment subsidiary. But I have a team. You have to come up with something that can impress me. Wang Yi has Lin Shurqin to take care of it. And he can just flip through the papers every day. What he needs is the kind of honest and stable talent with execution ability. When you is capable. But young people who start businesses are also brave and hardworking. And always have some ideas of their own. Of course. In order to prevent his company from being full of stereotyped people and causing any misunderstandings. He does not rule out absorbing some people with other attributes to decorate it. Entertainment subsidiary is good. I have some connections in the entertainment industry. And my family has some related resources. As I said before, Mr. Wang, you are a man who does big things. Just buy my company and make it a subsidiary. I will sell it to you for $1. As long as the head office can provide support during development. Everything will be up to you. When you heard that there was a chance. And immediately began to promote himself. In fact, as neighbors for so long, he knew too well what kind of people in the neighboring company were. It can be said that he arranged a beauty trap for the model to get some information. Everyone looked happy, holding a cup of wolfberry tea, and came to borrow a treadmill when they were free. He was convinced. This is a group of salted fish. Later, he came here more often and vaguely understood that there was another R&D team. And these were tools. With such a strong R&D team and remote control command capabilities, when you knew that his strengths were useless here, but instead became a weakness. So he said that he would obey unconditionally and could be a tool. But when he didn't need a tool, he had a certain degree of autonomy. And he would not be like this group of salted fish, who could only be an atmosphere group. Before the dimensionality reduction attack of the beauty set, those big mobile phone manufacturers had to take the initiative to talk and were actively cut. After seeing it, he understood that some of his previous goals and ideas were weak compared to this magical company. At this time, Wang Yi heard Lin Shurqin's voice in his headset. Boss, don't worry. He can't escape from my palm. I have almost figured out his family situation and interpersonal relationships. Lin Shurqin has awakened her voyeuristic attributes, since she was able to roam the internet. Anyway, she will not let her computing power idle. Even if it is public information. She can find useful information. When you is the boss next door, it is normal for him to know his family background. Okay. Generally speaking, there is no big problem. You can talk more with our legal department when you have time. Okay, boss. When you changed his words so quickly, he started to shout before he even had a chance to talk. According to Lin Shurqin, he is actually a second-generation boss. It is not bad to be able to bend and stretch. However, it is really difficult to be the boss of a company at such a young age without the support of his family. Of course, there are some, but they are relatively rare and not so easy to see. He is already doing quite well. At noon, Wang Yi was considering whether to set up the canteen first. Watching the crab roe bibimbap and salt and pepper prawns brought in by his assistant Qian. Although he would not treat himself badly every day. This crab roe bibimbap is made of at least 10 female crab roe and 10 male crab paste. Plus a pound of Thai fragrant rice mixed with all the crab meat. The full grains of rice are soaked and wrapped in juice. Which looks appetizing. But it feels better to hire a chef. Which makes Wang Yi think of Xie. It's a pity that his business is booming. While happily eating this bibimbap with more crab meat than rice, Wang Yi was also waiting for the screams around him. As expected, Wang Yi was not disappointed. One after another, exclamations continued to ring out. What's going on? Why is my phone black? What's wrong? Restarting doesn't work. I'm so anxious. What kind of crappy upgrade is that? Is it reliable? Most of the voices were from the models of the company next door. Except for the younger assistant Qian, who is a fruit machine. All the others in Wang Yi's company are domestic and have no such worries. The new version of iOS was upgraded at midnight in the United States. And the beauty function was enabled. How could the models next door, who have tasted the sweetness of beauty software, not try it as soon as possible? Many of them couldn't wait to buy Hanwei and Xiaomai. However, after the official announcement of the system upgrade of iOS, and the full refund and upgrade of Hanwei and Xiaomai, they turned back and picked up the fruit machine. Well, then it naturally turned into a brick. After happily finishing the crab roe bibimbap and a large plate of salt and pepper prawns, Wang Yi notified Qian to come over and clean up, and open the relevant platforms to see what was going on. He was not disappointed. All platforms went crazy. Weibo and Donghu could not log in directly, just spinning in circles. Only after returning to the small broken station and Tieba could you see the densely packed screen. Many users of Apple phones, who had been waiting for the beauty function for a long time, chose to update as soon as possible, after being developed by the stupid netizens. This is a product suitable for both men and women. Many people have been eager to try it. As a result, the phone turned into a brick directly after the upgrade. Restarting and resetting did not work. The number of Apple phone users is indeed not as large as that of Android phones, but it is still a very large group. The phone suddenly turned into a brick here, and now many things need to be handled by mobile phones. So the group went crazy. After finding out that it was the same thing online, they all started asking for help and cursing, especially those users who were delayed. They cursed. And this is not just in China. This is a global fruit phone. And the fruit company was stunned with a slap. What happened? There was no problem when we tested it. How could such a serious accident happen? Boss, I added a little leverage to short the fruit this time. I should get some gains after the opening. Not too much. If the short leverage is too strong, it is easy to be blown up by a short-term rebound. But knowing this kind of heavy news in advance, it is no problem to add a little to at least keep a steady profit on the day. But the fruit company does have the ability, so it has to be more relaxed the next day. A combination of favorable factors may solve the problem. Don't be considered insider trading. Fruit is going to release a system upgrade. Many people are optimistic about it. But there are also short sellers. I will control the degree and find institutions to operate it. Okay. You can control it yourself. Just don't add too much. Wall Street's money is too hot to handle. But Fruit must pay us back the money it owes. Although there are actually a lot of insider trading on Wall Street. For example, the family of a certain which made a lot of money. In order to create a fair atmosphere, the rules are quite restrictive. And the crackdown on insider trading has never stopped. If you really make a lot of money by eating alone, it is too easy to put this hat on you without any background. It must be kept within a reasonable range. Hee hee. Boss, you are so mean. They clearly helped you to force other mobile phone markets to make a profit. They said they didn't use our software. What does it have to do with us? And you should be the bad guy. Oh. Yes. Yes. Boss, you are the most magnanimous. Please forgive my rudeness. Chapter 91. It's time for him to suffer a big loss. After such a thing happened, the fruit company naturally felt a sense of collapse and held an emergency meeting as soon as possible. It is now early morning Eastern Time in the United States, and all senior executives have been urgently called up to discuss how to deal with this crisis. Although the update was cut off immediately, so that the phones that have not been updated were spared. The previous publicity was too good, and coupled with the outstanding beauty effect, almost 1 in 10 users chose to update at the first time. This represents tens of millions of users. This is definitely a bad experience, and it is a fatal blow to the reputation of Fruit. Where are those idiots in the technical department? Haven't they found the cause yet? Haven't we tested it several times? How could this happen? Damn it! Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. Now is how to deal with this problem. You can imagine what the scene will be like after the market opens in the daytime. We turned off the upgrade as soon as possible. The impact is still controllable. We must officially announce some stimulus. Announce the stock recovery plan. And then announce that each user who suffered losses from the update will be compensated with $20 in the account. The rest will short sell themselves to recover some losses. This is the only way at present. But the problem must be solved as soon as possible. And it must not be delayed until the next day. Whether it is domestic or foreign Apple users, they are all excited at this time. Most of those who will download it as soon as possible are die-hard fans. But they can't accept this kind of blow. Those who sided with Apple and criticized Wang Yi on the internet before were dug out and whipped by a group of people who gloated over his misfortune. Vita Music, keep washing. Why don't you wash? Oh! It turns out that the phone is broken. What a pity. Crazy sheep, haha. It's so funny. I just boasted to my master, and was slapped by my master and was silenced. The remote animal husbandry of Lighthouse is really awesome. And it can even silence people directly. Spacetime Orange. I want to know what tools they use if they go online now. Happy Chicken. Maybe they haven't updated. And don't they have computers? Big Porter, please. Be rational. I also use a fruit machine. Don't expand the scope of the attack. Crazy Sheep, sorry. Sorry. I'm only targeting special groups. Didn't you update? Big Porter, no. I'm using a computer now. It has to be said that the sudden explosion of the fruit machine did immediately attract a lot of attention. Many fruit fans were making fun of themselves. And those who didn't upgrade were even more grateful. Then the fruit companies also started their related favorable announcements, increasing their holdings of stocks, user compensation, and solving the problem as quickly as possible. When the market opened at 9:30 p.m. on the East Coast, the fruit stock price actually rose for a while at the beginning. For the elites of Wall Street, everyone knows that killing a group of careless leveragers is a basic operation. However, even with the increase in holdings by the fruit side, after a short rise, it immediately plummeted, reaching a 6% drop in one day. This is an extremely rare drop for Apple, breaking the myth of its recent continuous rise. Since the launch of the Apple machine, Apple's stock price has been rising all the way, and this blow is quite severe. However, if Apple had not responded well to the policy and public relations in time, the loss would probably not be so small. Apart from other things, if the system had cut off the update later, allowing more people to complete the update, it would really be a lot of fun. Even so, there are many users who have suffered some emergency losses due to this breaking incident, and they will continue to sue Apple for additional compensation. At this time, Apple was completely overwhelmed. However, the research and development capabilities of the Apple company itself are indeed very strong. It soon discovered that the vulnerability was a bug in their iOS system itself. A bug about time, but it was unexpected that the implantation of the beauty software happened to be related to this bug. Any one of them is nothing, but when combined together, this kind of thing happened, which really made them speechless. If the fruit company had signed an agreement with the World Culture Entertainment Game Company, they could have sued back if this happened. But they have been announcing that they are cooperating with another company. How can they sue? In the end, they could only admit their mistakes and start the follow-up measures. Each machine needs to be taken to the repair station for replacement. And then the bug is quickly resolved and the system upgrade is postponed. There is no doubt that the postponement of the system upgrade is another new blow to the fruit company. It has already lost the initiative, and it has stabilized by relying on the gimmick of the upgrade, and forced other manufacturers to roll up. But now that the update is temporarily out of the question, users who want to choose a new phone will naturally turn to competing products. That is, the stickiness of the iOS system users is large enough, and it is difficult for old users to lose. And the reputation of the fruit company has always been strong. So the basic market is barely preserved. But for the market that is being developed now, it is undoubtedly one step behind. While beauty software is being touted in China, users abroad who have experienced this amazing beauty effect through mobile phone brands such as 4-Star and LG are also screaming. The beauty effect has begun to spread virally on the internet. What kind of magic is this? Hey, am I the only one who discovered that the boss of the company that developed this software seems to be the great mathematician, the author of Minecraft? Oh, mathematicians are really smart. I love this software so much. I can even get angry at myself. Are you a demon? Why are you telling me? Help. My roommate is crazy. This is a stereotype of women. I heard that he is also preparing to release a new game. Why is there no blackening function? Although I don't like math, I like this mathematician. Let him be the #1 in sales this year. There is no fat-making function either. The new game looks good. When Wang Yi's claim to be the #1 was dug up, there was still a lot of criticism. But with the support of its own high quality, there are now a lot of praises. Moreover, the preheating of PUBG also relied on ST platform and various foreign platforms to go. This mode of game really attracted a lot of attention. After all, it is no longer an unknown player like Minecraft. With the previous gems in front of it, there is naturally a sense of expectation. Not to mention that it is also involved in the beauty software. At least the misstep of fruit this time has reversely promoted the effect of beauty software, making the popularity even higher. However, at this time, some mathematicians, who had been tortured by Wang Yi before, also found the bright spot. Martin Heil, hey, guys, did you notice the promise Wang made? He said that if Minecraft did not become the best-selling game of the year, he would prove the Riemann hypothesis. Arthur, well done. This is a good opportunity to retaliate against him. I have told my students to buy PUBG and kill him. Oxai, if it is Wang, I believe he really has a chance. In front of him, I feel like I have become a monkey. Just like when I look at most people. It's time to make him suffer a big loss. After a group of dirty academics started to string together again, they directly triggered a new heat to buy PUBG and prove the Riemann hypothesis. after being moved to China. It also received a synchronous response. Chapter 92 Rehearsal. Fang Chuan, who had learned his lesson and no longer actively circled Wang Yi, was just entertaining himself in his own territory, seeing the heat at home and abroad. He also keenly smelled the opportunity. In fact, he was directly numb after Wang Yi went abroad to participate in the exchange meeting and received unanimous praise. The master was so flattering. Why did he still rush in? Fortunately, he transformed in time in the middle period and changed his image. He was no longer attacking. Otherwise it would be difficult to step down. The sales of Minecraft later, coupled with the horror of beauty software, directly framed 2 punches and made Fang Chuan want to go around. But today, he finally found a perfect opportunity. An opportunity that would not damage his reputation and occupy the moral high ground. Seeing the activities initiated by those mathematicians, Fang Chuan laughed out loud. Young man, you are too full of words. Then Fang Chuan pulled out the keyboard and started a crazy output. I think everyone should actively support this event. The Riemann hypothesis is much more significant in mathematics than the Goldbach conjecture. Although I know that mastery doesn't care about the $1 million reward now. It is the most perfect to use your talent here. Let's look forward to mastery. While speaking, Fang Chuan also posted a screenshot of pre-ordering PUBG on his ST platform. Not to mention, this guy is really tricky in finding angles. He really caused a lot of response. Especially those players who were originally interested in PUBG also subconsciously made the same choice. Some players who originally thought they could buy it or not also did the same. PUBG is not a free game anymore. It costs 98 When appropriate, some realistic skin decorations can be added. Otherwise, if everything is free, the new skins in the later stage may become a dance of demons and monsters. It's just that before it is officially released, the popularity has already begun to surpass Minecraft. After all, FPS is a big item, and the competitive category is always more eye-catching. In the short term, attracting more traffic is indeed more attractive than pixel people. Wang Yi was eating the fruit melon, watching Lin Shurqin short selling and reaping the benefits. But he was speechless when he turned around and ate the melon on his head. But since he made such a promise at the beginning, he actually made some achievements in the Riemann hypothesis. But it has not been fully proved. And this direction is also helpful to him. So after thinking about it, he still responded positively on Weibo and a certain website at the same time. If I can do it, I will do my best. Just after posting, Lin Shurqin's voice sounded in the headset. Haha. You really have to start preparing. The fruit is starting to work hard. What? You are very popular here. They are using you to divert attention. You see, the popularity of PUBG and prove the Riemann hypothesis will last for a long time. Good guy. But this method of diverting attention with the help of the entertainment industry was originally developed in the West. And they are the ancestors of this aspect. Although the fruit market is in a state of panic at the moment, the handling methods are still well organized. Even after a 6% drop on the first day, it rebounded slightly by 0.3% on the second day. After all, fruits are at their peak these days. And the halo of opening the era of smartphones and launching epic-making fruit machines is still firmly on her head. Lin Shurqin is steady. Otherwise she would have suffered a loss the next day. If they are willing to be good people and help us promote, let them do it. You are right. They have contributed to forcing other manufacturers to upgrade their systems and let us eat up the stock. That's right. The boss is really clear about gratitude and resentment. In addition, Li Yao is ready to come here to complete the investment and build a factory. But Hengsan is still a bit difficult to start. TSK it's too ugly. For an investment we'll have to pay a lot of money. But I have found a very promising person. When the time comes, Li Yao or the boss should contact him, and it should be helpful. No hurry. For some traditional drugs, we can slowly start the procedures here. But I won't intervene. In fact, the boss can make a connection. It should be normal for pharmaceutical companies to ask mathematicians to help improve some experimental data and publish papers and journals. Didn't you also help Zhang Yuan improve some data? Well, it's not impossible. Let's wait for him to return to China. Although the internet is very popular about buying PUBG and proving the Riemann hypothesis, it has no effect on Wang Yi in reality. When you from next door actually brought a small stool and a small table to work here, I have to say that this guy is quite discerning in terms of vision. Uncle Zhang, the subsidiary company can be handled. Just use Yuzhong Media. You can go and handle the formalities when the time comes. Wang Yi said okay to Zhang Xiang. The legal officer. Okay, boss. Under Lin Shurqin's puppet-like manipulation, Zhang Xiang, the original little lawyer, has become much more stable. When the time comes, he will definitely take the lead in negotiating the acquisition of the small broken station. Thank you for your appreciation, boss. You don't know that those little bitches are thinking about you every day. As long as you hook your hand. Wake up. You are here to work, not to pimp. Wang Yi rolled his eyes at Wen Yu. He is not that kind of person. Don't say that in broad daylight. How can you slander someone's innocence? Chen Qian, take the employees, who have nothing to do, and go to the film and television city with me. Director Zhang should have a rehearsal today. Okay, boss. Assistant Chen Qian quickly selected a few people from the atmosphere group. And then a group of people followed Wang Yi out. Boss, my people will also go there. Won't you ask me to take them with you? And I know people there. I didn't expect that the boss and Director Zhang have such a good relationship. When you also spoke up. During the launch ceremony, it was actually a live broadcast of hundreds of stars, models, extras, and lucky fans. It was enough for the models to be present at the launch ceremony to shoot the real scene. The rehearsal was mainly for the field affairs. But since he brought it up, let's go and take a look. Okay. Call the people to come together. And the car. I have a bus here. Just in time. Wen Yu's previous business did often take a large group of people around. With business cars and buses. Now it just happened to be used. Which made Wang Yi think about whether he should get one himself. But it's just a 5-minute walk every day. And the car doesn't have much presence. On the bus, Wang Yi is naturally the well-deserved seat position. In order to grab the throne next to Wang Yi, the group of models can be said to have used all their T-art methods. Which is like watching a small palace drama. But in the end, Wang Yi pulled Wen Yu and Chen Qian to talk about work directly. Which disappointed the group of models. Chapter 93 On site. In a place in the film and television city that is dedicated to shooting war scenes, there are broken walls and pieces everywhere. And the scene is full of gunpowder smoke. At this time, in different areas, there are a large number of computer desks and computers scattered around. Many people are completing the work of pulling wires and debugging. Director Zhang Ming is indeed very famous. And it is easy to get such a team as a friendly sponsor. The computer was borrowed from an internet cafe that is about to open. And it also helps them advertise. Some stars are completely selling their faces and making cameos without pay. Of course, the popularity brought by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds itself is also one of the reasons why they agreed. It can greatly increase exposure and increase the popularity of some young game groups. As the male lead in Zhang Ming's crew this time, Lu Xun is responsible for the biggest star in the box office. So he will naturally participate. However, the busyness of the site in the early stage has nothing to do with him. At this time, he just stood by and lit a cigarette. And his assistant was holding an umbrella for him to block the sun that had little presence on the cloudy day. Bored Lu Xun saw the big guy Ma Dong who was busy moving things. So he waved to him. Big guy. Come over and have a chat. After Ma Dong finished moving a set of equipment, he saw that it was Lu Xun who called him. So he trotted over and greeted him with a smile. Brother Lu. Although he had a relationship with Wang Yi and Zhang Ming, had also greeted him. Ma Dong, who had been here for so many years, would definitely not be pampered and arrogant. And he still put himself in the right position. As a more eye-catching villain, Ma Dong had played against Lu Xun in several scenes. And the two sides also had some intersections. Originally, with Lu Xun's personality, he would not pay much attention to a character of Ma Dong's level. But after hearing the news of Zhang Ming's care, he still looked up to him. Of course, it was just a look of high regard. To be able to climb to this position, Lu Xun's own relationship is stronger. And there are many interest groups behind him, including the company. He belongs to the level that can learn from Zhang Ming to say low to others. An actor will certainly be suppressed by a director of the same level. But after reaching Lu Xun's status, he can suppress other directors of ordinary crews, except for big directors like Zhang Ming. It is common for him to temporarily modify the script and add scenes. Even if it is his own part, he does not read the script, but asks his assistant to read it beside him. This is the face. Otherwise, after working hard to climb to this position, is it just to be brothers with a group of extras? He is quite good at dealing with people. And he is also running around here. Lu Xun looked at Ma Dong and his expression was very relaxed. Because Ma Dong's image would definitely not pose any threat to him, no matter how big his background is. It is impossible. When acting opposite him, the other party is also not bad. There is no interest relationship, and the other party also has some background, so they can naturally talk. Hey, such a big guy. You have to do something. Ma Dong's seemingly careless answer. But in fact, he has already chosen his words carefully. He knows that this big star has a bad temper, and is worried about saying the wrong thing and offending him. This is his way of survival. Yeah. I don't know what kind of food he ate to look like this. You know, playing a villain is really hard to do. Oh, by the way, I still don't know why Director Zhang took care of you. What's the connection? I can't even find out. Although Lu Xun likes to act like a big shot and is arrogant, he at least has his own principles. If it was Lu Xiuka, Lu Xun would not ask casually, in case he offended her and whispered in her ear. But this sensible big guy asked casually, which was definitely not a big deal. As long as this kind of person is not offended too much. It's actually nothing. They won't waste favors to ask the people behind the scenes for such a small matter. In fact, it's good to find out some information. This. Ma Dong didn't know how to answer this question for a while. This is not a question of confidentiality. But the way Wang Yi and Director Zhang met is indeed a bit mysterious. I know this. Xiao Lu. You haven't been to my place for a while. Right? What do you think of the last thing? But at this moment, another voice came from the side. A middle-aged man dressed well. Mr. Li. After seeing the visitor, Lu Xun put away some of his casualness and put out his cigarette. This guy has some power in the entertainment industry, and his family background is not bad. He occasionally invests in some movies. Although he can't compare with those big productions and big money sponsors, he is still worth dating. Lu Xun also knew the reason why he came to him this time. He had contacted him several times before. He wanted to use his name to set up a chain of restaurants. After hyping up and getting a few signature direct-operated stores, he would open franchises. After making a wave of money from franchises, he would find a way to list on the market. Lu Xun is of course interested in making money, but he thinks that this model is probably just to make a quick wave of money. The quality is probably average, which may affect his popularity and reputation in disguise. However, popularity and reputation are also valuable. If the money is in place, he will directly destroy himself and ban himself. In fact, this is the case. Being famous is just for a name and a profit. I'll think about it again. I'll contact you as soon as I make a decision. Lu Xun thinks that the money is not enough to buy his feathers. Okay. I'll wait for your good news. Mr. Li didn't come here for me this time. He must have taken a fancy to that big money sponsor. Lu Xun glanced at Mr. Li, with a half smile on his face. At most, the other party came here when he saw him and asked him about it. It was impossible for him to come here specially for him. How long have you been shooting in the film and television city? I want to get to know you. The company World Culture Entertainment game sounds like it will also enter the circle. More friends. More ways. Mr. Li laughed and admitted generously. The star he is looking for is not the only one. This time, he came here specially for the boss of the company World Culture Entertainment Games. Minecraft is selling well, and all the mobile phone stocks directly harvest a batch of beauty taxes. Now many people know that this company has a large cash flow. As for the cultural entertainment game company, the games on hand are being promoted. And I don't see where you have to spend money. Come here to attract some investment and buy some shares. It's great. You pay money. I work hard. And we make money together. The boss is also a scientist. Scientists are good, although they are smart. Their emotional intelligence is touching. In fact, they are easy to fool. In fact, let alone him, Lu Xun, and even the guests who came here for friendly guest appearances. Everyone wants to get to know him. The company brought entertainment, so it's normal to invest in 2 dramas. Right? Everyone likes a sponsor. Not to mention a sponsor with so much cash on hand, and with his own traffic. Helping to promote it will make money. However, the main owner has not arrived yet, and Mr. Li and Lu Xun are willing to cooperate, so they naturally chat with each other casually. Then Lu Xun thought of Mr. Li's previous words. By the way, Mr. Li knows the one behind the big guy? Ma Dong was right next to him, and he could only laugh dryly at this time. Compared with these two, he could only smile like the little assistant. I know. I met him last time at Xieji. He should be a young master. Master? Lu Xun's face was full of astonishment. No matter what he did, he didn't expect this result. Then he immediately thought of some occasional crew legends of the crew, and vaguely heard that something dirty happened some time ago. Could it be that this master was invited to solve the problem? After thinking of this, Lu Xun couldn't help but speechless. Master Lu Xun is familiar with him. He knows several of them, and even went to Southeast Asia to ask for help from the masters there. But he didn't really ask them for guidance, but just wanted to use their interpersonal relationships to help. Mr. Li is also an insider. Since he is a young master, he must be a rising star. For a moment, Lu Xun felt a little sorry. Many of those masters have beautiful actresses as lovers. Lu Xika is probably in this situation. It's a waste of a flower. But at this time, a bus drove directly into the film and television city and stopped nearby, which made several people look over. It's Wen Yu's company. Chapter 94 My Neighbor. It's that guy indeed. He's grown wings and has been very cocky lately. After hearing what Lu Xun said, Mr. Li said with a fake smile, which was obviously emotional. What? Did you ask him to introduce the beauty function? Uh-huh. Don't many mobile phones have this function now? Lu Xun understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. As a person in the entertainment industry, the beauty effect really shocked him. Luckily, he is not a pure traffic star and has become famous. Otherwise, if he has no characteristics in the future, it will be really difficult to compete. Recently, when you even refused the matchmaking from Shuang Wang, the mobile phone company that he went directly to, can be said to have a huge impact on his connections in the entertainment industry. You can imagine Lu Xun's situation when even those who don't have much social connections know about it. I can't use my phone to shoot a movie. I still need to process it. But there is no such function at present. This guy is so arrogant that he refuses to agree. Hey, he is so proud of himself after becoming famous. He doesn't know who he is. I don't know how Lao Wen taught him. You see, he will fall down sooner or later. Mr. Li has ruined several bad dramas. Otherwise, he would not have broken his promise to reject Chung Duojin. Now he finally sees the hope of a comeback. But in the end, he was cut off before he even tried. Now beauty filters are popular, even if they are optimized and thrown out. The effect is far worse than before. How can he not be emotional? Go and have a look. He may also come for this rehearsal. This guy is very good at hugging thighs. Lu Xun, and when you have no conflict. If he doesn't want to introduce beauty filters, then he doesn't want to. He will try to get close to him first. It would be great if he can help introduce him. There are so many people who want to get close to him here. If someone introduces him, the chances are obviously greater. Ma Dong didn't know whether to leave or not at this time. In the end, he followed him up with gritted teeth and followed the assistant with his own magic skills. Then the tall Ma Dong was somewhat stunned to see Wang Yi getting out of the car surrounded by a group of beautiful models. It reminded him of Wang Yi's words the day before yesterday that he would come to visit the set. But he didn't expect that he really came. And it was Yuzhong Media's car. Ma Dong has been here for so long. And he obviously knows a lot of people. He knows that Yuzhong Media is opened by the son of a boss who is similar to Mr. Li. Because he is good at selecting models, brainwashing and giving chicken soup. He has a group of high-quality models under his command. Occasionally, when they need beautiful women to play supporting roles, they will ask him for help. Recently, he has been very popular for a while because of the beauty issue. But he cut off his connection with the entertainment industry, which seems to have offended many people. After Ma Dong saw Wang Yi, Mr. Li and others naturally saw him soon after. After all, it was quite conspicuous to be surrounded by people. Mr. Li, who recognized Wang Yi, was also a little surprised. He turned back to look at Ma Dong and then said to Lu Xun, "This is the master I mentioned before. I didn't expect him to be so good at playing." Mr. Li's words surprised Lu Xun. He should have helped Director Zhang. It's normal for him to come here this time. I just don't know how he got together with Wen Yu. Big guy. Why don't you introduce the sponsor to each other when he arrives? It's good to have a new entry point. But at this moment, another shout came from not far away. "Brother Wen, you always make such a big show every time you go out. You don't seem to have kidney deficiency." "Oh, Master Wang." Turning around, it was Huang Hongtao. He was a second-generation person at the same level as Wen Yu. But unlike Wen Yu, he did not work alone. Instead, he slowly helped his father to invest and look for people. Relying on his young identity, it was easier for him to blend into some groups. This time, he also came to find Wen Yu after seeing Yu Zhong's bus. He had the same idea as Lu Xun and others. A big money bag with a lot of cash flow in hand. Everyone wants to get the first soup. This is the charm of money. However, compared to Mr. Li and others, Wang Hongtao has seen the amulet burning, and even refreshed his worldview. So he knew that Wang Yi was a real talent, and his attitude was much better. He left Wen Yu and greeted Wang Yi first. The title of master made the other people who got off the bus confused. Taking this opportunity, General Manager Li and Lu Zhen also came over. Xiaowen, Master Wang, Young Master Wen, Master, good fellow. They all call him Master. Wen Yu just nodded in response, and then looked at Wang Yi as if asking. Wang Yi looked at Ma Dong and smiled. Brother Ma, I'm here to visit the set. Where is Lu Xioka? The dead extra? Haha. Xioka is the third female lead. Don't keep calling her a dead extra. Seeing Wang Yi ignore the others and find him first, Ma Dong felt an inexplicable sense of importance in his heart. What cautiousness. What hesitation. Get out of here. And Wang Yi's words really made Lu Zhen and General Manager Li unhappy. Especially Lu Zhen. No matter how big a star he is, he took the initiative to greet you first. But you didn't even say a word back? Even the old masters he had met were not like this. And this big guy, he doesn't understand at all. Boss Wang, why didn't you contact me earlier? I'm really sorry for not meeting you from afar. When Director Zhang ran quickly and stretched out his hand and smiled when he was still 10 meters away from Wang Yi, all the dissatisfaction in Lu Zhen's heart was swept away and disappeared. Ma Dong, this big guy, actually looks handsome. And he can read people's expressions. He is very capable. Has good acting skills. And a unique image. He has great potential. For a while, Lu Zhen was used to playing big cards, and his hands were shaking when he almost said something. Master Wang. Boss Wang. This guy is really a big shot who can strike down the dimension. Are you kidding me? A great mathematician. A big boss. I was almost killed by you. But then Lu Zhen suddenly thought of something. And while Wang Yi and Director Zhang were chatting, he secretly took out his mobile phone and quickly checked Weibo. Well, the one about scientific ghost catching is still there. He is really a master. How could he have such a weird habit? Let alone Lu Zhen. Mr. Li and Wang Hongtao, who had met Wang Yi once before, were also confused. It turns out that we have already met the sponsor. Compared to Mr. Li's confusion at this time, Wang Hongtao was even more confused. He already believed in the master's ability to catch ghosts. But you have transformed yourself into a great mathematician? Big boss? Why did metaphysics and science suddenly combine for no apparent reason? Damn it! I felt like someone had torn his head in half. Lu Xioka, who was called by Director Zhang to greet the guests, was a little unhappy at first, and was a little dazed when she saw that it was Wang Yi. Although Director Zhang respected Ai very much the last time they met, he was far less exaggerated than this time, extending his hand so far in advance. Director Zhang, you are a famous director. Be more reserved. Also, when did Ai become a boss? Mr. Wang? Did he open a ghost-catching agency? Just when she was at a loss, Ma Dong came to her side and woke her up. Stupid. Haven't you noticed yet? Brother Wang. It's Master Yi, the boss of the World Culture Entertainment Games Company. Minecraft and the beauty software are from their company. Ah! The author of The Sheep is Ai. Ma Dong looked at Lu Xioka, who suddenly woke up, and was speechless after hearing her words. Good guy. You only think of this after talking so much about feelings? But it's pretty good. I hope it won't go bad. God knows how many times Ma Dong's heart beat after he realized it. It's too exaggerated. Such a big boss. A great scientist. Taught me how to do it. For a while, Ma Dong's mind was also a mess. And he only thought that he would write a biography after he retired. Called My Neighbor is a Great Scientist. Chapter 95 Live. Thank you for your hard work, Director Zhang. If there is any funding gap, just let me know. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Yi knew that Zhang Ming had put a lot of thought into it. He even shot a set of promotional videos before. And now Lin Shichin is completing the post-production. But the key is that the cost is quite low, with various sponsorships and friendly guest appearances. This definitely requires Zhang Ming to use his personal connections. I gave you enough before. Many people in the circle want to get to know you, Zhang Ming said with a smile. Ah? Are there academic circles here too? Wang Yi's question was silenced on the spot. And Mr. Li, who had been trying to come in with a shameless face, froze in place. Oh my god. If you talk to a big-name director like Zhang Ming like this, will you get beaten if you go there? Hey. Just kidding. It's my circle. Zhang Ming didn't care at all. Wang Yi had been talking to him in almost the same way since they met before. To be honest, Zhang Ming is not bad in terms of net worth. As a veteran director, he has a high influence. But he knows that his reputation is completely different from that of the other party. When Wang Yi was not rich, he kept a humble attitude. And now he will try his best to maintain it. Of course we have to give Director Zhang face. Let's go! Wang Yi has always been smiling. But because of a previous conversation with Zhang Ming, he directly isolated all the other people who wanted to get close to him. This made Lu Jun and Mr. Li focus their attention on Ma Dong. But before he could do anything, Wang Yi waved and said, Brother Ma, Sister Shuka, come together. Let's go to Xieji for lunch. It's already booked. Lu Xiuka came over and gave Wang Yi 2 punches. Okay. Ah Yi, you've kept it a secret from us. You didn't ask me. It seems that I told the truth. Seeing that Lu Xiuka didn't have any other big changes, Wang Yi also smiled. In fact, the peeping Tom Lin Shichin had also checked Lu Xiuka's situation. Although her family was not as rich as hers, she was also a small wealthy woman. For a girl with her personality, she had no concept of money after her family's material needs were fully met. So she had a bigger grudge against Yan Le Guyang. After all, it seemed that Wang Yi would not be short of money even with the title of master. This time Wang Yi came to visit the studio and confirm the rehearsal. He met a few people for Zhang Ming's sake, but just left contact information. Those who wanted to invest in the company. Those who wanted to ask for the company's money and whether to find financial management. All kinds of monsters and demons. When you have value in money, you don't need to do anything to attract many things to come closer. But Wang Yi just perfunctorily dealt with these. Except for the ones introduced by Zhang Ming. The others were sent to Qin Qian, the assistant, to block the knife. You are a legendary wizard. What kind of legend are you who want to come and share the food? Top companies like Penguin dare not mention investment anymore. And some random people also come out to say this and that. Which sounds funny. Maybe they think mathematicians are nerds and easy to fool. In general, Zhang Ming has designed this launch very well. And the rehearsal was done in one go. On the contrary, Zhang Ming was very interested in the live broadcast technology launched by Wang Yi. Live broadcast itself is not a big deal. There are many TV live broadcasts. But the principle of TV live broadcast is different from that of live broadcast through the internet. TV live broadcast is to collect, transcode and send it out. And the terminal receives and restores it. While online live broadcast can also complete interaction. Wang Yi's side looked obviously more simplified. Which made Zhang Ming, who was used to shooting, feel a little different and vaguely sensed another prospect. It's just a new communication algorithm. Nothing. Wang Yi was still very sure of Lin Shichin. After the live broadcast was successful, he took this to the small broken station to let them see that there was money in prospects. And it would be easier. Then the launch ceremony of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds came. And the time was 1 p.m. on Saturday. Originally, the popularity was suppressed by the beauty filter. And it rolled itself up. But it was reversed by the fruit operation and brought a momentum up by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to prove the Riemann hypothesis. In addition to the success of Minecraft itself, and the large amount of preheating and explanations about PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, there are more than a few interested players. Live broadcast directly on the official website. The number of people is rising steadily. And many people who don't play games are curious and want to watch it. If it weren't for the temporary expansion of the cloud server and Lin Shichin's own algorithm, it would definitely not be able to handle this number. Some interested people and industry insiders gradually found something wrong. There are so many people. And you can watch it on your mobile phone. In addition, the live broadcast has added barrage and evaluation functions, as well as some interactive small gifts. Although these small gifts are free, they are sent every few seconds. But they also see some prospects in them. In particular, some companies that have been sharpening their knives and preparing to enter the live broadcast business have completed several rounds of financing and are waiting for the 4G spring breeze. Their faces changed after seeing this scene. Damn! You have played with a 3G network? Strong rivals. For a while. Baby Shark, UU platform and other platforms with ideas all felt bitter. If it was any other company, forget it. With the capital behind them, they really dared to compete. But what about this thing with the magic-free halo? The penguins have all shrunk. They can only compete normally in business. Fortunately, 4G is about to become popular. If they rely on capital and burn money, they can start later. In fact, UU platform has now opened a live broadcast business. relying on the initial voice live broadcast to camera and screen live broadcast. But there is no mobile terminal, and there is no monetization ability. It has not yet entered commercialization. This live broadcast, just showing up, is enough for many interested people to discover the problems and business opportunities. A lot of capital wants to wave money to inject capital, but looking at the beauty tax that the other party has harvested before, they feel a little speechless. How can there be someone who can eat alone in this world? But this guy from Timo seems to be able to do it. At least this kind of small fight of taking advantage of others is fine. And no one dares to say it's not right. It's still not very daring to do obvious things that trip others up. At least not in terms of current interests. As the live broadcast began, the first thing was an explanation of the rules of the game. The opening credits were shot with real-life special effects, with several celebrities parachuting into forests, deserts, ruins, and other places. When they landed, they were empty-handed. Then, they looked for equipment nearby. The real people appeared, and the first and third perspectives were switched from time to time. The surreal special effects created by Lin Shurchin herself. The cracked lips, the shaking of running, the trembling of breathing, the detailed texture of the soil and trees, the excitement of close-range bullets, and the close-up playback of the picture of being shot in the head by a long-range bullet when fully armed to the target area. A short 5-minute opening credits brought a visual feast. Immersive. In addition, Wang Yi also incorporated a war song of the orcs into the opening credits. The excitement of the blood boiling made the audience in front of the screen almost scream. The opening credits ended, and the number of live broadcasts reached 10.5 million. This was the wild period of live broadcasts, when it had not yet become popular. Chapter 96 Perfect First Release. Mr. Wang, if you enter the film and television industry, I'm afraid no one can stop you. Zhang Ming looked at the special effects of the opening, and his expression was a little subtle. Is this something I shot? How come I didn't know? He made this opening a long time ago, and it wasn't long anyway. He also said that he would introduce a special effects company to do it. But Wang Yi took it over to process it himself, and it was only now completed. I didn't expect it to be such an effect. The special effects were found by a foreign company, and the effect is good. Wang Yi's words also gave Zhang Ming an idea, and he smiled and said, introduce it. It's been prepared a long time ago. Here, this is the information. I know that you filmmakers can't resist the temptation, but it's very expensive. Special effects are not expensive. Such a good effect is worth it no matter how expensive it is. As the opening appeared, the official up of the world company of the small broken station soon released a video and synchronized it to various promotional platforms, with the various screenshots of the tap water. The entire network was bloodbath for a while. The number of live broadcasts continued to rise. If you don't turn on the barrage screening function, you will definitely not be able to see the picture. Those who pay attention to other aspects, in addition to shocking special effects, music and live broadcast capabilities. Looking at the number of people who keep breaking the rules, my heart is also a little nervous. What kind of server is this? What kind of carrying capacity? No lag at all? Even the cloud server provider, Ari, has taken it seriously at this time. What the HL? Is our server so strong? Or did you find another cloud service company? Then the game officially started, and the live broadcast screen was immediately cut into 101 windows. Everyone can choose which angle to watch by themselves, and can also choose to follow the director's screen. And the search function is also thoughtful. You can choose a star, a model lady, or a player number. Smooth and smooth, without any lag. The players who live broadcast are all new to this game, and many like to use the first-person perspective. And the first-person perspective does have an immersive feeling in terms of the live broadcast effect. And the building models, vehicle models, etc. in it are more realistic. Under Lin Shurchin's optimization, now this low configuration can run quite well. The details, textures, and even the sounds and movements. The game can bring out an immersive feeling. If you choose the director's live broadcast, there will be some explanations at the same time, introducing some breakthroughs and innovations in the game. Top optimization. Perfect simulation of the real physical engine. Exquisite and beyond the single-player 3A screen. Synchronized sound. If someone wants to do some math in the game, it is completely fine. Guaranteed to be accurate. This is the game for mathematicians. The rules of the game are here, and the competition is to survive to the end. It can be said that it is human nature to survive. But many of the fans who are drawn by the lottery are old birds of FPS games. And they jumped out to fight. How to sweep goods. How to deliver express delivery. How to Voldemort. All kinds of prototypes have been vaguely formed in this live broadcast. Car accidents. Poisoning to death in the poison circle. Laolu stealing people and failing to hit. And being killed by the opponent in turn. And various scenes have emerged. It is hard to imagine that this is a live broadcast of the game's screen. There are so many interesting scenes in one game. I want this game. It opens the door to a new world. Haha. It's so interesting. The picture is so good. I feel it's not worse than the picture quality of Crysis. Oh my god. Can my computer handle it? It looks like the configuration is not high. Is it true? Don't talk about Crysis. The hardware killer. My computer is going to smoke. Isn't it said that this is an optimization technology? Optimization is not so exaggerated. Right? Anyway, no matter what everyone says, it still looks interesting. At least PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is the kind of game that people who don't play games can watch very enthusiastically. As the live broadcast ended, a Vertical Store Extra won the game with Voldemort. And Chen, on behalf of the company, came forward to reward him with 50,000 cash and a top-of-the-line computer. Then, the game was launched at the same time as the live broadcast ended. At the same time, a related promotional video appeared on a certain tube on the external network. Whether it was the opening credits or the selected highlights of the game, they attracted a lot of attention. The completely immersive special effects, forests, deserts, and ruins directly give people an unprecedented visual feast. They called it a film company that was delayed by the game. You should know that the origin of the byte PUBG to prove the Riemann hypothesis. Activity is abroad. And with the fruit company's efforts to divert attention, the popularity of PUBG abroad is also not low. The situation of proper publicity and the high quality of the game itself also led to a large number of purchases at the first time. After really getting in touch with this game, the delicate picture quality, the perfect optimization, the simulated physics engine, and the immersive feeling immediately caused a sensation. Other game manufacturers, who have been watching this game all the time, also felt unprecedented solemnity at this time. Minecraft relies on gameplay. What is the picture? Just pixel people. But the picture of PUBG of this level of quality can be optimized to this extent? What level of development effect is this? Mathematicians are amazing. Can mathematicians do whatever they want? The rapid rise of Minecraft is due to the fact that it is a free game. And it also has a novel gameplay. But in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, in addition to the novel gameplay, it also has perfect graphics, perfect optimization, and a perfect physics engine. It makes people want to play it. For a time, a wave of chicken-eating craze swept the world. In addition, the gameplay itself reduces the gap between some FPS masters and ordinary players, making it more friendly. Even some game rookies can play it with relish. One after another. They can't stop at all. In some game videos, the excitement and roar of players after eating a plate of chicken can really be felt through the screen. The difficulty of picking 1 out of 100 makes it possible to have a sense of accomplishment far beyond ordinary games when you can successfully eat chicken. Haha. Come on. Little trash. Die. The one who laughs last is the winner. Ha ha ha. The last one standing is the king. The game's first release was almost perfect. The sales volume on the day was 4.3 million copies. This is different from Minecraft, which requires payment. To achieve such an amazing sales volume on the same day is really a terrifying number. Although the continuous ability of PUBG to attract traffic will be reduced, it has such a good performance in the first release, and it is possible to break 30 million or even higher by the end of the year. There is a high probability that it will become the sales champion this year. Some manufacturers who were originally waiting for PUBG to be not very good, so that players can buy their own games to suppress Minecraft, can only curse in their hearts and make some congratulatory remarks. At the same time, many competitors began to find ways to study the plugins of this game. This kind of competitive game is most afraid of plugins. Once the plugin environment is flooded and there is a problem, the subsequent sales will definitely fall sharply. However, Wangi did not care about these secret means at all. He just notified Lin Shurchin to prepare some internet cafe cooperation models, and then started to sponsor some competitions. When sponsoring competitions, taking advantage of the popularity of PUBG, you can also pull in some other sponsors and hold some small city cups and other events. Once the competitive attributes of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are developed, it will be no problem for it to become a popular game for all the people. Penguin, which was actively promoting PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, was now so angry that its mouth turned into a lemon. But with the lessons learned from the past, they could only continue to promote it with tears. If you can't beat them and can't copy them, then you can only join them. Soon, the Penguin representative took the initiative to come to the door, not talking about acquisitions, but cooperation. About cooperation in the game market. Penguin wanted to host some PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds events. Chapter 97 Pharmaceutical Factory. Wang Yi was not surprised by Penguin's cooperation. The current LOL competition has gradually taken shape. In January this year, LPL started its first game, and they have tasted the sweetness of it. The event itself is already a matter of influence, which is acceptable to the wealthy Penguin even if it pays for it. Wang Yi certainly would not refuse the hard work that comes to his door. At present, they are a giant in terms of traffic. As long as they don't do anything weird, there are many places for cooperation. Apart from other things, Penguin has indeed reached the extreme in terms of moving at the sound of the wind, which is fundamentally different from Ari. Wang Yi was even generous enough to just strip PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds out, symbolically gave Penguin 1% of the dividends, and implanted the Penguin Games logo. But in exchange, all Penguin channels must fully promote PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. You want face. I want substance. Everyone needs what they want. And only in this way can Penguin hold events more attentively. Spend money to earn shouting, which is equivalent to paying for advertising. Therefore, Wang Yi does not need to worry about the event anymore. Penguin has experience in this area and can make connections on its own, even abroad. Because the world competition of LOL is still in the process of exploration, PUBG can directly take advantage of it. Both sides got what they wanted, so they were naturally very happy. Then both sides completed the official announcement at the first time, expressing their cooperation. The heat of the game logo incident has not completely dissipated, and now the cooperation between the two sides has been expressed, which has also made many people speculate about various conspiracies of PY transactions. At the same time, many people also speculated that this was another concession by Penguin after the last time. After all, we have seen the strength of Penguin in promoting PUBG before, and its own games have never been so hard. The popularity of PUBG after its first release is no longer just in the gaming circle. The film and television industry is quite interested in the special effects display of the 5-minute promotional screen. After learning from Zhang Ming that it is a special effects company newly registered in the United States, there are indeed trial orders. Lin Shirqin follows the principle that she is free to do something, and will choose some work to do if it does not affect the task. In addition, the completely different exotic and passionate war song of the Orcs also caused a stir in the music circle. This is completely different from the songs Wang Yi made before. No, it should be said that it feels different from all the existing music styles on Earth. Vicissitudes, simplicity, heaviness, heroic, and passionate, compared with the film and television industry, which only went to special effects companies. After the game industry was hot, the music industry has set off a second wave of heat. Many musicians are emotional, and almost all of them have expressed their affirmation of this passionate war song. This is true both at home and abroad. Regardless of race or aesthetics, music has been used to connect everyone, which makes Wang Yi feel a little emotional and nostalgic. Many record companies have expressed their desire to cooperate and buy the copyright. However, Wang Yi, who is no longer short of music fees, has no intention of selling it again. We have already had initial contact with Bilibili. They are very positive about our recent popularity and the prospects of live streaming. So both parties are interested. But there are some differences in equity. They don't want us to acquire the full amount. They want to retain part of the equity and continue to maintain their own management. Wang Yi rolled his eyes when he heard this. Isn't this just looking for a sponsor? If it were some investment companies, they would be acceptable. But Wang Yi would not pay attention to these things if he wanted to use live streaming as a pilot. Continue to talk. In addition, Li Yao has returned and acquired a pharmaceutical factory of Glen for $35 million US. In fact, there are also generic drugs in China, but they are all after the patent protection period. There are domestic ones and foreign investments. It is not that knowing the formula is okay for generic drugs. You also have to come up with your own production process to maintain the consistency of the drugs. So the factory, equipment, technology, etc. also need to keep pace with the times. Foreign investment will of course be welcomed, regardless of the price issue. Local manufacturing is always more reliable than importing. This is the simple mentality of the Chinese people. The reason why Li Yao bought the pharmaceutical factory invested by Prussia is that there is a good laboratory here. And some more advanced new equipment has been customized. So fast? Well, we have already negotiated with the parent company. This time, I came here to take over and complete the connection with the boss. Li Yao will contact the boss formally in the form of a cooperation invitation. Lin Shurqin explained the situation. The purpose of Li Yao's coming to China this time was to ask Wang Yi for cooperation, even to build a factory. The reason for this is that he consulted a large number of mathematicians and got a consistent answer. If you want to solve mathematical problems, find Wang Yi. Even after buying the factory and expanding the laboratory, he also negotiated with the locals. If he couldn't invite them, he hoped that the locals could help to connect. And he got a positive answer. For this reason, he also found the Academy of Sciences and donated a sum of money, which was also similar. At that time, the Academy of Sciences will definitely ask Wang Yi, and then he will just agree to it. With these precautions, it is natural for Wang Yi to agree to cooperate. Wang Yi provided many simplified algorithms to help Zhang Yuan achieve a breakthrough. It's normal to ask a mathematician for help. Big boss, are you going out again? Lu Shuka's role has been completed, but director Zhang has booked her as the heroine in his next movie. Seeing Wang Yi carrying a suitcase out again, he couldn't help but mutter and ask, I wanted to invite you to the movies. I'm a scientific researcher. There's nothing I can do. Wang Yi shrugged as he looked at Lu Shioka mumbling over there. TSK. When normal people see you come out like this, who would have thought that you are a big boss worth over 1 billion? Lu Shioka looked up and down with a click of his tongue. Then why don't you hug your thighs quickly? What are you hugging? Let's go quickly. After saying that, Lu Shioka returned to her room. But when Wang Yi went downstairs, Lu Shioka's door opened again and handed Wang Yi a glass jar. I haven't thanked you for the last time about the stones. Here. Don't be disgusted. Wang Yi took it and saw that it was a can of homemade honey grapefruit tea with a big-headed frog sticker on the glass bottle. Thanks. Have a good trip. Wang Yi waved his hand while holding the bottle, and then went downstairs and left. Just as he went downstairs, Lin Shurqin's voice came from the headset. Hee. The girl has a good impression of you. But recently I hesitated after knowing your identity as a billionaire. Otherwise I would probably try to pursue you. The boss is really charming. It's a misunderstanding caused by the magic residue. But she is indeed a good girl. The darker you are, the more you yearn for light. There must be multiple factors in Li Yao's purchase of the factory, and convenience for Wang Yi is one of them. Although the high-speed rail is not open yet, there is a train in Shudian that directly reaches the destination, and the whole journey takes only 1 hour, which is much more convenient than taking a plane. After getting off the train, Wang Yi saw Li Yao greet him at the station with the face of Dr. Jess. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Yi looked at Li Yao and smiled. The right employees were assigned to the right positions. Li Yao was indeed a good operator. He worked almost 24 hours a day without any rest time. If there is a chance, I still have to help him find some new helpers. Chapter 98 Multi-Party Influence. The laboratory is good. Wang Yi came to the laboratory under the guidance of Jess. Although it is not a top laboratory, it has everything it should have. At least for Wang Yi. The current biological needs are barely enough. Not to mention that a batch of equipment has been ordered to upgrade and expand the laboratory specifications. However, due to the special nature of vaccinations, Wang Yi can't just make this thing here. This is a pharmaceutical factory, not a vaccination factory. And the functions are completely different. But the idea of giving Lu Shioka the stone last time can be used. In fact, gallstones are generally caused by bile being too concentrated and too saturated, resulting in the exudation of crystals, just like some saturated solution experiments in junior high school classes, which are slowly accumulated. So the stone has corresponding drugs. Currently, there are chenodeoxycholic acid, CDCA, and ursodeoxycholic acid, BCA, in clinical practice. The purpose is to reduce the bile concentration, so that it is unsaturated again and slowly dissolve the stones. In addition, the Chinese medicine Buplurum, Curcuma, and Centella asiatica, etc., which are composed of gallbladder-removing stone soup, also have similar effects. But the problem is that these existing stone-melting drugs have great defects, because the medication time is too long. Once the loose stones enter the common bile duct and even affect the pancreas, it will be really barbecue. Therefore, there is usually little option to use stone melting, and the harm of gallstones themselves is far less than the other effects of complications. And long-term medication itself will also cause certain damage and toxicity to the liver and kidneys. Therefore, if Wang Yi really wants to make a practical drug, it must form a short-term rapid dissolution without putting too much burden on the body, and resolve the battle within a few days. Even if the common bile duct is accidentally lost, it can be dissolved at a faster speed before it causes trouble. If this can really be done, in addition to curing gallstones, the judgment of gallbladder polyps can also be more intuitive and effective. Gallbladder polyps have a high chance of inducing cancer, but they are easily confused with crystallization. If the stone crystals can be melted quickly, they can naturally be eliminated in one fell swoop, thus making a clearer judgment. We can get some raw materials, use Chinese patent medicine, and also build a plantation to provide materials for ourselves. Wang Yi had made relevant predictions before. He had to use magic power to make medicine? How could he afford it? It must be the most practical to cooperate with the efficacy of the medicine itself and catalyze it by himself. It is not required to achieve the effect of Lu Xiaoka at the beginning, but at least it must be dissolved in a few days. No problem. I will arrange it now. Li Yao's execution ability is still unquestionable. But now that Wang Yi is here, he still asked, "Do you need me to help?" Li Yao himself has a soul, and Wang Yi can quickly become a good assistant as long as he injects some relevant knowledge. But this level of configuration is still not needed. It's okay. Just prepare the bones I want. They are all here. The freshest. This is the country. When the time comes, arrange Lin Shurqin's extension nearby, and these control rights will be given to her. Yes. Li Yao took Wang Yi to a pile of bones, all of which were cow bones. Anyway, it's just a decoration when it's not used. It's reasonable for a pharmaceutical company to use some skeletons as decorations. Right? Resurrection. Wang Yi came to the pile of fresh bones, and his eyes also bloomed with arcane brilliance. Some silver products beside him melted quickly and began to fly towards the skeletons. This time there is a new improvement. The silver itself will be transformed into a receiver to complete the signal reception and conversion functions, which is convenient for Lin Shurqin to perform remote air operations. It's equivalent to connecting to Wi-Fi. The bones quickly took shape under the traction of invisible forces, and finally formed 4 skeletons. I can inject the module myself, and then cooperate with Lin Shurqin's remote correction operation to help. It's enough. It's just right to try the characteristics of modern medicinal materials. I don't know if some localized special products can be made after integrating magic. However, modern biology is indeed still in a very embarrassing period. Although the sequence has been measured, the research on the function is still far away. Wang Yi doesn't dare to do anything to himself at all. Let's start with the basics. Wang Yi was immersed in his research again, while the short-term popularity of PUBG was completely crazy. The top-level picture under low configuration. This optimization ability even attracted the attention of many software and hardware colleagues. Damn! Can mathematicians be so awesome? It is conceivable that once this optimization method can be popularized, a wave of visual feasts will be ushered in immediately. In fact, it has always been the hardware that has limited the development of software. As long as the hardware is in place, the picture can be as fine as it can be. VR and other things have always been restricted by hardware. This undoubtedly opened the door to a new world. The biggest impact is of course the game manufacturers, especially those who are ambitious and have their own ideas. They are really looking for connections with Wang Yi all over the world. They even found Penguin through business, which made Penguin Group look confused. Why are you looking for me? I just put up a picture to promote myself. We really didn't participate in the development of this game. The strong publicity is a compensation for the previous failure. Regardless of these game companies, the game circle has also ushered in the annual feast, in the highly concentrated gathering place of Xiopa Station. The game area is completely dominated by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and Minecraft. And because there are various new tricks in each game, netizens also like to watch. In addition, the otaku dance-ups of Xiopa Station have also begun to use magic to defeat magic. Since the release of mobile phones with beauty software, they have begun to regain lost ground. In the boys' dormitory, Jiang Bo looked at the beautiful otaku dance-up in front of him, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Xiopa Station should still have our Xiopa Station style. Miue Jiang and others are still too exaggerated. In the past, he always said that he was single-minded. But now, he turned around and picked up the former goddess, who was abandoned like a rag. But at this moment, a pop-up window appeared on his QQ, and the friend had only one word. Eat? Eat. Go online. Then Jiang Bo gave up the goddess he had found again, and logged into PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. In fact, Jiang Bo didn't really like this kind of FPS game before. He still preferred to follow the latest episodes and play some text and picture games. The reason is that his FPS game skills are not good. But now PUBG has given him a completely different experience. As long as he survives well and grabs some key gun components in advance, he can also kill people and win others with guns. After eating chicken and feeling the sense of accomplishment, Jiang Bo was completely inflated, full of vigor and ambition, and pointed out the world. I called you and you didn't come. The roommate in the next bed also saw Jiang Bo's reaction of wearing headphones, and complained in a mutter. He was also playing PUBG with headphones. Shut up. However, Jiang Bo's attitude towards his roommate was extremely irritable. He directly scolded him, and made his roommate shut up immediately. However, after being a courier for several times, Jiang Bo still took off his headphones, and complained irritably. This headset is not good. There is no stereoscopic feeling. The direction of footsteps is unclear. The mouse is also the same. This keyboard does not match. After scratching his hair irritably, he got up and went out, heading straight to the computer city. Online shopping is too slow, so he bought it back on the spot. Coincidentally, after PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds became popular, due to good optimization measures, not many people changed their computers. But the sales of various computer peripherals increased sharply at one time. This made those equipment manufacturers a little confused. After the investigation found the purpose of the players, they immediately started expedited shipments. And some even contacted the World Company to obtain the right to use the game patterns and icons. The first batch of peripheral products appeared naturally, much faster than Minecraft. Chapter 99, the second Easter egg. Finally it's out. Not to mention that these drugs themselves do have some affinity for magic. Looking at the finished drug in front of him, Wang Yi knew that the plan was successful after drinking it himself. And since he started to deal with stones, he might as well come up with the one that dissolves kidney stones. But finished drugs are finished drugs. Let's not talk about the problems of approval. At that time, how to mass produce and how to mass produce the process are all to be considered. Wang Yi strengthened the efficacy of a total of 5 drugs, including curcuma and Centella asiatica, and achieved this effect by strengthening them in different proportions and degrees. The initial plan was to breed a batch of seeds by himself, and then start to rely on the increase in fertilizer input to achieve the original purpose of magic nourishment. It's a pity that Wang Yi estimated that these seeds would begin to degenerate after a few generations, and the effect would decrease. So the best way is to build a targeted magic array for the seed breeding plant. The good news is that the magic array for breeding seeds is not like the magic tower and magic pool that he is going to make. So a few tons of silver will be enough. For a quantity of just a few tons. It doesn't matter. Just buy it directly. Wang Yi designed the main components. And then Lin Shurqin completed the scraps and detailed drawings of some equipment. Soon the renderings appeared, which looked full of mechanical sense. And the patterns of the array itself were all hidden inside the breeding machine. After the design was completed, Li Yao was directly found. Match them according to these, and come to me to activate them after the construction is completed. I will leave first. You can leave the procedures here to the people here. And you can deal with other things first. Although it is a Chinese patent medicine and a traditional ancient recipe, it still takes several months to pass the review and test each period. So for Li Yao, who works 24 hours a day, he can leave as long as he is responsible for building the most core seed warehouse and completing the production of the instrument. Lin Shurqin can be responsible for remote control and supervision of the others. Understood? I will complete it as quickly as possible. Li Yao is now a cold machine that completes tasks. For a few small silver mines in Mexico, he took 5 cattle and horses to conquer a large area of land, and then established a security company in Mexico. He dared to set up a security company in such a place, and also defeated the gangs next to it. You can imagine how busy he was during this period. Dr. Jess ran around during the day, acquiring here and setting up factories there. And at night, he turned into Yalida and killed people without stopping for 24 hours. This period of time is the most relaxed period for him. After seeing Li Yao leave after receiving the order and start working non-stop, Wang Yi scratched his chin and said to Lin Shurqin, "Am I a little inhumane?" "No. We are ghosts." Lin Shurqin's faint voice made Wang Yi laugh dryly. But the emptiness after becoming a spirit body does require continuous work to achieve the satisfaction of self-worth. Boss, don't worry too much. I won't let the computing power utilization fall below 90%. Lin Shurqin then smiled and comforted Wang Yi. By the way, The little broken station is almost done. Ah? Wang Yi didn't expect that when he was busy researching drugs, the small broken station would compromise. I asked Zhang Xiang to take the legal team there. They have a lot of videos about our game. Isn't this to help us promote? But isn't it enough to threaten them? Now there is no need to promote here. You are so bad. Learn from the boss. But then Wang Yi found another point and said suspiciously, legal team? When did you have a team? Zhang Xiang ran around alone without momentum. So he hired some young new lawyers to support the scene. Okay. As long as you are happy. Wang Yi looked at the current game sales before. Minecraft has accumulated to 11 million and is still rising steadily. But PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has reached 28 million copies worldwide. When this terrifying number appeared, all game manufacturers were silenced. It can be said that the game circle is now being slaughtered by these two games. At the price of 98 yuan per copy. After deducting the ST platform share, there is already a revenue of 2 billion, which is equivalent to 300 to 400 million US dollars. But the game has only been online for a month, and it has already gone completely viral. There are even companies like Coca-Cola and Pepsi seeking to place ads in the game. For example, at some billboards in the scene, the beauty tax has taxed a wave of inventory, and this has quickly attracted a wave of money. Wang Yi can definitely be said to be rich now. I don't know how many parties who want to get this money in a roundabout way have been blocked by Lin Shurqin. With the blessing of Wang Yi's magic-free halo, he can be fearless of any abnormal means in China. And from the visual feast of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, as well as the perfect optimization and physics engine, we can also see the technical content of it. So even if so many are sold, no one dares to take the slightest rhythm. This is a technical crush. Okay. Who dares to be presumptuous in front of such a thing? But it's not all good news. There is also some bad news. Beauty tax? Wang Yi said nonchalantly. In fact, the main goal of the beauty software itself has been achieved. Money is a bonus. Being sponsored by Fruit Machine, I harvested a batch of inventory and made a small profit by short selling. It was a pleasant surprise. Indeed, at present, Sixing and LG have said that beauty software has appeared in their country. Our charges are too expensive and they are ready to replace it. In addition, Fruit Machine's system has finally been updated and there is no mistake this time. What about domestic ones? Except for Hanwei, other manufacturers took the initiative to ask us what we think of Sixing. If there is no action, they can only make the same choice. It must be said that domestic manufacturers still care about Wang Yi's opinions. There is no way to be single like Sixing. Then has anyone discovered your second Easter egg? Not yet. Are you going to announce it now? Wait. Isn't Fruit Machine going to release a new 5S model? Come then. And slap them in the face. The slap should be louder. What about the legal affairs? Do you want to set up an international legal department to deal with them? No need. Anyway, the big head has been eaten. Just domestic. Set up a legal department to sue you in your territory? Isn't this a thankless task? Perhaps using the channels of Li Yao and Lu Te will be effective. But Wang Yi doesn't want to be too involved with Li Yao's companies. Appropriate open cooperation is fine. He is a great mathematician. So forget about legal affairs. However, if I don't go to your territory, can I not deal with it? I have my alma mater. It's actually very difficult to drive the fruit away. But they definitely pay the fines as soon as possible. But 4 stars has no benefit here. And they are not good at eating. They are just making money. So there is a chance to drive them away. After these two take action, domestic mobile phone manufacturers should also know how to choose. In fact, the fee chosen by Wang Yi is non-expensive. Much cheaper than Qualcomm. But capital is never satisfied. Chapter 100. My face hurts a bit. In a travel agency, several salesmen were chatting nearby. A neat and tidy young man in his early 20s was casually fiddling with the Fruit 5S that he had just bought when it was launched. The phone was not in a phone case, but the phone brand was exposed from time to time. During this casual chat, they naturally tended to talk about the latest mobile phones. The young man looked at a beautiful and heroic female colleague in front of him and asked directly, Xiaoping, didn't you use 4S before? Why did you change to Hanwei? I bought it when Hanwei's beauty was updated last time. And I gave 4S to my mother. The beautiful colleague he called Xiaoping said nonchalantly. In fact, for her who has good conditions, the demand for beauty is far less. But girls all love beauty. And of course they will choose it if they can look better. Ah? Can't Hanwei be fully refunded? Fruit said it will upgrade the system. The man fiddling with his 5S said with some surprise. I tried it. It's pretty good. And the price is cheap. I've already transferred all the information. So I'm too lazy to change it. Xiaobing said it was cheap, which made the other party not know how to answer for a while. Fortunately, there was another female colleague next to her who had a few freckles and looked very lively. Gongzi. Is this the latest model? It's 5 or 6,000. Right? It's okay. 64G. 6,888. I got it myself. And didn't ask scalpers to raise the price. Gongzi smiled casually when he found that someone was finally talking about this. Oh my god. It's already 7,000. The fruit is really robbing money. Another older male colleague next to him was also surprised. It's okay that the mobile phone can't be used. His one that costs just over 1,000 is pretty good. And it's also a smartphone. Only Xiaobing followed with a perfunctory laugh and rolled her eyes secretly. She knew exactly what Gongzi was thinking. But she was too lazy to say it. When the iPhone was first released, I bought one, and it was really good to use. But after using the Hanwei, I found that the phone was much cheaper, and it was not bad to use. The price of the iPhone was too high for my salary. So I didn't want to change it. Gongzi's performance was similar to mine. And he bought a phone worth 7,000 yuan. Which was really a big investment. You know what? This iPhone is different. Android phones are all counterfeit. And the best thing about iPhone is the system. You don't need to jailbreak. I didn't understand the iPhone before. Gongzi then started to talk non-stop. This Android phone will get stuck after using it for a long time. The system is not as good as the iPhone. You seem to have lost several customers when your phone became a brick last time. Xiaoping said something out of the blue, poking Gongzi's trachea, almost making him choke. Upgrading is always likely to cause problems. I upgraded too quickly after all. I should have waited to see other people's reactions. They also reimbursed my account for $20, which is more than $100. It almost made up for the loss. And that machine is an old model after all. And it may not be compatible with the new system. I changed it to a new one to avoid trouble. Oh my god. Gongzi has brought it up on his new phone again. This made Xiaobing speechless, and she started to browse Weibo. As a result, she found that she couldn't escape the news about the fruit machine when browsing Weibo. She stared at it for a long time. Then, when Gongzi demonstrated Siri's voice function again, he turned over his phone screen and said, World Company warns Fruit, 4-star, and LG not to use their products illegally. They will use legal weapons to sue these companies. This made Gongzi choke again. Looking back, he saw that the official Weibo of World really said this. And Master Yi also forwarded it. So he couldn't help but say angrily, Come on. Master Yi is too jumpy. He just does mathematics. But he makes such a small software by himself. What is Fruit? Company? The company that pioneered a new era of smartphones. The last time there was a serious bug, the stock price fell a little on the same day. Such strong R&D capabilities need to be stolen. He is just trying to hype it up. But Xiaobing then said, What you said makes some sense. But after I went back and compared it with the original 4S, I can't say that the beauty function is very similar. I can only say that it is exactly the same. If you want beauty, it must be the same. Just like we all use the Xinhua dictionary when we talk. Gongzi continued to argue. And Xiaobing shrugged his shoulders. You won. I can't argue. Then Gongzi quickly turned over some responses and said, Look, Fruit and 4 stars have said that they no longer use the beauty filter of the world. If the world slanders their reputation again, they will sue. Haha. It's a hitch. Master Yi is really confused. It's fine if he shows off in China. But he dares to touch foreign technology companies? But no one tolerates him. You have to be responsible for what you say and abide by the law. When he said this, the older male colleague was unhappy. How can you talk like that? He is a great scientist in our country. Don't always worship foreign things. Lao Lu. You are so old-fashioned. You should go out more often. You can't limit your horizons. You have to know how to reflect. Gongzi suddenly felt a sense of superiority. And the freckled girl also supported this point. But at this moment, Master Yi's Weibo account sent out a new dynamic again. In order to prevent counterfeiting, we arranged a little Easter egg. For example, if you adjust the beauty level to level 6 and then shoot the word world, there will be unexpected surprises. Looking at this dynamic, Xiaobing did not hesitate at the moment, and directly wrote the beautiful world on the white paper, and then adjusted her camera to shoot it. Then she saw that the word world in the picture directly evolved into the logo of the World Company. After doing all this, Xiaobing unfolded the A4 paper in front of Gongzi with an expressionless face. No words were spoken. The cold aura made Gongzi suffocate. I don't believe it. Fruit said it's useless. Looking at the World Company logo on the screen, Gongzi got all the remaining words stuck in his throat. What the H.L.? Uh-huh. It turns out that you bought parallel imports. Go back and defend your rights. After Xiaobing hummed twice, he returned to his workstation and hummed a tune happily. He was so happy. The war on the internet is almost the same. When 4 Stars and LG announced that they would no longer cooperate and use their own beauty filters, the official Weibo of World Company and Master Yi's account issued warnings at the same time. At that time, many Fruit fans, 4 Stars fans, and Foreign Moon Circle fans were crazy and accused World Company and Master Yi of not being able to afford to lose. After all, it was different from Wang Yi's response last time. This time he directly said that you infringed the rights and we are going to sue you. Do you have any evidence? You are so arrogant. Who do you think you are? You think you are great just because you made a few games. I don't know your last name. Are games the same as software? Apple can even make systems. It's just a small software. Why are you so proud? Do you know the significance of Apple? This is the beginning of a new era. If it's not Apple, who are you selling your beauty software to? Isn't the money you made before enough for you to show off? Especially the intermediary accounts such as studying in the beautiful country. Little D says beautiful. And free air. Which sees the opportunity to transfer these remarks and frantically promote Wang Yi on the internet. There are also many Apple fans on the internet. And the 4-star status in South Korea is even higher. Coupled with the recent terrible popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, it really attracted attention with the popularity. Chapter 101 Start paying attention. After the relevant remarks were exaggerated and transferred, the South Korean network immediately caused a very extreme reaction. The South Koreans are already quite sensitive, and this kind of remarks made them react strongly. Shit. We are ahead in special effects. 4-star is the world's top company, with patents far beyond your understanding. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Originally, I thought that Master Yi brought glory to US Asia. But now? Someone said before that his ancestors might be from our South Koreans. It seems that there is a question mark. Boycott Minecraft and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Let's put it one way and not boycott the game. It's really fun. However, compared with the online atmosphere in South Korea, other countries didn't think there was anything wrong. Because many people really think that this beauty software is exactly the same. And there are actually many people who hate Fruit. And they directly fought with Fruit fans. And it was a mess. Especially the players of Minecraft and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. They took the lead in launching the charge. With the official statements of Apple, 4-star, and LG. The heat was brought to the extreme. Even Apple's branch in China immediately posted their lawyer's letter on the announcement to show their toughness. But less than a minute after they posted the lawyer's letter, Master Yi's words were a slap in the face. When the staff member who posted the lawyer's letter tried it with his Apple phone, he did not wait for the leader to ask for instructions this time, and directly deleted all the relevant comments silently, and then reported to the leader as quickly as possible. The internet was directly blown up. Many Apple, 4-star, and LG users came forward to share their experiences and sent various photos and screenshots. Even some related verification videos have begun to appear on Xiapa Station, Moku, Madu, and Tiaba. Weibo and public accounts are also severely affected. Good guy. They keep saying that they have found a substitute, but it turns out that they can't replace you. Your substitute uses the logo of other people's competing products. Moreover, Wang Yi did not give them any time to prepare and react. He had already completed the evidence collection and preparation, and immediately went to the court to file a lawsuit. In addition, Wang Yi also contacted his alma mater to cry and complain. You see, they are bullying people. Then the official Weibo of the Academy of Sciences started to criticize people, just in case. I skipped it and filled it in your mind. This is a serious trampling on intellectual property rights and a serious infringement. We do not welcome such products. As soon as such harsh words came out, several companies immediately stopped. The fastest reaction was the Fruit company. It immediately apologized and said that it was deceived by the small company. After directly terminating the cooperation and countersuing the company, it also ran to the World Company to reach a settlement. Not only did it agree to this contract, but it also directly made up for the previous global Fruit machine beauty tax share. Knowing that this company was difficult to chew, Wang Yi stopped at the right time and generously accepted the apology. Then he proposed a small condition. which was that in the future, the software developed by the World Company itself would not have to pay fruit tax on the iOS system, and signed a relevant agreement, and also let Lin Shurqin ensure that the agreement would be a sure win in the United States. For the fruit company, the fruit tax is their foundation. Normally, they will not compromise. However, this also depends on the situation. For example, when the fruit company wanted to collect taxes on the shaking message function, it was forced back and finally reached a settlement. Now, how many software can a world company develop? At most, it is just some games. If they don't collect it, they don't collect it. It doesn't affect the overall situation. Anyway, it is emphasized that it can only be games developed by the world company itself. What acquisitions and skins are not allowed. After reaching this agreement, Wang Yi also agreed to the settlement. After all, he made a lot of money from the previous short-selling wave. Fruit forced other manufacturers to help. After paying the beauty tax, forget it. I have always been so kind-hearted. Hey. After the settlement with the fruit was reached, it made the 4 stars and LG next to it look. Huh? There is a play. Immediately, they followed suit and apologized, and then ran to settle. But the beauty tax of the batch of their previous inventory has been paid. Can you still not pay for the new machine? Are you using this to send beggars? Even if you have a kind heart, even if you are a compassionate Buddha, you will be furious at this little money. Let fruit go. Because there are so many domestic OEMs, and the two sides are deeply tied together. What kind of champion are you? 4-star? But now there is no rush to get this little money from them. Just drag it out and let consumers slowly see your true face. 4-star itself is also an Android phone, and the price is relatively expensive. Although it has some advantages in screen and its own technology, this advantage is far from being as unique as fruit. So as long as this lawsuit drags on, and then it is whipped from time to time, it is only a matter of time before 4-star and LG are driven out. Wang Yi only needs to open a trigger, and there are many friendly companies stabbing. South Korean network. Compared with the previous unanimous boycott of World Company and Master Yi, this time, it began to turn around, because it is really their own fault. However, most netizens still put the blame on the newly established software company, and 4-star itself has a stable hand. Besides, who said that Master Yi's ancestors might have our bloodline? Yes. An expert said that Master Yi's original surname was Wang, which is also our surname. It's very likely. This time the flood washed away the Dragon King temple. When will he come back to see it? This beauty technology is really amazing. Compared to ordinary people, the senior executives of 4-star, LG and Fruit are quite embarrassed. Are all the technical department shit-eaters? They couldn't find such an obvious logo? The head of the technical department of 4-star Group was also bitter when he heard this roar. It was you who asked us to complete the SH.L change within a month. Now the SH.L change has been successful. We also added some insignificant codes inside. But who would have thought that the other party's technology is so strong? Now they are dragging their feet. Their domestic mobile phone manufacturers will not let go of this opportunity. Great mathematician. Great. But what good can you get from jumping like this? You are still too young and don't understand the cruelty of the world. The fruit company also suffered similar criticism, and the technical department was still blamed. But compared to 4-stars who just talked about it, the fruit company understood the significance behind this technology better. If they can insert this logo, then it is entirely possible to slightly adjust the time. If they knew about the vulnerability in our iOS in advance, it is very likely that they did it on purpose. No need for evidence. They don't need this stuff at their level. If you think you did it, then you did it. And this software technology is really too strong. Don't forget, he is a computer major, and mathematics is just a side job. So no one knows how strong his level is. At present, all mathematicians have the highest evaluation of him. There are only so many top people in the world. Only mathematicians can understand mathematicians. Only the people in the last mathematics salon can see when he's back. But for others, the specific situation is a little unclear. Just like for poor students, the advanced mathematics in college is already a mystery. I don't know if you have paid attention to that game. The optimization level is simply epic-making. In that case, let's report Fabol. He is suspected of using technical means to crash our phones, causing huge losses. The economic and reputation losses are immeasurable, and there will be endless troubles. Boss, Wang Yi, who got off the train again and waited for a taxi at the station entrance, also responded to Lin Shurqin's words. Although you are a great mathematician, your importance will definitely increase after throwing out these software of mine. After all, you graduated with a major in computer science. You started to pay attention to me? Wang Yi knew that Lin Shurqin would not shoot without purpose. And she must have noticed something. Someone approached your relatives and learned about your situation. Well, there was a group before, but they were official personnel. This group is different. They sent information to overseas encrypted channels. It is likely that they are from the other party's intelligence department. Wang Yi chose mathematics to start. And he still started with games and applets to make his first pot of gold. The second pot is also prepared to go into biology and medicine. And he still uses a vest company, just to reduce the attention as much as possible. I just didn't expect that now that some scraps of software have been thrown out, they have begun to receive special attention. Although the level may not be very high, and it may not be to the extent of using any means and at any cost, it may bring some trouble. I suggest that the boss really solve the Riemann hypothesis as soon as possible to improve your global reputation. Although it will increase your halo again, the protective effect is temporarily greater than the side effects. Lin Shurqin made her own suggestion. The United States still needs to save some face now. Last time Zhang Yuan was arrested, evidence was fabricated. And Zhang Yuan himself was not well known. It is still a more sensitive profession and direction. If it is really an ugly move against someone with a high international reputation, they will not do so, but will comprehensively weigh the cost. At least, mathematicians in pure software fields should still be covered for the time being. Chapter 102 Position. If they have nothing to do, find them something to do. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Wang Yi had predicted it in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made these preparations. But he still underestimated the other party's narrow-mindedness. Lin Shurqin's proof of the Riemann hypothesis is indeed a direction. But although I have ideas and overclocking assistance, it is still not something that can be completed. In this case, let Li Yao attract some of their attention first. Just in time for Li Yao to be in China. Continue to acquire a qualified lens factory and lens factory, starting with glasses and cameras. Originally, some hardware equipment can be delayed. But since you have already set your sights on me, let you find something more important. Lenses are actually a very strange category. Mobile phone cameras and high-definition electronic devices cannot do without this thing. Spanning glasses, mobile phones, imaging, medical, satellites, lithography machines, laser weapons, from civilian to military, from low-end to high-end. Although the span between them is large, there is definitely no problem in going step by step. The key is that although this thing is a sensitive technology, it is just at the level that can attract and distract attention, but will not be immediately targeted or completely banned. Even at the beginning, they would want to seek cooperation. This itself is not the core interest of the United States. Nowadays, the strongest optical lens companies are all in Prussia. Although it is also the traditional sphere of influence of the United States, the importance of the godson is relatively just like that. The degree is just right. It can also be connected with its own pharmaceutical company. Lenses can also be used for medical equipment and glasses. I am a pharmaceutical company specializing in lenses, and then accidentally discovered new materials. Is this normal? Just when Lin Shurqin went to inform Li Yao, Wang Yi also waited for a taxi. When I got in the car, oh, it was the driver brother I had met twice. This is really fate. And the taxi driver looked at Wang Yi, and his face changed wildly. Why is it this kid again? I don't run the original route anymore. How can I still meet him? This guy is not clean. Hey, this young man. I suddenly feel a little unwell. Can you please change a car? I will reimburse your fare. As he said this, he took out a $20 bill tremblingly. Ah! Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw the driver was so scared. But it would be a headache for an ordinary person to encounter such a thing again and again. Forget it. Let him go. No need for money. Go to the hospital if you feel uncomfortable. Wang Yi got off the car and went directly to the taxi behind, which made the driver relieved. But the next moment, before starting, his car stereo made a rustling sound again, which was obviously different. But this time, there was no sound of talking inside. It just rustled and stopped. But even if it stopped, the driver didn't dare to start the car before waiting for the next step. So the horn sounded continuously behind. Don't scare people. It's pitiful, Wang Yi reminded Lin Shurqin. And Lin Shurqin, who was about to continue to say something, stopped and muttered. Well, he got a bargain. He actually said I was a dirty thing. Good guy. If Wang Yi hadn't reminded him, this vengeful guy would still be thinking about it. And Wang Yi also quickly arrived at the company in another taxi. After getting off the taxi, he also felt that it would be nice to buy a car with a driver. In the past, he didn't have to run around for 5 minutes a day. Now, it would be quite troublesome to go to the laboratory occasionally without a car. I have already sent out the recruitment. I need a steady and experienced driver. As for the car, I will arrange Chen Qian to buy one. I will buy an employee bus. And then you can buy a nanny car. How about it? Okay. Whatever is comfortable. In fact, with the money in the company's account now, Cullinan, Maybach and other cars are no problem. But Wang Yi himself does not pursue these. Whatever is comfortable to sit on will come. And he is too lazy to choose a car. Anyway, when the time comes, I will hire a driver. Not drive myself. You can still use your phone to read a few papers while riding in the car. You can only open it yourself when it breaks down. Oh! Mr. Wang is back. Mr. Wang has become more handsome again. Now we are also Mr. Wang's employees. Please give us more advice in the future. Wang Yi came back and met a few little fairies next door. Each of them was coquettish. Now Yuzhong Media has been incorporated into the World Culture Entertainment Games Company and has become a subsidiary, mainly responsible for entertainment. When Yu's operation naturally attracted the full support of his group of models. Now even pigs can know that the world company is going to fly to the sky. At this time, being able to hold on to the thigh can only make people envy. Before, when you offended many people in the entertainment industry because of the beauty software, and even offended the Shuangwang group. Normally, it is difficult to move in the entertainment industry, and it is doomed. But the fact is that when Yuzhong was incorporated into the world and became a subsidiary, let alone when you, even the models' phones were blown up. All kinds of people want to get inside information. All kinds of people want to build relationships. After being surrounded and returned to the office, Wang Yi also touched his face. Is he so handsome? His facial features are definitely good-looking. But they are not the kind of handsomeness that can be felt at first glance. All of this is the charm brought by money. Domestic mobile phone companies have all started to renew their contracts. There are no other voices. At least in the field of beauty, we have a dominant position. As an assistant, Chen Qian also reported to Wang Yi about the work during this period. In fact, it was all directed by Lin Shurqin remotely. But no matter how remotely directed, it was very challenging to involve such a large business continuously. At least Chen Qian originally wanted to come here to live in retirement because of the good treatment and benefits of the company. Now she has also been rejuvenated. Zhang Xiang's legal team has its own momentum under the remote command of Lin Shurqin. The next issue is the connection of Xupa Station. Xupa Station is also a subsidiary of the company and is fully controlled by the company. At present, the management of Xupa Station has not been changed. You organize some people and take the financial staff to go there. The team will provide remote support. Wang Yi also arranged the next company tasks. Xupa Station is equivalent to a piece of the company's puzzle in video and live broadcast. With this position, it will be no problem to open up the era of short videos by relying on the advantages of algorithms. At that time, the small broken station itself can also be linked with short videos. In fact, don't think that the emergence of short videos will have an impact on the small broken station. But now the two sides have gradually become complementary to each other. Otherwise ByteDance will not still push Xigua video. And the positioning is still different. So although the acquisition of the small broken station also has a bit of personal pocket money intention, it is also good for the future. In fact, at present, there is no problem with the internal of the small broken station. It has ambitions, but also has its own hobbies and interests. Although there is also an uncle from a parallel space who has begun to enter the Central Plains. The abdication has not been completed. At this time, entering the market can ensure the original attributes of the small broken station to the greatest extent. As for the problem of losing money, it is actually not a big deal. You can use this as a position to capture many important places. And the lost money can be fed back in other ways. I support you. Chapter 103 The First Productive Force. Su Mao is the founder of Xupa Station. He is only in his 20s now. He founded Xupa Station with his keen sense of smell and his own love. However, he is still too young and lacks some corporate experience. So he is also actively looking for external forces. Chen Jie, who invested in Xupa Station 2 years ago, is the predecessor he currently relies on. Chen Jie is also a very capable person. Although he is only 10 years older than Su Mao, his resume is quite rich. He started as a code farmer and started his own business after leaving a certain mountain drug tyrant and created a certain SHL security. Later, it was acquired by a certain mountain drug tyrant and became a co-founder. At the same time, he also received a considerable amount of funds. With this money, he invested in Shupa Station and gave a lot of his own suggestions. After working hard outside for so long, Chen Jie is much better than Su Mao in terms of experience. Su Mao is also very convinced of this, so he is following his steps step by step. Originally, Chen Jie has gradually mastered the initiative of Shupa Station and is preparing to start paying attention to copyright and obtain a formal video license next year. Only after this can it be considered as having the qualifications and capital to go public. Relying on the stickiness of the small broken station for young people, he firmly believes that he can succeed and keeps working in this direction. However, just when everything has been slowly getting on track, the founder Su Mao's voice is gradually not as important as his uncle Chen Jie, and he is about to start formal commercialization. The acquisition invitation sent by the World Culture Entertainment game company really caught them off guard. But then Chen Jie went to learn about this World Culture Entertainment game company, but was surprised to find that the company's potential is amazing. And it was also founded by a young man in his early 20s, even younger than Su Mao. The key is that this young man has high academic achievements, a great mathematician, and has made various games, and even harvested the beauty tax of mobile phone manufacturers. Recently, there are quite a lot of hot videos related to the small broken station. Although the company does not have many products, they are all fine products. Chen Jie certainly knows the benefits of acquiring such a promising and potential company. But it is obvious that he is about to take over the power here and start commercialization next year. It makes him feel a little uncomfortable to come at this time. So I made some demands on the other party. I know you want to buy, but whether to sell or not is our own business. Although it is a company owned by a great mathematician, we can't force it to buy or sell. Right? You can buy it, but you have to agree to some of our conditions. Although Su Mao is the founder, he was completely convinced on this matter and acted in line with him. Even Chen Jie was still thinking in his heart that the man was very young and devoted himself to academics and creation. So he definitely didn't have the energy to care about human relations and company operations. If his proposal was successful, then maybe there would be a chance to continue to go to the parent company to take over in the future. That potential is much greater than that of the small broken station. Unfortunately, his beautiful idea didn't come out for long. And then, he was knocked down by Lin Shurqin's 3 axes. In fact, when Lin Shurqin talked to Wang Yi, she was still picking the light ones. When Zhang Xiang and his legal team came over, in addition to talking about games, they also brought up all the other video copyright issues in the small broken station. Moreover, the number of video clicks and playbacks is clear, which has exceeded the scope of so-called non-profit learning and sharing. If they really want to do it, they will be beaten to death. Lin Shurqin looked at him with laughter. But she would not be soft-hearted when she was ruthless. She personally killed that family at the beginning. Wraith, you really think you are doing charity? Put a knife on your neck directly, and put money in front of you and ask you to pay or be killed. Isn't this choice obvious? So the speed of compromise is also quite fast. As a newly acquired subsidiary, Wang Yi did not go to inspect it, but only asked Chen Qian to go on his behalf. This made Chen Jie and Su Mao both feel uncertain. Although the company was acquired and they got a lot of money, but they still thought about it and took the initiative to come to the world to meet the big boss. Why does this office building feel worse than ours? Su Mao stared at the office building in front of him in a daze, with some confusion in his eyes. In fact, Su Mao himself is relatively Buddhist. Now that he has received this sum of money, he has the idea of retirement. But Chen Jie is very motivated, and the small broken station is also his hard work. So he came with him. However, after coming here, he found that it was different from what he imagined. The decisiveness of the other party to pay money when it was acquired before, and the income that the two of them budgeted when they were bored. This is definitely a super technology company with terrible money-making ability. But when they arrived in front of it, they found. That's it? It was not until they went up that they found that this company was more shabby than expected. Although there are many beautiful model ladies next door, the world company itself is just a glass door, which looks like a half-dead Computer City second-floor shop. Are you here? Chen Qian also got up to entertain them after seeing the two people. The two must have made an appointment before coming here, and Chen Qian had visited the company before, so she was naturally familiar with them. After knocking on Wang Yi's office door and getting permission, she brought the two people in. Wang Yi also put down a paper on optical lenses in his hand, looked up at the few people and said, "Since you are here, let's arrange the tasks for this small broken station in the future." Wang Yi did not give the two people a chance to make suggestions or speak, and directly began to state his requirements as if he was arranging. If it can be done, then there is no need for him to change people. Now he is the uncle. As Wang Yi spoke, he also picked up his mobile phone to remotely turn off the lights in the office, and then put down the projector. The next task is actually very simple. A total of 3 steps. First, strengthen the ability to manage barrages and strengthen the basic base. This is the targeted software we developed. When the time comes, you will complete the implantation by yourself. The software screening can prevent the barrage from affecting the viewing. At the same time, it can also select the barrages that they are interested in according to the different habits of users, and add barrage replies, ads and other functions to enhance interactivity. This push algorithm is actually used in short videos, but Lin Shurqin first made a simple version, which is also quite good for barrages, without saying anything else. Just this one. The two people who wanted to say something were directly convinced. This is the technical crush. Can you also pick out the barrages you are interested in? Whether it is hostile or you like to watch. It is very likely to trigger interaction and reply to each other. The more barrages you send, the stronger the interaction may be. How can ordinary replies compare with the line? After the basic market is stabilized, we will start to try to open the live broadcast business. The head office will provide technical support. You can temporarily try to operate and promote it. If you do well, you can consider dividends and stocks. To put it bluntly, now is the trial period. Then the projection screen also briefly explained the technical advantages of live broadcasting. Unique signal compression capabilities, more convenient transmission, higher definition, and stronger interactive capabilities. And this function itself can also be applied to the video of the small broken station. Make the video consume less traffic, smoother, and clearer. Now is the late 3G era. And even after the 4G era is opened before the unlimited traffic package appears, it is still a luxury to watch videos directly with traffic. Generally, you will watch videos on your mobile phone after connecting to Wi-Fi. But now that this technology has been applied, it is undoubtedly that the competitiveness of the small broken station has reached the extreme among video websites. At least it has an unshakable position on the app side. As soon as these words came out, Chen Jia immediately had a lot of wonderful ideas in his mind. It seems that it is inevitable for the small broken station to add more areas. In addition to not losing the traditional advantages, some other video areas can also be added. Damn! What kind of magical operation is this? Is the technical crushing so simple and unpretentious? It is really violent and unsolvable. A real dimensionality reduction attack. Many restrictions and problems are solved. Information compression is actually a very profound subject. It is necessary to keep the minimum amount and ensure that it is not distorted when restored. Take the most familiar and classic example. Super Mario. Super Mario with 32 levels is only 64K. What is the concept of 64K? Pure text records can't even read a few chapters of the TXT version of the novel. But a 32-level classic game was made. The game almost uses the things that can be repeated to the extreme, without wasting a bit. Lin Shurqin optimized the video compression to the extreme, and ensured that it would remain high definition after being restored without distortion. Chen Jia was originally a code farmer, and his skills were quite good. He knew the horror of this. If the acquisition was like being put on the neck. Now it is completely convinced. With this kind of technology, people can just start a new business, which is just a little slower. This is an unsolvable crushing in technology. Acquiring a small broken station is also a disguised fulfillment. Chapter 104 Lost Data. The crushing of the technical side made the two guys who came here to ask for something completely convinced. Otherwise, why do we say that technology is the primary productive force? This is it. The third step is to open up a new platform business after stabilization, which can be called music short video. It will cooperate with a push program similar to the previous search barrage to complete the user's video selection push. Like slow hand? Chen Jia's sense of smell is still very sharp. Now slow hand is changed from GIF sharing to short video. Before it became popular, it has been noticed by Chen Jia. It's about the same. The push is more accurate and the soundtrack is more diverse. This can also use information compression technology. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee that slow hand will beg for mercy on his knees. Chen Jia is full of confidence. He knows that now is the exam. As long as he can hand in a satisfactory answer sheet, he will still be successful. This prospect is quite bright. Even brighter than before. Our company has its own technical team. When the time comes, let Qinqian share an app with you. If you have any difficulties, you can always find the team. Then, you will find that this is indeed an opportunity for you. Wang Yi glanced at Qinqian, who was full of excitement. In fact, with Lin Shurqin here, it doesn't matter if we continue to select tool people. At the very least, it is easier for Su Mao, the Buddhist founder, to arrange. However, if a company is full of such puppets, it seems to look too weird. So it is actually quite good to have Wen Yu and Chen Jie jumping around in unimportant subsidiaries. It doesn't matter if they have ambitions. Ambition also has motivation. Anyway, there is no need to worry about moths. If they don't listen, they will be replaced. I saw a completely different prospect from before. And I saw the dimensionality reduction attack on the technical side. This also revived the motivation of Su Mao and Chen Jie. The technology is ready. And with Lin Shurqin's remote technical guidance, the upgrade of the small broken station is also very fast. At least the optimization of barrage and information compression have been improved first. And for this, they also made a special official announcement. Era-changing compression technology. You can watch videos even with data traffic. For this reason, the small broken station also held a big event like a New Year's festival, specifically talking about the newly launched functions. Originally, after the small broken station was acquired by the World Company, some users were still a little worried. But after seeing the actions and improvements, they had no other thoughts except wow. Just the first step has made users, and even the majority of stupid netizens, feel the shock of technology. Oh my god. Who said before that making games would cause trouble? Are mathematicians really that scary? I used to vomit blood if I accidentally played a video when I wanted data traffic. But this small broken station can really do it. Technology changes life. The optimization of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds made my scalp explode. So I actually think this is natural? A technology company disguised as an entertainment game company? Is it afraid of being sanctioned? Although this was a joke, it was unexpectedly said to the point. And the key is that this post was deleted not long after. However, this episode did not affect the popularity brought by the small broken station at this time. Nowadays, the majority of video users are still concentrated under Kuaishou and Penguin. The traffic of Shupa Station is only 1/30th of that of a certain cool. But its advantage is that it has high viscosity and many young users. A certain cool has now been listed in the United States, with a market value of $3 billion. However, after the official announcement of Shupa Station, the stock market on the other side of the ocean almost fell in response. In fact, when the world acquired Shupa Station, the stock price of a certain cool began to fall. But it was still within the normal range. Good guy. The new technology here was instantly surrounded and killed by short sellers. Let a certain cool issue various announcements one after another to stabilize the morale of the army. But obviously this kind of technical suppression cannot be solved by a few announcements. Compared with a certain cool, Penguin Video has more bachelors. And it just lay flat directly. And even sent an official microblog to congratulate the technological innovation and hope that there will be possible cooperation in the future. Anyway, it's not the first time. And it's already familiar. Moreover, for Penguin, all he wants is the ecology. Penguin Video doesn't make money, which is actually not a problem. Penguin is a well-known copyright collector. For those who like to watch TV series on the computer, the several innovations of the small broken station are not really a big deal. There are still many people watching on the PC. Anyway, the posture has been set. It depends on what you want to do. While the popularity of the small broken station has just started because of the first step, Wang Yi received a call directly from his alma mater. Professor Wang. Academicianly. You are too polite. Just call me Xiao Wang or Ai. Then I will take advantage of my age. Ai. Have you been free to go back to your alma mater recently? Give a speech? If you are willing to give a speech, it would be better. But there are other things. My alma mater has an appointment. Of course I am free. I am free on Thursday and Friday this week. Which day is more convenient for you? Then let's go on Friday. We will arrange for Xiao Qian to pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yi also pondered for a moment. In fact, he roughly understood what was going on. It's not that I'm begging for alms because I have too much money. The Academy of Sciences is rich enough that I don't need to ask for it. It shouldn't be any other honorary title. Note, in theory, some honorary titles should be arranged as soon as possible. But I don't know whether these are up to the mark or not. Just keep the title of honorary professor. Readers who think it should be given can add a new prefix to honorary professor on their own. In this case, the most likely reason is what the broken station recently announced. Before, whether it was beauty or games, they were actually all entertainment matters. No matter how much money you make, the impact is just like that. It doesn't matter. But even though the broken station hasn't started to make money yet, and is still losing money, this information compression technology has immediately attracted some relevant attention. In addition to video compression, what about drone bandwidth? What about satellite bandwidth? This technology can be used in all kinds of sensitive areas. But there is no doubt that once this technology is used in the military and is discovered, Wang Yi will be accused of all kinds of big hats. So you definitely can't sell it. But if you accidentally drop a hard drive outside and someone picks it up, it doesn't matter to us anyway, and we won't charge you a dime. So don't tarnish someone's innocence. Senior sister, you are more beautiful again. Wang Yi smiled at Qian Yayan, who came to pick him up, making the latter smile. Elbow, come with me. Your appointment time is not up yet. 2 hours later, Wang Yi arrived at a meeting room of the Academy of Sciences on time. In addition to the 2 professors from the Academy of Sciences, there were 3 ordinary-looking people with a dignified aura. Professor Wang, I'm sorry. Actually, we wanted to come here on our own initiative. But several comrades in charge of security refused, saying that it would be better for you to come back on the way back to school, so as not to be discovered by interested people. A professor from the School of Computer Science and Technology stood up and explained with a smile. This person is also the vice president of the school, so his but must be fine. In this regard, the Academy of Sciences is much better than Tsinghua and Peking University. It's okay. I understand. Actually, when academician Li called me, I roughly understood what was going on. Since there are only a few of you present, I will also lay it out. I will not conduct an open transaction, and there will be no connection. But our technology, in addition to the compression of image data, also has some other. Wang Yi got straight to the point. The fact that Wang Yi handed it over so easily, and did not even ask for any monetary or policy compensation, actually surprised everyone. Because their understanding of Wang Yi's side is that he is very purposeful, and not very interested in things without benefits. Don't be surprised. I like money, but I am more afraid of trouble. Now, my money is enough anyway. Originally, they were even prepared for Wang Yi to ask for a lot of money. Now, not only did he give it for free, but he also gave some other things, which really made several people a little overwhelmed. In fact, if Professor Wang is worried about safety, we can help. A seemingly ordinary man said after a moment of consideration. Technical master, or a genius who has produced these results at such a young age. It is not too cautious to approach him. Anyway, the general meaning is that as long as he doesn't leave, everything else is easy to say. Even my wife is fine. No, I never worry about domestic security. But I'm still young, and I want to go around and have a look. It's just my little willfulness. We understand. Thank you very much for this gift. And we also understand the professor's attitude. Professor, don't worry. We won't have any contact or connection on the surface. Being able to take out such a thing and give it away for free. The position is already very clear. And the rest of the people can do whatever they want. Just do it. Don't thank me. This is just the information I accidentally lost. I'm still looking for it. Chapter 105 Vest. Before the boss proves the Riemann hypothesis or Li Yao attracts attention, it is best not to go to the United States with your original identity for the time being, so as not to cause trouble. After Wang Yi came back, Lin Shiqin reminded him in a low voice. In fact, there is a tough way to crack Wang Yi being targeted. But this kind of violent confrontation itself is a lose-lose situation. It is not good for a mage to fight and kill all the time. I know. If I really want to go out, I will use another identity. As far as Wang Yi's current level of importance is concerned, it means that going directly to the United States may encounter some difficulties and troubles. And it may not even lead to arrest. However, there is a small probability of accidentally encountering a shooting incident. It's just that if a mathematician like him, who has proved the world's difficult problems, is shot in the United States, it will also bring shame to the United States. They will consider the cost of various options. In fact, the United States generally likes to choose those who are not well known, but have strong hands-on ability, so that the cost-effectiveness is the highest. Or it is like Alstom's executives, who can earn real money if they are arrested. allies will start arresting and extraditing him. Wang Yi's performance is not worth it. By the way, the third brother I mentioned before has a business trip to Southeast Asia recently. Do you need to find a chance to meet him? With his help, it is no problem to ensure the safety of some pharmaceutical factories. Southeast Asia? Johor? No. Siam. About when? Next month. Okay. Tell the company's employees that the company will have a team building next month. And the location is Siam. The product is selling well. Although it has little to do with this group of atmosphere groups. They are employees after all. Right? It is quite normal to organize a team building. After all, he is a young boss, and he must like excitement. However, Li Yao also needs to use the two identities. And even Li Yao is not enough. Wang Yi also needs a new vest. I have found a suitable new vest for the boss. He has no criminal record. Looks pretty good. And is not far away. What does he do? He specializes in helping people go abroad to work. The kind that never comes back. Then it's him. Shudian has the most comprehensive film and television city, where all kinds of movies can be filmed. Therefore, the most dense crowds are born here, probably to ensure that the crowds have no worries. Shudian itself has many electronics factories, which have been recruiting laborers for a long time. If the extras can't make it, they can go to the factory and provide one-stop service. The environment of the electronics factory is indeed hard to describe. There will always be people who are unwilling to go to the factory, or run away after entering. Either go back to their hometown directly, or continue to hang on half-dead. There are also some Sanha masters who play 3 days on the job. And there will always be frustrated people. If you add the blows such as lovelorn, illness, family changes, etc., it is easy for adults to collapse and fall. At this time, some people will specifically target such people. Although simple pyramid schemes can also deceive people nowadays. In fact, many of these people have been deceived by pyramid schemes and have some immunity due to experience. Besides, there is really not much money left to be squeezed out of them. But the banner of working abroad is still quite popular here. It is said that even washing dishes can earn 100,000 yuan a month. And after a few years, you can come back to buy a house, a car, and a wife. The descriptions like stories and fairy tales will naturally attract the attention of many people. The current frauds are not as rampant as in the future, and the vigilance is not so strong. Lu Chung is a professional broker who specializes in drawing overseas blueprints and finding various frustrated people. In a fly restaurant, Lu Chung kept greeting the men and women in front of him and said, "Eat, everyone. Don't look at the ordinary environment of this small shop. The taste is quite good. I like it here." Lu Chung actually looks gentle and fair. And he wears gold-rimmed glasses on his face. "Brother Lu, can you really make so much?" A man who looks honest is still a little hesitant. He has been cheated by MLM once. "Hey, otherwise where would I get the house, car and money? I actually only went out to work for a few years. And I was willing to contact you to help you because I saw that you were not doing well. But I still had to suffer in these years." Lu Chung started to use himself as an example again. "I'm not afraid of hardship. I'll go." Another young man made a decision immediately. "Isn't it just a few years away from home? He has nothing. So there's nothing to be cheated of. When I make money and come back, I'll see if you still have the same attitude." After saying that, he drank tons of beer. Yes, that's the kind of momentum you need. Lu Chung, who had experience, immediately understood that most of the things were done. And then he also picked up the wine glass and walked with them for a few. "Yes, there are 4 this time. And we can change some." But then he had to pee again, apologized to a few people, and went to the toilet. In this small restaurant, the toilets are all outside. But just when he was halfway there, a hand suddenly reached out from above and pressed his neck. After fainting, he directly pulled the man onto the roof of the flat building. And after a twist, he disappeared. There is no surveillance in this kind of place. And no one will pay attention. Not long after, a new Lu Chung came out of the twist again. It just so happens that this person often travels to Southeast Asia. And most of the time, he sneaks across the border without leaving any traces. Which is just right. Wang Yi said lightly after moving around for a while. As for that group of unlucky people, it's okay. Let them pay the bill, and they will leave with curses. Really. There is no such thing as a pie falling from the sky these days. The lesson of paying the bill is a lesson for you after collecting the new identity. Wang Yi returned to his residence. TSK, a billionaire living here. Some people may not believe it. In fact, the boss is just thinking about the famous beep, Lin Shirqin said with a smirk. Maybe? Wang Yi would not go to explain to Lin Shirqin. Yi came back so early today. Is the big boss so free? Lu Xiuke was also a little surprised to see Wang Yi coming back before the end of get-off work. Just got back from a business trip. And I can see you don't care about me at all. Why should I care about you? Lu Xiuke snorted. But then said, is the grapefruit tea good last time? It's okay. Quite sweet. I made some more. Give you a bottle. Hearing that it's delicious. Lu Xiuke happily went back and took out the jar with the big stupid bear stickers for Wang Yi. She's not as good as Ma Dong in cooking. And this is her only specialty. Have you finished filming? When will the premiere be? Then contribute to the box office. Haha. Don't worry. I'm the third female lead. And I'll take you there. Free of charge. Lu Xiuke said proudly. Okay. I'll remember it. It's also quite relaxing to have a beautiful girl full of energy to chat and talk occasionally. Instead of talking about driving like a voyeur like Lin Shirqin every day. Chapter 106 New Track. Li Yao's execution ability is beyond reproach. He acquired a lens factory and a lens factory at the fastest speed. It has to be said that the current cutting-edge optical lens technology is indeed mastered by foreign countries. Domestic lens factories can only earn hard-earned money. The largest profit value in the industry is in the hands of foreign cutting-edge lens factories. Therefore, if there is any disturbance in domestic factories, as long as they fail to keep up with the pace, they will be easily eliminated. Now the mobile phone business is booming, and lenses also need to keep pace with the times. And this time Li Yao chose a factory closer. Both factories are setting up stores, and they are adjacent factories. There are many electronic factories nearby, and it is normal to build them here for the original parts, materials, processes, precision. The demand is huge, and the pure technical side really can't handle it in a short time. Wang Yi, who was flipping through the thesis all night, summarized it by overclocking, and rubbed his forehead after releasing the overclocking. There are many kinds of optical materials according to different uses. There are many kinds of optical plastics alone. In addition, there are quartz, fluorite, resin, calcium fluoride, etc. Each material has its own specialty, and the requirements for the material itself and the manufacturing process are quite strict. If you really go the pure technology side, it will be really difficult to catch up. This is one of Prussia's specialty. However, Wang Yi finally stopped his sights on resin. Resins can be synthetic and natural. In fact, even if natural resin is used, it cannot be all natural resin. There must be subsequent processing. It can only be said that there are natural resin components. If you can cultivate a suitable magic affinity material, it is not impossible to take all. The essence of lens light transmission is actually a complex issue that needs to be discussed separately. According to the different wavelengths, electromagnetic waves can be divided into radio, microwave, infrared, visible light, ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma rays. Middle school knowledge can know that the so-called visible light is electromagnetic waves with a wavelength between 780 to 400 nanometers. It is actually very simple to explain the transparency of visible light. That is, the photons in the beam are neither reflected nor absorbed by the material. There is no free electron layer like metal, and the internal electron energy level must be as high as possible. Otherwise, if the electron energy level is not enough, or the photon carries too much energy, the electron will absorb the energy of the photon to complete the transition. At the same time, it is also necessary to ensure that the crystal structure of the substance itself will not bend like powder. This is also the principle of glass absorbing most ultraviolet rays. The ozone layer can absorb ultraviolet rays in the same way, because the energy level of ultraviolet rays exceeds the electron energy level of these two substances and cannot penetrate. However, this is only a normal situation. When the wavelength is shorter than 100 nanometers and enters the extreme ultraviolet stage, it has become ionizing radiation because the energy level is too high. Even the air can be ionized, such as X-rays below 10 nanometers, and even gamma rays with higher energy levels, because the energy level of X-rays is too high. The hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen that mainly constitute the human body will directly produce a photoelectric effect from the innermost electron K layer. And the high-density bones with calcium have different performances. So alternative penetrating imaging functions can appear in the medical field. If the irradiation dose is relatively large, it will pose a serious threat to health. As for gamma rays, They can even be directly absorbed by the atmosphere because they ionize the air. Unless a supernova sends us a huge dose. The abbreviation of extreme ultraviolet rays, which represents the boundary of ionizing radiation, is EUV. In other words, if in theory, the magic power is used to complete the charge locking of the material itself and perfectly guide the extreme ultraviolet rays, it is not impossible for Wang Yi to take a shortcut and use a simpler principle to make a lithography machine. A perfect lens can instantly reduce the overall difficulty. Although there are many other problems such as light source and photoresist, this is undoubtedly an extremely important step. You must know that the first EUV lithography machine will not be delivered until about 5 years later, and it is still in the laboratory stage. At present, it is still the traditional deep ultraviolet DUV technology, and the chip process is generally above 20 nanometers. The light source of deep ultraviolet DUV technology uses a 193 nanometers wavelength light source, while the extreme ultraviolet EUV uses a 13.5 nanometers light source. It can be said that the technology and structure are all subversive changes. Under normal technology, EUV lithography machines weigh over 180 tons and have over 100,000 parts. They need 3 planes to transport them, because extreme ultraviolet rays are too easily absorbed. They use Bragg reflectors to concentrate reflections. Multiple reflections will definitely cause losses, and the losses are quite large. There is probably about 4% left from the light source to the wafer. But I am a legendary wizard, so it is not too much to take a shortcut. Right? Of course, because of the energy level problem. Even if you cheat with magic, which is dark energy that can directly act on the inside of matter, there are still many difficulties and troubles to solve, and it cannot be done overnight. But this is definitely a direction. Anyway, start with ordinary glasses lenses and take your time. Let's see if you are faster or I am faster. The only trouble is that because it is best to use natural materials, the output may only increase slowly, and it will be a bit behind. Besides, the excuse of selecting the site in China is also very good. Well, only the climate here is suitable for this kind of tree. When the time comes, transplant a few trees out. Even if they die without magic power replenishment, they can still attract attention without being too much. Notify Li Yao to contract another economic forest. When the time comes, what to transplant will be determined after I make a test. Understood. The application for the greenhouse planting area of medicinal materials has been approved. He is quite efficient. How is the laboratory of the lens factory? I bought some second-hand equipment, and it is being transported here for installation. It will be ready for use in a few days. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi also nodded, moved his shoulders to sweep away some fatigue from staying up all night, and then went out to eat the breakfast prepared by Ma Dong. I have to say that he is indeed talented and can learn once he is taught. A chef who is delayed by his career as a supporting actor. Today's crab roe noodles are really delicious. Lu Xiuka sucked the noodles in with a slurp. He obviously ate a little more today. Haha. Crab roe noodles also have their own particularities. And Brother Wang taught me well. Brother Ma is very talented. Director Zhang will use the special effects introduced by us for his next movie. We will make you look more heroic and use a spatula as your weapon. Forget it. Ma Dong's forehead was dark. Just kidding. No one has bothered you recently, right? Wang Yi asked casually. Although he didn't meet many people at the launch ceremony, some people already knew that Ma Dong and Lu Xiuka were under his protection. It is possible that some people with other ideas would want to contact him through them. Yes, but it's only Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, and Lu Xun. For the entertainment industry, this kind of useful information that only they know will not be spread casually unless it is worthless. Now there are more rumors that Xiuka and I are protected by a master, Ma Dong said bluntly. As for whether the rumor of the master's protection was specially spread by Mr. Li and others, or by the crew, or by the young director and actor when we had dinner together, it is unclear. Anyway, everyone has their own purpose in doing things. Our company is about to launch a new project. If you don't have any idle baggage, maybe you can try it, Wang Yi suggested casually while feeling the aroma of crab roe exploding in his mouth. Hey, what idle baggage? Xiuka does have the potential to be popular. My limit is some special villains. Really? But my salary has increased. The next one is 600,000. Lu Xiuka touched her stomach and burped. Although she came from a good family and had never lacked anything since she was a child, she was still a little excited to earn the first 600,000 contract since she came out to work on her own. But she also knew that this was only possible with the help of Wang Yi. Otherwise she would probably be just a special actor. It's a live broadcast business I opened up after acquiring this small broken station. All kinds of live broadcasts are fine. You can even directly broadcast some interviews and filming scenes of extras in the film and television city. If director Jean allows it. You can also warm up your project at the same time. Generally, some crews like to keep secrets, and Wang Yi will not let them break the rules. However, it is also good to film the lives of some extras, and even encourage other extras to do live broadcasts to support the first batch of business. After all, a minor role is still a person in the circle. If he is smart enough to discover the potential of live streaming, he may jump out of the circle and find a track that suits him. At present, when live streaming just started, there is only income from gifts. If the traffic is large, he can take advertisements by himself. And Wang Yi will also invest some funds to support the plan. Of course, there is no such thing as a sky-high signing fee. He pays more attention to quantity rather than focusing on the top anchors. Maybe it will be better to concentrate on traffic to create stars. But this is not what he wants. Anyway, the money in China is not ready to be transferred out. And it is all pocket money. Naturally, it is according to his own wishes. In fact, Brother Ma, you can live broadcast your cooking and show others the other side of you as a villain. Ma Dong's image is actually very easy to remember. Although you can't call his name, you can know that he is a villain. As a result, this big and strong man can cook and ride a pink donkey. And the live broadcast effect is still there. Okay. Of course we believe in your vision. TSK. I feel like I'm still living in a dream now. My neighbor suddenly became a great scientist. The changes in the small broken station have caused quite a stir. And the number of app downloads has continued to increase. However, after all, the small broken station itself is still an area where young people gather. And those who like to chase and watch dramas have limited attention to it for the time being. After all, even if you chase dramas on mobile phones and tablets, you still use Wi-Fi. Even if the compression method is good, it will not change the habit for a while. In terms of market reaction, young users react faster after all. However, in the current environment, some changes have begun to appear for ordinary young people. And some have begun to change their habits of watching videos on buses and subways. Subsequently, the live broadcast module of this small broken station began to be officially launched. After obtaining the live broadcast rights of LOL from Penguin, the first batch of professional players who were selected began to appear. LOL and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Both are games with amazing live broadcast effects. With games as the guide, a new habit has begun to be brought. Chapter 107: The live broadcast era begins. Young people are always the most receptive to things. As for live broadcast, although UU also has it, the functionality and scale are still significantly different. And many of them are still about singing, with a small circle and audience. And there is no mobile terminal. This small broken station took the lead in throwing out the killer move of the game, signing contracts with professional players from various teams, allowing them to broadcast LOL matches in their spare time. Coupled with the recent popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, it immediately swept the gaming circle. Damn! Can it be played like this? So exciting. In fact, there are many game videos of LOL and the newly released PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But those wonderful videos after editing always feel that something is missing. It looks good, but it will be a bit boring after watching too many edited videos. It's different now. The players are directly broadcasting live. Just like a ball game. Even if the recorded broadcast is well edited, it doesn't have the taste of live broadcast. You should know that the first game of LPL only started to appear in January this year. And it also achieved unexpected results. The charm of esports competitions is gradually revealed. Although there were StarCraft and War 3 competitions in the past, they were relatively small in terms of influence due to the influence of the network environment at that time. Now, with the explosion of the internet, it has begun to show its true strength. Live broadcasting is undoubtedly a powerful tool to push esports to the top. In fact, when PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was first released, and the world showed its unparalleled live broadcasting strength on the official website, it was only a matter of time for those who were interested to enter the live broadcasting industry. Several live broadcasting companies that were eager to get started in the 4G era have just completed financing and have been hit hard. In fact, they are looking for ways to cooperate with the world company. After all, starting from scratch is much more troublesome than preparing for a long time like this. But no matter how hard you try, you never expected that the world would ignore them. After acquiring the small broken station, It directly opened a new function and ate alone. Are you kidding me? Eating alone is not fat. But even Penguin, who is used to intervening everywhere and investing everywhere, is lying down and watching from the side. And others are naturally powerless. Although they have found many relationships and channels, they were all blocked by Lin Shirqin and could not even see Wang Yi. Now that the small broken station has begun to expand, and after easily getting the live broadcast rights of LOL from Penguin, it can only watch with envy, watching the rapid explosion of the Esports Plus live broadcast model. Although at present, they have also found that the monetization ability is still limited. Who in the early stage of the internet does not burn money? The monetization ability is poor. So let's increase the traffic first. With traffic, there is potential. Fighting! Idiot. What's so good about lying down? You are not as good as me. Jiang Bo looked at the live broadcaster lying in the grass in front of him, and couldn't help but keep outputting crazily in the barrage. A game like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds takes a long time. If it is a Voldemort anchor, the viewing experience is really average. Unless there are some tricks. And his roommate next door is watching the LOL live broadcast very enthusiastically. After all, compared with the newly appeared PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, LOL has already started to have professional competitions. And these are all carefully selected professional players. When professional players are thrown into the ranking, they will naturally kill like crazy. And all kinds of operations are amazing, just showing off their skills. It's so exciting to watch. Jiang Bo turned off the live broadcast depressively and opened the game again. But after seeing that his friends were not online, he didn't want to play alone. So he could only open the home dance area to find some videos. But soon he found the highlight. Huh? Although the home dance-ups have not yet started live broadcasts, the former Meiyu Jiang and Shiro Jiang have started as soon as possible. This made Jiang Bo click through the portal involuntarily. Welcome Big Pineapple to the live broadcast room. This is Meiyu's live broadcast room. Please click the upper left corner to follow the new friends. The coquettish voice called her ID and asked for attention beautifully. This made Jiang Bo fall in love with her instantly. And he clicked the follow button with a smile and gave her a free gift. In the barbaric era when there is no interaction between anchors, chatting without doing anything can attract many people. Thank you for the gift from Big Pineapple. I love you. Good guy. A heart-shaped almost sent Jiang Bo away. She called my name and said she loved me? For a moment, Jiang Bo had the urge to change his ID to his own name. Then he started typing frantically. Meiyu. I love you too. This made Meiyu, who was live broadcasting next to Wang Yi's office, roll her eyes in her heart while smiling sweetly. It's really unlucky. I didn't think there was anything wrong with shooting videos before. But now it's really difficult to interact with them. But after all, she is a model. And she often plays some vase roles. She has learned high-level tea art without a teacher. Maybe her acting skills and filming are not good. But this is also a job in the bowl. Constantly greet the big brothers. Dance a dance to show off her figure from time to time. Sing a song. Etc. And the big brothers who have begun to send gifts have begun to appear. Although they are just some small gifts worth a few dollars. This is undoubtedly a breakthrough. Jiang Bo, who was relatively well off, gave away a few $1 buns and was immediately thanked and kissed. Some people even ordered a love song on the spot. For a while, this live broadcast opened up many channels. And some sensitive guys have already smelled the business opportunities. With traffic, at least the ads are stable. The live broadcast platform said that it allows anchors to accept ads. Anchors with less than a certain amount of traffic can accept ads for free. And those with more than a certain amount of traffic need to be charged a certain percentage. After all, it is the traffic attracted by the platform. So you have to pay for it. Right? In fact, the advertising effect of the official account has begun to manifest. The first batch of people who ate crabs have already made a lot of money. Whether it is writing soft articles or some hard ads. As long as your official account itself has traffic, you can generate wealth continuously. Now this live broadcast seems to be the same. Slowly, some small studios began to pour into it, bringing new vitality. In fact, with the help of the categories created by the previous life of letting 100 flowers bloom, the small broken station has already estimated several tracks and divided them. Although in order not to alert a certain competitor so quickly and want to accumulate more traffic first, Wang Yi has not yet come up with the live broadcast sales. But for now, the popularity is enough. Smarter anchors should know to choose some wild areas that they are good at in advance. However, There is no doubt that with the official announcement of the small broken station, after the promotion of multiple channels and platforms, the era of live broadcast has officially arrived. This live broadcast itself is complementary to many things, such as professional players. At the beginning, even if these internet addicts started to play professional games, their salaries were not high. Many of them were players who transferred from the previous Dota, such as a certain Meat Floss Pancake Devil. But after the live broadcast began to be linked with esports, the commercial value of these original internet addicts began to be reflected. Now it is not just a matter of playing games. Live broadcast itself is another way to make money. That is, now their original team and their agreement has not yet stipulated so rigidly, giving them the opportunity to live broadcast while they are in service. After the live broadcast era begins, live broadcast will inevitably be added to the contract in the future. And some players, who are good at technology and speak coquettishly, soon began to stand out in the live broadcast circle and gained higher popularity. Even if their own technology may not be the strongest, they are the most popular. Chapter 108 Technology is the basis. The car has been bought and modified. It looks quite comfortable. Maybe you can DIY some functions, such as making it easier for me to drive, Lin Shirchin said in Wang Yi's ear. At this time, Wang Yi was eating today's takeaway in the office. Raw marinated small squid. Soak the small squid in hot and sour sauce, and it will absorb it by itself. It tastes great after one bite. In addition, there are 2 arm-sized mantis shrimps. One raw and marinated, and the other roasted. Because the Great Knight's physique can ignore viruses, parasites, etc., Wang Yi can eat some risky delicious food at will. And poisonous mushrooms are no problem at all. In addition, the staple food is a charcoal grilled black pork neck rice bowl. The black pork neck smoked for 3 hours over a slow fire is combined with the soul sauce to wrap all the rice grains, which tastes delicious. Don't be surprised why there are these takeaways. There are often all kinds of big brands here, and even the top takeaways can be obtained. Have you hired a driver? After Wang Yi cleared all the things and asked Chen Qian to come in and clean up, he also asked Lin Shirchin. I have hired one. Here. This. Wang Yi, who was originally holding a bottle of Fat House water, almost burst out when he saw the photo on his phone. Isn't this the unlucky brother? Oh, his name is Su Feng. I never noticed him. Why did you hire him? Don't waste his money. Wang Yi was also convinced by Lin Shirchin's narrow-mindedness. Not really. This time it's a little compensation for him. I'll give him a higher salary because he was scared and stopped driving a taxi. He directly transferred it at a low price. Compensation is bullshit. You're giving a high salary because you're afraid that he'll see me and run away. It's just a driver. It doesn't matter. The taxi driver has excellent skills and is familiar with the road. It's definitely enough. And most of the other people who signed up this time, I guess you won't like them either. Why? Was it arranged by someone else? There are probably 3 people who want to protect you. And another one should have some connection with overseas. But it should not be official. But a certain company. And the specific one has not been found yet. Hearing Lin Shirchin's words, Wang Yi was not surprised. Today, he found that the security guards of this office building had been replaced. The 2 old men in their 60s and 70s disappeared, and were replaced by 4 young men who looked very capable. Wang Yi estimated that if he made it clear that he would take root here, the property management would be changed. It's okay. They are protecting me, which is also good. If something really happens, it can also reduce some sins. Wang Yi is a mage and a gentleman. Of course, he doesn't reject taking action. Boss, just now the security guard of the office building said that Shark Baby's boss, Su Wen, wants to see you and is downstairs now. Do you want to let him in? Just when Wang Yi finished his meal and started to look through some optical papers, Chen Qian came over to ask for instructions. In fact, Mr. Su from the Baby Shark platform had made several phone appointments before. But Wang Yi, who was eating alone, had no intention of meeting him. Unexpectedly, he came here by himself after he found that he couldn't make an appointment. But since he was here, let him wait. Anyway, he didn't know him, so he could leave directly after get off work. There are also people from Ali. If the boss wants to live broadcast and sell goods, we can meet them. We can introduce links to their online shopping platforms in the early stage, which will also facilitate us to build our own ecosystem. Lin Shirchin's voice came from Wang Yi's headphones, which surprised him a little. I didn't expect Ali to be eyeing it. And I haven't even started to bite. Nowadays, Ali, the e-commerce platform, is the only one in the world. Even if Jingdong has reached a strategic cooperation with Penguin, it still cannot shake its position. Okay. Then meet them. Let's go to the conference room. Agree that they can come up with 3 people. The place is small, and we can't accommodate too many people. Wang Yi stood up and moved a little. His perfect figure made the assistant look at him twice. And then, he quickly conveyed Wang Yi's instructions. Not long after, 3 people came to the door of the company. Looking at the minimalist style of World Company, the 3 people were really a little uncomfortable. In fact, they were quite surprised when they first saw this office building. If it weren't for the good security of this office building, they would never have thought why the other party would choose this place. When I came up and saw this style of computer city, I was even more speechless. Finally, one of the men with gold-rimmed glasses sighed. Who would have thought that this company was established less than 4 months ago? After hearing this voice, the other 2 people were also shocked at the same time. Yeah. What's wrong with this company not looking decent? A company that was established for more than 3 months has strangled itself in the cradle in advance, without any ability to fight back. Suwon is the founder of Baby Shark. When he found a new track, he was ready to make a big move. Because of his own sense of smell, he felt that live broadcasting and e-commerce also had a natural adaptability. So he took the initiative to find Ollie and successfully used PPT to attract investment. Office space, personnel, equipment, etc. have actually been prepared, just waiting for the east wind of 4G. But when everything was ready, a game company jumped out and slapped them in the face. It's not the 4G era yet. Brother, are you taking a big step? Then the 3 of them walked into the separated conference room with heavy steps under the guidance of Shinqian. Well, it is still so simple. But maybe the beauty tax is collected from here. Suppress all the dissatisfaction of the mobile phone factory. For a moment, the Ollie representative, who was originally quite reserved and dissatisfied with his experience, completely restrained his inner pride at this time. Yes, for the current Ollie, the current size of the World Company is really nothing. They have invested in many projects, but it can't withstand the rocket-like development of others. Technology is the first productive force. Please sit down. 3 of you. Wang Yi, who was sitting at the top, turned his chair and made a gesture of invitation to several people, looking a little careless. However, after seeing Wang Yi's young face, the 3 of them had no other thoughts at all. Mr. Wang is younger than I thought. I am Suwon, the founder of the Shark Baby Live broadcasting platform. And this is Xia Lu, the director of the Ollie investment department. Originally, they came here after being rejected, so of course they could only take the initiative. Mr. Wang is very busy, so we won't waste any more of your time. The reason we came here this time is to cooperate with your company in live broadcasting. Live broadcast is the business of our subsidiary. Didn't you go to find Shinjia? Wang Yi said casually, which made several people speechless. Of course, they also contacted this small broken station. There is no other way. Mr. Wang, some things can only be decided by you. In fact, we, Ollie, are very optimistic about the prospects of live broadcast. We want to jointly establish a new company with your company. After Xia Lu finished speaking, Suwon's face was full of black question marks. What? Why is it different from the previous agreement? Aren't you going to take me with you? Baby Shark is ready. As long as the World Company provides technology and Ollie provides funds, it can be put into operation immediately. At that time, the 3 parties will be deeply bound. But why you seem to be kicking me out now? Chapter 109 Product Carrying Function. Hearing Xia Lu's words, Wang Yi couldn't help but smile. This is what is called business. In the face of interests, everything can be abandoned. Obviously, Ari has several response plans, one of which must be to bring Baby Shark with him. It's just that the other party came in and saw his indifferent attitude, so he temporarily changed it and chose an alternative plan. Xia Lu himself couldn't make a decision on such a thing suddenly, so it could only be prepared in advance. Ari invested, and they provided human, material and financial resources. The world only needed to provide technical support, and Ari held 51% of the shares. This is their new plan. Mr. Xie. When Xia Lu finished speaking, Wang Yi also chuckled and crossed his fingers on the table. Guess why Penguin, who has cooperated with me many times, didn't come to talk to me about this? Wang Yi's words also made Xia Lu speechless. Ari does not have a game business. In theory, the world and Penguin are still in competition. But after the last incident, Penguin quickly gave in, and the subsequent cooperation between the 2 parties seems to be quite pleasant. To be honest, Penguin is indeed interested in this kind of business. And Penguin has stronger traffic support. They see the impact of live streaming on bringing goods. At the same time, Penguin's games can also win-win with live streaming. Originally, Cielu thought that Penguin had talked about it, but it didn't come to an agreement. But now it seems that this is not the case. You Ari are used to being overbearing. You come up and ask for 51% of the shares without thinking. Why? Good boy. Such a strong word really made Cielu feel suffocated. Why? Of course. With our financial, material, human and our dominant position in e-commerce. But it is not wrong to say that Ollie is domineering. Ollie Investment does like to grab the right to speak. At the same time, Ollie has some exclusive agreements for its stores, and even completely blocks the newly launched Penguin Payment in payment. But you, a new company, what right do you have to say this to us? Cielu wanted to fight back, and his confidence and pride as an Ollie person wanted him to win back this game. But after seeing Wang Yi's young face, all his words were swallowed into his throat. Yes, why doesn't Penguin come to seek cooperation? The other party is only 21 years old. The great mathematician's halo is magic-free. Entering the game industry is explosive. A beauty program directly collects taxes from mobile phone manufacturers. Acquiring a small broken station directly brought technological innovation to the small broken station. We have been preparing for a long time, and have completed several rounds of financing. The shark baby who is just waiting for the east wind was slapped to death on the beach. The other party relies on technical advantages. This time, Cielu was a little bit frustrated. At first, they thought that academics like Wang Yi should be easy to deal with. A good brain does not mean high emotional intelligence. There are specialties in the profession. How can a person who specializes in technology compare with a person who thinks about calculating people's hearts every day? Moreover, some technical masters themselves focus their main energy on academics, and don't care much about economic gains and losses. Moo's group is a good example. Anyway, as long as they agree to invest, they have all kinds of commercial means to dilute and control. But now, the other party seems to be completely unwilling to accept this. I can report it. The share ratio can still be discussed. No need to report. I like to eat alone. Business cooperation is welcome. In the future I can open a live broadcast with goods function. Connect your company's store. And forget about the share. Impossible. Cielu is also knowledgeable. And he immediately refused when he heard Wang Yi say that live broadcast with goods connected to the store. What is this? This is digging up Ollie's roots. Once others are used to buying from you, if you open a platform yourself, won't those suppliers also come to register with you? Then what does it have to do with us Ollie in the end? Ollie has always held the resources in his hands very tightly. If the live broadcast platform is controlled by Ollie, it can be discussed. But if he does not accept it, there is no room for negotiation. Okay. Even if the deal fails, there is still righteousness. Please go back. I won't send you off. Although Wang Yi roughly knew that Ollie would not agree, he directly avoided arranging people to discuss it after getting the result. Even if Ari is gone, there is still Jingdong. Penguin and the other party are strategic partners, so it is okay to find Penguin directly to build a bridge. And Jingdong's quality control ability is indeed stronger, so it is enough to get a good reputation at the beginning. It's good that the negotiation is successful this time, and the module of live streaming with goods is directly opened. Then Penguin Payment happened to be launched last month. In return, the platform will use this. Wang Yi can completely accept the mutual assistance and mutual benefit of cooperation. But if you want to invest in it at any time, then forget it. In theory, it is easier to grow with more stakeholders tied to the chariot. But Wang Yi has his own people, so there is no need to indulge you. When Zhang Xiang and his team approached Penguin again, Penguin was a little confused. What? There is such a good thing? Last month, Penguin launched Penguin Payment, which is bundled with Yashin. The purpose is of course to enter the field of mobile payment. However, Ari directly cut off the payment channel. And now Penguin Payment really feels a bit powerful but nowhere to use. After all, at present, everyone's habits are definitely not adapted to mobile payment. Penguin Pay obviously has greater potential in the later stage. But if it is mainly used in online shopping in the early stage, it is not good enough. At this time, Wang Yi came out to express cooperation, which naturally made everyone happy. Jingdong was originally a strategic partner of Penguin, and was also a little overwhelmed by Ollie. Fortunately, the main direction is different, and it can still have its own loyal customers. But for the live broadcast platform, I don't care which platform you are on when I live broadcast and sell goods. Anyway, it's right to divert traffic from this side. And the two sides complement each other. In fact, Wang Yi himself does not have to enter the e-commerce industry. And it is not unacceptable to cooperate with each other all the time. I am just an ordinary cultural entertainment game company. However, live broadcast and selling goods itself still need to let netizens get used to it slowly. It may be slow at the beginning. It is best to find some out-of-the-box goods to guide them first. Live broadcast to catch the sea. I have to say that the technology over there is strong. Not stuck at all. Haizai is a young fisherman on the seaside. After discovering the new live broadcast function of the small broken station, he also smelled something different. Although there are not many ways to monetize at present, he still started broadcasting. After all, live broadcasting itself brings out his own happiness and also brings a sense of accomplishment. Not to mention, his sea hunting is still very novel among outdoor anchors. Many people who have never seen the sea like to watch it. And watching him constantly turn over stones and dig out some little treasures, like opening a blind box, also feels very decompressed. Haizai, who has lived by the sea since he was a child and still follows his parents to fish, has real work on his hands. The neatness of catching fish when going to the sea, and the experience of knowing what is inside when seeing some traces, combined with excellent performance and explanation, really attracted a group of Fix fans. Looking at the rising number of fans and occasional rewards, Haizai has both a sense of accomplishment and some emotion. It would be great if fans could come to buy their own dry goods. But it seems that there is no good way. Send your own shake signal to add friends? Just as he was thinking about it, a new function notification suddenly popped up. But he was stunned. Live broadcast with goods? You can either introduce the goods all the time or put up a purchase link to attract traffic and advertise. However, please note that the goods you bring can only be certified regular goods, and the qualifications must be complete. The notice also provides some scientific knowledge when emphasizing the quality of the goods. If the qualifications are incomplete, even if you get away with it, you may be complained and reported by the buyer. And according to the regulations, you may have to pay up to 10 times the compensation. This is for the rights and interests of buyers and the safety of sellers. Everyone follows the rules and comes together to benefit each other. Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 110 Tit for Tat. Baby Shark is online ahead of schedule. As soon as Wang Yi opened the product promotion function and started cooperation, Ari immediately completed the bundle with Baby Shark and launched online live broadcasts simultaneously. Although Ari wanted to kick him out before, Suwon couldn't say no now. He could only rely on Ari to turn the tables. However, due to the compression capacity and 3G signal, their anchors can only live broadcast on computers or in a Wi-Fi environment. Although they have also launched mobile apps, video traffic also relies on Wi-Fi. This is actually forced. Originally, they wanted to wait until January next year to come openly and cooperate with a wave of 4G benefits. But after Wang Yi came out, if they were slower, they would really lose too much of the initiative. Now they can only bite the bullet. Although it is an absolute disadvantage in technology, Ari has money and channels. While waving checks to dig people, he is promoting with all his strength. Some of the anchors with the highest traffic on the small broken station immediately fell under the money offensive. In addition, he also paid a protection fee to Penguin and also obtained the live broadcast rights of LOL. After Wang Yi arranged for someone to ask how much Penguin received, he contacted Baby Shark to ask if he wanted to buy the rights of PUBG and Minecraft at the same price as Penguin. Although it was a bit confusing that this competitor actually asked if he wanted it. Baby Shark, who had plenty of money, would naturally buy it without hesitation. Baby Shark's boss Suwon was also holding back his anger at this time. You are awesome if you have technical advantages, and we recognize it. But the 4G era is coming soon, and our gap in technology will be narrowed. The live broadcast platform is still mainly about content. As long as the content is excellent, your technical advantage is not an advantage. And we can rely on spending money and creating stars to make the content. Even after Suwon found that Ari was not very reliable, he gritted his teeth and diluted his shares again, and took the initiative to find Qin Xiang, the well-known rich second generation who had returned to China, and the eldest son of Hengwan Group. Hengwan Group is a giant that spans medical equipment, oil processing, and real estate. It is good at creating urban business circles. If Ali is the online e-commerce overlord, then Hengwan is the offline overlord. Moreover, Qin Xiang has a very high influence on the internet because of his sharp and direct speech. He often exposes some inside stories in the entertainment industry. In terms of online influence alone, this well-known rich second generation is even higher than Wang Yi. Su would approach Qin Xiang for more funds, channels, and a young man who can call the wind and rain on the internet to counter Wang Yi's online influence. It can be said that he has used all the means he can use, without daring to use any dirty tricks on Wang Yi, who has a magic-free halo. He has been able to do his best. I want to show you that technology is not omnipotent. Wave after wave of attacks appeared. Looking at the data in the background, seeing that Shark Baby has caught up with the traffic of the small broken station live broadcast under the strong funds. Su also sat in his chair in high spirits, only feeling a wave of fatigue coming over his body. During this period, he really put all his efforts into it, and he was going to fight for this breath. He wanted to get back all the contempt and humiliation he had suffered before. At least, he wanted Baby Shark to suppress your live broadcast. At the same time, he also paid attention to Wang Yi's Weibo from time to time, seeing that many people left messages under his Weibo asking for his opinions and views. He was also waiting quietly. He wanted to see Master Yi's angry abuse, and wanted to see him criticize him for wasting money to destroy the market, and for not being fair in hiring people at high prices. He even prepared several drafts in his mind, ready to deal with various questions. By then, he could also pull down Qin Xiang, the young man, and then the verbal battle would start, and the heat would come again? Ding dong. Hearing the voice of paying special attention to the dynamics, Su suddenly felt as sweet as honey in his heart. This is the wine of victory. Thank you for the invitation. I am going to take my employees to Siam for team building next month. Does anyone who has been to Siam have any strategies? We will not join the team building. We will plan our own projects for team building. Don't worry about the cost. I am not short of money. A critical hit directly hit Su-Wen's eyes black. Team building? My offensive is coming fiercely, and it may reach a white-hot stage next month. Are you going to team building? Or going abroad for team building? This can't be done in a few days. What's your opinion? So many people are asking you. Then, Su-Wen saw the friendly army he had been thinking about. Fang Chuan. Now Fang Chuan dared not take the initiative to attack Wang Yi, and only dared to change some angles to be sarcastic. This time was no exception. He circled Wang Yi and asked him directly about his opinion on the fact that Shupa Station's live broadcast was obviously released first. But in the end, it was caught up by Baby Shark in terms of traffic. Su-Wen felt comfortable all over when he saw this question. This person asked a question. With your bond, you can't not reply. Right? Ah? Surpassed? Congratulations to Baby Shark. I was invited to help with an experiment recently, and I didn't pay much attention. Sorry. The congratulations are a little late. After that, there was also a picture of a laboratory, which looked very high-end. For a time, many teasing and booing voices on the internet were instantly speechless. Hack. Why do I feel that traffic is nothing compared to this? So low. Immediately, some Yin and Yang people started posting on Fang Chuan's Weibo. Hasn't Fang Tizui always advised people to do scientific research? In fact, he has always been doing it. Doing scientific research while making money. Awesome. Don't look at Baby Shark's large traffic, but as a user of two platforms at the same time, there is really a big difference. Yes, Baby Shark's outdoor anchors don't support it yet. Wait until the 4G era to challenge and charge the throne. Outdoor live broadcasts and casual mobile phone live broadcasts cannot be opened. You are the prince after all. Su-Wen wanted to post something, but after typing a lot of words, he finally sighed and deleted them all, and just set a thumbs up forwarding emoji. Then he saw another mutually related user's comment. It was Qin Xiang's. I feel like I'm on a pirate ship, but the world doesn't accept investment. I won't lose the money my father gave me. Right? Good fellow. This young master is also a mouthful of nonsense. He even criticized his own industry. This time he just invested, and you said you were afraid of being on a pirate ship. Is there such a pitfall? At this time, Wang Yi was in the newly built laboratory of the lens factory, relying on the cooperation of several new skeletons here, and directly completed some simple optical tests. Don't take such a big step to make lenses that can withstand extreme ultraviolet rays. Wang Yi first studied some resins, and finally chose pine resin as the test object. Let's set a small goal first. First, make contact lenses that perfectly block ultraviolet rays, plus dust and dirt resistance, can moisturize and even nourish the eyeballs for a long time. Chapter 111 Adani. The effect is not bad. Wang Yi looked at the two lenses in front of him and showed a satisfied expression. It can integrate astigmatism and myopia into one. And it is light in weight and thin in lens. In addition, it is resistant to pressure, isolates ultraviolet rays, is dustproof and anti-fouling, breathable and moisturizing. When various stains and dust fall from the lenses, they can slide away automatically like water drops falling on lotus leaves. In addition, because of the integration of special magical natural materials, the time limit of ordinary contact lenses does not exist on these lenses at all. As long as you are willing, there is no problem wearing it for a long time. Even because of the slight light magic gathering factor, it can feed back to the eyeball after absorbing some light magic in the sun. Not to mention improvement. At least it can keep myopia and astigmatism from getting worse. Reduce eye fatigue. In addition, the natural resin content in the lens is also very low. It is easy to mass produce it by adjusting the proportion and process. The service life under high intensity use is about 1.5 to 2 years. Glasses are very inconspicuous things. But the proportion of myopic people in China is nearly half. Although a large part of people do not use glasses, many of them are too lazy to use them because of the troubles caused by the glasses themselves. Contact lenses that can prevent deterioration and reduce eye fatigue can be said to be a rigid demand for many people who face electronic products for a long time. The market has expanded a lot at once. This is an innovative material. There are indeed corrective surgeries now. And laser surgeries are extremely fast. But surgery has risks. For one thing. And the surgery itself also has adverse reactions such as dry eyes. Apart from other things, when you see the doctor who performs the surgery also wearing glasses, and when you see those top rich people wearing glasses, what makes people have the illusion that they can enjoy better medical services than them? So now this lens in hand is definitely a subversive impact. However, contact lenses themselves are a category of third-class medical devices, which means that there may be potential dangers to the human body. So there is also a process for approval. But if you directly acquire the factory with qualifications, it is still much simpler than launching a new drug. At present, you can consider mass production while applying. Transplant a batch of Pinus tabuliformis, and then customize a batch of machines. Complete the drawing of a magic circle by yourself. However, unlike the previous optimization of the pharmaceutical factory for seeds, this time we will directly target the transplanted Pinus tabuliformis, and the area coverage will be larger, so the consumption of silver will be much greater. Even if it is only used to complete the outline of the magic array pattern, it is far less than the consumption of the magic tower. But at least 10 tons of silver will be used. It sounds like a large number. But in fact, 10 tons of silver does not look that big. A roll of 1.2 meter wide rolled steel weighs about 18 tons. And the density of silver is greater than that of iron. 10 tons of quantity should not be a big problem to purchase directly. But Li Yao is not enough. Wang Yi actually took the time to stroll around a few places where there were rumors. But he only found a useless natural spirit and helped to transcend it directly. It still needs to be a bit timely. And the probability of finding a fresh is higher. I don't ask for another Lin Shurqin, but at least someone like Li Yao. After all, most of them have been purified by nature. When I have a long period of free time, I can go to the mountains and forests to have a look, or see if I'm lucky enough to come across something new. Wang Yi's goods were ready. So naturally Li Yao, who had become a gyroscope, turned faster and worked non-stop. Fortunately, Lin Shurqin helped him. Wang Yi went to the pharmaceutical factory to activate the breeding room that had been built. After the activation, he left it alone and handed it over to the two tool men under his command. After all, on the surface, this umbrella company and himself only had a little cooperative relationship. Just when a group of people at the small broken station were still busy, and he was struggling to deal with the attack of the shark baby, Wang Yi had already returned to the company to prepare for the team-building activities. Yuzhong has nothing to do recently, and the live broadcasts of the model anchors are also broadcast when they travel. Many of the atmosphere groups in the world brought their children, and those whose families had taken leave also brought them along. These were all agreed by Wang Yi before. Considering the actual situation of these salted fish employees, they were afraid that they could not leave their homes, so they could bring all their immediate family members. However, if they bring the elderly cannot have any basic diseases, and they must be under 70 years old. This decision naturally caused a cheer. Arriving at the parking lot, Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a little funny when he saw the employees with big and small bags. He is not good at anything, but he is the best at slacking off. Lin Shurqin is really good at finding people. Hello, boss. The new driver Su Feng couldn't help shaking when he saw Wang Yi's appearance. Why? Why can't I escape even though I don't drive a taxi anymore? And it seems that there is no way to escape. He had offered quite good conditions before, which made him call it luck. But the penalty for breach of contract is more serious. He can't afford it. Oh! Lao Su adapted quickly. Why didn't you bring your family with you? Wang Yi looked at his driver with a smile. Although he had some of Lin Shurqin's bad taste, he was quite funny to see his nervous look. They are not free. They are not free. Only I came. If Su Feng didn't have to go as a driver, he wouldn't want to participate. Okay. This is a good opportunity to get to know more colleagues. Don't worry. They are all very friendly, Wang Yi said with a meaningful smile, which made Su Feng's hair stand up from the soles of his feet to the tips of his hair. What? Is the whole company full of ghosts? For a moment, he turned his head to look at those Buddha salted fish, as if they were all becoming gloomy, and he couldn't help shaking on the spot. I'm going to the toilet. Su Feng walked into the toilet firmly, and then washed his face with water. High welfare and high breach of contract were here, and there was no way out. What else is more terrible than being poor? I'll go all out while the employees of the small broken station were still working overtime. Wang Yi had already sent them blessings with other employees, and boarded the charter plane. Siam, a famous tourist country in Southeast Asia, has many characteristics. Although there are many shortcomings here and there, it is meaningless to always care about these shortcomings when traveling. Every place has its own advantages and disadvantages. The person I'm targeting is called Kata Adani. Adani? Untouchable? Wang Yi had given everything to Lin Shurqin before, so he didn't know much about it. He was a little surprised when he heard this today. Adani means barbarian, a standard pariah in Hengsan. Even though it claims to have abolished the caste system, it is actually very difficult for a pariah to make a name for himself in Hengsan. Why are many executives of large companies third brothers? Because they all struggled to get out. But since this person was chosen by Lin Shurqin, there must be advantages and reasons. He has a close relationship with the popular old immortal. After hearing this, Wang Yi also understood that he was another big investor. This old immortal is a popular candidate for the leader of Hengsan, and he has a great chance of becoming the leader. Moreover, this Kata is now a famous rich man in Hengsan, owning the largest private port and buying the mining rights of a large coal mine in Australia. If there is a port, there are actually quite a lot of businesses that can be cooperated, and his status is more than enough to cover some pharmaceutical factories. It is worth going there alone. Chapter 112 Trouble. Siam requires a visa on arrival, and there are temporary phone cards at the airport. All the things we needed have been notified and prepared in advance, and the hotel has been booked. In addition, 2 buses have been rented. The tourism industry here is already very developed, and there are many tour groups, so Lin Shurqin can easily arrange such temporary car rentals. However, because they are unfamiliar with the place, the driver is still a local, and each car has hired a local guide to act as an interpreter. Siam looks more prosperous than I imagined. I thought Southeast Asia was relatively backward. Yes, this is their capital, and it is a country with a developed tourism industry after all. But there are quite a lot of beautiful women in Thailand. But I don't know what the proportion of them is with girls. Haha. You are not allowed to go to strange places. You go to strange places with your family? I don't know if I am crazy, or you are crazy. Many people are going abroad for the first time, and the whole journey is free, and the standards are quite high. At this time, everyone's face is full of excitement. Some people brought children with them, and they also manage the naughty children very well, no matter what they are like at home. At least the young boss, who knows how to manage their jobs, came with them. And the 2 killers, aunties and naughty kids, will not go against money. If things really go wrong, where can I find such a good job? Maybe some employees have unreasonable family members. But this group of employees, who know their way around, are very self-aware, and did not bring them with them. The overall atmosphere is still quite good and harmonious. Even Su Feng, who has been muttering something while holding a copy of the Diamond Sutra, as if he was facing a great enemy, slowly relaxed his spirit at this time, and began to try to communicate with this group of atmosphere group. The group of beautiful model ghosts seems to have problems, but this group of people with families seems to be fine. Siam is generally not expensive, but it is not expensive for tourist attractions. If it is only for daily life, it is not cheap. Street snacks are generally between 100 to 300 Siam baht, which is equivalent to about 20 to 60 yuan. In some better restaurants, It is normal for a single person to consume 1,000 to 2,000 Siam baht. However, the cost-effectiveness of the accommodation is very high. The hotels with sky pools are generally similar to ordinary hotels in China. As for some night activities at night, there is no limit. The local guide also took the opportunity to introduce to the people in the car in Chinese. If you don't join the group, you must want to have fun by yourself. Some friends may have checked some information, but I still want to remind you that it is best not to go to those places that pull you there at night. The gambling ban here is not thorough. There will be some underground places, or some forced performances, and it is easy to collude with some local underground forces to make money from tourists. Especially ours. The local guide was originally a Chinese guy working in Bangkok, named Lu Hua, who looked quite young. After hearing his words, the atmosphere group and their families present also nodded repeatedly like chickens pecking at rice. Most of them are lying down and salted fish. How could they cause trouble with their families? That kind of thing is naturally avoided as far as possible. We'll be together for group activities, and we'll make our own arrangements for free activities. I'm here to eat local delicacies, so I won't make you feel uncomfortable. Wang Yi said casually that there was plenty of time for group activities and free activities for this team building, and the budget was quite sufficient. During free activities, everyone had a reimbursement limit of 100,000 Siam baht, and they had to deal with the excess by themselves. If they didn't reach this amount, they wouldn't make up for the expenses. The company would cover all the group activities. Ah, we have to be together for free activities. No, boss, I'm here to play with you. How about we go together? I want to team up with the boss too. Wang Yi had just finished speaking when the model group started to pull and tug and said they wanted to go together. After looking at the number of people, Wang Yi couldn't help but be silent for a while. Forget it. It's better to go alone. When you and Chen Qian are responsible for free activities. Safety first. Okay. I've been to Siam a few times, and I know some locals. Boss, don't worry. Wen Yu's way is wild, patting his chest to guarantee. But after a pause, he suggested indirectly, but boss, in fact, the public security here is not as good as imagined. Ordinary people are fine, but it's not good for you, a big boss, to walk around alone. It's okay. I won't go to remote places. I mainly just want to find some snacks. I don't like tourist attractions. How about I accompany you? Wang Yi glanced at Wen Yu. You also want to come to give me an alibi? Get lost? Okay. But boss, pay attention to safety. When you talked about safety again this time, he already had a slightly ambiguous look. There are quite a lot of beauties in Siam, except for transvestites, and people grow up in different places. Wang Yi didn't bother to pay attention to this. I didn't even want your model, so it's not necessary. This time, the location is in Siam, and the people we found are from Hongsan. There is no need to make such a deliberate alibi like in the United States. The chance of using it is very small. After all, the identity of Jess has been cut off. That is, introduction. After the other party lands, just change the vest and go there. The magnificent hotel looks no worse than the 5-star hotels in China. And there is also a high-altitude swimming pool, which is definitely much better in terms of shooting effect. Wang Yi is in the presidential suite, while the others are in ordinary guest rooms, which have been booked by Lin Shirqin long ago. And the check-in is also quite fast. Boss. Suddenly, a voice came from the headset, and Wang Yi, who followed the waiter into the elevator, held the headset and replied, "What's wrong? Maybe you are being targeted. Hey, so fast? Because of money or other things?" 2 groups of people have been found for the time being. One group for money, and one group for other things. Hearing Lin Shirqin's words, Wang Yi felt a little speechless. No way. I just came out for a trip. It should be that your dynamic attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives. It doesn't matter. Come if you want to. Isn't it normal for some people to disappear in Siam? Wang Yi smiled casually. His eyes gradually deepened. After all, he still brought a vest with him. Siam and Bangkok, in addition to being a modern city, also have a rather primitive side. In a park that looks like a village, several tattooed, burly, and bandit-like figures are gathering together. In front of them is Lu Hua, the local guide who kindly reminded Wang Yi and the others to be safe on the bus. Among this group of men, Lu Hua, who originally looked quite gentle, did not seem out of place at all with his vicious energy. I didn't expect it to be such a big fish. This time it is really God's blessing. This guy is worth at least hundreds of millions of US dollars. He is young and can definitely make a big deal. Hundreds of millions of US dollars. If he makes this deal, he can live a life of luxury. A figure with tendons playing with a dagger showed a hint of excitement on his face. In fact, they have done a lot of kidnappings, most of which are targeted at tourists from the eastern country, and they have succeeded in many cases. And there are also many cases of kidnappings. Overall, it is quite smooth. This time Lu Hua gave a kind reminder, just to establish his own personality, so that he could become an insider. In fact, the village next door opened an underground casino, which was their specialty. Anyway, you are not allowed to leave unless you lose money and write an IOU. There are still a group of people locked up now. We could have kidnapped you directly, but at least we let you play a little, which is very reasonable. Isn't it? Chapter 113 Bloodthirstiness. No money? Why come here to play if you don't have money? Contact your family in China to transfer. In a small room, a group of people huddled in the corner, trembling as they watched the young man in the middle, who was being beaten. 3 or 4 burly men were torturing the young man, with a teasing look on their faces. The leather boots stepped on his fingers and kept turning, causing the man to scream miserably. Then he kicked him in the thigh, and kicked him more than a meter away. No, my family doesn't have money either. Please let me go. Oh, I can still meet someone who is tough today. Very good. It's fun. A man who looked not strong, but had muscles moved his fists and feet. And there was a sound of airflow in the air. It was a fairly standard Muay Thai posture. He used to fight in illegal boxing, but later found that fighting in illegal boxing was not so profitable. The fierce wind of the fist scared the man curled up on the ground, and his face turned pale. It's been a few days since I hit a live person. I hope you can hold on longer. The man who was swinging his fist had a trace of ferocity on his face. It was necessary to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys to achieve the best effect. So let's choose him. But at this moment, the door was opened from the outside, and the few people who were discussing before came in. After seeing their companions, these thugs were also relieved. The Thai boxer who was jumping on the spot to stretch his muscles and bones said casually, "How is it? Another big business?" They are responsible for guarding and action-oriented, and they don't have any opinions of their own. Usually what they say is what they say, so they are too lazy to participate in the discussion. It's better to have some fun here. Well, big business. Let's deal with this group of people as soon as possible and sell them directly to the mine. The muscular man playing with a dagger glanced at the group of goods on the scene, with a look of indifference. Expect people like them to keep their promises? The ransom is also required, and the people can be sold again, and the bulls eat money. Usually, all the value that can be squeezed out is squeezed out, but it still takes some time to squeeze it dry. So I'm too lazy to do it now. This time the target has some status, and he may run away after doing a job. Don't kill the target this time. It's estimated that there will be trouble if he dies. So keep it. It's not that they are kind, but the guy this time is famous, and he may directly suffer pressure that he didn't have before. Anyway, it's enough to keep one life. It seems to be a big target. What a pity. It's almost time to harvest. The Thai boxer who was ready to fight also sighed regretfully at this time. But at this time, the harsh sound of closing the door rang out, and the people outside turned around and saw a figure wearing a sweater and a hooded figure closing the iron gate of their village. After closing it, he clapped his hands and looked over. The shadow of the hood and the mask covered most of the facial expressions, and only a pair of beautiful light blue eyes could be seen in the shadow of the eyes. Who is it? What's going on? Hey! Delivery to your door? The group of people didn't seem nervous when they saw the man who suddenly appeared. Instead, they started to tease each other. Selling a group is selling, and selling one more is not a big deal. Wang Yi tilted his head and glanced at the group of guys. From the sound of it, there was a group of unlucky people who were imprisoned among them. Forget it. Let's do it scientifically. The sound of muscles and bones moving was heard, and Wang Yi exhaled slowly. Boy! Boom! The air roared, and the great knight's physique was truly displayed in the modern era. In just a moment, a twisted airway rushed out of the air and arrived in front of him. Deep blue pupils, clothes blown by the strong wind, and the twisted air waves behind him were like being burned by high temperature, as if forming a terrifying beast totem. Wanton and ostentatious, the strong airflow rushed straight to the mouth and nose, suppressing all the subsequent sounds. The stiffness appeared like a rabbit encountering a wild beast. Kakaka. The throat bone was lightly tapped, and the 8 people outside were almost shattered at the same time, accompanied by the strong wind that followed. The bodies of the 8 people were blown to the ground and slid back a distance. At this time, the Thai boxer and several others in the house came out after hearing the sound. As soon as he came out, he felt a gust of evil wind and involuntarily protected his eyes. When he opened his eyes and just saw Wangi, the Thai boxer moved his hands and feet with a ferocious face and wanted to say something. But when he saw the 8 companions on the ground who had lost their breath of life, he suddenly held back all his words. This brother. Bang. The gunshot sounded, and a bullet was pinched in front of Wang Yi's eyes. Well done. The plain voice sounded, and the next moment there was a cracking sound of bones, and the 4 people behind him flew out like rags. Wang Yi played with the pistol he had snatched in his hand, and after a casual fiddle, he disassembled it into parts and scattered them all over the floor. He walked into the house while scattering, and every step seemed to be measured. Li Yao needed American II because his physical strength was not enough even if it was buffed. So most of the knowledge inheritance left to him was about using guns. Wang Yi himself didn't need to think so much. No magic. Ordinary regular traces. The survivors didn't see what happened. There was no surveillance. And with the multiple protection of wearing a vest first and then a hood, Wang Yi didn't have to worry about anything. Okay. You are free. Wang Yi said this in standard Thai, then paused and saw Lu Hua in the crowd. Although there is no identification information such as this guy's passport, multiple vests don't seem to be a problem. As he said this, he walked over and picked up Lu Hua, who was confused. In fact, Lu Hua hiding in the crowd was just his usual cautious operation. When necessary, he could launch a sneak attack in the crowd. But who would have thought that no one knew what happened outside? No screams were heard, and except for a gunshot, there were only clicks and hums. Then this guy appeared. Wait, it's a mistake. Before he finished speaking, he was knocked unconscious by Wang Yi. And then he carried the person and climbed over the wall behind the village. Originally, Wang Yi just found a corner to beat the person and made a SH.L vest. But when I turned over from this side and saw the river bank in front of me, I suddenly paused. It smells like a vengeful spirit. I searched for it several times, but couldn't find it. I didn't expect to encounter it this time. It's a blessing to plant a willow tree by accident. Looking at the guy he was holding, Wang Yi tapped his finger lightly on his forehead, awakened him again, pointed to the area with the aura of the vengeful spirit and said, Do you often sink people here? Lu Hua, who had just woken up from a daze, was panicked by what Wang Yi said. He had no idea what happened. Where are all the companions outside? Gone? However, no matter what, he knew that this guy was the real evil star, although he didn't know why the other party caught him. He just wanted to survive at this time. So he said everything in one go. Yes, some of us who don't listen are dealt with here recently. The water here is very turbulent and easy to deal with. Please let me go. I'm just a follower. They forced me to do it. I can give you all my money. Wang Yi walked towards this side while carrying Lu Hua and said casually, What kind of people have you dealt with recently? Tell me about it. The Earth's environment can't overflow much mental power. It takes some effort to completely lock the vengeful spirit. So it's better to let this guy talk slowly and draw out the vengeful spirit. These guys are all very energetic. When they are together, they really can't do anything to these little trash ghosts. But now one of the guys with the weakest energy is alone. And he is even talking about dealing with you at your grave. He should show some courage. Right? Chapter 114 Yoma number 3. There was a woman who wanted to escape. We caught her and killed her on the spot to warn others. We handled it here. There was another one whose family remitted money. We thought it was profitable and wanted to cut more. But he suddenly stopped cooperating and died accidentally when he resisted. Hearing some intermittent damn words, when he gradually lost his patience. Is there anyone who impressed you? Which one is it recently? Having just done such a big thing, Wang couldn't delay here for long. This group of people really deserved to die. The sooner they were let out, the sooner they were dealt with. The one who died recently was a panda blood. We have been feeding it with good nutrition and have been drawing it for a long time. But it still died suddenly later. As Lu Hua said this, Wang Yi also felt a special wave coming from the water. There is a chance. It's him. It doesn't sound like he has any special personality. But I didn't expect that his obsession would form a vengeful spirit. I will kill you. A faint sharp sound appeared. Although it was far from being comparable to Lin Shurqian's, it was indeed not worse than Li Yao's. It's good to come out. carefully squeezing Lu Hua unconscious again. Wang Yi raised his hand and drew a few magic patterns, caught the fat ghost in his hand, and sealed it in a silver bracelet. Done! Then listening to the sirens in his ears, Wang Yi whispered softly, twist. Then, he and Lu Hua, who was being carried, disappeared at the same time with a twist. In this disguised invisibility, Wang Yi also quickly rushed in one direction. Can't the other group lock on? After arriving at an uninhabited wasteland, Wang Yi casually threw the unconscious Lu Hua to the ground and asked Lin Shiqing. This time he used the vest of Lu Cheng again, and used the hood of his sweatshirt to cover himself up and complete the operation. After Lin Shiqing noticed the problem in advance, Wang Yi naturally had no intention of delaying. Since he knew the location of the trouble, it would be better to take the initiative to solve it. Otherwise, what if it damaged his image? It's a pity that he couldn't get it all done at once. The other group should have found some information about the boss's training. They have a high evaluation of the boss, and are much more careful than this group of people. Lin Shiqing's words surprised Wang Yi a little. Before going to the other world, he went to the United States for expedited training. Because of the overclocking assistance, the training level was similar to that of Liao now with the buff. I didn't expect that all these experiences would be checked. It's very powerful. I learned very quickly, and was in a hurry at the time. There were indeed some omissions. I may have a deeper impression of some coaches than in the eyes of some people. I am also an action expert with great combat talent. Wang Yi glanced at Lu Hua, who had fainted on the ground, and then thought of those guys who were beaten to death, and felt a little helpless. I am a mage. It is really insulting. I will try my best to find them. But these guys are very careful. I was just keeping an eye on the driver who wanted to apply for the job last time, and I found a little clue after seeing your Weibo updates. Now I only know that they have targeted arrangements and actions, and they are probably hired mercenaries. If they didn't know about Wang Yi's experience in the United States, they might have directly looked for local underground forces, or something. After knowing that Wang Yi was also an action master, it seemed natural to find a more professional one. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't find it. Won't they find me sooner or later? Since everyone knows that I'm an action master, I can also deal with them as an action master. After all, they want to catch them alive. Then Wang Yi also looked at the silver jewelry in his hand. Besides, there is an extra helper here, just in case. Fortunately, I wanted to make another vest to keep a survivor. Otherwise, I would have to spend time finding a new body for you. After reactivating the silver jewelry and replenishing it, Wang Yi also released the fat ghost. What's the name? Why are you so resentful? Do you have any wishes? After Tang Zhuofei came out, he looked at Wang Yi in front of him with a bit of confusion in his eyes. He had not been dead for long, and his humanity had not been lost much. But he felt a little confused about his own death. Before, he heard Lu Hua talking about torturing him, and he couldn't help but come out. Now the instinct deep in his soul let him know that this person is his master, who can control his life and death at will and even impose arbitrary punishment. Thinking of this, his spirit body couldn't help but tremble, with an innate sense of fear. This made Wang Yi speechless. This was too timid. It was just the passive influence of an ordinary summoner that made him tremble. How could such a useless person become a vengeful spirit? I don't know either. I just remember that they threw me into the river. Later, I always wanted to retaliate against them, but there were so many of them, and I instinctively felt a little scared. A group of bloody people gathered together, which was indeed not something this little trash could attack. But such a calm, vengeful spirit without any obsession and resentment was really unexpected. If you can become a vengeful spirit just by being tortured, then Wang Yi would not directly beat people to death. In this modern environment, you must have potential, as well as enough will and obsession. Otherwise at most there will be useless natural spirits. But then Wang Yi's heart also moved slightly. Panda blood. Maybe. This guy really has potential? He has no obsession, is timid, and has an introverted and cowardly personality. Wang Yi can't use the same method as Lin Shiqing and Liao, but said to him in a rather tough way. You should also know the current situation. Work for me in the future. Understand? I understand. I can get a new life. And I have to thank the master for his appreciation. Tang Zhuo nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and his flattering look simply made the ghost lose face. Okay. You still have 2 companions, mainly to follow Lin Shiqing's arrangements and cooperate with Liao. Okay. This body and this SHL. Forget it. You use the identity of Lu Cheng's SHL, And I will give you some relevant documents when the time comes. I'll keep this one on the ground as a backup. Wang Yi pinched his nose and sighed. Fortunately, my personal space can store more magic power. Otherwise the consumption ratio is really not small. I let Tang Jue complete the sole occupation of Lu Hua first. And then Wang Yi began to actively cast a spell to transform this body to make it more compatible with Tang Jue's fluctuations and extend its service life. In addition, Lu Hua's SHL was solidified and peeled off, and I kept it for backup. Now I use Lu Cheng's SHL, which is placed on Tang Jue. Lu Cheng's vest has an identity and a passport, so it is much more convenient to cooperate with Liao. Lu Hua is just a vest for me to use occasionally. Chapter 115 Monitoring. Congratulations to the boss for getting a new cow and horse. But Tang Jue has already taken the money to eat at the snack stand. After Wang Yi changed back to his original outfit and returned to his presidential suite, Lin Shurqin's voice came from the headphones again. Tang Jue used Lu Cheng's vest. Although Lu Cheng did not use legal means to enter Siam, Wang Yi also added several layers of buffs to him. With Lin Shurqin's guidance, he had no problem moving freely in Siam. Of course, a sum of funds was also left, and Wang Yi also allowed him to use 20% of it for daily consumption to prevent this person from looking too weird. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a foodie. It's okay. Just keep an eye on him and don't let him get caught. No problem. I'll ask him to find out the information of the other team based on my clues. With the boss's buff, it won't be a big problem. But then Lin Shurqin paused and said strangely, "But boss, your room has been monitored." Wang Yi left for a free activity to find food, and he also checked in at several places. He didn't waste any time at all. But I didn't expect that after I came back, something would be installed in the place where I lived. This efficiency is quite high. During this period, even the waiter didn't enter the boss's room. He entered from the blind spot of the monitoring, either from the outside or from the vent. If it weren't for the signal scanning installed on the boss's mobile phone, I might not have found the abnormality. It is a single receiving format. I can't lock where the receiver is, unless the boss makes some detection functions. Wang Yi's own ability is here. Of course, he has to guard against some high-tech detection. So he has a DIY signal transmission chip that coexists with magic and technology, which is specially used for Lin Shurqin's detection. It doesn't have any big functions, but it can still prevent being monitored. However, if you want to find the location by following the signal, this simple equipment still can't do it. At least you have to be able to capture the other party's signal and follow the trajectory to find it. Since he already knew that he had entered the surveillance, Wang Yi just nodded casually. Anyway, there was nothing shameful in the room. After everything was done, he came back to rest and flipped through the thesis. But then, Wang Yi was knocked on the door at least 3 times a night, all by those gorgeous models, who were really bold. Wang Yi had to send a message, and anyone who came to harass him again would be fired directly. And this stopped this trouble. In fact, most of the time, work was directly reported to Qinqian, and then summarized and handed over to Lin Shurqin for processing. Wang Yi rarely had work arrangements. What those models who said they wanted to come here to report their work individually were thinking. And they could tell with their feet. Well, although Wang Yi doesn't mind this kind of thing, he still knows what to do and when to do it. Besides, he has to pay attention to the grass next door. Is this person a gay? They all have good figures. In a Siamese homestay, a black guy chewing gum and shaking to the music looked at the surveillance picture on the screen, sighed and took a cup of coffee. But just when he took a sip, he suddenly spit it out. Hack! Is this guy really Asian? What a body shape. It was the scene of Wang Yi changing into pajamas and flipping through papers on his computer. You know Instructor Chiao. He retired from the Delta Force. He said that this guy was born to be a super soldier. Comprehensive, invincible, and powerful. Another middle-aged white man with a beard in the room came over, glanced at the screen and spoke calmly, with a solemn tone. He and Chiao were old partners in the past service, and he knew Chiao's strength and level. Usually, Chiao's personality can be said to be taciturn. But now, when he recalled the way Chiao talked about the other party, he still felt surprised. Although he was wearing the SHL of a mathematician, he was definitely the world's top individual action expert. Is this the so-called genius? Having academic talent, the smartest brain in the world, and even wanting to train can easily become the strongest? I didn't believe it at first. But now that he still has such a self-disciplined figure, I also believe it a little bit. Maybe I can't beat him. Xiao Hei's chewing gum slowed down a bit. in their line of work. Those who are not careful will die. But this guy doesn't like women. And it may be difficult for the Scorpion. Do they have any handsome men prepared? This time, two famous underground teams cooperated. One is their top underground team codenamed Hyena. They used to be active in the Middle East, Africa, and South America for many years. They have participated in protection, assassination, kidnapping, and fighting. Their ability to attack is absolutely first class. Except for a certain eastern big country that they dare not go to. They dare to move anywhere else in the world. In addition to their team with strong attack capabilities, there is also the Scorpion, a team specializing in commercial espionage, assassination, and layout. Although the Scorpion does not have such strong frontal attack capabilities as them, it is extremely good at stealing intelligence, commercial espionage, accidental assassination, and even some commercial traps, using beauty to drag some big guys into the water, and even countersuing and accusing them successfully. It is also a well-known existence in the industry. The two complementary teams join forces to make a move, which shows the boss behind the scenes is careful and determined to win. You have to believe in their professional ability. This time it's a bill of hundreds of millions of US dollars. They should use their trump cards. Hee. I hope there will be a chance when we enter. I haven't moved for a long time. It's hard to find such a tricky prey. After reading the paper in the evening, Wang Yi went to the sky pool in swimming trunks and bathrobes the next day. As an advantage of the presidential suite, Wang Yi's room has a separate personal passage directly connected to the swimming pool. The blue and clean pool water sparkles under the sunlight, which has a sense of beauty. There are not many people at the swimming pool in the morning. But it must be said that there are really many beautiful women. A graceful girl wearing a black bikini inside, and a layer of translucent white gauze outside, was also a little surprised when she saw Wang Yi. Boss. So early. Wang Yi glanced at it, and saw that it was his assistant Qian. Not to mention, although she had given birth to a child, she still had a good figure. Lin Shurqin was also quite picky when recruiting people. Keeping active is good for your health, Wang Yi said casually, unbuttoning his bathrobe and putting it aside, revealing his perfect body like a work of art, which made several beauties stare at him. However, just when Wang Yi was about to swim 2 laps in the water and then consider when the other team would approach him, Qian also shook her head and came back to her senses and said, I just wanted to ask you for instructions. Jia sent a message. Recently, Baby Shark and Ari have been attacking fiercely and poached many anchors. He wants to strengthen the contracts with the anchors so that they can't leave easily. Qian cherishes her job very much. Although she went out for a team-building trip, she didn't just play. In fact, Lin Shurqin didn't take the initiative to tell Wang Yi about this, because it was no big deal. It doesn't matter. Let them poach. And those who want to leave can leave. The money earned in China is transferred domestically. Wang Yi didn't want to be a black-hearted capitalist. It's okay to be ruthless abroad, but it's not necessary for his own family. Just like the previous action. If it was in China, Wang Yi would not be so casual, but a heavy punch abroad would be okay. But Qian resisted the persuasion. As a small assistant, she should not overstep her authority. Then she told Jia's new request. In addition, Jia also hopes that the parent company can provide some financial assistance. There is a lot of money in the account of World Company now. Although Jia does not know how much, he can understand it after a little calculation. So he hopes to get some support. Comparing money with Ari? What's the point? Just refuse it directly and tell him to do it if he can do it. And replace him if he can't. Wang Yi smiled. In the short term, comparing money with Ari can only roll it up. There is no need for this. Let Baby Shark spend money. Spending more money can always make the concept of live broadcast popular, and let more and more people know about live broadcast. Otherwise, why should the live broadcast rights of PUBG be authorized to them? In fact, although Baby Shark looks fierce now, it is actually an increase in traffic for the small broken station. But the increase is not as fast as Baby Shark. This is a new market. Although live streaming itself is still mainly about content. But, after all, technology is the cornerstone. Chapter 116 Failure. Hearing Wang Yi's casual answer, Qian was stunned. But she was just a little assistant. Since the boss had decided this way, she just had to convey the boss's meaning. But the boss was really domineering and had a great figure. After another glance, Qian turned back to inform Jia about the decision of the small broken station. Jia was also shocked when he heard Qian's answer. And then, he quickly promised that he could overcome the difficulties. He was relieved after hanging up the phone. This boss is not easy to deal with. Su Mao, who was eating breakfast next to him, was also stunned when he heard the words, and then asked curiously, "Why do you want to deal with the boss? Isn't it good now? They burn money. They burn money. And they make traffic for free. And we make a small profit." Hearing his partner's Buddhist answer, Qin Jia also laughed dumbly. Yes. Why think so much? Because of the technical advantages of the small broken station itself. The new anchors who compare the two will definitely choose the small broken station to settle down. At worst, they will be poached after becoming popular. The same is true for the audience. And the advantages of the small broken station in outdoor projects, mobile users, and fluency are extremely obvious. It can be said that Baby Shark spent money to build momentum. And among the 10 newcomers absorbed, at least 5 will pay attention to the small broken station at the same time. And 2 or 3 will even focus more on the small broken station. You don't have to do anything. You can improve while lying down. What's wrong with this? Looking at Baby Shark, it is in its heyday and taking off quickly. But if you only compare the return on investment, the two sides are a dimension apart. Content is king, but technology is the cornerstone. Qin Jia couldn't help but sigh that he could withstand this level of offensive without spending money. You can dig people as you like. You can spend money as you like. Now looking back, Qin Jia suddenly found that his pattern seemed to be not as big as Su Mao, the salted fish. After a series of operations, he was as fierce as a tiger. But he was not as good as the idiot next to him. Plop. Wang Yi jumped into the water and slid across the water quickly like a mermaid. He easily had several rounds. Many graceful girls in swimsuits beside him watched Wang Yi swimming with shining eyes. It must be said that after arriving at the swimming pool, the focus immediately changed from face to figure. Those who came out so early were very self-disciplined. And naturally they would also appreciate Wang Yi. After swimming back and forth at a normal pace, Wang Yi returned to the shore with water dripping from his body. As soon as he came up, he saw the whiteness under the black deep sea swimsuit in front of him. When he looked up, he saw a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses looking at him with admiration. Judging from the face shape, she should be a Southeast Asian mixed race. The right goose-shaped face has a perfect proportion of facial features. The vest line and slender waist, combined with a mean arc, can show the charm of this black deep sea swimsuit to the extreme, like an attractive poppy. However, Wang Yi sniffed the faint fragrance on the other person and confirmed that it was not just a matter of resemblance. This woman also appropriately applied a perfume with a slight hallucinogenic effect. The dopamine secretion that comes naturally when seeing a beautiful woman seems to have blocked the recycling mechanism, making people feel that she is more beautiful the more they look at her. Some kind of hallucinogenic perfume similar to coca. The combination ratio is quite perfect. And the person who configured it is absolutely a master in medical level, and should also be proficient in anesthesia. This is professionalism. Beauty. You're blocking me. Wang Yi smiled brightly at the beauty in front of him. After seeing Wang Yi, the beauty also looked him up and down with watery eyes and said, "This gentleman has a great figure. I wonder how he trained it. Can you teach me when you have time? There is a gym in the hotel. Please help me." As she spoke, she also pulled Wang Yi's arm and held him in her arms. "Okay then." Wang Yi nodded reluctantly, and then let the other party hold one hand, and let the other party stick to his body, and walk towards the exit of the swimming pool. At this time, several models from Yuzhong, who also came to exercise early, were heartbroken after seeing the scene in front of them. Damn! Where did this gossip come from? Are you kidding me? How can a person look like this? Silicone. I'm so angry. Although they cursed for a while, they were a little discouraged after comparing, and finding that they really couldn't compare. It turns out that the boss is not aloof, but has high standards. In fact, we are not much different. Now I can only comfort myself that the boss's orientation is normal. Forget it. Just treat it as practicing technology. At this time, a drone is flying above the swimming pool, and the high-definition camera transmits the picture below to the controller. Xiao He whistled as he looked at the content in the picture. Professional is professional. Great. Get it done in one go. At this time, Xiao He and his other 2 companions are under the rooftop water tower of this hotel. The companions are hanging the landing rope on the metal bracket of the water tower. Don't be careless. The target has a strong ability to move. Keep an eye on it, and hack into the surveillance after entering. The middle-aged bearded man spoke in a steady tone, and he did not feel complacent because the target fell into the trap. We've already entered the corridor. Shit. You didn't go to the gym. If you go down slowly, you might have to watch the exciting restricted screen. Oh, you can see it now. Xiaohei put down the drone control, picked up the computer and quickly tapped it. After hacking into the hotel surveillance, he saw the couple kissing in the corridor. It was so intense that they couldn't wait to go back to the room. Hotel camera? The middle-aged bearded man frowned. Yes. The screen has changed. Okay. Originally, they wanted to lead them to the room and make an emergency landing, and then take them away through the ventilation duct in the room. As a result, they couldn't control themselves under the surveillance, so they could only find a way to remedy it. However, the traces left in this way would be some clues. It doesn't matter, as long as the goal can be achieved. The pickup vehicles and the boats going out to sea were prepared early, just waiting for this side to succeed. When Xiaohei made an okay gesture, the hotel surveillance disappeared after a flash. It seemed that they rolled into a blind spot together, and the screen began to enter the tour playback mode. The bearded man also made a departure gesture to the other silent partner in the action team next to him. Attention! The target's action ability is first class, and it must not be underestimated. Do not hesitate to shock. After saying this, the three of them put down their masks at the same time, and then quickly jumped down along a concave outer wall of the hotel. The landing rope rotated quickly, and the three people's tactical movements of jumping and descending were almost synchronized, showing an unusual tacit understanding. In less than 30 seconds, they arrived at the target floor and rushed in quickly through the window that had been opened in advance. Originally, this room was the destination of the action, but now it is just a matter of taking 2 more steps. When a man is on top, his vigilance will always decrease, and the task can be easily accomplished. As soon as the door was opened, a heavy blow with a sound of breaking through the air had already hit the liver area of the Asian in the front. The speed was too fast, the attack was too sudden, and the force was too fierce. Even if his tempered reaction made him curl up as much as possible to resist. But this blow also broke all his core strength, and he flew backwards and hit Xiaohei behind him, losing his combat effectiveness. The companion was suddenly hit hard and flew backwards. The two behind him immediately understood that it was not good. But in a narrow place like the entrance of the room, the advantage of numbers could not be played at all, especially when Xiaohei was hit by his companion. It was even more difficult to react. Just as he pushed his companion away, he saw the flying knee that was about to reach his eyes. Without enough space to exert force, he could only barely raise his hands to block. But how could ordinary blocking deal with this level of attack? Hands and knees intersected, and a pair of hands also hugged the back of his head and exerted force to hit his knees. Boom! The violent impact through the arms made his ears buzz. It was as if the wrist bones were shattered. The next moment, a pair of strong arms twisted his neck, and snap. Following the sound, the whole neck became a strange arc, letting go of the body with a broken neck. Wang Yi looked at the middle-aged bearded man in front of him, who was in a fighting posture with a relaxed face. Don't you need a gun? One dead and one injured in a face-to-face encounter. A strong sense of oppression that was so strong that it was suffocating made the bearded man finally understand why Joe had that expression at the beginning. Failed. Chapter 117. Behind the scenes. The medical staff carried the stretcher out of the room, and a Siamese inspector kept apologizing beside Wang Yi. I am very sorry for giving Professor Wang a bad experience. Although the inspector spoke with a slight accent, it was also in Chinese. Siam is a tourist country, and Wang Yi is a scholar with a good reputation internationally. If something happened in Siam, especially in a top hotel in Bangkok, it would definitely bring an international scandal to Siam. So now they just want to calm this matter down as quickly as possible. This matter is lucky enough for them. A blessing in disguise. It can be said that Siam was a little confused at this time. This lineup came to catch people but failed? Although you have a good figure. This is too exaggerated. This is not your fault. It is very likely that they came specifically to target me. It's all my fault that I posted a Weibo and exposed my whereabouts. Hey, I have caused you trouble, Wang Yi said to the inspector very humbly. It is necessary to distinguish who is the enemy and who is the friend. Even if the person on the other side may not be a friend, as long as he is not an enemy, you can try to turn him into a friend. Sure enough, after hearing what Wang Yi said, the inspector's face relaxed a lot. He was scared at first. This is really a ruthless person, facing 3 fully armed enemies and winning. But these mercenaries are too weak. They look so powerful in their equipment, But they are not as powerful as our gangsters. And it is a good thing that we suddenly caught these mercenaries now. It just so happens that the case of an underground gang being wiped out can be put on them. Yeah. The time of the activity also coincides. So they did it. Please rest assured, Professor Wang. We will increase the police force nearby during this period. If you are willing, we can also arrange close protection. There is no need for close protection. I think even if there are still people in the dark, they dare not do it after this incident. Boss, are you okay? It's so scary. There are kidnappings. Is it so chaotic abroad? It feels so dangerous. Do you want to go back early? Wang Yi had this situation. After the inspector left with his men, the employees of Xianyu also came to greet him. However, Siam did not want to make the matter known to everyone. After obtaining Wang Yi's consent, it was prepared to handle the matter in a low-key manner, although it would generally report that several criminals were arrested with the help of Wang Yi. The specific content of the case itself was still concealed on the grounds of confidentiality. Anyway, there was no loss or damage, so it should not be a fire. So the employees did not know what happened specifically. They only knew that someone wanted to harm Wang Yi. Don't worry. I've practiced with your boss. It's okay. Let's continue the team building. Siam will send people to protect us, which will be safer. After comforting everyone casually, Wang Yi returned to the room. The camera in the room was found by the people from Siam, which saved some trouble. Are there any confirmed clues? That woman is from an organization called Scorpion, which specializes in commercial espionage and accidental assassinations. The other three are a mercenary team called Hyena. They should be hired by a family called Sackler in the United States. After Wang Yi caught the people, he took their communication equipment and turned on the Wi-Fi, so he could naturally find a springboard for Lin Shurqin. With the springboard clue, Lin Shurqin's information search ability is absolutely first class. Even if it is to use some relatively public information, a lot of useful information can be obtained. At least the forces behind him are found. The Sackler family? Wang Yi asked. A top chaebol, who controls multiple pharmaceutical companies, and will do anything to make money. Pharmaceutical company? Wang Yi was really a little surprised. He thought it should be related to software. Although he is now openly cooperating with the newly established pharmaceutical company, the results have not even been released. Well, maybe it's purely because of the boss's mathematical ability. They have been funding some mathematicians at a high price, and it may be related to the 2 missing mathematician cases. Maybe they encountered some problems. A medical problem that is not visible to the public? What are they studying? Wang Yi frowned. He did not reject normal scientific research invitations. Zhang Yuan also helped. There were also many foreign institutions that invited him to assist, but he did not remember any invitation emails related to the Sackler family. In other words, they did not invite him at all, but just took action directly, and after the real kidnapping, no one could suspect them. After all, the kidnapping may be because of money or software. But who would suspect this family rooted in the pharmaceutical industry? They have a lot of pharmaceutical companies, and many of their investments involve lifespan. Maybe they are crazy about immortality. Maybe they have encountered an extremely difficult algorithm problem, and they can't see the light. Since it can't see the light, it's nothing more than cloning, dangerous virus research and the like. Forget it. Just keep an eye on it. For now, I'll pretend I don't know. After Wang Yi pondered for a while, he finally didn't decide what to do directly. It was too obvious. But since it's in the pharmaceutical industry, it will run into it sooner or later in the future. In the Bangkok detention center, Jenna, who had just been sent in and detained for a while, walked out with a cold face behind the lawyer in front, and then got into a car. Jenna, one failure is nothing. You are our trump card. A group of hyena combat teams have been killed. We can't compare with them in terms of combat power alone. The driver was a beautiful woman with short red hair. The Scorpion itself focuses more on commercial espionage and assassination, and its network of relationships is also very comprehensive. Besides, Jenna is just an accomplice responsible for seduction. It is quite easy to bail her out with the power of the Scorpion. Shut up. You don't know what I've been through. Jenna seemed to be stimulated, and a frantic expression immediately appeared on her cold face, which surprised the red-haired beauty driving in front. Jenna's mentality would not collapse so easily. Can you imagine him knocking you out while hacking you? I really want to pry open his head and take a good look at what it is made of. Shit! The way he muttered really made the driver in front stunned. And then his eyes became subtle. They came down very quickly. Right? Then you must be very beautiful. Shut up. Be thankful for your life. Be thankful that he knocked you out instead of breaking your neck directly. Maybe because you are too beautiful. He was reluctant to let you go. Eh? Jenna was stunned for a moment. Then she leaned back in the soft chair like a deflated ball, muttering, "Humph. I'll teach him a lesson next time." But she didn't realize that the blue halo in her eyes was slowly fading, and the breathing light on the phone she brought back from the detention center flickered slightly. Chapter 118 Perfection. After failing once before, now with the official attention of Siam, even the most stubborn people know to restrain themselves. The next step is a smooth Siam team building and snack carnival. It must be said that Siam has a very good foundation with so many tourists coming every year. The traffic of several temples is also quite large. Although most amulets are useless, some fine products have been worshipped, and the combination of materials has a very slight positive effect. Therefore, some masters in the entertainment industry who are more famous in Southeast Asia probably have some inherited knowledge like the two at the beginning. Of course, the ability is also very limited. At least Tang Zhua, this little trash, has not encountered anything that jumps out and says he wants to exorcise demons and defend the way. Kata's private plane has landed. Wang Yi, who was walking around with the employees at the Four-Faced Buddha to relax and appreciate the different exotic customs here, nodded when he heard the voice in the headset. Tang Zhua is a bit unreliable, and he still has to go there himself when the time comes. But just when Wang Yi was thinking about leaving at night, they were still eating seafood at a popular Thai restaurant. But Wang Yi's mobile phone, which he had registered in Siam, started to ring. This surprised Wang Yi, and he thought it might be an official. He wondered if there was any follow-up to the previous attack or something. But after the call was connected, the message from inside made Wang Yi speechless. Kata Adani wanted to meet Wang Yi, and asked this side to make a connection. Good guy. Wang Yi was going to wear a vest to meet you, but you came to meet the real person instead. Kata Adani is now worth a lot of money, and coming to Siam to discuss business will naturally have a great impact on the local area. So it is no problem to find an official to make a connection. Wang Yi just hesitated for a moment, and then readily agreed. He first saw what this guy wanted to do, and if he understood his personality, the subsequent contact would be more targeted. The meeting place was a small Thai massage shop, which looked ordinary and nothing surprising. This place has a good reputation, and it is a well-known master. But Kata Adani himself does not care about these face-saving details. His car is a 2008 BMW X7, with Kata Adani's current net worth. Using a BMW X7 is indeed very down-to-earth. It is roughly the same as Wang Yi using a nanny car. He only cares about comfort and cost-effectiveness, and does not consider the pomp and circumstance. From this point, it can actually be seen that this rich man who stood out from the untouchables is used to frugality. Oh, dear Wang, I have long wanted to meet you. The smartest Asian, or perhaps the smartest person on earth. Kata himself has a beautiful mustache, which looks quite funny, with some of the exaggerated style of the third brother. But it is not annoying. Hello, Mr. Kata. I am actually a little surprised about this appointment. Wang Yi wanted to know what kind of guy this was, so he directly took out his great mathematician's straightforwardness and got straight to the point. I am an academic. I don't know your social ways. Otherwise, looking at Kata's posture, it seems like he is talking about everything in the rhythm of the Indian brother, while changing his clothes and receiving the massage from the master. Wang Yi also knew the strange reason why Kata Adani wanted to find him. Bodyguard introduction? This really convinced Wang Yi. He thought a lot. Maybe because of his identity as a mathematician, or because of beauty software, or games and live broadcasts. Maybe he wanted to open up some new field of cooperation. But in the end, who knew that he specially asked Siam to invite him out? But it turned out to ask him to introduce a bodyguard. Hey, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by the professor. When I just made my first pot of gold, I was kidnapped by 2 thieves. They extorted $2 million before I got away. I have been kidnapped 7 or 8 times. Those bodyguards, who boasted about everything, are useless. They seem useful at ordinary times, but they are just a bunch of soft eggs at critical moments. Kata became more and more angry when he said this, and began to speak Indian-style high-speed English. A lot of gibberish. Only Wang Yi could understand what he meant because of his good listening ability. Otherwise, I guess even the local Sangu couldn't understand it. Afterwards, Wang Yi also knew the reason why Kata Adani usually behaved low-key. It turned out that he was afraid of being kidnapped. Although Kata has now embraced the Thai and completed a high-value angel investment. He is a businessman born in the lower class after all. Some ideas are deeply rooted in Insan. So he can't be as high profile as other rich people. Is it because he doesn't want to enjoy it? In fact, it's not. But it's a helpless choice. He had looked for both domestic and international security companies. But the results were disappointing. Especially the local Hongsan country ones. They all said that there was no problem. And they said that they would take care of it. They looked decent on weekdays. But when they really needed it, they found that they were just a bunch of idiots. He had also looked for an international one. But he was also quite dissatisfied. Although they had helped him intercept a danger, they also made him embarrassed. The reason why he knew about Wang Yi's case that was originally blocked by Siam was because he was used to being afraid. So he first learned about the recent public security. As a result, an underground gang was wiped out recently. And there was also a kidnapping case. He almost went home directly. Later, he found out after a deeper investigation that the kidnapping case failed. It turned out that the other party did it himself. Professor Wang, you have practiced before. As you can tell from your figure, Kata said with an envious expression on his face. So you must know which ones are just for show and which ones are useless. Or you can introduce any other students from your previous training. I will hire them as my personal bodyguards. In fact, Kata originally wanted to hire Wang Yi directly. It sounds like a myth to face 3 mercenaries head-on. But after knowing the other party's identity, he gave up this idea. He couldn't afford to hire, so now he could only take the initiative to ask for help and get information. It must be said that Kata's success is indeed due to his own ability. He obviously didn't know Wang Yi at all. But he was able to come to him with a thick face. He also had a very familiar and friendly aura. A typical social bully. I'm a researcher. And you're asking me these questions. Wang Yi weighed the pros and cons quickly in his mind. And it seemed that it was not impossible to introduce himself. He had some cooperation relationship with the company of Jess. So it would be okay as long as he didn't show too much familiarity. Please, help me. Speaking of the masters, I had some impression of during the training. My former instructor Joe was not bad. But he already wanted to live a comfortable life with his wife and daughter. And he probably wouldn't come out. There was another one. You have to wait for me to find it. I don't know if there is still his contact information. While enjoying the Thai massage, Wang Yi also pretended to check. And finally gave Kata contact information. And after Lin Shichin spied on the situation, she had already started to communicate with the other side in advance. With Carter's concern, he would definitely spend some time to ask him to transfer the phone several times to find it with great effort. It would be convenient to arrange at that time. And just let Tang Zhua go. In fact, Wang Yi had no idea what to say about Tang Zhua's character. He is not really afraid of not having the ability. Lin Shichin can drop out of junior high school. I can help to give her knowledge and skills. But that kind of personality is a bit difficult to deal with. It doesn't look like a vengeful spirit at all. He can become a Buddha by hanging in a temple. In this case, let him be a bodyguard. Then, through Tang Zhua, we can complete the linkage with Li Yao. Complete the factory construction in Hansan. Moreover, introducing bodyguards as jobs is actually a very good channel. When the time is right, let Tang Zhua show off his skills with buffs. So that Kata can understand the ability here. Even if he finds the potential of the pharmaceutical factory, he will weigh it. This feels even more convenient than his original arrangement. The Dihua technique is sealed in the silver jewelry, and Tang Zhua can knock it. However, even so, the environment of Hansan can only be used as a place for drug testing. Too much investment is really not possible. After the investment here is completed, the HPV vaccination is cultivated. And in turn, it can apply to build a factory in China for reverse input. By then, we will have human clinical data and are willing to build a site in China. So it will be easy to get a green channel. This trip to Southeast Asia is perfect. Chapter 119 Contact Lenses. The most important thing for this trip was to have a massage together, which really caught Wang Yi off guard. The main purpose of coming to Siam this time was originally for Kata Adani. But the main target was super easy to solve. And there were 2 episodes of kidnapping. Even in one of the active attacks, a new ghost was found, which was really an accident. Some things really can't be forced. The next step is naturally to have a team building together. And it's nice to relax occasionally. It has to be said that this kind of company pays for it all. And it is a high standard team building on a weekday. And no employee will hate it. On the contrary, some team building that is stingy and chooses rest days may also require half a day of success studies and wolf team courses, which is really a waste of money. And it is better not to do it. After the team building, At least the relationship between the employees became much warmer. Especially the driver Su Feng, who had just joined the company not long ago, has completely integrated into the big family of the Atmosphere Salted Fish Group. However, he still maintained sufficient vigilance against the group of models. He had not forgotten that the dirty thing had made him feel very surprised. And now he had PTSD when he saw the beautiful girl. Okay, let's take another group photo. This team building has been successfully completed. Go back and devote yourself to work. We have to help our brothers in this small broken station. Finally, Wang Yi clapped his hands, and everyone completed the last group photo of this team building in front of the airport. He also sent it to the work group of the small broken station, saying, "Come on." Then they boarded the plane one after another and began to return. During this period, Shark Baby can be said to have made big moves continuously. He also invited many celebrities to participate in the live broadcast, and held live broadcast parties and live broadcast nights. He started to build momentum for various broadcasters he dug up, wanting to complete the creation of gods. Today's hot search is that the number of live broadcasters exceeds so many. And tomorrow it will be that the total traffic of Shark Baby's live broadcast is so many, or it has reached so many times that of competitors. In short, under the non-stop spending, there will be topics about live broadcasts in the hot searches every day. However, for Suwon, although he has been waving money to conquer cities and territories, the users and traffic of Baby Shark have been growing exponentially under the power of money. If we simply compare the traffic of live broadcast, it has surpassed the live broadcast of Shupa Station by a lot. As a rising star, it should be a very fulfilling thing for the predecessors, who can counter pressure with more solid technology. But Suwon himself felt bored, because Wang Yi's Weibo status is occasionally updated. They are really on a team building trip, and they look so happy. I work until the early morning every day, and the average sleep time is less than 4 hours a day, while the other side is traveling. There are also a group of beautiful anchors accompanying them. Now every day someone takes some pictures of the live broadcast of the female anchors during their team building and posts them on his Weibo, asking him how he feels. Obviously he has won in all aspects, and has obviously surpassed, and his efforts have obviously been recognized by capital and investors. But so empty. Congratulations to Master Yi for preventing a criminal act in Siam. He has received official thanks from Siam and has been awarded a VIP card and the title of honorary guest. The sudden popularity on Weibo was indeed a bit surprising and unexpected. However, the strange thing is that although it is such a face-showing event, there are still no photos of Wang Yi on Weibo. It seems that there is an invisible force that is reducing the exposure of Wang Yi's true appearance. It's just that for some internet celebrities, not many people care about his true appearance as a mathematician. And even the name is still more familiar to Master Yi. It's not that he got to the top by his looks. Some netizens who are more sober and think more will also realize that it may be a protective measure, and naturally they will not point it out. Moreover, Siam only reported this case, and did not explain the specific content of the case in detail on the grounds of confidentiality. However, even if it is only based on the reposted reports, some newspaper screenshots and translations, it still arouses great curiosity. Recently, live broadcasting has been very popular because of the money invested by Baby Shark, and it is on the hot search list every day. In this case, the live broadcast of the small broken station as a competitor and Wang Yi's every move are also easy to be paid attention to. Originally, their overseas team building was often brought up and ridiculed by Baby Shark. Going all out here and going on a trip there. This is not what a human being does. So what? Going on a trip. But actually going to Siam to solve a case. What the H.L. Siam? Because of a movie called Siam last year. The popularity of Siam tourism is constantly increasing. In fact, it has attracted a lot of attention. The outdoor live broadcast of those models' travel still attracted a lot of users to watch. Wow! Is the great mathematician a detective? Did you pay attention to the description? He is a terrorist. Oh my god. Although I don't know how he did it. It must be right to shout 666. It's a pity that Master Yi doesn't broadcast live. Wang Yi only returned to China once. But the popularity brought back from solving a case in Siam, combined with the recent hype of Baby Shark's live broadcast, spontaneously formed a new popularity. It really made Suwon feel powerless. He threw punches like rain. But the other party didn't even take the moves. What should I do? But at this moment, suddenly a new dynamic was brought directly to the hot search. A groundbreaking lens has appeared. Carefully cultivated natural resin. Does not hurt the eyes. and can be worn for more than 72 hours at a time. Automatic adjustment of the degree. Currently, the production is limited and limited to purchase. So hurry up if you want to buy it. This kind of advertisement that suddenly appeared seems to be a hot search. And there is no doubt that it was bought with money. And this advertisement is too hard and too ridiculous. However, since it has been on the hot search, it will naturally attract corresponding attention and popularity. After all, there are too many myopic people. And the tone of this advertisement is too arrogant. What the hell? As an old myopic, I don't like the visual blind spots and beauty of ordinary glasses. I have been using contact lenses. I bluntly tell you that even the most expensive Bosch and Lone lenses cannot be worn for more than 10 hours. Let alone overnight. This is extremely irresponsible propaganda. And my liver is black. As an ophthalmologist, I am also very sad to see this. Although I don't recommend everyone to undergo corrective surgery. Long-term wearing of contact lenses may damage the eyes and cause negative adverse reactions such as dry eyes. Automatically adjust the degree? I'm laughing. You're not wearing contact lenses. You're wearing corneas. It's the retina. Black-hearted merchants. Report? Is Weibo crazy about making money? Wait a minute. I just saw that this company seems to have newly registered a patent for lenses. But I don't know if it's fake. Umbrella company. Amidba. How dare they use such a name? Are you bullying me for not playing games? The one above. There are actually quite a few companies called Umbrella. Haha. But there are just no famous ones. At this point, when the company's name was dug out, Wang Yi also posted a dynamic. Oh, I have some impression of Umbrella Pharmaceuticals. Some time ago, I accepted their invitation to help calculate a set of data. But it was not glasses. It seemed to be some medicine for stones. Because I just helped calculate the data. I don't know the specific effect. After all, I am not a professional. But the data they provided is indeed quite complicated. The company's R&D capability should be very good. Wang Yi said some rational words. And naturally took advantage of his current popularity in China to bring the bot hot search out of the circle. In any case, the number of potential glasses users is here. And since there is heat, and it was triggered by Wang Yi, it will naturally produce a chain reaction. For example, the Unboxing Up and Unboxing Live broadcast anchor who have begun to complete the transformation. Unboxing Up will edit the video to speed up and perform post-processing. And the Unboxing Anchor will be more direct. Chapter 120 Really Invisible. Here, some small gifts from Thailand. Wang Yi brought some souvenirs to Ma Dong and Lu Xiuka. And both of them expressed their gratitude. Hee. Thank you. Lu Xiuka happily played with the chain on her hand. And then remembered something and said to Wang Yi, I said that your company is going to fight back now that it's back? You don't know. The Baby Shark platform has been pissing people off recently. Lu Xiuka was complaining bitterly. Zhang Ming's play was finished. And now it's in post-production. During this period, she just watched the live broadcasts of the models and Wang Yi's company to see what they were doing. And the rest was to fight against Baby Shark's Water Army online. After all, it's a live broadcast competitor. And Baby Shark is unwilling to see so much of the traffic it spent money on being divided. So naturally there will be Water Army operations. Lu Xiuka is a stubborn guy who looks soft and cute. And he started to argue after he turned over, fighting with the Water Army online every day. Now he has accumulated a lot of resentment, and is complaining here. After knowing that Wang Yi was the boss of World Company, she naturally stood on the side of World Company. Haha. Don't get angry. It's okay. Station B is just our subsidiary. And it accounts for a very small part of the revenue. Wang Yi smiled and comforted Lu Xiuka, who was so angry that she was like a pufferfish, for fear that she would explode directly. In fact, what Wang Yi said was not wrong. At present, Station B still invests more, and it does not account for much revenue. The main source of income at present is the beauty tax for harvesting a batch of inventory, and the popular PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, followed by Minecraft. Even the income of Jump Jump, which is still strong, is higher than that of Station B. Of course, in terms of importance, Station B is a springboard for live broadcasts and short videos. And it must be very high. Otherwise it would not continue to invest money. But now that I have been high profile for so long, it is almost time for the best companies to show their presence. I think Station B is pretty good. Is the income so low? Lu Xiuka was a little curious. She had also given gifts for a few dollars. Website maintenance, operator traffic, personnel expenses, equipment maintenance, support plans. All these cost money. Wang Yi was also very patient, making Lu Xiuke nod his head in confusion. After he finished speaking, Ma Dong, who had been invisible, spoke up. Brother Wang, did you specifically say low to me to share traffic? I just cooked a few dishes regularly, but I didn't expect the popularity to be good. Baby Shark even sent me a private message to recruit me, and directly offered a signing fee of 200,000. Their funds are sufficient. No, I have been traveling during this period. I originally said that I would help you when I came back, but I didn't expect that you have already risen on your own. Wang Yi also smiled and glanced at Ma Dong at this time. This big guy has played many impressive villains. It is normal for him to start cooking in contrast, and his skills are not bad. It is normal that he can attract attention. And Ma Dong is a special actor who has been in the industry for so long. His ability to interact with the audience and his performance ability are unquestionable. So it is normal that the live broadcast effect is good. You know what? This live broadcast is quite interesting. It feels like I'm sharing the cooking with others. Ma Dong also booked Zhang Ming's next play, so it was impossible for him to take other jobs during this period. He just tinkered with live broadcasting. He not only cooks, but also rides a donkey to the film and television city to live broadcast some street interviews and the life of extras. Now he ranks well among the live broadcasters on the small broken station. After all, when many top anchors are poached, it also means that the vacancies left behind need to be filled. Ma Dong originally did not accept the poaching of Baby Shark because of Wang Yi's relationship, but he got the bonus by mistake. After all, live broadcasting itself does not conflict much with his acting. This is completely an extra income. I also tried live broadcasting, but the interaction was a bit difficult to talk about. They all spoke so bluntly. Although Lu Xiuke has been a minor for a long time, she is definitely no problem facing the camera. But it is really a bit difficult to complete the interaction with so many netizens on the spot. She is here, and sometimes she gets angry when she is serious. However, because of her true feelings, many people like to watch her live broadcast. Even if the live broadcast time is irregular, she still has a group of fans. Then, do you want to try live broadcasting before the next play? Wang Yi immediately gave a suggestion. Sell goods? Condiments or something? In fact, Ma Dong really smelled some business opportunities, because netizens often asked him about some related condiments, spatulas and so on. And some merchants contacted him privately hoping to advertise. However, live broadcasting is still a new thing, so the acceptance is still relatively low. No, I recently found out that a company I worked with has released a contact lens. When I was measuring it before, I found that their technology is quite solid, and it is estimated that it will not be bad. Maybe I can try it. Contact lenses? Note, contact lenses are Class 3 medical devices. They are sold directly by the manufacturer. If you don't have the qualifications, don't imitate them. Not to mention Wang Yi's idle time. Because of the popularity, the Unboxing Up and Unboxing Anchor have also started the first batch of unboxing and evaluation of the A1 model annual disposable contact lenses produced by Umbrella Pharmaceuticals. Yazi was originally a host of a small broken station, who liked to make some hardcore small machines. Because he was serious about making videos, and he was passionate about making them, he attracted a group of loyal fans. In addition to doing some mechanical modifications himself, he also likes to buy some new things to make unboxing videos, usually based on the suggestions of fans and his own financial situation. After the live broadcast function started, his unboxing videos were first broadcast live, and then edited and posted on the small broken station after the live broadcast. It's true that the effect of doing this is that you get double the return for one investment. Originally, contact lenses were not his traditional unboxing and evaluation scope, but because of the high popularity, he had already vaguely sensed the potential of live broadcast and video linkage. So he decisively chose to buy a box. My dears, you said that IQ tax? The A1 model annual disposable lenses ordered by Umbrella Pharmaceuticals have arrived, and now I'm starting to unbox them. The price is 1,088 yuan, which can buy a 1,000 yuan card. I hope it's not really an IQ tax. As Yazai spoke, he also began to disassemble the packaging box. But the most expensive contact lenses are actually daily disposable ones, because although single lenses are cheap, they need to be replaced every day. And remember, never try to wear them for a long time just because of the instructions in the advertisement, which will hurt your eyes. Since Yazai is going to do a review, of course, he will do the corresponding homework. Moreover, He himself is a little nearsighted and has used contact lenses before, but he just feels uncomfortable wearing them. He doesn't pursue any aesthetics, so he still chooses regular glasses when he needs to use glasses on weekdays. As he spoke, he had already opened the package, revealing a beautiful small box inside. Maintenance cleaning liquid, glasses case, and 2 lenses that are almost completely invisible after opening. Yozai has also used contact lenses, but for some reason, when he opened them and looked at the 2 lenses, he felt that this thing was quite clean. No, not a feeling. This lens. Pick it up with tweezers and put it in front of the camera. And then he looked from behind the camera and was shocked to find it, except for the distortion in the air to calibrate the visual distance. The outline of the lens can't be seen on the camera at all. It's as if it just blended into the air. Damn! Are you really invisible? At this time, the stupid netizens who were originally ready to watch the show and make fun of the IQ tax have begun to type out barrages of 666. You can't find this thing if it falls on the ground? Hack. Except for the distortion in the air. You really can't even see the frame. Is it a problem with the pixels of your camera? You didn't turn on anything weird? Good guy. I was about to spray it, but I put it back. I came here to see the joke. But now, as the main body of the glasses, I want to buy it and try it. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the video, and I said I was watching the contact lenses. Real invisible lenses. Just by clipping it up and putting it in front of the camera. The vacuum feeling directly and intuitively defeated many rumors. Now let's not talk about the advertisements and functions. Just this point in front of us is already quite awesome. The expensive annual contact lenses cost thousands of dollars. And this is not just some kind of IQ tax for the gullible customers. This company really has something. Chapter 121 Out of the Circle. There are more than one unboxing anchor and evaluation anchor. Although live streaming is still a new thing, it is easy to get caught up in the heat. Umbrella Pharmaceuticals spent money to buy hot searches, and Wangi also pushed it. This hot heat naturally made anchors and uploaders in this field follow up. Whether it is Baby Shark or the live broadcast of Shiopa Station, or the uploaders of Shiopa Station and some Weibo unboxing anchors. The unboxing tests of these glasses are everywhere on Donghu, Tiaba, and some related forums. If it were just a normal contact lens, even if the quality was good, it would easily cause a decline in reputation. The impression is not good in the first place, or the expectation is too high, and it is easy for everyone to find faults and find faults. Even if the product is indeed of better quality than the competing products, it cannot withstand the tossing under this mentality. But these glasses have just been taken out, and the image of real invisibility instantly shocked all the unboxers and viewers. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? It was not until this time that someone eagerly found some introductions on the official website of Umbrella Pharmaceuticals and related explanation videos. Fully dustproof and anti-fouling. Touchless. Breathable. Water locking and moisturizing. New materials protect the eyeballs. Super long wearing time and certain calibration ability. Automatic adjustment of the degree of adaptation. The calibration ability depends on the user's applicability. If it is suitable for the physique or young people, it can have a more obvious effect. If it is an adult or an insensitive physique, it can only keep it from getting worse. A very simple and straightforward self-description, without any special emphasis or explanation. But it was originally a boastful word, and now it suddenly makes many people's hearts beat. Can it still be calibrated? Is there a chance to improve and recover? Brothers, I have used many contact lenses. This one is really a miracle. I can't even feel that I'm wearing it. If I didn't see clearly suddenly, I wouldn't know that I was wearing glasses. It's really invisible. A review anchor was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Hack. I thought it was the Emperor's new clothes. But you told me I really wore it. I'm the idiot. The first contact lens in the true sense. +1. Plus 10,086. Let's not talk about the other effects of the glasses themselves. The invisibility alone has really convinced many people. It's actually very difficult to evaluate glasses. Many times, it's just about whether it's worth the money. How many tricks can it have? But this time it's really a trick. In this case, naturally more people will try it. After the first try, other features hidden under the complete invisibility can naturally be discovered one by one. That cool feeling. That feeling of the world suddenly becoming clear. And the automatically adjusted degree constantly impact every user. Brothers, I really don't want to take it off. The advertisement says that it can be worn for 72 hours. Should it be true? I really don't feel anything at all. Reason tells me to take it off. But I really don't want to take it off. This is glasses. No. This is a part of my eyes. This is the cornea. At first, I scoffed at the idea that it could improve my condition. But I ended up feeling really comfortable with my eyes. But normally, people who need glasses already have them. And those who don't need them generally won't choose them just because of some advertisements. It's just like myopia correction surgery. And most people who already have a pair of glasses are not likely to change them before they break down. Many people have used glasses for many years. So it's useless to say anything exaggerated. After all, the current advertisements are already exaggerated. So who knows if they are telling the truth? The same is true for the demand for contact lenses. It's difficult to change their perceptions in the short term if they don't know how to use them. So although this wave of popularity is not small, and the unboxing and evaluation are almost perfect, combined with the true invisible, many users who already use contact lenses have made it to buy them. But the actual sales volume is still not that high. Users of daily and monthly disposable glasses have no hesitation in changing them. But others will consider it comprehensively. At this time, Ma Dong and Lu Xiuka started their first real product promotion, introducing a single product promotion. My dears, although I am nearsighted, I don't have the habit of wearing glasses on weekdays because the degree is not high. Anyway, it doesn't interfere with my work. This time, I bought some unboxing reviews and tried them. But I couldn't take them off after trying them. I found the merchant and put them on the small yellow car. There are not so many live broadcasting words for selling goods. But Ma Dong is an actor himself. And his expression ability is here. After the initial use of live broadcasting words, the effect is surprisingly good. Ma Dong's live broadcast test not only tested the transparency of the lens, but also folded it to test the flexibility, and put it in the comparison group of dust, oil, water stains, etc. for OK test. While testing, he would talk about the functions and express his amazement. Finally, after passing it through Lao Gan Ma's chili oil, he just rinsed it in water and put it directly into his eyes. This ruthless action immediately caused a large number of barrages. Heck, he's a ruthless guy. As expected of Brother Ma. I'm convinced. Is it really Lao Gan Ma? This is a live broadcast without editing. At first, I thought Brother Ma was recharged. But now I believe it's not. No more talking. I've already placed an order. I'll try it when I come back. If I'm blind, I'll definitely blame you. For a while, Ma Dong's unique evaluation method really had a tendency to go viral. Many people took screenshots and GIFs and forwarded them everywhere, causing a lot of hack. In addition, Ma Dong often plays villains. And for a while some people even dug out the ruthless roles in some of his previous films. It has to be said that Ma Dong has been able to climb up here for so many years. And he has the ability and really studied acting. In normal movies, it doesn't seem like anything. But after being made into a GIF, it has a taste of Brother Crow. It even began to flow into the ghost animal area. After seeing the effect, other live broadcasters also began to conduct some fancy evaluations. And the more they evaluated, the more they felt the horror of this small lens. What on earth is this? If you stick the lenses all over your body, it will be bulletproof. Right? I don't know if it's bulletproof. But you will definitely run naked. Awesome. I'll buy it and try it. I don't use contact lenses. But I have to try it for this function. $1,000. You are really rich. The second batch of glasses was shipped, starting with the heat raised by Ma Dong. With excellent quality. As long as someone buys it, it will inevitably become a tap water, exuding influence and recommending it to other friends around. Chapter 122 Fission. The domestic eyewear market is now 60 billion yuan per year. Contact lenses are almost 10 billion yuan. Almost every 10 people will buy a pair of lenses every year. And the myopia rate among teenagers is more than 50%, with more potential users. In such a huge market, there are naturally enough manufacturers to divide the market, both domestic and foreign. It can be said that the craftsmanship of the glasses themselves is already like this. And the rest is more about pursuing comfort and beauty. Many people can use a pair of glasses for a long time. In this case, the factors of operation, advertising, brand, and price actually occupy more. At least for ordinary people. The eyewear industry is a highly profitable industry with extremely high gross profit margins. A pair of glasses worth 1,000 yuan may cost less than 100 yuan. Under such huge profits, there are naturally too many interest groups that are closely related to it. Originally, it is not surprising to have one more type of glasses. Just by hot searches, This market is so prosperous that there are many people who want to enter the market to share the cake. These existing eyewear merchants are all survivors in the fight. Glasses, after all, are a long-term business. It is not that the popularity for a short time is useful. It is more suitable for long-term outdoor advertising, so that you will associate it with it at the first time when you want it. The cost-effectiveness of short-term popularity is actually quite low. It is very important to manage the brand. However, if someone is willing to hype it, they are also happy to do so. And they all get some benefits together. Big brands have advantages in this regard. And some people even add fuel to the fire behind the scenes. For example, popularize the benefits of wearing glasses. What problems may occur without wearing glasses? And students must rely on glasses to keep up with their studies. But slowly, with the change of the atmosphere on the internet, eyewear merchants also felt something was wrong. No way. How much money did you spend on hyping it? It's useless to have such a high exposure in a short time. Those who want to buy it have bought it long ago. And those who don't buy it will not spend 1,000 yuan like this. But slowly, they found that many people in Timo seem to be not water army. Manager. It really doesn't look like a water army. I know who this account belongs to. He is a small boss who does wholesale. He came to our store last time to get glasses, and lives in my neighborhood. A salesperson from a Jingmu optical store said to his store manager. Not a water army? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have been in this industry for so many years. What kind of glasses have I not seen? No matter how amazing they are, there is actually not much difference in use. Look at these comments. They are almost exaggerated. Even science fiction movies dare not shoot like this. The store manager looked indifferent. In fact, their optical store is not a certain optical brand, but a simple optical chain store. The brand pays more attention to the optical store itself. It has lenses of all brands, and will clean glasses for others for free. Some simple repairs are also free, just to improve the favorability of potential customers. What international brand has she not seen? What so-called high-tech products has she not used? This is too childish. It's overstated. But if it's this popular, the boss can definitely get some stock. Anyway, a store like theirs has all kinds of brands. They don't lack this kind either. And they also have the qualifications to sell contact lenses. Of course, they couldn't buy a 1088. Although the profit of contact lenses is not so exaggerated compared to ordinary glasses. At least they should be half off. What the two of them could think of. In fact, their boss had already thought of it. Take advantage of the current popularity to buy in. And make a profit if you sell more. However, when he found the phone number to contact them, he was shocked to find that the purchase price was also 1,000. What the HL? Are you crazy about money? Less than 10% of the profit is given to us? You deserve to go bankrupt. The owner of Jingmu Optical Store put down the phone and cursed. I don't have to pay for my labor? The store rent doesn't have to pay? You are really crazy. Don't buy. Boycott. I don't believe that anyone else will buy this kind of glasses. But he was still cursing when he got a call from a relative. Old Wu. Let me ask you something. Do you have the A1 contact lenses from Umbrella? How much is the cheapest? Can you give me 5 pairs? He runs an eyewear store. So naturally friends and relatives would come to him to buy cheap glasses. The one calling now is a relatively close cousin. Brother, can I get you other ones? This eyewear company is so greedy that they want 1,000 yuan a pair. I didn't even buy their products. They are really sons of bitches. After hearing this, the other party was silent for a moment, and then said, how about you help me buy 5 pairs? 1,000 is 1,000. At least it's a few hundred yuan cheaper. Old Wu's face was full of black question marks. In the past, when this relative of his asked him for glasses, he would give him a 50% discount and say behind his back that he was making money from him. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey today? He knew that his cousin was a middle school teacher. He had asked him for some glasses from time to time in the past, either for students or colleagues. He also bought the 3 pairs of glasses in his home. But he was so generous today. He wanted 1,000 for each pair? Are you sure? I'm sure. I'll do it soon. Oh, 6 pairs. 6 pairs. I'll transfer the money to you first. When he hung up the phone, while old Wu was still a little confused, the phone rang again. Brother Wu, do you have the A1 glasses of Umbrella? Not only him, but also his store managers and relatives of the clerks began to contact him a lot, wanting to see if they had channels for cheaper ones. And one call after another, like a virus spreading. Whenever someone started using this lens, They would spontaneously recommend it to other relatives, classmates, colleagues, and friends who wore glasses, and the word of mouth exploded. Let's not talk about these eyewear chains, such as Bausch & Lomb, Amway, etc., which have their own contact lens market. This pair of glasses released by Umbrella is really a blockbuster. Since it is a competitor, of course I have to buy it and try it. After trying it, I was completely numb. As a glasses dealer, they would not easily attack other competitors, because they have also used this kind of publicity gimmick. What this particle, that particle. Anyway, all kinds of high-sounding terms that you don't understand are thrown on it. Instead of attacking the opponent, it is better for everyone to make the pie bigger together, and tacitly agree not to engage in price wars to earn the price difference due to information asymmetry. It is marketing and sales methods. It's a disaster. This is not only the market here, but also the global market. How did they do it? Resin materials, whether natural or artificial, obviously can't reach this level. Unbelievable. This is a major breakthrough in materials science. Why can resin have these properties? Send it back to China. I think the application may not be as simple as lenses. Sometimes eyeglass manufacturers are not just eyeglass manufacturers. For example, Carl Zeiss, the world's #1 optical and optoelectronic equipment company. Chapter 123, Countermeasures. Not all eyewear manufacturers have top giants like Zeiss behind them. Many of them only focus on eyewear, or the profits of eyewear itself cannot be ignored by the company. Vision, Bausch & Lomb, and Johnson & Johnson are giant companies in this field. After discovering the Umbrella lens material, I was really numb and couldn't sleep all night. How could there be such a material in the world? The people in the research department were nervous, and so were the senior people. Now everyone generally uses top materials. Silicone hydrogel. How can resin reach such a level? Silicone hydrogel is a copolymer hydrogel. By adding silicon compound monomers to increase oxygen permeability, it ensures that contact lenses have high oxygen permeability and high moisturizing. At the same time, it has all the advantages required for contact lenses, and the comfort has achieved an innovative breakthrough. However, silicone hydrogel also has its own shortcomings. Because the addition of siloxane with high solubility in oxygen is hydrophobic, it will cause dry and uncomfortable eyes. So an ultra-thin ionization protection layer will be coated on the surface, plus protein precipitation, corneal anastomosis and possible deformation, etc., which makes the service life of this kind of glasses not long. Not to mention anti-fouling and the like. Automatic calibration is even more like a myth. The material itself cannot have all the advantages at the same time. Vision launched a daily disposable model with the latest material in Europe in the first half of this year, and is also studying the application of bandage glasses. After eye-related surgery, the glasses can produce a bandage-like effect to reinforce the wound and accelerate recovery. Although it will cause discomfort to the eyes, the longest wearing time can exceed 20 days. These are their technological innovations and killer weapons, as well as their foundation and their limit. But the result? Umbrella jumped out and said, "I want it all. All advantages, all characteristics, and even all markets. What can be done about this? The gap in strength is here. Can't beat it? Give up profits? Can't give up. For these manufacturers whose profits are in the eyewear market, there are some private hospitals specializing in corrective surgery, as well as various stakeholders. And another means is also adopted at this time. Discredit? Absolutely can't compete in quality. It's not a thing of the same dimension. When your own interests face huge losses, even bankruptcy, or even being removed from the industry, and all the goods in your hands have to be dumped, it is basic to protect your own interests by any means. It's just a foreign factory with no background. After Umbrella's A1 glasses became popular, some comments also began to ferment at the same time. Irresponsible, black-hearted manufacturers use some gimmicks to deceive consumers. How can contact lenses be worn like this? This kind of advertisement is really vicious. Don't take the health of consumers to heart. Just want money. Now silicone hydrogel daily disposable glasses are the most comfortable. There are also many people who speak out, using many high-sounding terms to explain the benefits of some glasses on the market now, and say that they have been tested in the market and recognized by consumers. At the same time, some experts with various ophthalmologist certifications in some private hospitals also jumped out, using various medical academic terms throughout the article to describe the harm of long-term wearing of contact lenses. Anyway, people feel confused and powerful at a glance. For ordinary people, They still have trust in doctors. And what they say is indeed correct. But they just stole some concepts, and did not mention the effect of Umbrella's lenses. Anyway, for the interest groups, they can win as long as they drag public opinion into a tug-of-war. It can turn the original total defeat into a half defeat. There will always be people who believe in them. And they will make money if they have one. In fact, many industries are like this. They are obviously obsolete products and things with obvious side effects. But for their own interests, they are still hyped up. Anyway, if there is one, it is one. As for the real good or bad, even safety, life and death, it doesn't matter. It's just profit. At this time, Wang Yi has flown to the Academy of Sciences again. Senior sister, you are very free. How is your study? Wang Yi and Qian Yayan walk side by side on the campus of their alma mater. Today, Qian Yayan was dressed in a workplace OL outfit, wearing a red bow tie, hip skirt and black stockings. Not bad. How about it? Do you want to go to your place for internship? Qian Yayan asked tentatively. Although she was defeated before, she also tried her best. The small bow tie was specially left hanging in a key position, which was quite visually impactful. Of course, no problem. If the internship performance is good, you can stay. Wang Yi would not refuse such care. Although the company is recruiting new employees now, it is still quite short of people. Although Lin Shurqin is in charge, if the senior sister can also carry the flag, such as some press conferences and corporate business, she can also come out to support the scene. Of course, the premise is that Qian Yayan's ability can pass Lin Shurqin's test. Otherwise, just serve tea and water to herself. Just like raising a vase. Lin Shurqin came to test Qian Yayan, and there is no such thing as letting her go. However, the senior sister is a serious top student. As long as the attitude is in place, it will not be a problem to pass. You said it? Qian Yayan patted Wang Yi's back happily. Okay. If you don't leave, I feel like I'm going to be beaten, Wang Yi said playfully. It has to be said that Qian Yayan's appearance is quite good, and her clothing style is pure and sexy, which makes her quite eye-catching when she walks on the street. TSK. It's as if you cared about me when we were in love before. Qian Yayan pursed her lips with disdain, but she still quickened her pace a little, and then led Wang Yi to the laboratory building. He went to the direction of an office, and after entering, there was a professor wearing glasses, who was drinking tea and reading some documents. He looked up when he heard the door open. Oh, the pride of our Academy of Sciences is back. To be honest, this is the first time I, an old man, have officially met you. The old man put down the teacup with a smile, put the slightly scattered documents on the table, shook them a few times, and stood up. Hello, Professor Chen. After all, you were not in our department before, so it's normal that we didn't communicate much. Now I don't know you. Wang Yi still maintains enough courtesy to these old professors. This is a second-level professor specializing in polymer materials. He has been researching in this field for many years, and has many research results. Maybe he can go further in the future. Good boy. You are really good at talking. But before, I was really embarrassed to ask you. But this time, since I need your help, you can't refuse it if I need your help in the experiment in the future. Professor Wang. Professor Chen has a very good impression of Wang Yi. He has achieved a terrifying academic achievement at a young age. And he is also very polite. Of course. No problem. I can also learn new things, which is what I want. Let's go to the laboratory and tell me what you want to test. Professor Chen wiped his glasses and walked in front with a smile. It's like this. This time, I want to trouble Professor Chen to test a contact lens. The main reason is that I have cooperated with this company in some drug experimental data before. But now they are bragging about this lens. I want you to test it. If this company's bragging is unreliable, I will refuse it in the future. Wang Yi slowly explained the reason. Professor Wang should be cautious. Nowadays, some unscrupulous laboratories like to cheat honest mathematicians like you. If the experiment itself is not done well, it will also affect you. Professor Chen nodded in agreement, and almost said, My experiment is a good experiment. The lens you mentioned is quite unreliable just by listening to your description of the advertising function. Resin, whether natural or artificial, cannot achieve the magical effect you say. However, Professor Wang is a mathematician and computer scientist, so it is normal that he does not know these things. Although Professor Chen said so, he did not stop and his legs and feet were very agile. Then are we still testing now? Test? Why not? although it is true based on experience and theory. The so-called scientific research is to constantly explore. If there is a possibility, we must try it. If it fails, it can be regarded as eliminating the wrong option. Professor Chen looked as if it was a matter of course. He is a scientific researcher of the older generation, and these are the concepts engraved in their bones. So, go call the infirmary. Wang Yi kept doing chest compressions for Professor Chen, while showing a dead fish eye expression. Professor, please don't mess with me. This is because I am the only one there. If you change nurses, you will probably die directly. Although Wang Yi was doing chest compressions. In fact, Professor Chen was too excited and his blood pressure rose and his blood vessels burst. Normally, his rescue was almost murder. But he directly used magic to control the situation. And now he is guiding his spirit into the body to help with the careful adjustment. Just pretending to cover up. When the infirmary people come, the person will be awake. And he will be okay after a few days of rest. He also helped to adjust the blood vessels, so that he will not be so easy to get sick next time. This old man was talking so well at the beginning. Why did he become like this when it happened to me? It's just a lens. Not that serious. Chapter 124 The Truth Speaks. Let me go! This is a groundbreaking material. Send me to the lab. Professor Chen, who was pressed on the stretcher, struggled fiercely. Because of Wang Yi's conditioning, he was as strong as a yellow cow. The nurse couldn't press him. Professor Chen, I think you better take a rest first. This material was developed by others to be used as lenses. And it can't run away. Wang Yi also reminded him at this time. And Professor Chen also reacted. This made the old man stiffen. And then he sighed, and laid down on the stretcher obediently. Are there any more lenses? Since it's contact lenses, you have to use them. Put them on for me. The old man lying on the stretcher said stubbornly. I'm afraid it may not be suitable. There's nothing inappropriate. Don't be fussy. Then Wang Yi handed the box of another pair of lenses in his hand to the old man, and watched him put on the glasses while being carried away. TSK. Did I get blackmailed for $1,000? Wang Yi smiled dumbly, and then sent a pair to each teacher of the Academy of Sciences in the name of the company. You can't be partial. Since Professor Chen has verified the materials, you can just treat it as advertising fees. As an ophthalmologist, I hate this kind of unscrupulous business. I hope the relevant departments can increase the review of advertisements. And I also hope that the majority of netizens can resist. If you are really troubled by myopia, you can come to our hospital for corrective surgery, which is a permanent solution. An expert from a private ophthalmology hospital followed his peers on Weibo and issued a public condemnation while the heat was on. However, it is not always like this on the internet. Many users who have already used it are still actively speaking out. And there are also experts. Even an ophthalmologist from Union Hospital spoke up. My daughter bought one, and I was very angry at first. But later I found that it seemed to be quite useful. Now I have bought a pair, and it is very comfortable. I have always used ordinary glasses. But his words immediately attracted many eyewear manufacturers and some other experts, saying that he was making a lot of money, which made the doctor very angry. You can try it first, and then comment on it. You don't know what you are talking about. In addition, in the live broadcast rooms of Ma Dong and Lu Shuka, who were the first to bring goods, there were also a lot of slanderous water army screens and abuses. Ma Dong was fine, but Lu Shuka was so angry that she cursed back, which made many trolls overjoyed and began to report Lu Shuka continuously. But then found that the small broken station live broadcast that originally paid much attention to these things did not intend to ban Lu Shuka's account at all. On the contrary, all those who reported were blocked. The situation on the internet is roughly the same. There is large-scale and organized smearing, which is restored under scattered tap water, creating a false impression of large numbers. This will make many people who are afraid of trouble afraid to speak out because they are afraid of being criticized. But in fact, many of them are robots who will repeat the same thing over and over again. The purpose is to create a superficial appearance that they are the trend, so that many people will follow the crowd and have self-doubt. But in fact, they are just robots that search for keywords. At this time, Wang Yi's Weibo began to speak out. I have been paying close attention to the recent glasses incident of the umbrella company. After all, I said that I had cooperated with one of their drug experimental groups before. If they really mess up, I will consider terminating my cooperation with them. With Wang Yi's current traffic, after he made such a statement, a lot of praise from the water army immediately appeared below. But immediately afterwards, Wang Yi gasped and posted another dynamic. So in order to confirm this, I took this lens back to my alma mater and asked the relevant professors of my alma mater to conduct a OK test. With the permission of the professor himself, I will now publish some experimental data. While Wang Yi was speaking, he used some easy-to-understand words to explain the power of this lens one by one, and also attached some shocking images of Professor Chen doing the test, as well as the exclamation of impossible. Now Professor Chen is recovering in the hospital bed. I hope everyone will bless him. So, I think I should still be able to continue to cooperate with him. The technical level is indeed quite high. Being impartial means seeking truth from facts and throwing away data to slap someone in the face. Just like when the professors of the Academy of Sciences and the University of Pennsylvania came out to support Wang Yi. A scientific researcher speaks with data in the most direct way. Instantly, all the original doubts were silenced. At first, they dared to call a black cat a white cat and confuse right and wrong, because it was just a foreign capital with no background. They dared to fight for their interests. But now that the Academy of Sciences has conducted experiments and endorsed it, attacking it this time will face the same embarrassing situation as attacking Wang Yi. Wang Yi is awesome. Isn't a professor of the Academy of Sciences who is expected to become an academician awesome? He has a greater influence. It really pissed off Hu Peng. Calling friends can even directly change the entire industry ecosystem. Since then, the debate about the A1 annual disposable contact lenses produced by Umbrella Pharmaceuticals has finally come to an end. Awesome. Powerful. It's hard to say whether the improvement function is long-term, but other functions have been confirmed. And as some people have not felt any discomfort after wearing it for more than 72 hours, they began to post to ask the official. The official of Umbrella Pharmaceuticals also gave a very domineering answer. In fact, our lenses can be worn all the time, and they have an improvement effect. The reason why the advertisement says at least 72 hours is that you are afraid that you think it is too exaggerated and don't believe it. Now you should believe it. Awesome. Technology changes life. I didn't wear glasses originally, but I thought it was troublesome. Now I want to try it. In fact, for many people, if 1,000 yuan can fundamentally solve the problem and there are no side effects, they will not be stingy. But the glasses themselves are uncomfortable to wear, fogging up in winter, slipping off during exercise, nose and ear pain after wearing for a long time, and visual blind spots. Contact lenses are also uncomfortable for the eyes and difficult to clean. Now this model solves all problems. Myopic patients who originally did not want to wear glasses are also beginning to get excited. For a time, the orders in Ma Dong and Lu Xieka's live broadcast rooms also grew wildly. Later, this model of bringing goods has gradually begun to be noticed by other anchors. Huh? This seems to be pretty good? Ma Dong and Lu Xieka's yellow carts were directly directed to the sales link of the official website of Umbrella. And then, they were given sales commissions based on the purchase volume of the link feedback. Immediately, Baby Shark and his team began to follow suit. Originally, live streaming and e-commerce were the models they wanted to adopt. Otherwise, they would not have reached a strategic cooperation. In fact, both sides of the goods carrying connection have developed related models. But the effect is not obvious at present. Now that Ma Dong and Lu Xieka have started, they have found the right direction. Ali e-commerce and Baby Shark have begun to be fully bundled, directly opened a new large category of goods carrying. On the other hand, the small broken station did not take advantage of this benefit to expand its influence. Although more and more people started live streaming and selling goods, they all hung up the competition. And similar to various mobile official websites, they connected to the yellow cart. But the small broken station seems to have no intention of creating a god, and chooses to make everyone have food to eat. On the other hand, Baby Shark and Ollie have been using traffic to promote top anchors and build momentum for them. In order to improve the live broadcast effect, they have also promised the lowest price on the entire network, and put pressure on e-commerce stores. Not to mention, as soon as the promise of the lowest price on the entire network came out, it immediately brought new popularity to Baby Shark. Several top anchors began to emerge quickly and stand out. Chapter 125 Preparations. If it was before Wang Yi went to the team building, Chen Jia would have probably gone to the head office to ask for help. But when Wang Yi went to the team building, after Chen Jia's 2 requests were rejected, he vaguely understood what the boss meant. He really didn't care. He wasn't pretending. Lin Shirqin actually arranged some work for Chen Jia. At least, he could vaguely sense some ideas from these actions. He didn't want to do any top anchors or star-making activities. Although in terms of traffic and money-making ability, the creation of top anchors can be said to be a huge profit. And the cost effectiveness is quite high. But it was rejected. What do you think the boss means? Is he unwilling to have top anchors? Chinjia looked at the data released by Baby Shark. And also looked at the sales of several of their top anchors, which were quite outstanding under the special diversion. Especially the gimmick of the lowest in the entire network. Even people who don't buy this will participate in it for the sake of cheapness. That's right. Maybe they think that the top anchors are uncontrollable after they become popular? Although Su Mao is the founder. He is becoming more and more Buddhist now. He is becoming more and more round. But it is precisely because he has gradually let go of interests that he can see some problems more intuitively. That's right. Boss. It seems that he doesn't expect us to make much money. He just spends money to support us. Chinjia sighed. It's a pity that the boss is too capable. There are a lot of money to be made in other places. So the small broken station is just for sentiment. But it must be said that the treatment of employees in the small broken station has also been improved a lot. Not only Social Security, but also Provident Fund is paid in full. And the year-end bonus is also first class in the industry. Although there are many shark babies who don't spend money on traffic, they also have their own incentive plans, because they don't divert traffic to the top. The benefits of the small broken station are actually better for the middle and lower anchors. Now there is a strange circle. Those who want to go the route of anchors will first come to the small broken station to make a name for themselves, and then wait for the shark babies to dig them. However, there are also many anchors who feel that the atmosphere of the small broken station is good. They have no shortage of money or love to generate electricity. So they have stayed in the small broken station and gradually became the relatively prominent head anchors of the small broken station. It's just that the gap between the top and the middle is far less exaggerated than that of Baby Shark. Now Baby Shark seems to want to cultivate anchors who are out of the circle at all costs, and even wants them to get involved in the entertainment industry. According to Chinjia's Energy to Inquire, it seems that some well-known variety shows, and even some professional talk shows, have been contacted. This is pretty good, isn't it? The boss is not afraid of losing money. So what are we afraid of? Commercialization has its own advantages. And now it has its own advantages, Su Mao said while making a pot of tea for himself. As a young man in his 20s, he began to like making tea, which made Chinjia shake his head. The short video algorithm is optimized, and the many program functions have been perfected. Aren't you going to promote it now? When the two crouching dragons and phoenixes of the small broken station were discussing, Wang Yi was also reminded by Lin Shurqin. Short videos and traditional videos each have their own advantages. But at least in terms of fragmented time and mobile phones, short videos completely beat traditional videos. This fast-paced, straightforward approach is also easier to spread. The combination of small broken sites, live broadcasts, and short videos, combined with the function of bringing goods, is a combination that has the ability to directly tear off a new traffic position. It seems that several tracks are competing with each other, but in fact, they have sufficient complementarity. The issuance of 4G licenses will begin next month. Come back then. Helpfully, I'll keep an eye on it recently. A few eyewear factories are nothing, but I guess optical giants such as Carl Zeiss should have some reaction. Wang Yi started slowly from easy to difficult, starting with the eyeglass lenses. The epoch-making nature of the magic material itself has already been reflected. Since Professor Chen can perceive the unbelievable nature of this material, Carl Zeiss's R&D capabilities will naturally understand it at the first time. Although Wang Yi also specially controlled the characteristics of the material itself, and it cannot threaten some of their expensive lenses at present, it is certain that he will pay attention to it, because this is equivalent to opening up a new track. As a Prussian company, Carl Zeiss's interests in this regard have not yet involved the core of the United States, but a new type of optical material, produced in the East, and the investor has also registered a company in the United States. Then it is enough to attract proper attention. Don't worry. There is no need to worry about the safety of Liao. On the contrary, you, the boss, have to prepare for the Riemann hypothesis. Now it is a foregone conclusion that PUBG will suppress Minecraft. Do you think I don't want to? In fact, I spend time every day. But who knows when I will encounter inspiration. Don't worry. Even if I can't prove it, at least I can come up with some interim results. Wang Yi doesn't care about the Riemann hypothesis. Although he can't fully prove it now, he can come up with some derivative products with sufficient academic value. For example, the 0-point guess. How much silver is there now? With several silver mines as a cover, plus the acquisition of other silver mines. It is more than 40 tons. Do you start transporting it now? Otherwise, If there are more, the attention may be higher. Well, start transporting it. I will find a suitable location. In addition, the short video starts with a celebrity with a good reputation from top to bottom. You can choose some movies to invest in, and then let when you prepare for us to shoot one ourselves. Short videos should learn from the lessons of slow hands. Obviously, they took the lead very early, but because they accidentally brought labels such as earthy and sand sculpture, they were beaten by the up-and-coming stars without any ability to fight back. The labels at the beginning are still very important. Now that we have silver mines, we can almost start building the first wizard tower. Although it is not enough, we can do it layer by layer slowly. Otherwise, if thousands of tons of silver are really transported in one go, it may be more eye-catching. Mexico and China are both major silver producers, but this kind of commodity itself is produced according to demand, and production will not increase for no reason. That's why Wang Yi didn't just use money to buy it. Instead, he combined buying and mining to produce batches of it. At that time, Li Yao will just bring in the silver in the name of their company. Anyway, the tariffs will be paid normally, and they will have their own resources. If it is not a contraband, it will naturally not be harassed. Moreover, since Professor Chen discovered the power of lens materials, he will definitely pay attention to this foreign-funded factory. Directly seize the technology? To be honest, the rabbit will definitely drool. But it cannot be done. For high-tech companies willing to invest in China, it is too late to give convenience. Anyway, you will be tricked into building a factory and staying, and everything else will be easy. Otherwise, once you really do something to ruin your reputation, others will not come here to invest again. For example, the foreign manufacturers who invested in the past will sleep with one eye open at night. And the truly high-value things will definitely not be invested there. A certain neutral country bank immediately caused the distrust of many customers because of a crooked but action, and its reputation for many years was destroyed. No matter how it was remedied later, it was useless. It can even be said that it is too late to protect manufacturers who are willing to bring real high-end technology to domestic manufacturing. This at least proves that they have no hostility, many friends and few enemies. This is the way to go. So after discovering the potential value of the umbrella company, some processes in the future may be given the green light. But Li Yao has to deal with the impact and firepower brought by the innovation of lens materials, coordinate the transportation of silver, and start building a vaccination factory in his third brother's place. So he may be a little busy. Chapter 126 Overseas Fermentation. Jay is a tourist from Maple Leaf Country in the East. Although Maple Leaf Country itself has a very close relationship with the United States and can be regarded as a vassal, there are still some people in Maple Leaf Country who don't like the United States. And Jay is one of them. He has always liked to say that Maple Leaf Country is the only winner who has fought to the United States and burned down one of their palaces. However, after being managed by the United States for so many years, Maple Leaf Country has completely become a pet. Even their candidate for the leader has the nationality of the United States. You can imagine the frustration of some of their citizens. So Jay had the idea of going to the East to take a look and put it into action. It's completely different from the propaganda of the media. After experiencing it personally, Jay also felt a little emotional. It's just a pity that the glasses that have been with him for several years were accidentally broken by himself, and now he needs to replace them with a new pair. Although Jay's Chinese is very poor, and he only knows a few daily expressions, it does not prevent him from moving around in big cities. Even if he doesn't meet someone who speaks English, he can express himself with translation software. After finding the glasses store after a lot of trouble, the rest was easy. The store manager could speak English, although not very fluently, but there was no problem communicating. I strongly recommend this pair of Umbrella Company A1 annual disposable contact lenses. The manager of Jingmu Glasses Store, who had a worldly look and looked down on A1 when it first came out, has now become a die-hard fan of A1. Obviously, selling a pair of A1 only makes less than 10% profit, but she still likes to recommend it, which makes the clerk next to her sigh. If she continues like this, the manager will be unemployed. But A1 is really easy to use. No, I don't want contact lenses. Jay waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't like the feeling of contact lenses, but now the manager of Jingmu is almost obsessed with it, and he won't let go. Today there is a foreigner? He must let him know the power of these glasses. While explaining, she also took out her mobile phone and played some evaluation videos, especially Ma Dong's chili oil video, which was played while explaining okay. Jay was so confused. Are your ads so exaggerated? However, seeing the store manager's enthusiastic look, thinking that it was just a temporary use, Jay finally sighed and put forward a small condition. If you are willing to help me stop a taxi later, I am willing to buy it and try it. No problem. Believe me, you will love this pair of glasses. Jay was speechless when he saw the store manager's enthusiastic look. It's just a pair of glasses, and you are bragging about it. After a while. Oh, God. What kind of glasses are these? What kind of magical magic is this? Is this witchcraft of you Orientals? I feel so comfortable in my eyes. And there is a cool feeling. Jay was so excited that he was incoherent and said a lot of things. He used contact lenses before, but he used ordinary ones because he felt that they were not easy to use. But the effect of these contact lenses is simply magical. Give me 3 more pairs. Jay decided to bring some for his friends. Although contact lenses are not controlled items, they cannot wear too many. They need a doctor to issue an optometry certificate before fitting glasses. But 3 pairs is okay. Seeing the foreigner's excitement, the store manager felt as relieved as if he had eaten rock sugar. As for profit? Forget it. Wait until I sell out the stock of A1 glasses before considering other things. External network. Currently, the popularity of World Company on the external network has been high. Even hotter than in China. In China, because of the popularity of Baby Shark and the recent A1 lens incident, the popularity of World Company's 2 games has been temporarily suppressed. However, on the external network, the recent period has been a carnival for gamers. In addition to the popularity of PUBG and prove the Riemann hypothesis, there are a lot of topics about PUBG on the internet. At the same time, it also brought up some discussions about peripherals. And many peripheral manufacturers want to get this wave of dividends, because the supply of A1 lens materials is still limited. It is only distributed in China. There is no purchase channel abroad, and no advertising, so it has not been affected. However, soon, several videos about A1 glasses began to appear on a certain tube. They were all moved by Jay, who had finished his trip and returned to the Maple Leaf country. He got them directly from the manager of Jingmu Glasses, and then moved them to a certain tube. Moreover, he also did post-processing on these videos, and all of them have his own dubbing and commentary. And his tone is quite excited. Can you believe that this is a pair of glasses? You don't know how excited and feeling I am at this moment. Jay excitedly commented on each video. And after he felt unsatisfied, he started the same test himself. And he did the test more ruthlessly, and took out the pepper spray directly. He opened the pepper spray package in front of the video, without editing, and then sprayed it randomly on the lens. The pungent smell made him cough and sneeze constantly, and his face turned red. But even so, he still took off his gloves and put the lens in his eyes. No effect at all. And this is just one of the magical functions of this lens. Do you dare to believe that contact lenses can be worn all the time without replacement? I still have 3 pairs of glasses here. I will give them to several of my friends and let them come to test them when the time comes. It must be said that the magical operation of spraying the glasses with pepper spray and then putting them on is directly numb. At the beginning, all the statements such as cheating and fake under the previous video stopped, and there were only various exclamations starting with F, S, and O. When the 3 friends invited by Jay came to the house, they all felt that he was crazy after hearing Jay's proposal. Hey, Jay, I didn't recommend you to go before. You are crazy. What did they do to you? Don't make such a request. Okay, we are friends. You can't do this. Seeing the 3 friends shaking their heads, Jay immediately turned into the sales mode of the manager of Jingmu Glasses. Speaking eloquently, you will thank me for bringing you such a magical thing. Look, this is the video I recorded before. Okay, you can try wearing the glasses first, and then decide whether to do the test. Okay? In the end, the 3 of them still couldn't persuade Jay, and reluctantly put on the glasses. Jay, my good brother, what is this? Praise God. No, praise Jay. I think I don't need glasses anymore. Can contact lenses be like this? Really invisible. The Emperor's new clothes. After more 3 people came forward to tell their stories, the videos that were originally regarded as funny videos began to be taken seriously. Are you guys serious? Chapter 127 Site Selection. Foreign netizens originally watched it for fun, but after discovering that things might not be like this, Jay's several videos immediately became popular. However, there are also hidden talents on the foreign internet. Immediately, some students who are studying related majors jumped out. Impossible. How can resin have these characteristics? This completely violates their physical properties and is sensational. Some characteristics cannot be taken into account at the same time. If you want to get something, you must give up something. It's too much. I am using the new generation of silicone hydrogel daily disposable glasses released by Vision this year. I can clearly tell you that silicone hydrogel is good, but has various shortcomings. How can resin have this? This is fake. Seeing that there are still people who refute at this time, Jay immediately swore various oaths and asked friends who are traveling or working in the East to prove it. Not to mention, with various large companies investing in the East, there are many foreigners working here, plus some overseas students matchmaking and so on. They really called some confirmation. As a result, some people who don't like to pay attention to the internet, or don't believe these internet hotspots casually, started to complain in English after trying these glasses. I didn't believe it at first, until I bought it. Thank you for reminding me. I found the door to a new world. My old friend who has been with me for 5 years. Goodbye. There are also a few pictures of the old glasses thrown away. At first, some people wanted to find a real hammer to kill Jay and others for cheating. But everyone who found the test was surprisingly consistent. This naturally fully explains the problem of these glasses. If there is such material, it is indeed an innovation. I don't care whether it is innovative or not. I just want to know when we can buy it. Umbrella Corporation. This should be a Western company. Right? Where is the parent company? Does it make zombies? I have found out that it is a medical device company in New Mexico. It seems to have acquired many companies recently, and it looks like it is going to make a big move. So, when will it be sold? I think I can win more games in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds wearing these glasses. My current glasses are too bad. Yes, I can reach gold in League of Legends with these glasses. At this time, Lee, who is working non-stop, Yao also responded with OK under Lin Shurchin's reminder and issued an announcement on the official website. The company has seen everyone's comments. But unfortunately, we currently need a natural resin for this lens material. And this resin is only available in the East for the time being. We are now actively trying to transplant it. As a result, Li Yao just issued an announcement as Jess. And Carl Zeiss's American branch immediately announced the announcement at the same time. We are very interested in Umbrella's lenses and want to work together. In fact, it is not just a matter of cooperation. Before this, they had even issued a low-key acquisition invitation. But it was rejected, whether it is a stake or something else. So now we can only officially announce that we want to cooperate. What is Carl Zeiss? The world's #1 optical instrument giant. The only carrier of lithography machine lenses. After speaking directly here, the uniqueness of this lens is further confirmed. It is our honor to be valued by the world's #1 optical instrument company. But because our skills are different from traditional technologies, it may be difficult to find common points. Li Yao politely refused with OK. In fact, the patents for related lenses have been applied for. Since the patents have been applied for, in addition to the process, many things can be found. The product of the polymerization of natural resin and artificial resin. But how to mix and configure it is a bit like alloys. You need to guess it yourself. This is indeed different from the normal method. And other aspects look ordinary. In fact, in addition to trying to restore the analysis by itself, Carl Zeiss has even tried to use headhunters. But later found that the people in these companies are not R&D teams at all. They are just tools to run some processes. So the conclusion they have reached internally is that this should be a laboratory that accidentally discovered a new material technology. So they came out to form a company temporarily. After all, for material science, it is almost like a lottery. Who let them win? Even many biopharmaceutical companies are the same. Compared with theoretical breakthroughs, it is more convenient to come to the lottery. If that kind of natural resin is only available in the East, then it seems understandable that this company will bet heavily on the East. However, just like the reason why Wang Yi started with lenses, although this technology will arouse interest and attention, it has not yet reached a certain level of necessity. So although various means will be used and have attracted a certain amount of attention, it will not do anything exaggerated, especially for ordinary people. The group that needs glasses only cares about when this thing can be put on the market. Carl Zeiss has confirmed that this lens is awesome. So this is naturally true. Unfortunately, the current production is limited. But Li Yao still issued an announcement on the official website to appease. New trees are being actively cultivated, and production capacity will be increased soon. I hope everyone will wait patiently. Just as the popularity of lenses was slowly fermenting abroad, The first batch of silver escorted by Li Yao himself had also arrived in China. 40 tons of silver. Well, it only took up a small part of a container, and was transported to the lens factory of Umbrella in Shutian. Anyway, Wang Yi himself has half a cubic meter of personal space, which can carry 5 tons of silver at a time. It is very convenient to carry it when the location is so close. As for the location of the Mage Tower, Lin Shurqin has also helped to choose a good location. Well, it is not the Mage Tower on the ground, but underground. At this time, Wang Yi also came to this single-family villa area called Ufu Meishu. In the current situation where the average house price in the Magic City is less than 30,000, the house price of this villa area in Shutian has exceeded 15,000. In Shutian, it is definitely a high-end community. However, there is a reason for the high price. Whether it is greening, transportation, or property, it is first class. The most important thing is that the villas here all have their own basements, and there is no special geological area below. Recruit a few skeletons to set up a soundproof barrier and start working below. There is no problem at all. Expand downward layer by layer. Yes, the geology here is indeed very good. Did you hack the geological inspection department? Wang Yi, led by the sales lady, walked around the community and recognized this location. Digging down is also very particular. If you don't choose the right place, you will get half the result with twice the effort. I just found some public information in the past. This UFO chose this place when choosing the site. Thank you for your hard work. Let's do it this way. Wang Yi decisively made the decision with okay, and then said to the sales lady with a sweet smile, "This is the only one." The choice was made so easily that the salesperson was really happy. Wang Yi was brought here by Su Feng in a Nani car, so he naturally knew that he was a high-quality customer. But it was too generous to buy a villa worth tens of millions. Although Wang Yi is the boss of World Company, the company's money is not Wang Yi's personal money. In theory, he can buy things with the company's money, but Wang Yi didn't want to take advantage of these loopholes. He bought it directly after paying all kinds of taxes and receiving it as dividends. Cars and other things are not important as company-owned. But the Mage Tower is a very personal thing. Chapter 128 Premiere. After setting up the barrier and moving the silver, Wang Yi summoned 4 skeletons and handed them over to Lin Shurqin for remote control. He only used magic to start, then completed the secret door and disguise of the basement, and made several twisted amulets to facilitate the secret processing of soil. The design drawings have been handed over to Lin Shurqin, so Wang Yi naturally cannot dig it himself. To be honest, it is quite convenient to use magic, but the magic pool has not been built yet, so he is not so extravagant, because 40 tons of silver is not too little or too much. Wang Yi has not yet built all the silver in the first floor of the underground wizard tower. He can only use it in important positions first, and then outline the core structure of the magic pool. After having the core of the magic pool, if you want to continue digging deeper in the future, you don't need to pour this soil. Just use magic to turn the soil into stone and compress it, which will be much more convenient. For now, just use the skeleton to knock slowly. At that time, you have to buy some experimental equipment, and then DIY it yourself to combine magic with equipment. There are still many things to do. TSK. Li Yao is still not enough. Although we got Tang Zhuo unexpectedly when we went to Siam, Tang Zhuo's personality and ability are mediocre. We can only force him to learn some knowledge and skills and arrange him to be with Kata, which is considered to be making the best use of him. It would be great if there was another one in China. Just then, Wang Yi's cell phone rang. It was Lu Xiaka. My movie is about to premiere. I'll treat you. Okay. Wang Yi agreed very readily. After all, it was agreed before, and director Zhang himself got along well. Now he is preparing to invest in several movies. With Zhang Ming's level, if the next movie is not fully completed, he can invest in it. Investing in movies itself is not about making a lot of money. It's okay if it doesn't lose money. It will increase some influence in the entertainment industry and make it easier to attract them to join in short videos. Shark Baby now occasionally invites celebrities to live broadcast and interact in the live broadcast room of top anchors. But at present, celebrities still cherish their feathers. It's okay to guest in the live broadcast room, but it's still rare for them to take the initiative to broadcast live. Even if they are third-tier stars, they will be proud of their status and will not degenerate to the point of treating themselves as internet celebrities. It is not so easy to get rid of idle burdens. Lu Shuka and Ma Dong are considered to be relatively big-name actors in live broadcasts. Big bosses are just busy. Lu Xiuke looked at Wang Yi going upstairs with her hands on her waist and grinning happily, looking full of energy. Today she wore a white off-shoulder t-shirt and shorts. The wide t-shirt covered part of her pants, and underneath were straight long legs. The aftershock caused by the sudden action of putting her hands on her waist made Wang Yi glance up and down a few more times. I went to look at the house. This made Lu Xiuke stunned for a moment. And after a pause, he hit Wang Yi and said, "Okay, you finally dislike this old and broken place. But it's really not right for you to live in such a place. You have to invite me to be your guest when you move in. Of course. But not yet. I still need to renovate and decorate it. The villa itself is finely decorated. And in fact, it only needs to add some furniture and home appliances. But Wang Yi has to complete the prototype of the first floor of the Wizard Tower before moving in. By then, there will be an exit hidden in the basement. So it doesn't matter if anyone is invited and it will. Let's go. I'm the third female lead. And I have to go on stage." Lu Xiuke jumped downstairs in front, and Wang Yi followed slowly behind. The premiere ceremony chose the Hangwan Cinema in Hangwan Plaza in Shutian. Zhang Ming, as the director, and Lu Zhen, a box office actor, had their own traffic. Film critics and media from all walks of life rushed to go. Wang Yi already has a driver and a special car, so naturally he won't waste them, and directly asked Su Feng to send them there. But Su Feng was a little trembling when he saw Lu Xiuke again. At the beginning, one of the two women was a dirty thing, and this one, however, although he was nervous, Su Feng's driving skills were still there, and he sent the two to their destination steadily. Here, Wang Yi and Lu Xiuke got off a naughty car, which made some reporters squatting outside brighten their eyes. Lu Xiuke is the third female, and now she got off a naughty car with another man. The photo alone is enough to arouse many associations. You know, Lu Xiuke suddenly became the third female, which blocked a lot of roads, and there have always been people who want to find the person behind Lu Xiuke. After all, Lu Xiuke is very beautiful. Even if she is the third female, she is still a hot topic. The gossip in the industry is that it is related to a certain master, and now this photo may be on the hot search. And director Zhang Ming's new movie also needs hype, and he won't blame it. At that moment, a young reporter couldn't help but raise his camera. But the next moment, his lens was covered by an old reporter next to him. "Brother Lin, what are you doing? What a good material." The young reporter originally thought that the senior wanted to eat alone, but he found that the senior himself didn't move and felt a little strange. Brother Lin, with a little stubble on his face, glanced at the young reporter, slowly took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, and slowly turned on the lighter to light it. At the same time, while biting the cigarette butt, he said casually, "You are new here. Just don't take pictures anyway. Don't cause trouble." "Aw? Is he very powerful?" "I don't know." Brother Lin lit the cigarette and took a puff, then blew out a smoke ring. "I don't want to know." He participated in the original launch ceremony of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. He thought he had found good material when he found a young man who had such a good relationship with Zhang Ming. So he secretly took a lot of pictures. As a result, not long after he sent the report to the editor-in-chief, he was called to the office by the editor-in-chief. And then two seemingly ordinary guys questioned him for an afternoon, asking him what his purpose was and what he wanted to do. "Hack. I just want to find news material. What other purpose is there? What exactly did I shoot? Is this a close-up shot of J20? Anyway, since then, he knew that this young man who looked very sunny on the outside must have an extraordinary identity. He didn't know what was not simple, and he didn't want to know. He only knew that such things should not be said or imagined. Hangwan Plaza is a highly commercial complex, with brand stores, food, drink, entertainment, and cinemas. Zhang Ming's movie Qin Palace was scheduled to premiere here, and premieres are often held here. The staff are already quite skilled. The cinema is much more standardized than the outside. The reporters inside have received travel fees, and of course they will obey the instructions of the sponsors, and will not shoot randomly. There are quite a lot of actors, well-known film critics, and other stars, directors, and investors who came to support Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's brand and face are still beyond reproach. Chapter 129 Influence. "Mr. Wang, Xiuke, you are here. This way." When Lu Zhen saw Wang Yi, his eyes lit up and he waved, and Wang Yi really brought Lu Xiuke to this side. "Well, Ma Dong is also here." It is obvious that Lu Zhen squatted in a good position, His actions here also attracted the attention of some celebrities, who came to support him. However, there are still very few people who really know Wang Yi's identity. The title of master has emerged in many people's minds. It is rumored that there is a master behind this Lu Xiuke and that Ma Dong. Originally, they thought it was Zhu Jing or Xian Yangzi, but they didn't expect it to be so young. Just when they thought of this, they saw Xian Yangzi, who changed into an ancient style, also coming from the other side. Mr. Wang, long time no see. Seeing that Xian Yangzi, an old master in the circle, was so polite, some people who secretly observed were also thoughtful. Although this guy looks young, he may have a lot of power. You can try to make friends with him. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's go to the movies. You're welcome. Wang Yi nodded to Xian Yangzi, and the shrewd guy left after greeting him. He just wanted to leave an impression, not to be disgusted. Besides, he is also a master in the circle. If he keeps a low profile for a long time, it will affect his reputation. Moreover, Xian Yangzi really doesn't know Wang Yi's other identities. Zhang Ming obviously won't tell him if he knows. Will you sit over there later? Wang Yi glanced at Lu Jin and pointed to the other side of Ma Dong. Of course. Of course. I was sitting here originally. Just want to get to know Mr. Wang. Lu Jin didn't act like a big star at all. And he didn't act like a big star at all as rumored. My name is Lu Jin. An actor. I know. The best actor? Wang Yi raised his hand and shook hands with the other party casually. But that was the end of it. And Lu Jin didn't have any objections at all. He realized that he had earned it. In fact, Lu Jin, who has long been financially independent, really doesn't need to be so humble to some investors. He is almost half of the capital. Even if he is facing the two CEOs of Shuangwang Group, he only needs to lower his posture a little. And he is already a big shot that the CEOs of listed companies can take seriously. After all, his ability to attract money is here, and his net worth is here. However, Lu Jin is quite humble to Wang Yi. Isn't it normal for people who are engaged in scientific research to be perfunctory? Some bosses are smiling tigers on the surface, but they are very good at stabbing in the back. This is not a big deal. The key is that Mr. Wang is really invincible in the entertainment industry. He is protected by the magic immunity aura, avoiding the filth and dirty routines of the entertainment industry. He has a huge amount of cash in his hands. Recently, I heard that he is preparing to start investing in some scripts. The most important thing is, their company also has technology. Lu Jin actually paid attention to live broadcasting and Bilibili. He was invited by Baby Shark to be a guest in their top live broadcast room. He received a lot of travel expenses and also did a favor for Ari. So he really went to learn more about this live broadcast. The popularity of beauty filters has a relatively small impact on Lu Jin, an actor, for the time being. However, as he began to learn more about it, he also realized that there is a huge future market for live broadcasting and video. This is inevitable as mobile networks get faster and faster. In his opinion, the small broken station with the inherent compression advantage of mobile terminals will definitely crush Baby Shark in the future, unless Baby Shark can also achieve similar technological breakthroughs. At the beginning, Lu Jin also considered opening a chain store to make money. In his eyes, his fame, identity, and status are valuable, and he can give them up if the value is large enough. So if this industry is really so promising, he doesn't mind lowering his status to enter it. In this case, the world company that has begun to change people's entertainment mode with just a few technologies has unquestionable potential. This has nothing to do with how much money their company has. Besides, this person is still so young. If he can really get in touch with him, it will really be a model where the thigh lives longer than me. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry. I'm busy. Zhang Ming also took the time to come over. It's okay. I just came to watch the premiere. I'm not used to so many people. Director Zhang, go and do it. Then Shika and Ma Dong don't need to come up later. Just stay here. Zhang Ming made the decision directly. Big directors are like this, which makes Lu Jin confirm his judgment. And some actions here are also more concerned in the eyes of those who are interested. However, this kind of premiere ceremony, everyone came to show their support. But no one did anything extraordinary. The premiere went smoothly. It must be said that Zhang Ming's ability is still very good. The plot and the camera are quite in place. The atmosphere of the commercial film is very strong. And it is mixed with some artistic conception that can be pondered. There is a feeling of being unexplained. Mr. Wang, if there is a need for live broadcast, I can make a friendly guest appearance. I originally wanted to help Dongzi, but he didn't agree. After the film ended, Lu Xun also seized the opportunity to hook up again. He can't compare money, so he can only show his strengths. Influence. This really made Wang Yi take a closer look. People who can climb to this position in the entertainment industry are indeed impossible to be the kind of people who can only play big names. In the future, short videos will indeed need some people. Although Lu Xun is a big star, he doesn't seem to have any scandals, which is not bad. There's no need for live streaming. There will be a new feature in the future that may invite you. If you have any good investment projects, you can contact Wen Yu. It's all about investment. If there are good projects here, it doesn't matter if you invest. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Lu Xun showed a hint of surprise on his face. It's not that he was surprised to get investment. Lu Xun has the ability to resist box office, and the ability to attract investment is not low. He was surprised that he finally got some relationship. And the other party's words also revealed a little willingness to cooperate in the future, which was considered to have met the original expectations. The last time he met, he saw the other party's strong attitude and knew that it was not easy to deal with him. Sure enough, it was useful to lower his posture, licking to the end. Everything is available. Brother Wang, I have something to do with Director Zhang. You go back first. Ma Dong continued to use the god of invisibility. No, I just happened to have something to talk to him about. Wang Yi smiled, and then saw Xian Yangzi explaining some feng shui luck to a few boss-like guys over there. His heart was also slightly moved. He walked over and patted his shoulder and said, "Let's chat when you are free. I have something to ask you." Okay. When Xian Yangzi saw that it was Wang Yi, he almost lost his image as a master in front of the sponsor. But fortunately his mentality was strong and stable, and he nodded and replied calmly, "Master, who is that? I saw Director Zhang went there before." Lu Xun seems to be trying to curry favor with him. The two people who were chatting with Xian Yangzi next to him also took the opportunity to ask. A rising star in the Xianin, born with yin and yang eyes. Amazing talent, and even more capable than me in some things. Remember not to offend him even if you are not good friends. Xian Yangzi openly admitted his shortcomings, but at the same time, he was also flattering himself. He was just inferior in some aspects. Commercial mutual praise can also set off himself. As a metaphysicist, he is of course only concerned about this. With the confirmation of this old master in the circle, there is no doubt that the master's identity is now confirmed. Chapter 130 Direction. I'll help you shoot. Mr. Wang, aren't you being too polite? When Zhang Ming saw Wang Yi and heard that Wang Yi came to ask him for help, he immediately took on the responsibility. Wang Yi was looking for Zhang Ming to introduce a more reliable and steady director. Lu Xun could see Wang Yi's potential and prospects, and the influence he could have on the entertainment industry. Let alone Zhang Ming, who knew Wang Yi the earliest. Zhang Ming's choice to befriend Wang Yi was not a matter of money, as he had money himself. You have work on your hands, and I can't be careless when I ask you for help temporarily. I don't want to owe you such a big favor. Wang Yi smiled. Hey, look at what you said. But I do have a steady and reliable director. Although he is very young, he works very hard, is motivated and talented. Zhang Ming didn't force it. To be honest, if Wang Yi nodded, he would immediately postpone the current filming and give priority to Wang Yi's filming. This opportunity to sell favors must be seized. However, Wang Yi would not let him, so he would not get too close to him. Otherwise he might be considered to be forcing someone to do him a favor, which would cause resentment and not be worth the loss. It's mainly a film about medicines, which may be a little sensitive, but it will probably be within the permitted scope. Wang Yi briefly talked about what he wanted to shoot. In fact, he found Zhang Ming to shoot a film similar to Dying to Survive. And then, he could also help Umbrella build a factory in Hengsan. Of course, although Wang Yi is now in the category of being able to exert influence, he is still prepared to finish the film in compliance with the regulations. This film must be realistic, without any special effects. So it is not within the scope of Lin Shirqing's expertise. So it is better to find a capable director. Zhang Ming likes to support capable and potential juniors, which is just right. The idea of this film is good. I really want to shoot it. In fact, with Mr. Wang's influence, it can be passed if it passes. If it doesn't pass, it will be no problem. I am optimistic about the young man. If the entertainment company under Mr. Wang recognizes his ability, I think it's good to sign him. After hearing Wang Yi's simple explanation, Zhang Ming also showed emotion on his face. There are not many people in the entertainment industry who really make movies with heart now. They all want to make money and take shortcuts. In fact, making good movies with heart and making money are not contradictory. The audience will vote with movie tickets. Well, if the cooperation is pleasant, I will let when you sign him. Then, I'll trouble director Zhang this time. Wang Yi stretched out his hand to Zhang Ming and shook it. No, you're welcome. I'll have to trouble you for the post-production of my next play. Zhang Ming also laughed. He had already made an appointment with Wang Yi for his next play. He wanted Wang Yi and others to do beauty post-production, which is not something that the beauty lens on the mobile phone can do. After Wang Yi and his company have processed the beauty, they have to hand it over to the special effects company introduced by Wang Yi to do the post-production special effects. One job, two incomes. But this is not Wang Yi cheating Zhang Ming. If other people come to him, he is too lazy to accept it. Anyway, it is worth the money, and it is the investor's money. After saying goodbye to Zhang Ming, Wang Yi and the other two came to a coffee shop in Hengwan Shopping Mall and started waiting for Xian Yangzi. During the waiting process, they also talked about the entertainment industry and some interesting things about live broadcasting, which was quite relaxing. Ma Dong was a little reserved when he first knew Wang Yi's identity, but now he has gradually become more relaxed after getting used to it. After all, he himself has a very generous personality. As for Lu Shuka, it goes without saying that he can beat Wang Yi. Remember, you have to treat us when we move. No problem. I will cook for you myself and swallow your tongues. Wang Yi promised. Pooh. Who asked you to swallow your tongue? Lu Shuka blushed slightly, thinking something was wrong. If Brother Wang doesn't mind, I can do it. Ma Dong smiled and showed off his muscles. You can save it with the beauty camera first. Wang Yi rolled his eyes. A scheming muscle man. At this time, Xian Yangzi finally came over and bowed to Wang Yi repeatedly as he came in. Sorry, Mr. Wang. I'm a little late. Some sponsors have been dragging me around, and some are trying to find out about you. It's okay. I asked you out of the blue. Wang Yi raised his hand and made a gesture to Xian Yangzi to sit down. Actually, I asked you to come here this time mainly to find out if there are any difficult things in your circle. I have something I want to confirm recently. Wang Yi wandered around the United States for a while, and he also went to several places with supernatural legends here, but he still didn't encounter anything new. In this case, he can only find someone in the circle. With Xian Yangzi's circle, it should be easier to find out about this kind of thing. Right? Huh? Xian Yangzi was also stunned when he heard this. What they do most in this line is to rely on rhetoric, feng shui, and brokers. Who would go to catch ghosts seriously? But thinking of the other party's ability last time, Xian Yangzi did not question anything, but thought for a while. In fact, some people who make money by illegal means may encounter more situations, but most of them are afraid of the light, so it may be difficult to deal with them. Hearing him say this, Wang Yi probably understood that it might be the kind of thing involving the cemetery. But it is also true that, based on some experience, the location of the tombs of some dignitaries may be biased towards the magic depression where the dark magic is concentrated. If some people are buried with a lot of silver, it is not impossible that they will be more difficult than Lin Shurqin, because they cannot see the sun underground and cannot be purified in place. These people may indeed encounter the most dirty things. It's just that the dignitaries in ancient times have been dead for too long. Even if the location is special, most of them may have lost their humanity over time, and it is troublesome to recover. Wang Yi is here to find helpers, not idiots. If I can't work well, then why don't I use skeletons? Don't be dead for too long. Then, maybe he will go to Hong Kong. How about this? I will keep an eye out for Mr. Wang and contact you if I find anything. What do you think? Okay. Then I'll trouble you. Taoist priest. Wang Yi nodded, and then pulled out a shopping cart of Hengwan Group from his arms, and pushed it on the table. This is the reward for your hard work. If you find it, there will be a generous gift. Seeing the Hengwan Group shopping card with a minimum recharge of tens of thousands, Xian Yangzi's eyes lit up slightly, and he put the card away while saying, I'm so sorry. Wang Yi knew that it was okay if he didn't pay, but asking people to help voluntarily and asking people to help for benefits were completely different in terms of motivation and efficiency. He didn't need money anymore, so there was no need. Lu Shuka and Ma Dong next to him had helped Wang Yi find out about Lin Shurqin, so it wasn't too strange that Wang Yi started to find out again. As a scientist, he probably wanted to do some research. I felt that it didn't seem to be out of place for some reason. Chapter 131 Price Difference. I will also help you find out. I tell you, I have many members of the Supernatural Forum, and know a lot of information. Sitting in Wang Yi's Nani car, Lu Shuka stretched out her hand and made many gestures. But I know that most of them are fake. I will help you pick them out, Lu Shuka said happily, as if it was great that she had so many forum members. This made Wang Yi think of her trembling with fear at the beginning. She was really a novice and a playful person. Thank you. I will also find out. Ma Dong, who was sitting in the co-pilot, also took up the conversation at this time. And their conversation did not avoid Su Feng. However, Lu Shuka and Ma Dong did not mention specific things in their conversation. At most, it was only the Supernatural Forum, which would not be misunderstood normally. But the person who heard it was Su Feng. This made his face paler and paler. After a hard time passing a team building, he felt that this company might not be as bad as he imagined. But now he found out that he was too naive. What were they talking about just now? What do they want to do? I really want to quit. But the benefits are really good. Thinking of the high benefits and high liquidated damages, Su Feng's mind gradually calmed down. This kind of thing seems to be okay as long as you get used to it. Anyway, you must endure it. The boss's car is very expensive, and you can't afford to pay for it if it gets dirty. While Wang Yi gradually focused his energy on the mage tower, brushing his papers while waiting for news from Xian Yangzi. None of Wang Yi's employees stopped. Needless to say, Chen Jia was ambitious in the small broken station. The shark baby over there was coming fiercely. Although Chen Jia was restricted, he still began to resist within the scope of the resources he could mobilize. Shark baby supports the top anchor. Chen Jia pursues common prosperity. Not to mention, although this style of play is not as good as in terms of attracting traffic, it is easy to attract new anchors to join. Moreover, the live broadcast business of the small broken station is only one of its businesses. After the support of algorithm technology, its own video business has made great progress. Especially in the mobile terminal, the number of app downloads has exceeded that of a certain Cool and a certain Penguin. I can watch it with traffic. Can you? I cannot be stuck. Can you? With this absolute advantage, the mobile video app has no rivals at all. After opening up some new traditional modules, the number of users and traffic are also constantly growing, especially for young people. Yuzhong Company is now busy. After the news that it started to invest in movies, too many people came to find Wen Yu. But this kid was not blinded by short-term interests. He knew how he got here, so he was very strict in reviewing the script. He was originally a person in the entertainment industry. He could judge the crew by looking at the script, director, actors and investment. However, after when you asked Wang Yi for instructions, Lu Zhen's investment still invested in his next play, and also found the young director introduced by Zhang Ming, a young man named Ning Mu. He got a customized script from Lin Shichin and started to arrange the crew. World Company was still a lazy guy, but it linked up with Bilibili and planned to hold a Minecraft live competition, accepting submissions from various Minecraft players, and then voting for the final selection. The first place winner can get a bonus of 100,000 yuan. The top 10 can get good gifts, and the 10th place can get a graphics card worth 1,000 yuan. This is an attempt to save the boss, who was forced by the Riemann hypothesis. As for Li Yao, he is probably busier than the management of Bilibili, Yuzhong Media and World Company combined. During the day, Jess's identity wanders between various companies, straightens out relationships, and has to deal with external pressure and troubles. After all, the lens has begun to ferment gradually, and it must spend energy and time. At night, he has to transform into the night death god, become an existence that can make Mexican flower merchants cry at night, and consolidate his position. At the same time, he has to take time to go to Hansan Kingdom to cooperate with Tangjua, complete the cooperation agreement with Kata, acquire a local vaccination factory, and start the transformation project. In addition, he has to help Wang Yi collect silver. Even with Lin Shichin's support, he was still walking with great speed, and the estimated service life of the original body was greatly reduced. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of spare bodies in Mexico. Anyway, the outer SHI had been solidified, and the moving body was just a consumable. Similarly, as time went by, the popularity of the umbrella company on the internet became higher and higher, which was one of the reasons why Li Yao became busy. Then naturally, there would be people who would move the situation on the internet back to China. Weibo user Big Porter. Brothers, foreign countries have gone crazy because of our A1 glasses. Here are the pictures. Pictures. Big Porter moved some information about Wang Yi on the internet last time, and attracted a lot of fans. Now after posting new updates, it has also attracted the attention of many people. Ah, isn't this a foreign company? Don't they sell it abroad? Is this true? We got the best? Why does it feel a bit unreal? Haha. Look, the raw material for the lenses made by the umbrella company mentioned above is only available here. Great. Brothers, I don't know if you have noticed that the price of lenses abroad has been hiked up to 1,500. Pay attention. But the price here is also 1,088. 1,500 is nothing. Right? Did you notice the unit? US dollars. The comments exploded at once. All kinds of comments came out. What kind of huge profits is this? Are foreigners all naive? So generous? But at this time, the big mover began to explain. Everyone may have some misunderstandings about Western countries, like the United States. It is actually very troublesome for them to wear glasses. And the price of glasses is also very expensive. Or in other words, anything related to medical is expensive there. With the performance of A1 glasses, this price is completely normal. Then the big mover also posted some prices he knew. For example, an emergency room registration costs 700 to 800 US dollars. And a CT scan costs 2,000 to 3,000 US dollars. Of course, it is also possible to enjoy the white card medical care for low-income people in public hospitals. But a certificate issued by a community doctor is required to make an appointment. If you encounter a long queue, you may be either cured or dead when it is your turn in the emergency room. Big Mover obviously has experience living abroad, and is most likely an international student. After he revealed some simple prices, it immediately made everyone understand that it is not surprising that A1 has such a high price abroad. At present, many people still have doubts about A1. When they gradually taste the sweetness, the price will definitely increase again. Then many posts suddenly appeared on Donghu. Can contact lenses be taken abroad? How many contact lenses can I take abroad by plane at a time? Can contact lenses be mailed abroad? And many similar questions. Later, someone found that A1 glasses were sold out. Chapter 132 passed the review. The myopic group is a large group of people, and the potential demand for glasses is also quite large. However, no matter how good and magical the A1 is, there will still be many people who are unwilling to spend an extra 1,000 yuan to replace glasses, or still do not believe in such exaggerated boasting. Today's advertisements are like this, and many people are numb. So although A1 glasses are selling very well, they can still survive by relying on inventory and continuous production. But when someone suddenly discovered the business opportunities abroad, the supply immediately began to exceed the demand. Yes, contact lenses are medical devices, which cannot be mailed, and they are not qualified. But it is still okay to bring some for personal use, especially some people who are going to travel, go on business trips, and study abroad. They will naturally not give up this kind of extra income. The result of this is that more and more foreign glasses demanders have begun to get A1. Slowly, all kinds of magic and praise about A1 contact lenses are flooding the entire network, and they are getting more and more intense. The price is also rising all the way, because the parent company of Umbrella already has some relevant medical qualifications, and Li Yao has also completed the qualification processing for this contact lens during this period. Theoretically, it is already qualified for batch export. Many suppliers and middlemen came to the door waving money to seek cooperation, but they were all rejected by insufficient production capacity. And now the inventory of glasses is in a critical situation. After only one batch is produced every day, the channel for offline stores to purchase goods has been cut off, and everyone can only place one order now. This has led to a strange phenomenon in the study abroad circle. Susan, have you returned to China? Can you help me wear a pair of Umbrella A1 contact lenses? Lu, please help me bring 2 sets of Umbrella A1 contact lenses. I can pay 2,000 US dollars for each pair. Li, we are best friends, aren't we? In fact, they are used to international students bringing things, but more often their relatives in China want some foreign goods. For example, cosmetics. This kind of reverse delivery, and the situation where they have to bring a lot of goods and bring too much, really makes them feel a little confused. In the basement of Ufu Meishu, a 3-story villa with a small garden, Wang Yi unlocked the magic lock on the floor and opened the passage leading to the lower part. After this period of hard work, the 4 skeletons who worked tirelessly day and night finally completed the rough processing of the first floor of the magic tower under the command of Lin Shichin. Even Bain has completed the laying of the veins for the initial arrangement. And the rest depends on Wang Yi to fine-tune and activate. Looking at the simple and empty first floor of the magic tower below, and the prototype of the magic pool, Wang Yi also felt very relieved. Magic is a kind of dark energy, because it will not be involved in any electromagnetic force reaction when it is not activated. It actually has little effect on the absorption of magic underground or on the surface. Just like no one can detect that tens of billions of neutrinos per second will pass through your fingertips at nearly the speed of light. It has been found that the first thing that affects magic power is the natural magic array. And the second is the planet itself. The concentration of magic power in space will be lower. And then the magic power released by the sun will be entangled with the sunlight and move with the sunlight. And Wang Yi is now preparing to build a magic pool the day after tomorrow. In fact, he also has his own personal space. In addition to storing things, the space itself can also be used as a portable magic pool by him. It can be said that it is very convenient. But in the modern environment of magic laziness, it is still not comparable to this specially built magic pool. More than 40 tons of silver can only complete the layout of one layer of patterns, and the prototype structure of the magic pool for the time being. But even so, Wang Yi estimates that the magic power that this prototype of the magic pool can store is more than 5 times the storage of his personal space. And the storage of his personal space is 5 times what he can store. It is equivalent to the magic power of 25 legendary wizards. Of course, normally, legendary wizards use their own stored magic power to resonate with natural magic power under the mobilization of mental power to form spells. However, the magic power in this world is so lazy, so it can only be used as a unit of measurement. After the magic base begins to increase to this level, if this magic base is used to pry the magic power of the outside world, even this world with lazy magic power is enough to create a big scene. Of course, for a magician, magic destruction itself is only a secondary additional ability. And the most important thing is to facilitate research. After having a magic pool, you can start to arrange arrays to accumulate magic power. And when the magic power is full, you can start more in-depth magic technology testing. For example, the magic version of Bell's inequality verification that I saw when I just returned. Law, structure, shaping. Wang Yi's eyes were blooming with blue arcane light, and he raised his hand to activate the lines of the first-level mage tower. The arcane lines kept jumping on the silver, and finally gathered on a suspended transparent crystal in the middle that was almost 1 person high. Magic mithril is also the body of the magic pool. The arcane eye looked at the charging speed of the magic pool in front of him, and Wang Yi also sighed slightly. It's still too crude. In this lazy magic environment, it can only store 1 of my magic power a day, and it takes about a month to fully recharge. However, this is much faster than Wang Yi's own meditation to restore magic power, which is already a great improvement. Wang Yi's own consumption can also be quickly absorbed from here. Now that there is a magic pool, Wang Yi simply built the concealment and defense fortifications of the magic tower. About 1/10 of the magic power will be drawn every day for daily maintenance of the concealment and defense system, and the output power can be increased when necessary. It is no problem to ensure that his underground magic tower is invisible to various tests and detections. After all, the detection method is nothing more than using various waves. As long as the nearby geology is completely simulated, arrange Chen Qian to help me buy a batch of furniture and electrical appliances, and you can help me design the layout. Since this place has been completed, Wang Yi can officially move in. However, it is really a bit empty for 1 person to live in such a large villa. Should I summon more skeletons to support the scene? Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Are there any other things worth noting during this period? The Scorpion still has your mission, but you've been in China, so they can't do anything. This is a restricted area, and that Jenna called your name last night while manually solving the problem. I took a picture. Should I send it to you? Scared? Wang Yi was a little scared. He did use a Dihua technique on the other party, but the effect of the Dihua technique itself is actually limited. It can only be equivalent to a hint and guidance. Is this guy a masochist? And the 4G license has been issued. Baby Shark is vigorously entering the app side, but the traffic cost is here, so there is no threat for the time being. Before the unlimited traffic package came out, if there was no algorithm of the small broken station, it would be quite difficult to use ordinary traffic to support live broadcasts and videos. At least, it is not something that ordinary people can afford. This is the absolute advantage in technology. However, after the start of 4G, Baby Shark can at least make up for the shortcomings in outdoor live broadcasts. It can still complete outdoor live broadcasts if the anchor is willing to use traffic. But for the time being it can only be supported by spending money and subsidies. The Minecraft Live competition has also entered the selection stage. The response is good. It has been exported to foreign countries. Now they have also started their own live competition under the organization of game magazines. In addition, Umbrella's gallbladder and liver clearing tablets and heat clearing and diuretic capsules have also passed the review. Wow! So fast? Green Channel? Wang Yi was also a little surprised. Although traditional Chinese medicines can be approved faster without clinical trials, they are already green passed so quickly. Note: Parallel world. Please do not refer to reality. We are allowed to do this after 2018. Well, I found Li Yao and hinted whether we can visit the lens production process. Let them go. But it feels a bit tricky. Let's hint that our process precision is relatively high. If it's just a visit, the R&D team might also be dragged into the pit. But there is no way. Carl Zeiss has probably been dragged into the pit many times. But this is also a good thing. In the future, some drug approvals from Umbrella will be easier to get some proper attention. And the speed will be increased as appropriate while ensuring safety. After slowly becoming famous in the medical field, it shouldn't be a problem to recruit some top biological experts. Chapter 133 Gap. As autumn passed, the temperature slowly dropped. Jiang Bo, who was in the boys' dormitory, was curled up on his bed with a small blanket, watching the Minecraft prank video, when he saw someone build a 7-story building, each with a villager stuck in it, a funnel and a potato field in front, and farmers feeding hungry villagers, and potatoes falling through the stuck funnel so that players can easily collect a large number of potatoes below. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Hack! Not a human! So crazy! While cursing, he opened his Minecraft and began to imitate the prank. Since you are feeding the villagers because they are hungry, can I do something else? Such as the iron golem? Jiang Bo did it as he thought. He began to rely on some mechanisms found on the forum to knock out a cage that satisfied the villagers to summon the iron golem, and then made a zombie next to the cage to scare the villagers. The iron golem was summoned to the top of the cell by the stuck position, and finally flushed into the magma with water flow, producing iron steadily. After finishing, Jiang Bo also uploaded his video with a strange smile, and embarked on the career of Up Master for the first time. Boss, this is the final selection list of the Minecraft Live competition. The development team blocked the results after the vote. Chun Qian submitted a list to Wang Yi. This event also triggered foreign imitations, which can be regarded as out of the circle. This group of salted fish actually did a good job. Well, that's good. You can notify Chinjia to try to bring these ups into the support plan. If they are willing to live broadcast, they can be rewarded with a recommendation quota. Whether the rest can make it depends on themselves. Okay. After Chinjian finished speaking, she seemed to be a little hesitant. Seeing that she did not leave immediately, Wang Yi smiled and asked, anything else? Does the boss know anyone from Umbrella? We have several myopic colleagues who want to buy the A1 glasses, but can't get them. Chinjian said hesitantly. Only a group of them can do such a magical operation as asking the boss to bring goods. No problem. As an employee benefit, I will arrange it. One set for each person, including those from Yuzhong and Xiapozen. You can collect the information and send it to my email directly when the time comes. Of course, Wang Yi doesn't care about this little thing. He will not indulge employees blindly, but he will never be harsh on employees. If they do something wrong, they will be punished. But some small benefits are completely irrelevant, especially on the broken website. Almost all of them are nearsighted. So let's take it as compensation for their hard work during this period. Then Wang Yi thought about it, and simply let the broken website communicate with the anchors. Each anchor has a purchase quota, and the signed anchors will be given it as a benefit. My great mathematician has officially announced that he has had experimental cooperation with Umbrella. Let them give face. Isn't it a big problem? The Minecraft Live video competition was a complete success. It can be said that some people who originally resisted the style of the Blockman also fell into the pit because of this. The sales volume has also increased. Unfortunately, there is still a significant sales gap compared to PUBG. The plan of the Salted Fish employees to save their boss failed. But with the end of the whole live competition, some new anchors have settled in the small broken station. And suddenly many anchors have posted the benefits issued by the small broken station. A purchase qualification for Umbrella A1 glasses. Because foreigners are now scrambling for this pair of glasses. This pair of glasses has been very popular recently. People who don't use it can know that it is amazing. Because of the price gap between foreign countries and China, the domestic demand has also increased greatly. Almost every day when it is released, it disappears instantly, and it can't be grabbed. But all the anchors of the small broken station have obtained a purchase qualification, which is a real benefit. Many people have posted their glasses, and many have passed through Laogan Mall like a ceremony. And many netizens have left messages in the live barrage. It's not fair. How can you buy it? It's a dirty PY deal. Umbrella is selling at a low price. In fact, they have enough goods. Please, didn't you see the official website of Umbrella? Because of the needs of the partners, their daily supply has been halved in recent days. That's still a PY deal. Master Yi said before that he and this company have a cooperation on experimental data. Master Yi is the world's #1 mathematician, so he must give face. Really, if Master Yi hadn't asked their school professors to test it, these glasses wouldn't have gotten out of the storm so quickly. What world's #1 mathematician? Don't exaggerate too much. Okay? Those foreign scholars said so politely. But you took it seriously? What's wrong with you? Have you been kneeling for too long? Where there is heat, there will be quarrels. Some twists and turns appeared inexplicably. And then, they started to spray each other online. This naturally caused a lot of heat again. Then Chen Jia was quick-witted and took advantage of this wave of heat to hire Water Army to start hyping the benefits of live broadcasting on this small broken station. Young people should use the small broken station to live broadcast without lag and less traffic demand. Not to mention, with obvious technical advantages, this wave of Water Army has a pretty good effect. Shark Baby's Suwon was anxious. Despicable. This is cheating. Some anchors have begun to ask Shark Baby if there are similar benefits. You should know that Shark Baby's anchor investment has always been crushing the small broken station live broadcast. But now the small broken station has it. And we don't? The key is that many of them really want Umbrella's glasses. But they just can't buy them. Obviously, the investment price is not high, and it is even just a purchase qualification. But it has leveraged a good harvest with the smallest value, and completed the linkage. This makes Shark Baby helpless to turn on the money ability mode. We will issue purchase coupons. But the premise is that you have to grab them yourself, and then reimburse 1088 after grabbing them. But even so, even if it is obviously more than this small broken station, it has not exchanged for a good effect. It is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality. Why can they buy directly, while we have to wait? Later, Baby Shark had to compromise again, and simply sent all 1088 to your account. This barely calmed the doubts of the anchors. In fact, even Suwon vaguely noticed some problems in this wave. Because Baby Shark has been spending a lot of money on anchors, and actively poaching them with high salaries. This has caused the anchors to have a cognitive misunderstanding, and overestimate their own importance. So they will appear unruly, and difficult to manage. But now Baby Shark really can only rely on this method to compete with the small broken station. This is also quite helpless. After all, the internal strength is not enough. And no matter how fancy the moves are, they feel exhausted. Chapter 134 Breakthrough. Boss, there are some problems with the 2 drugs from Umbrella, and sales and distribution are hindered. When Wang Yi had arranged the furniture and electrical appliances in the villa, and DIY'd some test benches on the first floor of the Mage Tower, Lin Shurqin brought him a piece of news. Because Li Yao had too many things to deal with. Since there were already staff from the factory in China, it was naturally Lin Shurqin who helped arrange and direct them. Now that Li Yao had flown to India to knock on the vaccine factory, it was not good to call him back for everything. Hasn't it passed the review? What's the situation? Wang Yi certainly knew the efficiency of the things he prepared himself, with significant efficacy and few side effects. This thing will definitely be popular after it spreads. It can be said that these 2 drugs can reduce the number of surgeries in hepatobiliary surgery and urology surgery by half. This is the most common surgery in these 2 departments. Our classification is ordinary prescription drugs, although they can be put on the shelves of large pharmacies and distributed to hospitals. It is quite troublesome. Lin Shurqin's words also made Wang Yi a little surprised. Prescription drugs are divided into 6 categories, but ordinary prescription drugs are relatively loosely regulated. Many of the drugs that can be bought in large pharmacies are of this type. But even so, this is still a prescription drug in nature. You have to go to hospitals and pharmacies to buy it. If it is really that easy to get in, what are those drug salesmen and drug agents for? Now the drugs are made and qualified, but there is no place to sell them. Wasn't it a pharmaceutical factory before? Didn't it have drug agents and sales? Guess why it is about to go bankrupt. What do you mean? It's still relying on your power. Boss. The two drugs you cooperated in calculating the data are originally these two drugs. It's normal to get ahead. TSK. Prescription drugs. Wang Yi sighed. It can be said that the sale of prescription drugs itself can only be sold in hospitals and pharmacies, and can only be promoted by these two sides. Why? Because prescription drugs can only be advertised in medical and pharmaceutical professional journals jointly designated by the management department, but cannot be advertised in mass media or advertised to the public in other ways. Advertisements cannot be made. It can be said that Wang Yi's help in forwarding on Weibo is against the rules, because he is now a public figure. If an individual feels that this drug is miraculous and effective, he can spontaneously send out some information. Wang Yi is fully confident that the effect of this drug is absolutely good news for patients with stones. According to the proportion, 15% to 18% of people in China have stones of varying degrees, and the number of people exceeds 200 million. It's just that most of them don't need to be treated temporarily. Moreover, the recurrence rate of stones is surprisingly high. The recurrence rate exceeds 5% 6 months after surgery. The recurrence rate exceeds 50% in 5 years. And the recurrence rate exceeds 80% in 10 years. This is quite painful for patients. But sometimes, it doesn't mean that the drug is good and can really solve the problem. Wang Yi can imagine that if these two drugs are sent to the hospital without advertising, there is even the possibility of resistance, because the interests affected are too great. Drugs, medical devices, and even doctors may be greatly impacted. This breakthrough point is to break through a few hospitals, ferment the reputation, and let the hospital form internal competition. Wang Yi also made a decision quickly. Drug advertising cannot be done, but appropriate publicity of the hospital itself is allowed. By then, oh, they are so good at treating stones. And you can't do it here? With a breakthrough point, these two drugs with excellent quality can naturally be promoted. In fact, the hospital prescribes some incomprehensible prescription drugs, and then cure the disease. More people will thank the doctor's technology instead of remembering what they took. However, the effects of these two stone-dissolving drugs are too outstanding, and Wang Yi thinks they should be able to break the circle directly. The first goal, of course, is to choose my dear alma mater Academy of Sciences. Is this the one you have cooperated with? Why is it a Chinese patent medicine? Academician Li of the School of Mathematics took the 2 bottles of medicine brought by Wang Yi and looked at them over and over again. It may be their company's unique technology. The data is quite complicated when I calculated it, Wang Yi said with a smile. At present, the Academy of Sciences is preparing for the School of Life Sciences and Medicine. It does not have a formal medical department, but it has the first affiliated hospital of the Academy of Sciences, which is highly ranked. In this case, Wang Yi naturally found Academician Li, who was familiar with him. He was an academician and was familiar with him, so it was easier to get involved. We still trust the experiments you participated in, and since this drug has passed the review, it can enter the hospital. Academician Li just hesitated for a moment, but immediately agreed to it, and then called the dean of the affiliated hospital directly. If it was just an ordinary professor in the school, he would not have this ability. But Academician Li is the dean of the School of Mathematics and has the title of academician, which is quite face, because the call mentioned that there were 2 new drugs that students participated in. When Dean Chung of the affiliated hospital arrived, he also brought 3 other people. One was the director of the pharmacy department, who was responsible for drug procurement. One was the director of hepatobiliary surgery, and one was the director of urology. It can be said that professional personnel were also brought here. Oh, this is the pride of our academy. Professor Wang is indeed younger than the rumors say. When Dean Chung came over, he immediately recognized Wang Yi's identity and greeted him. Then he smiled and said to Academician Li, Academician Li, I am not very familiar with stones, so I found professionals. Since our own people have participated in the research, there is no problem for them to enter the hospital. But how to use them still depends on their opinions. Of course, no matter how cautious the medicine is, it is not too much. Treating diseases and saving people is the first priority. Although Academician Li is willing to help, he must insist on the principle of problem. The dean has no objection. And of course, I can't have an opinion. Let's listen to the suggestions of the 2 professionals. The director of the pharmacy department is white and fat, looks very kind, and said with a smile, Leiden chew on tablets? The director of the hepatobiliary surgery department, who looks to be in his early 50s, took the medicine bottle and the relevant qualification instructions and looked at them, but soon frowned. This is the traditional Chinese medicine made of Leiden Shushi decoction. Of course, it can be used, but there are not many situations where it can be used. After that, he explained, because the stone melts too slowly, I'm worried that it will block the common bile duct and cause pancreatic problems, which is fatal. Safety is definitely the first priority. Academician Lee is not an outsider who commands the experts. The 40-year-old urology director next to him looked more tactful. After reading it, he also nodded and said, this is also a traditional Chinese medicine with a slight adjustment. The Kingerlier capsule is not as restrictive as Lao Hu's. It can be used by patients with small stones. Sometimes, I would recommend them to take Chinese medicine, if the efficacy is well preserved. It is also convenient. Kidney stones are discharged directly into the ureter, and there is no fatal organ. Of course, if it gets stuck, the pain is quite fatal. With the face of Academician Lee, there is no resistance to the medicine here, so there is definitely no problem with taking the medicine. However, Wang Yi still wanted them to have a more intuitive experience. After a moment of silence, he called Qian Yayan. Senior, you are so popular. Please find some students with gallstones. Many college students don't like to eat breakfast, which makes the bile concentration thicker. And there are still some people with gallstones. The regular prescription drugs that have passed the review are so effective. Just consider it a good deed. Chapter 135 Sulfuric Acid. It's sulfuric acid. Qian Yayan's tea art skills are absolutely top-notch. Although she flatters Wang Yi a little, she is undoubtedly a celebrity in the school. Just a call from a high place. Not long after, there were 7 or 8 more students at the door of the office where Wang Yi and others were chatting. All of them were brought by Qian Yayan. Those with gallstones could call so many people in a short time, which shows Qian Yayan's ability. This is a certified prescription drug, and some descriptions have been published in professional journals. I think director who should be able to judge which students are suitable for using the stone dissolving method. The patients here have come. And director who of the hepatobiliary surgery department of the affiliated hospital also nodded. Well, for young people, the gallbladder function is well preserved. And it is indeed suitable. Let's go and do a checkup first. Young people should still develop the habit of eating breakfast. For director who, he has seen many patients with gallstones. If they suffer from gallstones at such a young age, it is probably because of irregular diet, not eating breakfast, and eating a lot of fish and meat. The people who came here to line up could only laugh dryly after hearing what the doctor said. However, they were willing to get a free checkup and treatment. It was just taking medicine, not surgery. Director who personally performed a color Doppler ultrasound on the 8 people to confirm their gallstones and gallbladder conditions, and also drew blood to check liver and kidney function. It's okay. They are all small stones. The gallbladder wall is not thickened, and the liver and kidney functions are normal. It is indeed possible to try to eliminate stones, but you need to take the medicine on time and in the right amount, and be prepared for the long term. Whether it is a prescription drug that has been approved or a Chinese patent medicine improved from a traditional prescription, director who certainly has his own experience. As he spoke, he also prescribed the medicine for several people according to the dosage of the Chinese patent medicine. How about we try it first, and then do a color Doppler ultrasound? Wang Yi followed all the way and spoke directly. This made director who laugh. Professor Wang, you are academics and may not know much. The stone dissolving method is to reduce the concentration of bile so that the bile can reabsorb the stone. It takes a long time. If you take the medicine directly, it will be eliminated. That is sulfuric acid. This made the people around him laugh kindly. However, Qian Yayan didn't care what the doctor thought. She glanced at the people she brought. How about giving it a try? Okay. The people came here for Qian Yayan's face. The medicine was also said to be a Chinese patent medicine. Of course, they would not hesitate. They swallowed it with water according to the dosage. You guys. Director who sighed. But since he had already sold his face, he might as well sell it thoroughly. After letting them rest for about half an hour, he started to do another color ultrasound. Color ultrasound itself does not have radiation, unlike CT, so it is okay to do it continuously. It was just that director who wanted to get rid of Professor Wang and shut him up. Looking at the screen in front of him, the careless movement of his hand stopped. Then he scanned the same spot again. Hiss. After taking a breath, he stared at the student again and asked his name again. Are you the Song Kun from before? Yes. Doctor. What's wrong with me? Song Kun was trembling when he saw a director whose face changed like this. No. I remember that your stones were bigger at first. About 0.6. How come they became mud sand type? Song Kun looked a little confused. There was only one mud sand type among this group of people. Not this person. Did I remember it wrong? Could it be the medicine? Wang Yi reminded again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Song Kun said firmly. And then he probed back and forth in disbelief. And then fell silent. He felt that the mud sand type had become less. Although this group of students all had small stones. It's okay. Change one. Come back for a checkup tomorrow. Director who also vaguely noticed something was wrong. And as he finished the color Doppler ultrasound test on the next students, he fell into a state of smecta. Damn! What the H.L. Sulfuric acid? You drank sulfuric acid. Almost immediately, the one who was originally mud sand type disappeared. And the others were all broken into mud sand. Is this a Chinese patent medicine? Director who picked up the relevant materials of the umbrella gallbladder and liver-soothing tablets and read them. The ingredients are indeed fine. This has passed the review. So there should be no other things secretly added. This Chinese medicine is so effective. Why didn't I know it? Director who couldn't help but be a little dazed for a while. If the stone dissolving effect is so good, then even those large stones may be useful. You take the medicine again according to the dosage at night. And come back for a checkup tomorrow. Okay. Several students were also very happy to hear that the stones were going to disappear. At first, they were scared when they saw the doctor's face like this. But they didn't expect it to be good news. Senior Qian, we'll go back first. Thank you. Senior Qian. Thank you so much. Senior, you are really an angel. After several students expressed their gratitude in a flurry, they also left the hospital. This attitude made Wang Yi feel a little subtle. Although they did get benefits. They were just guinea pigs. But they thanked them. The things I calculated for them were very complicated. They didn't just mix them. The proportions, structure, and precision were all well controlled. That's why I thought this thing shouldn't be buried. It seems that it's true. Wang Yi also added a sentence at this time. After all, he was also a participant in this drug experiment. Facts speak louder than words. If you don't let these professionals see it with their own eyes, it's useless to talk about it. So Wang Yi didn't defend or explain at first. He just used his influence to pressure the other party to do it first. It's more than that it shouldn't be buried. Director who was still a little absent-minded at this time. Most of the emergencies encountered by the hepatobiliary surgery department were related to stones. Either cholecystitis or pancreatitis and common bile duct obstruction caused by stones. This thing can be called a miracle drug. Academicianly, and several others have actually been watching from the sidelines. At least Wang Yi definitely has this face in the Academy of Sciences. Seeing Director whose appearance and witnessing the whole process before, several people looked at each other in surprise. Is it the same for kidney stones? Thinking of this, several people looked at the director of the urology department. How about giving it a try? With the previous results, Director Huang of the urology department also had an eager expression on his face. This is definitely a groundbreaking drug, because the number of people who are suitable for it is really too many. Don't think that targeted cancer drugs can prolong survival and are expensive. But in fact, there are not many people who are suitable for these drugs. So the price is expensive, and the research and development costs have to be spread out. But stones are different. Then, everyone's eyes turned again, and fell on Qian Yayan. After Qian Yayan looked at Wang Yi, and got confirmation, she took out her mobile phone again, and sent a new dynamic. This time I want kidney stones. Those who meet the conditions and are interested, please reply. The first 8 people come. It was a very stiff and cold word. But there were a lot of replies below. And they seemed to be fighting for these 8 places. It has to be said that although Qian Yayan usually behaves a bit like a dog in front of Wang Yi, she is really popular with her art skills. Chapter 136. One hand can't make a difference. This company's strength is beyond words. It's not simple. They can play with ancient prescriptions. After experiencing a similar scene again, Director Huang of the urology department was also full of amazement. If it can pass the approval, the drug ingredients must be fine, especially the ancient prescription. But in the end, this ancient prescription was used by them to achieve the effect in front of them. This really subverts people's 3 views. Even for a while, the 2 doctors were a little shaken. Could it be that the rumors about alchemy in ancient times might be true? Is it just because our alchemy method is wrong? Wang Yi has no time to pay attention to these 2 people now. With the primer, It will ferment slowly. If it is somewhere else, Wang Yi really can't exert any influence. If the doctor thinks that this medicine will affect their income, then he can't do anything. There is still a big difference between the price of a bottle of medicine and cutting a gallbladder. But here in the affiliated hospital, Wang Yi can still do this by leveraging the power. I'm thinking about the experience of being treated as a fool when I recommend this medicine at the exchange meeting in the future. Director Hu smiled bitterly, and Director Huang beside him nodded in agreement. The effect of the medicine is too exaggerated. It sounds like bragging. Wang Yi originally came to help open up the situation in the name of a partner. Since it has been completed, he is naturally ready to leave. Hey, you promised me to come for internship last time. I have arranged everything here. When can I come? Qian Yayan said excitedly. This made Wang Yi think of his empty big house. Anytime. Do you want to be independent first? Or try to be my secretary first? Wang Yi looked at Qian Yayan and smiled. Hee. Secretary? I only have theoretical knowledge in the textbooks now. I have to read it first. And learn from your excellent employees. Qian Yayan saw that Wang Yi had no intention of breaking his promise. And she was also smiling. She was really afraid that Wang Yi would suddenly say to her, Senior sister, it's just a joke. You take it seriously. This guy can really do it. But when Wang Yi heard that Qian Yayan wanted to learn from excellent employees, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Learn from those lazy people? Maybe only Chen Qian worked harder. But with Lin Shiqin helping to watch, it didn't matter. Let her learn from Lin Shiqin. New drugs on the shelves? Prescription drugs? In the purchasing department of Zhonghua Pharmacy, the figure sitting in the back of the office looked at the two drugs in front of him and couldn't help but sneered. Now all kinds of monsters want to come in and get a piece of the pie. Okay. Our pharmacy's rebate is at least 30%. Plus a pit fee of 300,000. If you want a better position, the rebate and pit fee must be increased. After hearing this, Ma Shang couldn't help showing a look of disappointment on his face. It really didn't work. Ma Shang is a salesman. He used to serve a pharmaceutical factory. But because he couldn't open up the market and made too many competing drugs, he couldn't get through the channels between hospitals and pharmacies. This eventually led to the sale of the pharmaceutical factory. But the buyer did not fire them. The improvements were quickly put into production and passed the approval unexpectedly quickly. Later, I found out that the pharmaceutical company that acquired my own company is very strong in the contact lens field. And it has been very popular in the circle recently. But contact lenses are completely different from medicines. Chinese patent medicine ingredients. Plus it is for stones. And it is a prescription drug. Even he knows how difficult it is to promote it. If it is an over-the-counter drug, it is okay. It can promote gallbladder and relieve liver. With advertisements like Sanju and Shaoxer tablets, it may have a little market. But it is too difficult to rely on these not-so-excellent salesmen to run it. And Ma Shang also felt that the company did not seem to care much about promotion. And did not even give much funding. Excuse me. After sighing, Ma Shang could only go to the next one. Pharmacies seem to be similar. And he knows that if he only pays the minimum standard, even if it can be put on the shelf, it will be the most inconspicuous place. And no one will promote it. If the buyer does not ask, it is almost impossible to sell it. In this case, let's try the hospital. After leaving the pharmacy, Ma Shang walked the nearest hospital to his current location. Guangzhou Medical University is a tertiary hospital and one of the top 3 hospitals in Guangdong province. He had experience in sales promotion before and knew that the larger the hospital, the more standardized it is, because they are always in a saturated state and almost always run at full capacity. There is no need to consider too many miscellaneous things. But because of this, it is quite difficult to enter such a hospital, because the types of medicines in such hospitals are relatively complete, and usually in addition to the original medicines of a certain item, a generic medicine will also be selected for preparation. The drug import procedure for new drugs is relatively cumbersome. First of all, a bill of lading from a relatively important and influential clinical department director is required. Only after the discussion and approval of the pharmacy committee composed of the dean, the director of the pharmacy department, and the directors of relevant departments, there may be a purchase intention. Each step can be said to be a difficult point. Just with this salary, Ma Shang can only bite the bullet. There is no recommendation. No way. And he can only rely on himself. These 2 drugs need to find the directors of hepatobiliary surgery and urology. And I don't know how long it will take for them to be free. Based on his previous business experience, there were too many experiences where he came here for several days in a row and finally said goodbye within a minute of meeting. He took the bus to Guangyi Hospital. After getting off the bus, Ma Xiang saw a very beautiful woman and a young man who didn't look too outstanding getting off a taxi. He didn't know what they were doing in the hospital. After a curious look, Ma Xiang also began to follow the instructions and went straight to the urology department. Among the two drugs, he personally felt that Kingerlier capsule was more likely to pass. After all, it was related to kidney stones, and the safety factor was guaranteed. On the other hand, Wang Yi, who had just got off the taxi with Qian Yayan, was also a little emotional when looking at the people coming in and out of the hospital in front of him. The crowded hospital is not necessarily a good thing. The flight distance this time was too far, so he naturally couldn't drive over. After getting off the plane, he started his taxi life again. The reason why he came here specially was that Wang Yi heard Director Hu sigh and felt that if it was just a hospital, even if a symposium was held, others would just think that Director Hu was being recharged and it was a PY transaction. Because the efficacy of the medicine was indeed too exaggerated. I'm afraid that even if they enter the hospital, they will stay in a corner, and it will take a long time to ferment. In this case, Wang Yi thought that he really knew an expert who might be able to help. The old doctor he met on the plane was the director of the hepatobiliary surgery department of Guangzhou Medical University. In this case, after confirming the time by phone, Wang Yi flew over directly with Qian Yayan, holding Qian Yayan's slender waist and walking into the hospital. Wang Yi was still thinking that it would be better to improve the office location. At least the sound insulation of his office should be better in the future. Chapter 137 Comparison. Director Song. Long time no see. Wang Yi came to the inpatient department and found Song Tianming in a white coat. Song Tianming had just finished his rounds and came back. The two had agreed on a time. Good boy. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Song Tianming smiled at Wang Yi. He had a deep impression of Wang Yi and even consulted some old Chinese doctors for this. But he didn't get the results he wanted. After seeing it today, I have to talk to him. Let's go. Come to my office to talk. Wang Yi actually mentioned last time that there might be some trouble with medicine in the future. So although Song Tianming was a little surprised that what Wang Yi said was true, he could accept it. Please take your seats. Both of you. I still find it incredible when I think about the moves that Brother Wang made last time. I just want to ask for your advice. Can you show me Brother Wang's medicine first? If it is suitable, I will write a report and start research and discussion. But if it is selected, you must tell me about the technique. I will ask the emergency nurses to come and watch. Song Tianming did not mean to embarrass Wang Yi. He just smiled and said that if the medicine was selected, he should demonstrate it again. It is not necessary to find patients for practical demonstration. It is also common to practice on dummies or ordinary people. No problem. But according to Director Song's understanding, this is indeed related to the force-generating techniques of some traditional fighting skills. It may be difficult for ordinary people to learn. I can give you a lesson then. Mutual benefit is the best model. Anyway, a lesson does not take long. Although other people cannot learn to be as awesome as Wang Yi, it is completely possible to improve the efficiency of chest compressions by about 30%. Haha. That's what you said. Not me. The old man? Threatening you. Song Tianming laughed, put on his glasses, and began to look at the medicine and related materials handed over by Wang Yi. Boosting and liver-soothing tablets? Well, the Chinese patent medicine made from traditional ancient Chinese medicine, although the scope of application is not wide, is very convenient. At least it does not need to be boiled. But it is indeed possible to import some. It's pretty good, although it looks like a foreign company. Is this the company that makes glasses? Song Tianming looked at Umbrella and seemed to have thought of something. And Wang Yi looked at the ordinary glasses Song Tianming was wearing and smiled and said, That's right, Professor Song. If you and your relatives and friends need these glasses, I can talk to them. Ha ha ha. I was worried that I couldn't buy them. My granddaughter bought those glasses, and I was scared to death. Alas, technology is the real one power over all method. I laughed at her at first, Song Tianming said with some sighs. Then he looked up and said to Wang Yi, because it is a Chinese patent medicine, and the prescription is also a traditional ancient prescription. In principle, there is no problem with me submitting it, and it is highly likely that they will not reject it. However, since the scope of application of this medicine is general, don't have too high expectations for sales. Wang Yi knew that he would encounter this, so he took out another clinical application description with the official seal of the first affiliated hospital of the Academy of Sciences. Director Song. This medicine has been tested in the first affiliated hospital of the Academy of Sciences. The effect can be said to be immediate. You can also contact Director Hu over there to confirm it. Looking at the description handed over by Wang Yi, Song Tianming also widened his eyes. Is this thing fake? But if the authenticity can be confirmed by a phone call, the fakeness should not be so exaggerated. Normally, it is already quite remarkable to have 1/10 of the description. He would not make any misjudgment because of his appreciation for Wang Yi. After all, the use of drugs is quite cautious and critical. So he immediately called Director Hu of the Hepatobiliary Surgery Department of the first affiliated hospital of the Academy of Sciences in front of the two of them. They are all first-class experts in related fields and often meet at some seminars. Song Tianming certainly has the contact information. But after the call was connected, the words on the other end made Song Tianming feel a constant shock. Professor Wang? No way. How old is he? Professor? Efficacy guaranteed? Is Lao Hu joining the pyramid scheme and quitting? Old Song. I know you must be surprised now. I was also surprised when I saw the effect at the beginning. But now these students have come for re-examination. And they are clean. Now it has been prescribed to several patients. And the effect is quite outstanding. No. It should be said to be exaggerated. Even steroid pseudopolyps can be completely melted. The gallstones that almost cover the entire gallbladder can be resolved in 3 days. This is simply unbelievable. If you don't believe it, you can fly to us for inspection. I am still confused now. If you come to confirm it, we will hold a symposium at that time. And you have to come to support the scene. Director Hu of the University of Science and Technology is still talking non-stop and seems very excited. Song Tianming rubbed his forehead and was a little dazed for a while. Then he turned around and looked at Wang Yi after a while. Brother Wang is a professor. How old are you this year? Do you look young? Work at Umbrella? He's almost 22 years old and has made some academic achievements. He's an honorary professor. He doesn't work at Umbrella, but he started his own company. They did experiments together at Umbrella. Just these 2 drugs. Wang Yi's words gradually made Song Tianming realize something. To be honest, Wang Yi is a mathematician and is far from Song Tianming's circle. He just knows that there is such a thing. So until now, he didn't think about it at all. Now that Wang Yi said that he got the honorary professor title directly by academic achievements, he must be very top-notch. He's young and has top academic achievements. Wow. There's only one. Mastery? It's really a match. Amazing. Amazing. Song Tianming also stood up and came to Wang Yi, shaking his hand up and down. No wonder. No wonder. Guangdong Medical Urology Department. Ma Shan was lucky. He happened to meet Director Su of the Urology Department, who was free. So he took the opportunity to actively promote it. Chinese patent medicine. It's not impossible. But why should I ask for it? Director Su glanced casually, with a nonchalant look on his face. This statement was made very clear. But it still made Ma Shang's heart freeze. The company didn't delegate much authority and funds. So he could only bite the bullet and say, our company can give your hospital a 7% discount. 7%? Director Su almost thought he had heard it wrong. Didn't he miss a zero? And it was for the hospital? Yes. 7%. And our company can also provide some. Okay. You are here to make fun of me. Right? Director Su laughed angrily, shook his head, and took a sip from the thermos cup on the table. Okay. Our hospital will never get your company's medicine. I won't ask for it here. And it's useless even if you get through the pharmacy department. So let it go. It's a waste of time. As expected. After getting the hang of it, Ma Shang's face dimmed and he sighed. It's difficult. You can't even do advertising. Unless it's a real panacea with amazing efficacy. Otherwise, how can you stand out? You can only invest a lot of money and hit it hard. Go to one hospital after another, and one pharmacy after another to open up the market to have a chance. Perhaps it's time to resign. Just when Ma Shang thought of this and was about to take his things out, an energetic old man pushed open the door. Xiao Su, come with me to the dean. We are going on a business trip. Behind the old man, there was the couple he had seen when he got off the car before. The woman was very beautiful and impressive. Are you going to see the urology department? Ma Shang's head was full of black question marks. But then, he heard a topic that he was very concerned about. Here are 2 Chinese patent medicines. The one from Umbrella, which makes glasses, has been vigorously promoted in the affiliated hospital of the Academy of Sciences. The efficacy is excellent. Let's go there together on a business trip. No problem. Let's apply for purchase together. Chapter 138 Preparing for New Business. Director Su had the same expression as Ma Shang when he heard this. What the H.L. Old Song? You were recharged. Right? Director Su knew about Old Song's character. He was old-fashioned and upright. How much would it cost to recharge him? Why are you so stingy when you come to me? Comparing Wang Yi and Qian Yayan behind Song Tianming. And then looking at Ma Shang here. Director Su couldn't help but look up at the sky in silence. The gap is too big. You are using the beauty trap. Right? Why don't you use it on me? I'm younger. What's wrong? Song Tianming seemed a little surprised to see Director Su's strange expression. This guy was just promoting this medicine just now. I didn't think it was reliable and rejected it. Although Chinese patent medicine is not easy to make mistakes. It is a new medicine after all. It's better to be cautious. Song Tianming is an old veteran. If he gets angry, he can slam the table on the dean. Although Director Su is dissatisfied, he can only say it euphemistically. Ah? There are others? Song Tianming looked back at Wang Yi. And Wang Yi also saw Ma Shang. Maybe he is from Umbrella. I am just a partner in the experiment. I will help if I know someone. He should be here to do business. Wang Yi's words also made Song Tianming relieved. And Ma Shang also asked cautiously, I wonder if this gentleman is Wang Yi. Master Yi. Wang Yi has spoken for Umbrella. And since they have cooperated in the pharmaceutical laboratory, they have heard about it to some extent. It is normal that he reacts faster than Song Tianming. Director Su next to him was also stunned. He might not react to Wang Yi, but he still knows who Master Yi is. The CEO of the World Company? A wealthy man with billions of assets in his early 20s. A great scholar. Click. This made Director Su stand up and couldn't sit still. At the same time, he secretly thanked himself for not talking nonsense in a sarcastic tone. Otherwise, this person's influence would really hold a grudge against him. Which would be a lot of fun. So it's Professor Wang. You're really younger than I thought. I haven't seen your photo on the internet. Please forgive me. Director Su. You're too polite. When Ma Shang saw Wang Yi easily chatting and laughing with the two people he was targeting, and learned that he had already settled the matter with the first affiliated hospital of the Academy of Sciences, he was also a little surprised. No wonder. No wonder the company didn't give these people authority. And didn't make much concessions. This is a direct use of personal connections to kill people. I ran around for a long time. But with just one word from others, it can be easily solved. This is the difference. He deserves to have such a beautiful female companion. Wang Yi came here in person to show his sincerity. And there was a phone call from the affiliated hospital of the Academy of Sciences to confirm. Not to mention the immediate introduction. At least the two department heads will fly over to inspect it. And the effects of these two drugs are beyond doubt. So the introduction of Guang Yi will definitely be a done deal. Even because of Wang Yi's appearance. No one will make any obstacles in the process here. If the medicine is not effective or just average, they can find excuses. But if they still stop it when the medicine is so good, what if Master Yi posts something or says something wrong? Then they will be in big trouble. The fact that they came in person was enough to show their importance. Done. Still attended a first aid class as agreed. Declined the invitation to stay and left Guangzhou Medical University. Wang Yi took Qian Yayan to the car of the dean's driver under Ma Shang's eyes. This was specially arranged to send Wang Yi and his friends. So naturally they would not refuse. Is the technology of Umbrella so strong? You are giving them face like this. After the matter was over, Qian Yayan asked what she was curious about. The technology is very strong. You have also seen their glasses advertisement. These two drugs can be regarded as of the same level. The potential is really great. Qian Yayan was a little amazed. No wonder he was asked to go twice in person. Do you need to go to other places? No need. 2 are enough. The rest is that other hospitals will come to you on their own initiative. Go home. Flying back to Shutian, Wang Yi also signaled Lin Shiqin to arrange to renovate his own office location. Because his magic tower is not far from the office location. And with a special car, the location does not need to be changed. But the 2 floors of the office building can be bought now. For the time being, the office will remain unchanged. The upper floor will start to expand, modify and renovate. After that, the lower floor will be the turn. At the same time, Qian Yayan will also report to the office. Su Feng came to pick up the beautiful Qian Yayan after getting off the plane. After seeing the beautiful Qian Yayan, his face changed again. He kept touching the jade Buddha necklace he bought in Siam and muttering something. Fortunately, as a former taxi driver, his driving skills are still impeccable, and he drives very steadily. Everyone, this is our new colleague Qianyan, my senior sister, who is temporarily serving as my secretary and spokesperson. Wang Yi returned to the company and clapped his hands, which immediately caused a welcome. Even if the employees are insignificant, they must be clear. This beautiful secretary must be paid attention to regardless of whether she has any relationship. The way of survival for insignificant people is still very clear. Senior sister, if you are free at that time, you can also take the lead in internal control. Understood. I will familiarize myself with it first. Qianyan nodded. When she saw the situation of the company, she was quite surprised. She didn't expect it to be so simple. However, if the company has a foundation, it doesn't really matter whether it is simple or not. It's just that as the company expands, it will inevitably be different from the previous small company model. At that time, complete internal control, finance, and human resources will all need to be controlled. For Wang Yi, Lin Shurqin can remotely command and control the overall situation. But after all, there is still a need for people to do things. Qianyan's ability is beyond doubt. Not to mention that she is a top student at the Academy of Sciences. She also passed the CPA qualification at the age of 23, which is a certificate with a very high gold content in the financial industry. It is absolutely a ruthless person to pass the exam at the age of 23. The used pen refills are counted in bundles. She took the initiative to come here, not just to be a vase, and the many models of Yuzhong next door, after seeing Qianyan's pure temperament and sexy figure, also smiled and applauded on the surface. But secretly, there was a lot of grief. Oh my god. This is so difficult. Okay. We have already started contacting people to buy these 2 floors. And we have already found a renovation team. It may be a bit noisy during this period, so everyone should get over it. And then the small station will move in. Wang Yi's words also made everyone feel very excited. After the purchase, it also means that the company really has its own territory. Finally, it doesn't have to be this computer mall style anymore. In addition, new business will be open soon. Xupa Station is preparing to hold a New Year's Eve festival, and will announce it directly at that time. The new business is short video. Everyone should be prepared for publicity. The short video will not be directly posted on Xupa Station, but will be posted under the parent company first. But it will be deeply bundled with Xupa Station's videos and live broadcasts and mutually attract traffic. If the timing is right, a new company can be established to separate the business, which is both to avoid risks and to clarify functions. Chapter 139 New Year. The New Year festival of the small broken station started to warm up in advance, and it was full of gimmicks. And it was also clearly stated that new functions would be launched simultaneously. And a big question mark was hung on the homepage of the small broken station. Of course, the New Year festival itself also has many programs arranged. And there are also some related draws. Among the gifts for the draws, there are many A1 contact lenses of Umbrella. It directly made the shark baby, who is doing the same thing next to him, feel like vomiting blood. Here it comes again! Obviously they spend more money and have more traffic. But there is a feeling that they are suppressed by the small broken station. Now I don't know what the new function on the other side is. The pressure of the unknown made Su Wen start to lose his hair. At this time, Wang Yi invited Lu Shuka and Ma Dong to visit his new home, because the furniture and appliances of the new home were already arranged. Ah? Do you live here? Sitting in Wang Yi's nanny car and coming to Ufu Mei Shu, Lu Shuka couldn't help but have a slightly strange expression on his face. Brother Wang's net worth is more than enough here. Ma Dong seemed very normal and steady, and didn't feel strange. Oh, yes, Lu Shuka muttered. Then the 3 of them got out of the car. Welcome. After opening the door, Qianyan, who was wearing a black silk suspender-made uniform, showed a sweet smile to the 3 people. Although she was always smiling, her eyes stayed on Lu Shuka for a long time. This sense of oppression's strong rival, seeing Qianyan specially changed into such clothes. Wang Yi certainly knew what was in her little head. But Wang Yi would not hide anything when doing things, and directly introduced to the 2 people who were about to bleed from the nose. My ex-girlfriend. Now my secretary. Ah, you are so wasteful. So beautiful. Lu Shuka widened his eyes, and kept looking up and down at Qianyan. It's not wasteful. Why are you staring at her like this? Wang Yi glanced at Lu Shuka's eyes. It's not you. The quarrel between the two made Qian Yayan feel a huge pressure. As a tea art master, she could vaguely judge that Li Xiuke was not pretending. After the breakup, Qian Yayan knew that Wang Yi would not easily attack such a simple girl. But now the two of them can develop such a familiar relationship, which is completely different from the foreign girl she met in the United States. Okay, this is my first meal at home after moving. You take a rest, and let me show you my cooking skills. Wang Yi asked them to sit anywhere. I'll help. Ma Dong, who felt a strange aura, spoke quickly. Okay, I'll teach you a few more tricks. In fact, the ingredients were all prepared in advance, and they were all top-notch ingredients. But at the same time, Wang Yi's cooking skills were definitely top-notch. The key is that the speed is fast. Ma Dong, who was tall and strong next to him, was swinging the kitchen knife until it was smoking. But he still couldn't keep up with Wang Yi's processing. When Wang Yi increased the speed, the cooking process was like a cartoon. Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke chatted outside the kitchen. And this time Qian Yayan rarely used any tea art techniques, but just smiled and listened to the information. Knowing how to grasp the limit is an advantage that Wang Yi recognizes. A table of delicious dishes with good color, fragrance, and taste was soon served. And whether it was Qian Yayan or Lu Xiuke, it was the first time for them to see Wang Yi's top cooking skills in the true sense. Lu Xiuke had heard Ma Dong say that Wang Yi's cooking skills were very good, but those were just some simple things like breakfast and snacks. Compared with the banquet in front of him with good color, fragrance, and taste, there was no comparison at all. Oops. It was a heart-thumping feeling. Qian Yayan was also very happy eating the dishes made by Wang Yi. Ha. I ate his dishes. This meaning made her happier than the deliciousness of the dishes themselves. It would be nice if he could cook only for herself. If I live here in the future, will he, senior sister, learn cooking skills well? And I'll take it as your rent. Wang Yi himself was very happy to eat and poured a basin of cold water on Qian Yayan. I'm so tired that I flip the film every day and it's not even the rent. But then Qian Yayan thought of some things that this guy did in the past. It seemed that he would think that he was being taken advantage of. It's so infuriating. But being able to cook such delicious meals is really cool. Lying on the bed in the bedroom, reading the thesis on the phone, listening to the shower sound from the bathroom. Wang Yi adjusted his headphones and said, Tell me, did you do something? Lu Xiuke's expression in the car was not natural. Isn't it because you are too bad? Lin Shurqin said to him. But seeing that Wang Yi didn't move his eyelids, he still said with a smile, It's nothing. Her family actually lives here, but she hasn't been back for a long time. No wonder. Lin Shurqin had already figured out the personal information of almost all the people around Wang Yi, including employees. I guess she chose this place on purpose. But the location and ground are basically good. It doesn't matter. The vaccination factory at Hengsan has started production and started testing. The pendant set over has been successfully activated, and the effect is good. Li Yao has been solving some problems at Hengsan during this period. With the cooperation of Tang Zhua and the support of Kata, everything is going well. After the construction was completed strictly according to the drawings drawn by Lin Shurqin, it was activated with Wang Yi's magic pendant. And the culture medium also completed the in vitro cultivation of HPV virus. The remaining vaccination production process is relatively simple. The original acquisition was a traditional inactivated virus vaccination factory. Let's complete the test at Hengsan first, and then take the data for review after the test, and then build a factory in China. The HPV vaccination is definitely a technology that fills the gap. After the multiple phases of experiments at Hengsan are completed, there are ready-made data for certification. And if you are willing to build a factory in China, the review here can also be passed quickly. The most important thing is that after Hengsan completes the first step of landing, other drugs can also follow suit. After all, there are limitations to always taking Chinese patent medicine. In vitro HPV cultivation technology, stone elimination technology, and A1 contact lenses. These 3 items alone are enough to earn Umbrella the first batch of titles. At that time, a high-end biological laboratory can be established, and top experts can be hired with the accumulated reputation to start testing the function of gene fragments. When Wang Yi is in overclock state, it is enough to complete the self-DNA transcription adjustment. This is actually one of the most promising directions for plugins. It's just that I didn't know what clips and functions were before, so I didn't dare to mess around with myself. I mainly used it to enhance some training effects. But it was like a nuclear bomb killing a mosquito. when Guangzhou Medical University also began to purchase 2 types of stone-dissolving drugs from Umbrella in large quantities. And then the 2 hospitals began to prepare to jointly hold a symposium. The old year is about to pass. And New Year's Day is coming. Although New Year's Day itself cannot be compared with the Spring Festival. At midnight, the sound of firecrackers began to be faintly heard outside. And brilliant fireworks exploded in the air. And the light fell on the bed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wang Yi looked at the fireworks outside the window, while reaching out to stroke the hair of Qian Yayan, who fainted next to him. And there was a little ripple in his heart. The New Year is here. Chapter 140 Sparks of Collision. The New Year's Eve festival of the small broken station can be said to have been prepared for a long time. The annual best up, the best selection, the best live broadcast excerpt, some funny live broadcast accidents, as well as various prospects and various specially held programs, and some unexpected linkages have attracted a lot of attention. At least for young people. It is far more attractive than the New Year's Eve party. And it also exceeds the New Year's Eve of Baby Shark. After all, Baby Shark currently only has the live broadcast business. Although it is tied to some e-commerce related to Ali. The entertainment effect and content are far less rich than that of the small broken station. The small broken station also has material support from the parent company. And even Lin Shirqin personally blessed some program special effects. Which is completely not of the same level. And with the end of the countdown of 10, 9, 8, and 7, and the arrival of the new year, the live broadcast program of the small broken station was accompanied by a melodious sound that was not like the human world. And the new business of the world company was officially announced. Music short video. When the beautiful background music of the Elven music just appeared, the whole live broadcast was silent for a moment. And even the bullet comments stopped. It was not until the end that it caused a warm response, like a landslide and tsunami. Even in reality, many communities and many rooms directly exclaimed, "What kind of music is this? Great! I have never heard such beautiful music. It feels like my soul has been baptized. Oh! I can't do it anymore. Last time, the battle song of PUBG already made me feel a surge of blood. But this time it is completely different. My God! I am a person who doesn't like music. I am numb. What kind of magic is this?" For a while, the background music was the first to go viral. And then the music short video was targeted. The host seemed to know the impact of the music, and waited until the shock subsided a little before continuing to introduce it. In fact, many competitors or companies that are paying attention to this matter have been watching the live broadcast, wanting to see what the small broken station wants to do with such a big move. Now there is an uproar after the official announcement. It is unreasonable to start with the background music first. Slow Hand fainted in the toilet. Why did you target me? Although Slow Hand has the first mover advantage, it has accumulated a lot of loyal users. You can see from Moku and Baby Shark that what's the point of having advantages? Technology is inferior. Mobile terminal failed miserably. There is no way to compare with the small broken station with compression advantage. Baby Shark and Moku are actually okay. They can still rely on the PC terminal for the time being. But Slow Hand can't do it. I believe everyone is also a little confused. Why do we regard music short videos as a new track and new function? And now there is actually a short video application called Slow Hand, with absolute technical advantages. The small broken station is not afraid of mentioning competitors. Just help you promote it. Then the advantages of this music short video app called TT on the screen were explained one by one. Accurate push. Find what you like. No lag and less traffic. There are many BGMs recorded by Wang Yi. Perfect combination of music and vision. Simple production. Foolproof production allows everyone to easily complete post-production and editing. This is an epic-making application that can change everyone's living habits. No matter how much you say, it's better for everyone to watch it once. If everyone has downloaded our Shupa Station app now, we can let everyone feel it in the most intuitive way. Shupa Station also has precise push. But the videos that Shupa Station mainly targets are not music short videos. A separate app is made to complete the distinction. Of course, Shupa Station app and TT app can attract traffic to each other to complete the interaction. And you can log in directly with the world account. Subsequently, Yu Zhong's various celebrity hookups, various traffic stars' actions with music, and many short videos made by Lin Shirqin began to complete the first drainage. Many materials are actually from Shupa Station itself, but the essence is compressed within 15 to 30 seconds. This simplicity and efficiency immediately brought people a completely different experience, especially those competitors and friends. The feeling is even more profound. Slow Hand has been developing the short video track for a while, but it has always been tepid. Some people have paid attention to it and can see some potential, but they don't know how big this potential is. Now the precise push algorithm, information compression, and the extreme use of fragmented time have immediately made a group of people with a keen sense of smell feel that the potential seems to be more than what was originally estimated. It's just that it's hard to judge to what extent it can be achieved. But I think the overall potential may not be inferior to live broadcast. Then, TT's app was officially open for download, with the short videos released by the traffic stars in the previous blockbusters. The effect of this can be said to be extremely outstanding. It directly achieved the effect of a good start. Almost synchronously, Weibo hot searches and advertisements on various platforms began to invest heavily. Even this time, it is not limited to the internet. Some places such as subway stations and billboards have also started bombing. The short-term publicity and promotion costs have soared, and the popularity has exploded for a while. With the emergence of the first batch of LOL kill videos made by users themselves, the wonderful clips of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the clean and handsome kills with the uplifting orc music as the background gave people a completely different feeling. Besides, in addition to some music clips of the Beastmen being implanted into the background by Wongi, the killer weapon of the elves' music also showed the world for the first time what is fairy music and what is a natural artistic race. While the popularity of short videos exploded, Wang Yi's music actually suppressed the popularity of short videos and topped the headlines. Those authors are all labeled as mastery, which reminds everyone that this person is still a great musician. The Orc War song at the beginning of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has been circulated hotly, and the popularity has not declined until now. When Wang Yi did not sell the copyright, many people directly used it forcibly. Anyway, they would pay money if they sued at that time. This song often appears in internet cafes and even bars. This song has set off waves of popularity in the music industry, and the praise has not stopped until now. But now with the appearance of some new BGMs from TT, it has exploded. Not to mention that music not from the human world dominated the domestic headlines. 3 of the top 10 were related to Wang Yi's music, and 2 were related to short videos. It was also instantly ignited after being copied abroad. Generally speaking, it is true that music itself has the ability to spread, and everyone usually likes good music. But everyone has different hobbies and different favorite rhythms, and everyone has their own preferences. So the music itself can only be rated 1, 2, or 3 based on sales and the number of people who like it. Good sales may not be suitable for individuals. However, the BGM that Wang Yi brought out, plus the previous Orc War song, is an indiscriminate bloodbath. The intersection of music from another world and modern times weaves the sparks of civilization collision. External network. It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine a mathematician has such high artistic accomplishment. Is Leonardo da Vinci a mathematician or an artist? I thought the opening BGM of PUBG was already invincible, but I didn't expect Mastery to come up with such a work. A completely unique style. A melodious and natural one that cleanses the soul. A vicissitudes of life that makes people excited. 2 completely different styles are controlled. It's terrible. Sure enough, mathematicians are the smartest minds in the world. What kind of app is that TT? Fruit iOS has been put on the shelves. It seems that Fruit and them signed a very shameful agreement. Haha. Who cares? Download it first and take a look. A certain song Mall has also been put on the shelves. When TT was about to be launched, Lin Shirchin had already begun to remotely prepare to open up overseas markets. And it was a very open and above-board development. Overseas companies were registered according to normal procedures and made it look decent. After all, the world company is Wang Yi's company in the open, and he did not do too many fancy operations. However, it is foreseeable that when TT Music short videos really develop, the world companies and overseas companies without foreign capital will definitely be greatly impacted. In fact, just relying on the game alone has made some of the damaged parties unhappy. But it is not worth using some special means. Once TT, which may affect public opinion, is formed, it will definitely not be able to escape. What is the most powerful weapon in the Western position? Nuclear weapons? Aircraft carrier battle groups? No. It is actually the media and discourse power. This can do things that nuclear weapons cannot do. So since it will be impossible to keep it sooner or later, just follow the normal process. When I encounter relevant troubles, I will split up my overseas resources and sell them to Umbrella Company, which has a good relationship with me. It is reasonable. Chapter 141 Precision. I downloaded this thing just to listen to music. Is this still a human being? It's a pity that there are only pure music. It would be great if someone sang. Don't ruin my perfect music. I don't think anyone can handle it. Not even the singers I like. The top 3 hottest apps on the internet are all about TT's background music, which firmly suppresses TT's music short video app. What kind of garbage app is TT? We don't know. We just listen to music. Afterwards, some people found that not only TT, but even Bilibili also has more apps about these music, whether it is live broadcast or video. No matter what, the world is the parent company of Bilibili. On the other hand, Baby Shark is numb. Cheating. This is cheating. The A1 glasses of Umbrella were also like this before. And now the music is also like this. It's obvious that the other party didn't spend much money, but they can immediately force it back by relying on their advantages in other aspects. Some anchors directly play the authorized music in a loop here, and there are a group of people watching the live broadcast. Can you believe it? In fact, this is still the mercy of the opponent. The live broadcast rights of PUBG have also been authorized to this side. Otherwise there would be no fight. Because of this, not long after, the official Ollie released a statement. Ollie acquired 21% of the shares of Slow Hand and 12% of the shares of Moku. The statement is not long, but it is quite heavy. In addition to the shares of Shark Baby platform held by Ollie. This means that the 3 platforms have also completed the strategic bundling under the leadership of Ollie, completely benchmarked against the video, live broadcast, and TT Music short video of Shupa Station. In fact, for most people, this kind of entertainment platform still depends mainly on content. At present, with the investment of the wealthy Ollie, the content of these 3 platforms is not inferior. The stock of Moku, which has been falling for a long time, has grown on the other side of the ocean. Giants like Ollie personally took part in the integration of resources with sufficient user bases to link with each other, and immediately made up for the original shortcoming of Shark Baby's lack of video channels. Even if the traffic of Shupa Station has increased a lot, the traffic of Moku is still 7 or 8 times that of Shupa Station. In addition, Slow Hand, which has already taken root in the short video track, has far surpassed the world company in terms of pure traffic and number of users. Whether it is short video, traditional video or live broadcast, and it has been in the limelight for a while. It depends on Ollie. After all, it is a giant. The technology of the world company is good, but it is still too immature. I think we can actually choose to cooperate. I heard that Suwon and Ollie's people personally visited and requested cooperation, but were directly rejected. Is there such a thing? Is it true? Why don't you do such a strong combination? As such voices appeared, Suwon also issued a statement to clarify. I did visit Mastery at the beginning, but Mastery should have his own considerations. After all, he is a technical person himself, and everyone can actually find that Mastery doesn't care much about business. In terms of attitude, Suwon is still relatively low, but his words will naturally make some people imagine something. In addition, there are rumors that the world wants to eat alone and then fail. So there are more or less some bad voices. There are all kinds of people in the world, and most ordinary people are easily influenced by the rhythm, if they only look at the shortcomings and magnify the negatives. It is quite normal to lose popularity. After all, although Wang Yi is very popular, not everyone likes him. He has achieved such an achievement before the age of 22, and there are many people who clamor to donate money and investigate every day, especially the few people who think that the moon is round or abroad. And they have always been very jealous of Wang Yi because of some of his previous words and deeds. At this time, he is the main force of yin and yang. How many large foreign companies are wholly owned? Only by investing together and working together can they become bigger and stronger. Too greedy. Don't you think it's too hot to earn so much? Have you done charity? Look at the charity funds of wealthy people abroad. They often donate naked. This is really admirable. This is civilization. But Wang Yi took the initiative to speak out on Weibo. Oh, I just think that the disorderly expansion of capital is not good. Isn't this cooperation a direct monopoly? There should still be some competition. Come on. Work hard together. As soon as these words came out, they made people stunned. Ollie was confused and trembling. And the penguin, who was lying next to him eating melons and watching the show, also stood up. Please. How did you involve me? Originally, the penguin saw that short videos were also optimistic about it, and wanted to get involved. This is the habit of penguins. But now after seeing Wang Yi say this, he immediately gave up the idea of holding a meeting to discuss it. Safety first, Anyway, the cooperation is quite pleasant now. So let's continue the cooperation. I agreed to the proposal to open a direct forwarding window with the help of Yashin before travel agency. By Bing hummed a tune while watching the short video on her phone. With the melodious music of BGM. The short video's advantages of being short, flat and fast were fully reflected. She originally downloaded this app just to listen to music. But later she gradually found that this thing that looked a bit silly was really a bit unstoppable. And many short videos shot by users themselves have begun to appear. And there will be short videos with local attributes that can make her understand a lot of things as if she could read the news. It's quite interesting. Shopping. Did you download TT? Let me tell you. This thing can only be used to listen to music. I used to use slow hand. My god. It was too silly. A young man who looked quite sunny in an office secretly glanced at what Bai Bing was doing and reminded her with a shout of hi. Ah? I haven't played slow hand. So I don't know. But this TT is pretty good for killing time. Short videos are all the same. You'll know the routine after watching them more. Gongzi continued. Oh. Let's talk about it later. Seeing Bai Bing watching so enthusiastically, Gongzi couldn't find a topic to talk to for a while. So he secretly downloaded one himself and started watching it with headphones on. As a result, he saw a video of a beautiful woman with a great figure dancing a hot dance. The visual impact under the blessing of beauty instantly broke all of Gongzi's defenses. And for a moment, he couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. I heard that the most powerful thing about this TT is that it can push content accurately. It's quite powerful. What it pushes to me is what I'm interested in. I thought I couldn't find fun on the internet at my age. The oldest man in the office, Lao Lu, also took out his phone and swiped 2 videos. How to maintain health. How to have a physical examination. How to prevent some diseases, and so on began to appear. In fact, some medical staff haven't posted such things so quickly yet. But Lin Shirqin made up the number herself. As long as her live water attracts this depression, there will naturally be a large number of users who will take the initiative to fill in. In addition, many people from the slow hand will also come here to test the water. With the subsidy plan involving money, the number of users who try to provide content by themselves is increasing exponentially. Ah? Accurate push? Gongzi, who was watching the beauty intently, panicked. He looked around and found that no one was watching him. So he was relieved and swiped away the video immediately. What accurate push? This is slander. But the next video is a wonderful kill clip of LOL. With a blood-boiling BGM. Which instantly made him feel addicted. Although he was struggling in the silver rank, Gongzi always felt that he was targeted by the matching system. And he was always assigned some rubbish teammates. Looking at the smooth killing scene of Yasuo, Gongzi felt that he had learned something in an instant. And felt that he was okay again. It's really good. He watched several short videos that he was interested in. One of which was 15 to 30 seconds long. The highly compressed content made him feel very satisfied for a while. Then he swiped again and another beautiful video appeared. But this was not a video, but an album of several beautiful pictures that kept jumping. The curves, the beauty, the clothes, the waist, and the collarbone all hit all of Gongzi's ex-fetishes, leaving him with bullet holes. I have always been good and helpful, and I deserve to be able to get it. Gongzi, who was muttering to himself, also grinned and watched it. This software is really good. Chapter 142 Debt Collection. Hack. What kind of viscosity is this? A programmer who was newly hired because of TT looked at the dazzling data in front of him and almost thought that the statistics were wrong. The average daily usage time of TT users exceeded 2 hours. This is a software that has just been released. This number is too exaggerated. You should know that TT is not an online game with daily tasks. It is purely accumulated from fragmented time. And even if there are some users and creators from slow hand, TT is still in its wild period. At this time, the average user uses more than 2 hours a day, which is really a bit tingling. Then, the official website and official microblog of the world release some data at the same time. For ordinary people, it may be just a melon-eating show. But for some people who will observe it specially, it will explode instantly. The Ali Alliance immediately raised the importance level of slow hand. They didn't expect this thing to have such a strong effect. Penguin was actually very tempted. But after thinking about the disorderly expansion of capital, he continued to lie down. Please continue your performance. I will watch. The main purpose of the official announcement of the World Association is to cooperate with the support plan to let everyone understand the potential of this. Only when more creators come in will 100 flowers bloom. Relying on the function of directly posting videos through Shake Message, TT is simply a fission-like spread, which makes Penguin's eyes green. This time they did not help to divert traffic, but just agreed to open the sharing interface. But the result was more exaggerated than any diversion. Just thinking of the other party's halo, plus the previous knock. Penguin can only lie down and cover the quilt silently. I thought you were shouting to Ari from a distance. But it turned out to be shouting to me from a distance? This Timo is too bad. No one is a fool. Especially the Penguin who has been knocked. Because the other party is really capable of prying this lever. Actually, it's pretty good now. When the number of users of short videos began to increase rapidly, it also complemented the small broken station and live broadcast. They are all video entertainment, but they are clearly divided and complement each other. In addition, A1 glasses are still continuing their own myths, especially with more and more products pouring into foreign countries. The reaction of foreign networks is even greater than that of domestic ones. Some people have been asking Umbrella Company to open overseas purchases directly, but for the time being, they are blocked by insufficient production capacity. In addition, although the World Company has some restrictions on overseas publicity channels, it has not relied on the power of Umbrella. But Wang Yi's music is really out of the circle. The top auditory feast of the other world also helped TT to promote it. Although it is not as fast as the fission speed of the domestic ones, with the help of the Shake letter, it is also not slow. But at this time, another topic of debt collection was raised again on the overseas and domestic networks. My world did not become the first. What about the Riemann hypothesis? Everyone pointed their swords at Master E. Of course, this kind of sword pointing itself is more of a teasing meaning. Many mathematicians who had been tortured by Wang Yi before also started their carnival mode, with a sense of revenge. I'm proving it, but I've only got some interim results. And I haven't gotten any yet. Wang Yi posted on Weibo and a certain website to show that he was working hard. This attitude naturally attracted a lot of ridicule. However, most of the people who made the jokes were ordinary people. As for the group that had brainstormed with Wang Yi last time, they were all stunned at this time. Afterwards, someone started asking questions immediately. And while contacting through email, they also started asking directly on a certain website. Arthur, oh, dear Wang, do you have interim results? Send them to me. Before, he was the most aggressive in leading the trend of by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and proved the Riemann hypothesis. Now he has become Dear Wang. Oxay, I said I would force him. And he really can do it. Editor-in-Chief of Annals of Mathematics, Professor. Don't you really consider publishing a journal here? Look forward to it. Wang Yi's guess was that the first publication was not from their math leader, but was sent directly to Science, which was already a shame. After the rejection, he directly revealed his true colors, and never submitted any manuscripts from his own side. This is too embarrassing. If there is really a high-value proof, and it is posted somewhere else or made public directly, then he, the editor-in-chief, really needs to apologize. My English is not very good. I will send it to the mathematics of the Academy of Sciences of my alma mater. But this journal has an overseas version, and they will translate it after a while. Wang Yi directly declined the other party's invitation. The habits of the academic community cannot be changed quickly. This is not a situation that can be changed by a few top papers. However, it is natural to give back to my alma mater. When I asked them for help, I never refused. It is a normal relationship for you to help me, and I to help you. The professors of the Academy of Sciences, who were eating melons on the roadside and teasing Wang Yi, were confused at this time. Suddenly eating melons on their heads? There is such a good thing? It can be said that from the beginning, the Academy of Sciences did not even consider such a thing. Not to mention it. Are you kidding? If they really have top academic achievements, they must at least publish an SCI. Now they are indeed stronger in cutting-edge fields. And they have formed a habit. It is a sin to mention this kind of thing. Even if they have made achievements, they will not hesitate to publish an SCI if they have the opportunity. But in the end, Wang Yi directly submitted a paper on the zero-point conjecture to the Academy of Sciences without saying a word. And the email has been sent out. The Landau-Siegel zero-point conjecture itself is closely related to the Riemann hypothesis. Or it is closely related to the generalized Riemann hypothesis. As long as the existence of the Landau-Siegel zero-point can be proved, the generalized Riemann hypothesis can be falsified. Of course, if it is proved that the zero-point does not exist, it cannot confirm that the generalized Riemann hypothesis is true. It can only be said that it has taken a big step forward. The Riemann hypothesis has much higher practical uses than the Goldbach conjecture. If you take it, you can understand that the Riemann hypothesis is the geometric topological carrier of the M-theory that integrates general relativity and quantum mechanics. It is also the most difficult conjecture recognized at present. Many mathematicians have tried it, and have produced many phase papers. The same is true for the generalized Riemann hypothesis. And Wang Yi proved that the Landau-Siegel zero does not exist. This can be said to be a partial proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Although it has not been fully proved, it is a big step forward. When Wang Yi sent out the screenshot of the email he had sent, the group of mathematicians who were curious about the title saw the content. But their eyes widened. Is this what you call certain results? Do you have any misunderstandings about certain results? Chapter 143 Growth. Although Wang Yi's proof has not been confirmed, at least the current popularity has instantly set off a global mathematics community. The Academy of Sciences Mathematics Journal was also tingling with fear, and then began to invite peer review processes. And this time the process also made an exception to directly invite all interested top mathematicians. The Academy of Sciences even took the opportunity to hold an academic exchange meeting and invited top mathematicians to come together. Of course, before the invitation, the invited mathematicians can get a copy of Wang Yi's hundreds of pages of proof process, and they will give everyone time to digest it first. In addition, the Spring Festival is approaching, so the time is set for 2 months later. Wang Yi is no longer the cat and dog who would be rejected at the beginning. Now that he has sent out this kind of submission, whether it is finally proved or not, it is absolutely a hot spot. Anyway, it directly set off the domestic and foreign networks. The foreign network will explode, not because of mathematics, but because Wang Yi's music has touched many people. This is more direct than games and beauty. After all, games and beauty are easier for them to know about the world company, and music is more about Wang Yi himself. As a result, this kind of mathematical proof was produced here, which naturally made the fire boil. Not to mention the domestic side. Wang Yi himself is very popular, and now he has occupied all the top 10 hot searches. Either Wang Yi's songs, or mathematical proofs, or TT music short videos. Even the behavior of buying hot searches that Baby Shark has been insisting on has been suppressed, and has become the 11th. Penguin is even more relieved. Fortunately, it made the right choice wisely. Otherwise, if it announced its entry into the short video field, and then the other party took advantage of the popularity to hit it back, its head would be blown up. Ari is stubborn. Wang Yi, who was tinkering with some magic combination experiments in the Mage Tower late at night, looked at the experimental results in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The quantum world is really amazing. After applying Bell's inequality in the same way as in the real world with the transformation mode of magic, Wang Yi also obtained the same result as in the real world. This shows that even with the intervention of magic, even if the magic itself is predicted, it is still impossible to confirm the changes in the next moment. The future is not a constant. The secret prophecy of the divine court is to select a probability that may happen in the next moment and then infinitely magnify it and collapse it into reality, forming an alternative cause and effect relationship. The smaller the possibility, the greater the consumption. So they like to promote the general trend to follow the guidance. Hee. The judge who caught you couldn't pry open his mouth at the beginning, and it was useless to extract the soul. This time, I should be able to crack it myself if I give me time. For a while, Wang Yi felt that his mental power was more lively, and he could obviously feel a kind of growth and more solidity. This is the implementation of his own beliefs, and the feedback of the unknown exploration. Interesting. After Wang Yi stopped what he was doing, Lin Shurqin, who had not disturbed him, finally spoke. Boss, Xian Yangzi has contacted you. This made Wang Yi, who was originally a little emotional, retract his scattered thoughts, and his eyes lit up. Are there any goods? Yes. The location is in Hong Kong. After discovering the rarity of modern vengeful spirits, Wang Yi would never think it was too much, and he could eat as much as he wanted. What? Too many bodies? Frequent replacements will be easily noticed? Then find a way to develop an artificial body. Besides, if there is really no time, summoning a skeleton can be used as a carrier of the vengeful spirit. I see. How about the itinerary? Just book the plane ticket and hotel. Do you want to take the secretary with you? Lin Shurqin smiled wickedly. Then go together. After all, she is a secretary. She has to understand some things. Regarding vengeful spirits, it is not something that can be seen in the open. It is also good to let Qian Yayan broaden her horizons. Also, It is recommended that you arrange to help Li Yao this time. Lin Shurqin's words made Wang Yi pause. He originally wanted to arrange someone to handle domestic affairs. Lin Shurqin's words must have something happened. What? Someone is using dirty tricks on Li Yao. Yes, but it's not a big problem. The key this time is that Pakistan issued a task to Li Yao's security company. I think it can be an additional way to expand influence. So I suggest Li Yao to agree. The situation abroad is very complicated and changing rapidly. Wang Yi delegated the right to act at his own convenience to Lin Shurqin and Li Yao. They are all his summons. And their loyalty is beyond doubt. The ability is also here. So it is natural to give them enough authority. What's wrong with Pakistan? Pakistan is the largest country in South America. And it is extremely rich in resources, fertile land, and the largest rainforest in the lungs of the world. It is a typical God-given job. Pakistan will host the World Cup in June this year. Well, World Cup security? No. It's cleaning up the gangs. The jump was so fast that Wang Yi was a little caught off guard. Pakistan is not a weak country. Asking for an aid to clean up the gangs? What's going on? It was impossible for Wang Yi to always pay attention to the scraps of information everywhere. After Lin Shurqin explained, he understood the problem. Pakistan is a typical victim of the United States. Pakistan is rich in resources, and the per capita level is quite high at the beginning. But it is easy to be targeted when it is rich. In the early days, seed companies in the United States smuggled a large number of genetically modified seeds into Pakistan, creating a fait accompli of occupying the market. When a large number of farmers in Pakistan used these seeds, they could only compromise helplessly and amend the law to accept this fait accompli. However, with the complete opening of the country, the capital of the United States waving money instantly defeated everything in Pakistan, and almost controlled all the people's livelihood in Pakistan. Pakistani citizens who have fertile land and can export a large amount of beef and grain cannot afford to eat, and they are at the mercy of the United States. The internal control of the United States is controlled by the capital of the United States. Even if they know that this is not possible, they dare not resist because of the big stick of the United States outside. So this scene is created. And because of this, the local gangs in Pakistan are rampant. Then, the World Cup will be held in June. In this environment, they may not even be able to meet the requirements. This year's World Cup will be held in 12 cities in Pakistan. It is not even possible to use the power of the Pakistani police to crack down on local gangs. This is not just a matter of infiltration and bribery, but they all live in the local area and have their own families, so they don't dare to do it themselves. In this situation, Pakistan has only two options: to use the military or to ask for foreign aid. Originally, they were ready to start the first option, which was to let the local boat plainclothes go to point out the way, and then hand it over to the military for processing. But some recent changes in Mexico have made Pakistan see new options. Mexico's situation is quite similar to Pakistan's. It was only after the United States defeated the Mexican farmers that they changed their careers and planted other things. The United States even established the world's most densely populated blood station on the border to purchase Mexican plasma, making the United States the world's largest plasma exporter. 70% of the international plasma comes from the United States. Mexican flour merchants and Pakistani gangs are often mentioned together. And relatively speaking, the Mexican side is more brutal. But the result is that it was in such a place that they were bloodbathed by the Umbrella Security Company. Yalada, the Umbrella Security Company, is even known as the Night Death God. Just focus on the leader and kill whoever is in a higher position, without missing a single one, and beat the Mexican flour merchants without any temper. Even Umbrella Security has received high praise and rewards from the Mexican government, and has been given considerable authority and outsourced some security tasks to them. In this case, Pakistan is naturally ready to ask for help. It is undoubtedly much better than using the military to take action. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi was a little dazed. What on earth did Li Yao do outside? He has been in China and Ningsan for a while recently. Tut tut. Chapter 144: Dog Food. We do need some help. Pay attention to his intelligence support. Although Lin Shurqin said it lightly, Wang Yi knew that the problem Li Yao encountered was definitely not as simple as she said. As a vengeful spirit, although Li Yao's possession was not fatal, it would definitely make him weak for a while. If it happened too many times, there would be a risk of dissipation. It can be said that Li Yao's safety also needs to be considered now. Wang Yi can imagine how much trouble there will be without Li Yao's rotation. Tang Zhuo's thing can't calm the situation. It seems that what he found this time can only be sent to Li Yao first. After Wang Yi returned to the room, Qian Yayan was still in a deep sleep under the effect of the rune at the foot of the wall. But this kind of sleep is good for health. Not just a coma. Get up. Oh, I can't eat anymore. Qian Yayan grumbled and opened her hazy eyes. When she saw Wang Yi, her cheeks turned red. She hugged the quilt and stuck out her tongue and said, I've been too tired recently. I always sleep until dawn. I have to say that I feel pretty good. I'm going to Hong Kong to get ready. Ah? Talk about business? I guess so. Wang Yi's words also made Qian Yayan, who was getting dressed one by one, feel a little emotional. During this period, she also learned a lot about the company with Wang Yi. My God, he actually achieved such an achievement with such a group of people. Qian Yayan was really shocked. But then he found that Wang Yi himself didn't care much about the company's affairs. It's obvious that music short videos are in a stage of wild expansion here. And Shupa Station and live broadcast are also competing with Shark Baby. Even Yuzhong has invested in several movies. And even the one he prepared has already started shooting. But Wang Yi didn't care at all. He just submitted the mathematical proof recently. Of course, Qian Yayan has also discovered the development team behind the company. But she is worried that Wang Yi will be sidelined in this way. However, Qian Yayan can only do her own thing first. When she is familiar with the business, she will integrate the internal control, human resources, and finance to help check. While waiting at the airport, Wang Yi has fully felt the impact of the mobile era. With the opening of the 4G network, the download volume of Xiapa Station and TT has increased again. In the early stage, 4G also consumes traffic, but there is no unlimited package. These two apps with traffic-saving function can be said to have no rivals. Even if Ollie completes the integration, it is useless. On the PC side, Shark Baby and Moku can still have an advantage. But the mobile side can be said to be a disastrous defeat. Even if Ollie also took out his own big data and cloud service technology. It is the same for the OK technical support for slow hand. In comparison, the precise push capabilities of the two sides are still too different. In addition to the first batch of excellent content and those celebrity videos used by Lin Shirqin as living water, slow hand, which was already labeled as tacky, was completely defeated. It started much earlier, but was overtaken by TT. And even with Ari spending a lot of money to attract traffic, the growth rate was still slow. It was the first party in the Ari alliance to be completely surpassed and repeatedly rubbed. If you stand up and scan the airport terminal, you can see that most people are looking at their phones. And the proportion of live broadcasts on TT and Xiapa Station is unexpectedly high. In addition, some tourists, who may be going to Hong Kong for the first time and are very excited, can also see the popularity of beauty when taking pictures. From time to time, you can also hear the melodious music that Wang Yi brings out. It can be said that Wang Yi's things are now integrated into life everywhere. This is not counting the invisible contact lenses. The two drugs still need a certain fermentation time, but it is foreseeable that they will be popular in the future. It has only been about half a year since the return, and this change has already occurred. Even Wang Yi is somewhat emotional. Then he took Qian Yayan to the business class terminal. The airport on the Shudian side is not very luxurious. The business class and first class terminals are together. Although it looks better than the terminal outside, it is actually just some sofas. There are only some free fruits, snacks and drinks, and a buffet can be provided at mealtime. Because people from the entertainment industry often travel here, there are still some people here. One of them is wearing a mask and sunglasses. He may be a star, and he is followed by an assistant. Many of the others also look like elites. Wang Yi and Qian Yayan really attracted a wave of attention when they came in. But it was mainly because of Qian Yayan's figure and appearance. The weather has turned cold, but Qian Yayan is still wearing black leggings and hip skirts. The upper body is a full elastic body-shaping sweater and a women's jacket, with a little light makeup. She is a killer. Wang Yi's moisturizing and some magic sleep have made her skin better. In fact, there are several beauties here who are 70% or 80% beautiful after makeup. But they are still suppressed by Qian Yayan, who just came in. Beautiful lady. Where are you two going? You don't look like people from the entertainment industry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forgotten your impression. Wang Yi and Qian Yayan had just sat down when a young man who looked about 30 years old and wore a single earring came over, surrounded by two bodyguards. He spoke with a heavy Cantonese accent and wanted to sit on the sofa on the other side of Qian Yayan. We are not familiar with each other. Can you please not be so close? Wang Yi glanced at the other person and said politely. Hee. There are so many seats. Sit wherever you want. If you don't want to sit, You can sit somewhere else. The man with the earring sat on the other side without even pausing, while the two burly bodyguards stood straight on the side, bringing a sense of oppression. Qian Yayan didn't care so much. She stood up directly, then sat on Wang Yi's lap, turned around and hugged Wang Yi's neck and gave him a kiss. Although this sofa is a single seat, it is still quite spacious. Squeezing together, it's quite comfortable. The earring man over there originally made a teasing remark, but in the end, he was fed a bowl of dog food, which made him feel numb. In fact, he has seen many beauties. Although this one makes him itchy, he doesn't have to say that he must have it. He just came here to flirt with her when he was bored while waiting for the flight. If there is any wonderful experience, of course it would be better. If not, it would also relieve boredom by looking at beauties and chatting. But now, he didn't relieve boredom, but was depressed. However, the other party could be so calm when he saw that he had two bodyguards. Without knowing the details, he couldn't get angry directly. He just nodded and stood up. Okay, I won't disturb you too. They are flirting with each other over there, and there are two men next to him, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't stay. However, Qian Yayan did not return to her seat because of the departure of others. She still stuck to Wang Yi, sniffed Wang Yi's neck greedily, and smiled like a little fox. It's over. I feel like I can't live without you anymore. Chapter 145: The Price of Being Naughty. Go check what the identities of these two people are. After sitting down again, Mr. Jiang whispered to a bodyguard next to him. At this time, waiting here for the flight, it is likely that they are all on the same flight to Hong Kong. He would not cause trouble here casually, for fear of not being able to figure out the way. So after finding that the other party was confident enough and didn't care about him, he still stabilized himself first. But if the investigation shows that they are just two young people, then as the Prince of Hong Kong, he can let them get to know him well. Now Hong Kong has transformed and become the famous Hong Kong Group, involving entertainment and real estate. Although it is nothing compared to the top families in Hong Kong, but because of the issues involved, those top families will also treat them with courtesy, and some inconvenient things will be handed over to Hong Kong, especially for the entertainment industry. Hong Kong is an absolute giant. In Hong Kong, even the top international superstars and well-known directors have to give them face. Glancing at Wang Yi and Qian Yayan, who were flirting with each other, Jiang Sheng also raised his hand and made a cigarette-holding gesture. The remaining bodyguard beside him took out the already roasted cigar. But before he could light it, a service staff came over. Sir, you can't smoke here. There is a smoking room over there. Do you need me to take you there? Although it was a VIP lounge, smoking was not allowed. So Jiang Sheng could only awkwardly go to the smoking room surrounded by bodyguards. Don't cause trouble here. This is what his old man told him, looking at Qian Yayan curled up on him like a Persian cat. Wang Yi's mouth also showed a smile. Although he was so far away, he still heard the guy's words that he wanted to investigate him. However, Wang Yi heard Lin Shurqin's voice in his earphone. Mr. Jiang, the Prince of Hong Kong Group. Hong Kong Group used to have a dirty background. Although it has been cleaned up and has no connection with the group, it still remotely controls the Hong Kong community. But it has restrained itself a little. He should have come here at the request of his father to explore the inland market. With his identity, he is not so official, so it is easier to connect. He made an appointment to meet you this time, but I rejected their dirty background. When you also told him, Mr. Jiang was still telling his men to find out, but Lin Shurqin had already taken off his pants. Wang Yi agreed with Lin Shurqin's words. Yes, such a petty person cannot be cooperated. He took the initiative to come and chat with her, and was rejected. He wanted to investigate. Wang Yi smoothed Qian Yayan's soft hair with one hand, pressed the earphone with one hand, and sent back the message in a high-frequency vibration. What kind of investigation does he want? The boss's flight is from Hong Kong, so it's okay for him to investigate. Well, what's abnormal? It's obviously abnormal to investigate the boss. He has been taken away by relevant personnel and is being questioned in the police station. It may be out of reach abroad, but in China, even property management and security jobs have been targeted. And someone is openly investigating your travel information. It seems normal to be arrested. Then not long after, when Jiang Sheng came back after taking 2 puffs of cigar, 2 airport security personnel walked into the waiting room, looked around and first confirmed Wang Yi's location, and then turned back to stare at Jiang Sheng after finding nothing special. Jiang Sheng came in front of him with a confused face. Jiang Sheng? Yes. What do you want to see me for? Your incident has happened. Come with us. Jiang Sheng? The bodyguard next to him quickly said. Do you have any misunderstandings? Misunderstanding? We will naturally find out if it is a misunderstanding. This is the second verbal summons. My plane is about to take off. Jiang Sheng was inexplicably anxious. If he was in Hong Kong, he would have been angry. But here he could only explain quickly to avoid letting his father down. As a standard playboy, he still knows what to do and what not to do when he can get to this point. Please cooperate. Mr. Jiang wanted to say something eagerly, but he quickly suppressed it. Let's go. I hope to see my lawyer. Huh? You have a lawyer partner? The security guard's eyes condensed. No. I just want to ask a lawyer. Just ask. Mr. Jiang found that the familiar tricks were completely useless. This is your right. We will let you contact after you arrive. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be strict. I hope you don't have any fluke mentality. As this side was taken away, there were a lot of whispers in the originally quiet waiting hall. Many people here are on the plane to Hong Kong, and some of them know Mr. Jiang, and they have no idea what happened. However, Hong Kong was not very clean before, so it was normal for something to be taken away. Many of them had connections with Hong Kong, and even sent messages back directly, saying that the Prince of Hong Kong was taken away, and Wang Yi just watched the whole process. Normally, investigating information itself is illegal, but if it is just investigating one person and there are no consequences, the severity is not great. For example, investigating the whereabouts of celebrities. But if the identity of the person being investigated is sensitive, then there will be fun. Mr. Jiang, who was taken to the police station, was somewhat confused when he heard the question about the reason for investigating flight information. That's it? Are you going to arrest me? Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am? But after thinking about where this place was, he suppressed his anger and began to defend himself. Sir, my head is still a little dizzy. I want to wait for my lawyer to come. He didn't know the seriousness of the matter, so he chose the safest way. Hey. Okay. Then you wait. It didn't seem to embarrass him here. Not long after, a middle-aged lawyer with glasses came over. He was directly invited by a partner. The speed was quite fast, and he also got the opportunity to communicate with him alone. After hearing what Mr. Jiang said during the communication, the lawyer was relieved. Fortunately, it's not a big deal to just investigate one person's information, and it was an attempted case. You didn't make any profit from it. If the theft is committed by a large number of people, and they make a profit from it, or if it causes serious consequences, then there may be some trouble. But there is only one, and a simple administrative penalty will be enough. Either illegally intruding into a computer system or infringing on citizens' personal information. These need to be serious in order to be sentenced. And the so-called seriousness refers to the number and consequences. There have been cases where 20 million aviation customer information was stolen, which was just a suspended sentence. Jiang Sheng's attitude of admitting his mistakes is better, and it will be okay. At most, he will pay a fine and be punished administratively. You are too careless. Be better. Admit your guilt and accept the punishment, and leave the rest to me. Okay. Thank you. Lawyer Luo. After the communication here, when he asked again, Jiang Sheng was much more honest and said that he wanted to meet a beautiful woman. So he specially investigated. Then, Jiang Sheng was suspected of infringing on citizens' personal information and was investigated because the circumstances were serious. How can this be? Why is the circumstances serious? This does not meet the standard. There are generally 3 judgments for serious circumstances. One is that the victim is seriously injured or even killed physically and mentally. The second is that huge economic losses and adverse social impacts are caused. And the third is a huge number. This is not even close to the point. Oh, don't you even look at the fourth point? Other serious circumstances. This made Mr. Jiang and the lawyer look at each other in bewilderment. Can this be possible? After the matter was over, the relevant personnel also comforted the messy lawyer in the wind. It's not a big deal. It didn't cause a bad impact. The punishment will be reduced as appropriate. There is a high probability that they will not prosecute and just keep him in jail for a few days. This smiling look made Mr. Jiang and lawyer Luo's scalp explode. Is there anything wrong? Just take it as a lesson. Don't check some information randomly. Chapter 146 difficult to deal with. While Mr. Jiang was being treated to free accommodation for a few days, Wang Yi and Qian Yayan had already arrived in Hong Kong. Mr. Wang. Qian Yangzi came to meet him at the airport in person. In fact, Xian Yangzi's main activity area is in Hong Kong. Last time, he was invited by Zhang Ming to solve a problem, and then he stayed there for a while to make some extra money. Master Xian Yangzi, thank you for your help. Wang Yi nodded to Xian Yangzi. With no one else around, Xian Yangzi was very humble towards Wang Yi. After glancing at Qian Yayan and praising Wang Yi's luck and love, he began to explain the problem. This is actually a difficult problem I encountered. A wealthy man in Hong Kong encountered trouble. Many colleagues were invited but failed to solve the problem. Based on the experience last time, I judged that there should be a problem with the layout of his villa. Xian Yangzi drove the car himself and explained the things in the car. Qian Yayan was confused. What the hell? Is this the business you came to discuss? Why did the style suddenly change? Qian Yayan couldn't help rubbing her forehead. After a moment of silence, she opened her phone and found Wang Yi's previous dynamic. Well, it was true that he had posted about catching ghosts. But wasn't it a joke? The result is real. Let me slow down. And Wang Yi had already listened to Xian Yangzi's description. The place where the accident happened was Mingyu Mountain, a well-known wealthy area in Hong Kong. And the owner was the famous eldest son of the Li family. About a month ago, a maid died in their family. And then strange things began to happen in the villa. The sound of closing doors at night, falling tables and chairs, cold winds at night, and crying sounds appeared one after another. As a top wealthy family in Hong Kong, they were originally superstitious about this kind of metaphysics. And there were some things to protect the house at home. However, as these strange things appeared, those things to protect the house began to decay. This naturally scared the young masterly to run away in a hurry. And he didn't even want this mansion worth hundreds of millions. While changing his residence, he began to invite many people in the industry to help. But before the invited people could say anything, strange things started to happen in his new residence. So fierce? Did anyone die? Wang Yi was a little surprised. This had already begun to interfere with reality. Without his own buff, the vengeful spirit did this purely by itself. This was a vicious spirit comparable to Lin Shichin. But if you think about it carefully, if it was really an ordinary vengeful spirit, they would have solved it directly, and would not have been able to stay and wait for him to come. After all, the person in trouble was a wealthy man, and it was impossible for him to make do with him. No, but young Master Li and his wife have nightmares every day, and some of their protective items are broken every day. Fortunately, his family is rich and has a lot of them. Several colleagues have gone to the old house, but they either can't figure out what's going on or run away like crazy. Although Xian Yangzi is in this line of work, he is still scared when he encounters such dangerous things. He knows his own level. The 3 axes can't solve the problem. The best way is to burn it. But now the problem is that the thing will come out with it, and it will be useless even if it is really burned. Moreover, a place like Mingyu Mountain is not about money. If it burns, it will have a big impact. The mountain belongs to the Li family. They don't want to ruin their reputation, so they are still resisting. And based on the experience I learned from Mr. Wang last time, I also found that their old house has a very high feng shui attainment in combination with Mingyu Mountain itself. But because of the material, there may be a problem. But I only saw this. After confirming the situation, I contacted Mr. directly. Xian Yangzi was very respectful. Qian Yayan next to him was also a little confused. Good guy. It seems that you have caught a ghost? Qian Yayan is also a top student. Her rationality tells her that there is no such thing in the world. But it is obvious that Wang Yi's academic level is far superior to his own. Maybe it is some kind of scientific phenomenon? Just when Qian Yayan was confused, Xian Yangzi also took Wang Yi to the destination, which was a Taoist temple. Recently, Master Li has lived here, eating vegetarian food and chanting Buddha every day. Well, eating vegetarian food and chanting Buddha in the Taoist temple. Fellow Taoist Xian Yangzi, is this the master you invited? An old man who was also wearing a Taoist robe and looked like an immortal was also a little surprised when he saw Xian Yangzi bringing Wang Yi over. His eyes lingered on Qian Yayan for a moment, and he didn't see the specialness of the two at all. Mr. Wang was born with yin-yang eyes. Xian Yangzi's words made the old man immediately respect him. Although they are all similar professions, since he can make a name for himself, he still has some foundation. He knows what it means to be born with yin-yang eyes. If he makes friends with him, he can save face in the future if he encounters something he can't handle. The other person is young and capable. He will not affect the status of these old gods and may be able to help. Naturally, his attitude improved. So it's Mr. Wang. I'm afraid I can only rely on you this time. Many people here don't intend to wait for Wang Yi, and they just go up without any noise. Anyway, there will be no good results. Although no one died, a master has gone crazy. Very fierce. Wang Yi originally thought that since the evil spirit would affect the young master at night, it might hide in the nearby dark place during the day. However, after he came in, he did not notice any traces of the evil spirit. Perhaps there were some traces left, but they were all dispelled by the sun during the day. After entering the Taoist temple, he noticed several ghost paths, which were traces of the evil spirit. Judging from the remaining breath, it is indeed possible to be comparable to Lin Shichin, and it can be confirmed that it should be specially rushed from outside at night. The main activity place is still in the old house? Then Wang Yi saw the victim this time. A middle-aged man who looked quite handsome. Originally, he might be very graceful, but probably because he did not rest well. His eye bags were heavy, and his face was not good. Next to him was a delicate woman, who was also in a very bad state. She should be his wife, but she looked only in her early 20s. Li Hao, the prince of the Li group, has a much higher status than Jiang Sheng, who was provided with food and accommodation for a few days before. The family assets are spread across Hong Kong, Southeast Asia, Europe and the inland. They are one of the top wealthy families in the world. But their current situation looks terrible. Mr. Li. This Mr. Wang is born with yin and yang eyes, and is the nemesis of such ghosts. When director Zhang Ming was directing the crew, he encountered a very dangerous situation, and it was all thanks to him that he solved it. Xian Yangzi explained first, so as to avoid the two nobles misunderstanding and causing dissatisfaction. So it's Mr. Wang. This time, I really asked Mr. Wang for help. As long as Mr. Wang is willing to help, he will be rewarded regardless of success or failure. Li Hao's attitude was quite sincere, and the young Mrs. Li next to him also relaxed her expression after hearing Xian Yangzi's words, and said softly in a soft voice, "Please, sir, save my husband. A master had gone crazy before, and now, regardless of success or failure, as long as they are willing to try, they will not be stingy. If you want people to work hard, you must give them enough rewards to make people excited. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed the horse with grass." This is what his father taught him. Some guys who have learned half-crippled things talk about wolf culture every day, but don't give their employees meat. They are definitely not comparable to them. What's more, it's about their own lives. Since I came here specially, it is to deal with this matter. However, I have some questions to ask you too before it gets dark. Senior sister, you and the masters wait at the door first. Wang Yi used Qian Yayan's words to send the guests away. The professionals next to him naturally understood and retreated one by one. After knowing that the thing was fierce, they would not compete for favor or they would lose their lives. Anyway, they followed the cheering and finally contributed. And the benefits were inevitable. After everyone left, Wang Yi looked up at Li Hao and said, "Mr. Li, there are no outsiders now. Tell me if the maid's death has anything to do with you. This is very important if you killed the person. Then for the physical and mental health of future employees, you must be dead. If not, it can be resolved." Chapter 147. I don't want it anymore. After hearing Wang Yi's words, Li Hao's already tired face showed a bitter smile. It's about our personal safety, so we won't lie. In fact, a master has already asked this question, and my answer is still the same. I admire Cheng Shui very much. She is a top student of our Xiangda University and has good abilities. I feel that I can trust her during this period of contact, so it is impossible for me to do anything bad to her. The cause of her death was an accidental fall from the stairs and finally broke her neck. This was an accident. The young Mrs. Li next to her also added, "I have a good relationship with Cheng Shui. I don't treat her as a servant at all. To be honest, even if my husband has any ideas about Cheng Shui in the end, I will agree with him. I hope to tie him up at home together." Mrs. Li also said everything. Although the rich people here are more chaotic, it is already very sincere to say it in person. And Wang Yi didn't feel that the two of them were hiding anything or lying for the time being. You are still alive now. I generally believe it. Now, just wait for her to come over and ask her what's going on. Looking at the evening sunlight, Wang Yi pulled a stool and sat down. Being able to leave ghost traces in the house, coupled with the description, this is definitely a thing with the ability to kill. But now these two people are nothing special except that they are mentally weak. So Wang Yi also wants to know what happened. Seeing that Wang Yi is willing to stay, the two of them were also relieved. During this period, they have been listening to the advice of the masters, letting the bloody bodyguards fill the room at night, and dare not sleep all night. During the day, they dared to take a nap. But even so, they still couldn't stop the strange phenomenon and the palpitations. Even the bodyguards would look very weak after standing guard once, as if they had a serious illness. If this continues, they feel that they will go crazy. Everything. Please, sir. After Wang Yi made the decision and began to wait, several masters who were notified outside were also discussing countermeasures. Although Mr. Wang is born with yin and yang eyes, I don't know if he can handle it. It's so fierce. I only encountered it when I was a child with my master when I helped people move their ancestral graves. My master also got sick from that time. It's hard to say. It's too rare. But no matter what, it's better than us. Hey, this group of masters is quite self-aware, and all they can do is to take out some useless protective items as much as possible and wait. As the sky gradually darkened, the lights came on. The masters and bodyguards, who were on guard outside, were also very alert, staring at the bells and talismans hanging all over the Taoist temple. Time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, and after the 3rd hour, suddenly the house guarding talisman just pasted above the entrance of the Taoist temple today spontaneously ignited without fire. And the bells in the Taoist temple began to jingle. Here it comes! Following the direction of the smoke coming out of the talisman paper. They also confirmed the direction in which the thing was moving. But they didn't dare to do anything. The one who went crazy at the beginning was splashed with a basin of black dog blood, and then went crazy. They are here to make money, not to die. Now it depends on whether Mr. Wang can hold out. Before the bell rang outside, Wang Yi opened his eyes. Even though his mental power could not be released in the magic inert environment, he could still vaguely feel a cold breath coming. It's really not worse than Lin Shurqin. After catching her, we can go to Mingyu Mountain to see what's going on. As the bell rang, Li Hao and Mrs. Li stood up like frightened grasshoppers, thinking about getting behind Wang Yi. Mrs. Li almost got into his arms without any hesitation. You can imagine how frightened she was during this period. Here I am. I'll help you see her, and see what she wants to do. As Wang Yi said this, he took out a silver ornament and wiped it on their eyes, in order not to ruin the style on the spot. Wang Yi came here with some things. The obsession of the dead Cheng Shui must be on these two people. But I don't know what it is. Swish. A figure in a black maid's uniform came in from the window, with a pretty face and a pale face. Ah! Cheng Shui. Don't come over here. What do you want? We will agree to it. Originally, Cheng Shui came in with a pale face. But then she saw the way Li Hao and his wife looked at her, and she felt surprised. Can they see her? Then she locked her eyes on Wang Yi in front of her. What kind of master did they invite again? At first, she was really afraid of those old men with immortal style. But later she found out that they were all garbage, and none of them could even see her. But this one has something. At least it allows Li Hao and his wife to see her. Such a young bull knows. Don't make mistakes at such a young age. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Hearing these familiar words, Wang Yi also smiled directly. Lin Shurqin had threatened him like this before. This was a cautious choice for them as evil spirits. Although they already knew their own abilities, they were still ignorant of the outside world and didn't know their own details. Can we come and talk? Your death was an accident. Why are you pestering the Li couple? Or is there another hidden reason for your death? If so, I will help you solve it. Wang Yi's voice was very gentle, which made Cheng Shui, who was grinning and pretending to be fierce, stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. My death has nothing to do with them. After hearing this, the Li couple also breathed a sigh of relief. And then Li Hao said tremblingly, Cheng Shui, if you have any wishes, tell me. I will definitely help you. Cheng Shui saw that they could see her, and there was Wang Yi who didn't know the details next to her. So she finally spoke at this time. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li, although my death was an accident, I still died while working for you. And you can't deny this. Yes, of course we don't deny it. We owe you. At this time, if Li Hao was asked to do a handstand and have diarrhea, he would probably try it. And of course, he would go along with the other party's words. Then, what about the compensation for my death? What? Even Wang Yi was stunned. Are you here to ask for compensation? That's it? The Li family is so rich. It's not like they didn't give money. Didn't they compensate their relatives? Wang Yi turned his head and glanced at the Li couple. Finally, Li Hao smiled bitterly and said, Cheng Shui, You are alone. And we don't know how much compensation to give. Whatever you want. How much? And how to give. I will agree to it. Cheng Shui, who had been sullen all the time, became energetic when she heard this, and then began to count quickly on her fingers. If it's not for money, I won't be a servant after graduating from Xi'an University. Right? At the beginning, we agreed on a monthly salary of 30,000 Xi'an coins, and it will increase every year. If I don't die, I like to exercise so much, and I can live to 80 years old. I am only 22 years old, and can still work for 58 years. I think 30 million Xi'an coins is a good compensation. Pa Wangyi pressed his face with his hand, and began to slide down slowly. Oh my god. This one doesn't want it very much. She will steal my money. Chapter 148 Entering Science. 30 million Xiangbi. Cash. As the heir of the Li family, this amount of money is nothing to Li Hao. He has spent more than that during this period. How could he know that the request was so simple? Why didn't you say it earlier? Xiangbi has 1,000 yuan in banknotes. And in fact, 30 million looks about the same as 3 million yuan in cash. Li Hao used his connections to prepare the money when the bank just opened at dawn, and then rushed it to his abandoned mansion. Finally, Wangyi sent the money in to complete the transaction. There was sunshine outside during the day, and even Cheng Shui would not show up outside without the silver body made by Wangyi, and hid in the underground wine cellar. And Wangyi also walked into the wine cellar full of wine fragrance, and threw the money in front of him. Cheng Shui also poked her head behind a wine barrel. After finding that the door of the wine cellar was closed, she happily flew out and pounced on the money, laughing like a fool. If you want money, just tell them directly. Can't you control their nightmares? Look at what you did to them. Wangyi also felt a little funny when he looked at Cheng Shui over there. Cheng Shui is very beautiful, but not as beautiful as Lin Shiqin. She is a pretty little beauty, but she looks cute when she holds the money. Ah, I have been thinking about sending dreams to them, but they have been having nightmares all the time. They think I am scaring them when they want to talk. I thought I would scare them for a few more days, and then practice how to talk properly. When they have learned it, they will give it to me. Cheng Shui's words made Wangyi speechless. It's a pity that she is a top student of Xiangda University. Lin Shiqin dropped out of junior high school and could figure out some operations. It turns out that you are clumsy. Look how scared Li Hao and others are. That crazy master was probably beaten like that by Cheng Shui. Hey, I'll go down and help him treat it. After all, it's the sin of my future employees. Snap. Suddenly, a large bundle of banknotes fell at Wang Yi's feet. It was one of the 3 bundles, with a total of 10 million. Here, this is your reward. I originally wanted 300,000 a year for 60 years. The extra money is for you. It's a thank you for your help. Cheng Shui, who was struggling to hold the 2 bundles of banknotes, wanted to fly. However, the most she could do to interfere with the world now was to push the door, push the stool, etc. And the 2 bundles of money were still unbearable. This made Wangyi silently recite an evil force and throw it on her, so that she picked up the money at once. Huh? What did you do to me? Magic? Is there really such a thing in the world? Cheng Shui held a bundle in her left hand and a bundle in her right hand, staring at Wangyi with wide eyes. How about working for me? As for the salary, 1 million a year. Wangyi could control her by force and enslave her completely. But it would be better to give Li Yao a few more silver ornaments than to throw her away like this. If money can motivate her, then why not? Deal. The bundle of money under Wang Yi's feet was taken away by Cheng Shui the next moment, which was equivalent to a prepayment of 10 years' salary. The transaction is established. I'll stamp it for you. Since he had taken the money first, it was natural to sign the contract. The blue arcane light flashed, and Cheng Shui was captured the next moment. Summon +1. The matter was solved perfectly, and Wang Yi also broke the yin-gathering property of this mansion. He found that Mingyu Mountain itself should have been specially laid out by a master a long time ago. The planting of trees, the opening of artificial lakes, and the excavation of some roads, so that the directions of all villas here are hidden in the nodes of the array, forming a natural array that is even more vast than the Qin Palace. This arrangement itself is actually an advantage. At least people who live here for a long time are not easy to get sick. The effect is still a little bit. At least it is much more obvious than arranging a house alone. But Li Hao moved some messy things and a lot of silver utensils into his home, which resulted in this place becoming the excretion of the entire array, coupled with Cheng Shui's obsession with money. Oh, this thing was created. After hearing that Wang Yi had also eliminated the troubles here, Li Hao was also very grateful and generously gave Wang Yi an 8-digit check, which he could fill out at will. After Wang Yi went to the hospital to help solve the problem of the crazy master, Li Hao, who accompanied him throughout the whole process, invited him warmly. Mr. Wang, I would like to invite you to our family dinner. My father also wants to meet Mr. Wang and express his gratitude. When Li Hao encountered such a thing, his father also used his power to invite people. But just in case, he never showed up himself. This time, he heard that the matter was solved, and he immediately sent an invitation. When you reach the level of Li Hao's father Li Rong, what you care about is health, safety and longevity. Wang Yi can solve this kind of problem, which means he can be a guest of honor. They are not short of money. The employees have been recruited. Originally, Wang Yi planned to go home directly, but thinking of the situation in Mingyu Mountain, he considered that the probability of employees appearing in Hong Kong is indeed greater. It seems that it is not bad to get along with the local snakes, and maybe some of the expanded businesses can also be connected. Wen Yu has also invested in a Hong Kong crew. Since it is Mr. Li Rong who invited me, I would be disrespectful to refuse. Wang Yi nodded. Xian Yayan, who witnessed almost the whole process, felt a little dizzy, except that she did not see Wang Yi dealing with the employees in person. Of course she knew who Li Rong was, but Wang Yi also chatted and laughed with a group of big men when he was at Penn. Now, no matter his net worth or status is higher, it is easy for him to meet Li Rong. But that was in the identity of Wang Yi, the CEO of a world-class company and a great mathematician. Why is Master Wang meeting him now? Recently, her worldview has been greatly impacted, and she needs to hack mastery slowly. The Li family is a top family, and it is quite high to entertain Wang Yi and Qian Yayan with a family dinner. The long table with British style and Chinese style. Li Rong and his wife sat at the head. Wang Yi and Qian Yayan sat opposite the guest seat, and many members of the Li family sat on both sides of the long table, which was very lively. Teacher Wang? After just entering and chatting for a while, and sitting down, the sudden voice made Wang Yi stunned for a moment. He turned around and saw Li Vida, who was sitting in an inconspicuous seat next to him, looking at him with a shocked face. Wow! Wang Yi didn't expect that this kid was from the Li family. His wealthy appearance was indeed true. Although he might have a low status in the family, he was still a superior person outside. Vida, do you know Mr. Wang? Li Rong looked at his illegitimate son, who had just been recognized, and rarely smiled at him. Li Rong is a top tycoon in Hong Kong. He built the huge Li family empire with his own hands. He has a powerful aura, but when he smiles, he makes people feel like spring breeze. Mr. Wang is the one who sold my songs. My eldest brother said that he would get close to him if he had a chance. Li Vida didn't expect that his father and elder brother would make such a mistake. They invited someone back. Don't you know who he is? Looking at his father and his half-brother, Li Vida quickly explained. For a while, the atmosphere on the scene was quite quiet. Well, they all know the person Li Vida is talking about. This originally inconspicuous guy accidentally got in touch with the popular Master Yi because of 2 songs. This slightly improved his status as a small transparent person. But, although Master Yi and this Master Wang both have the surname Wang, they can't. At least they shouldn't be the same species. Right? For a moment, everyone who knew the situation was split at the same time, feeling a little mentally confused. On one side is a great scientist, who recently made a conjecture and a paper that stirred up the academic world. And on the other side is a master who came to deal with supernatural events? Damn! These 2 people who are completely unrelated, or should be said to be completely opposite, merged into one, which really made everyone feel quite disconnected. What kind of program is this? Approaching Science. Chapter 149 System. Li Rong has seen many ups and downs, and he has seen all the noblest identities. So he reacted the fastest and laughed heartily. Haha. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect Professor Wang's true identity. I'm really rude. If such a high-level hospitality is still rude, then I don't know if I can accept rude hospitality in the future. Wang Yi would not deliberately hide anything. You didn't ask before. As Wang Yi and Li Rong talked, the atmosphere on the scene became enthusiastic again. And now there are more things to brag about. What Wang Yi did before, ordinary people like them really didn't know how to brag. And it was a bit creepy to talk about it. Now it's different. There are too many halos and miracles on Wang Yi. Which product of the world company is not a technical crush? Wang Yi solved 2 mathematical problems in a row within a year. Although the 0-point conjecture is still under review, For outsiders like them, it's nothing to brag about the achievements. The most important thing is that the potential of Wang Yi's company is here. This means that World Company was really put together by the other party. It is not a traditional VIE structure of a large company at all. It is a naked startup in China. If World Company had released any rumors of financing, it would definitely fight for this quota. The potential is limitless. Immediately, a member of the Li family, who was sitting on the side, said to Wang Yi with a smile, "Professor Wang, you are used to focusing on scientific research, so you may not be very clear about the model of traditional large companies. In fact, including those top companies, the founders first anonymously register a BVI company in the British Virgin Islands, and then use the BVI company and investors to register and list the main company in the Cayman Islands, and then come to our Hong Kong." However, before he finished speaking, Wang Yi, who was cutting foie gras and eating it in small bites, said calmly, "My company is not listed." This sentence made the Li family member embarrassed, but he still said with some reluctance, "If you want to become bigger and stronger, actually is Penguin strong?" Wang Yi's casual words directly cooled down the scene. And then Li Rong scolded him. "Why don't you apologize to Professor Wang? We invited him here, so put away your tricks." This made the person who spoke apologize again and again. Wang Yi didn't care. The momentum of unicorn companies, like World Company, has already emerged, and there are too many people to worry about. Would Li Rong have no idea after knowing this? How is it possible? However, at least a cultural entertainment game company can be easily covered by Wang Yi's cards. Don't worry about any problems. All the evil spirits and conspiracies in the dark can be ignored. This family dinner can be regarded as a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. The two sides did not talk about anything in detail. Just some greetings. But if there is any cooperation in the future, it will be more convenient. In the end, it was Li Vida who drove Wang Yi to the airport. In the car, Wang Yi smiled and said to Li Vida, "Sorry, I didn't attend the music festival." "Hey, it's not a big deal. With Mr. Wang's achievements in music, how dare I not give it to you? You received it even if you didn't come." Li Vida certainly wouldn't have any objections, as the other party's identity was completely different from before. He could be said to have made a lot of money by taking advantage of the situation. "I'll give you a small gift, as your money accounts for a large proportion of my startup capital." Wang Yi smiled and gave Li Vida a silver pendant, which had no special functions, but could improve sleep and enhance immunity. "Haha. This is from Master Wang. Has it been blessed?" Li Vida was not hypocritical, as his own brother had encountered such a thing. So of course, he wanted such a thing too. "It's been blessed." As the plane landed, Su Feng had already driven a naughty car to pick him up. However, when getting in the car, Wang Yi unexpectedly saw a familiar guy getting off a luxury car in a low-key manner. It was Mr. Jiang, whom he met in the terminal before coming here. Wang Yi had already finished his business and came back, but this guy had just come out with his board and lodging. After seeing Wang Yi again, Jiang Sheng's face changed, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. He didn't dare to come up and chat with him, but just kept begging for forgiveness. He is not stupid, and he still has some idea of what he did to get into prison. Although he doesn't know the specific identity, he can't afford to offend. Really can't afford to offend. After this episode, Wang Yi also brought Qian Yayan back to the company. And at the same time, he also mailed a new employee out. Li Yao is a pitiful guy, so let's give him this helper. Cheng Shui is better than Li Yao in potential and foundation, and can withstand more and stronger buffs. Moreover, with Wang Yi's blessing, Cheng Shui has the ability to make the SHL independently when using the corresponding pendant, which saves a lot of trouble. So one of Cheng Shui's biggest roles is to become an action-oriented person, allowing Li Yao to concentrate on freeing up his hands to control the situation. When the money is in place, the decoration speed is very fast. After Wang Yi returned to the company, the decoration upstairs had been completed. Although the safest materials were used, at least the smell had to be removed before moving in after the new year. Wang Yi still had the original office with poor sound insulation. "Senior sister, you have been in the company for a while. Do you have any ideas?" Wang Yi's words also made Qian Yayan excited. After swallowing, she touched her lips with her fingers and said, "Your skills are too supermodel, and the development team really feels so versatile, able to take our current group of employees to fly. But, is the development team trustworthy? You are actually in danger now. You know?" Qian Yayan had not said anything all the time, mainly because she was worried that Wang Yi would misunderstand that she wanted to gain power or instigate something. And now that she took the initiative to ask, she said it. Don't worry. The degree of trust is completely fine. Probably the same as seeing your sister. Wang Yi's words made Qian Yayan happy. He was recognizing me. If it weren't for the poor sound insulation here, she would have wanted to go up and move herself. Hee. I just said that the tone of the development team's messages is sometimes wrong. I understand. Wang Yi didn't know what she understood, but it was good to be able to understand. But even so, the main structure of our company still needs to be established. It was in the startup stage before, so it didn't matter if it was a little loose. Now with the addition of short video business, there are more and more people, and internal control, finance, and human resources all need corresponding adjustments and regulations. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Wang Yi, and after finding no special expression, she continued, looking at your welfare for employees. I know you pay a lot of attention to the situation of the employees themselves. I believe they will also be very grateful to have a boss like you, and will also work hard and be very motivated. But people will change. Qian Yayan is a top student in the business school. She has a certified public accountant certificate at a young age, so she can naturally see the problem at a glance. So the internal control mechanism and human resource management itself are not to squeeze employees, nor to exploit them, but to prevent some possible changes and make the company healthier. I don't recommend the model of working for KPI every day, the kind of exploitation that scolds cattle and horses. But there must also be a healthy system that can be regulated and controlled. After listening to Qian Yayan's words, Wang Yi was generally satisfied. Okay, these will be left to you to take the lead. I believe you won't let me down. I will let the development team cooperate with your work. Chapter 150 Add a buff. Wang Yi's private company is wholly owned by him, and Lin Shurqin is there. So even if Qian Yayan herself lacks the corresponding experience, it is enough for her to try and make mistakes. Wang Yi directly authorized her to let go, and the salted fish employees felt relieved about the changes in the company. It was true that they were free before, but they were not at ease. They didn't want to lose such a good job. In fact, the company didn't even buy a clock and attendance machine. But these employees just went to work and got off work on time. Now that they have started to customize some internal control regulations and clauses, they are relieved. The company is becoming more and more formal. This is great. Only when the company lasts forever can they retire. After finding a job for Qian Yayan, Wang Yi started to conduct some related experimental tests. There are some that combine magic technology and others. It's not bad. And there are many derivatives. Hung San has already built a factory, so Wang Yi can certainly come up with some new tricks. Now he is doing research on body strengthening and has come up with a specific drug for hepatitis B virus. Viruses are a very difficult pathogenic factor, because viruses can invade the inside of cells. At present, in addition to vaccinations, direct treatment methods for viruses are quite limited. Unlike many pathogenic bacteria that can be directly killed by antibiotics, usually, drugs are used to inhibit reverse transcriptase, protease, and integrase, or interferon binds to interferon receptors on the cell surface to activate the body's own antivirus mechanism to indirectly fight viruses. In addition, there is another way to have a short-term passive defense effect, which is to inject the corresponding immunoglobulin. For example, the most common rabies virus immunoglobulin. When the injured position is close to the head, immunoglobulin must also be injected at the same time as the vaccination to form short-term immunity to ensure protection before the vaccination takes effect. Hepatitis B also has corresponding immunoglobulins, but this plays a passive preventive role. That is, high-risk groups are first injected with immunoglobulins to form short-term immunity, and protection is completed before the antibodies of the vaccination take effect and before the virus reaches the cells, combined with the antibodies formed by the vaccination itself for multi-layer prevention. The immunoglobulin corresponding to the virus can be regarded as an externally input virus antibody, which cannot enter the cell to kill the antigen. If some difficult viruses enter the target cell and begin to replicate, the effect will be very limited. Many times, the antiviral treatment of some difficult diseases is carried out in a multi-pronged manner, and it depends on the individual's sensitivity to the drug. But there is no doubt that the final solution to the problem still depends on the body's own defense mechanism. And Wang Yi relies on the activation buff ability of magic to strengthen and activate specific immunoglobulins. If the corresponding virus immunoglobulin was injected into the body before, a group of soldiers rushed over to fight the virus, and the battle could only be resolved in the body fluids, and the virus inside the cell could not be targeted. Then Wang Yi's version with Buff is directly driving Gundam. What? Rooted? Has it started to replicate itself? Has it already hidden inside the cell? My Star Destroyer cannon will blow up this cell together. Kill them indiscriminately. You can use the existing factory at Ingsan to cultivate them. Just add some more modules and modify the patterns of the magic circle. Then nail some activated plugins to Li Yao, and it will be okay. And with the experience of special medicine for hepatitis B virus, Wang Yi can directly apply this model to almost all viruses. Even if there is a zombie virus in the future, it can be knocked down by you. Just don't take a big step for the time being. And the magic formula and mass production magic circle strengthened by each specific immunoglobulin are different. And Wang Yi needs to try them slowly. He can only do it step by step for the time being. Hepatitis B virus is chosen first, because there are so many hepatitis B infected people in China. 80% of liver cancer patients in China are caused by hepatitis B. And there are also related diseases such as cirrhosis. And they will also be discriminated against and restricted at work, catering, kindergarten teachers, military service, drinking water, beauty and hairdressing, etc. Even if you want to take the exam, you need normal virus volume and liver function. This is because of the number of people, and the conditions are relaxed to take care of the patients. Even though the hepatitis B vaccination has been popularized, there are still nearly 100 million patients. This is an infectious disease, which is completely different from patients with stones. So this will become the first choice of Wang Yi, even though it is foreseeable that the number of patients will decrease over time due to the vaccination. But now that 100 million people can be rescued, why not give it a try? Cheers! Wang Yi, Qian Yayan, Lu Xiaoke and Ma Dong gathered together again and had a meal at Xieji. Before the meal, Lu Xiaoke took out her mobile phone to take pictures of the dishes, ready to share them with her TT account fans. Lu Xiaoke is not good at interacting with those LSP netizens who are good at talking nonsense, and she gets angry at every turn. But she is not opposed to making short videos, which can be regarded as finding what she is good at. Now she has joined director Zhang's new crew and started a busy crew career. Ma Dong next to her is also filming while completing his live broadcast career, and occasionally bringing goods. What about condiments, kitchen supplies, or some local specialties? Not to mention, Ma Dong can only be regarded as the middle and upper of the small broken station in terms of traffic. But he is undoubtedly the top anchor in terms of sales volume. This also made Ma Dong suddenly realize that he made more money from live streaming than from filming. Brother Wang, apart from anything else, I can only say that you are really impressed by your ability. It really changes life. I didn't expect that the head that I had already seen could open up a new road again, Ma Dong said with emotion, and then took a sip of juice. Well, if you have a poor alcohol tolerance, you have to be a little bit of a stunner. If you get drunk outside, you have to carry him home. Then are you still filming? Yes. Why not? There is no conflict. They complement each other. Filming is not 24 hours a day. Ma Dong has been rooted in the vertical store for so many years, and he still has a standard villain face. He must have his own favorites in it. Hee hee. You don't know? Brother Ma has a girlfriend, Lu Xiaoke said with a smile beside him. Oh! Congratulations, Brother Ma. Why don't you bring him here to meet me? Wang Yi was also happy for Ma Dong, who had been working in the vertical store for more than 10 years, and was already over 30. Uh-huh. I'll definitely bring him next time. Definitely next time. Ma Dong laughed. He had been working in the vertical store for so long, and had made a name for himself. So there must have been a lot of special exchanges. This was the environment here. There were also many temptations to target Ma Dong's money, or to ask him to help introduce someone. So the person who could make Ma Dong take the initiative and start a serious conversation was probably not after Ma Dong's money. Or at least not the first target. Of course, Wang Yi also expressed his blessing. There weren't many people who could be called friends after returning, and Ma Dong could be counted as one. And after knowing his identity, he was quite tactful. Qian Yayan, who also expressed congratulations, turned around and looked at Lu Xiaoke with a smile and said, Xiaoke, what about you? Do you have anyone you are interested in? Qian Yayan and Lu Xiaoke are of the same age. Qian Yayan is a few months older, and they have met each other several times. This is the first time that Qian Yayan has taken the initiative to test and attack. Ah? Me? Lu Xiaoke glanced at Wang Yi, then curled her lips. I don't think she likes it. Eat the food and don't talk about depressing things. As she said that, she stuffed a big mouthful of braised pork in one mouthful. and her mouth gurgled and chewed. Qian Yayan was killed with a direct blow. She found that her tea art was actually useless in front of such a girl. Oh! Chapter 151 Exchange Meeting. Wang Yi himself actually didn't expect Lu Xiuke to answer like this. In fact, Lin Shurqin had teased him several times. Now that the girl said this, Wang Yi hesitated for a moment and smiled and said, "Nothing to look down on. It's just that I'm a bit of a scumbag." After Lu Xiuke swallowed the meat in her mouth, she also showed a curious expression and said to Wang Yi, "I say, what made you have an illusion?" This made Wang Yi embarrassed, feeling as if he was calculated, and he became a social death scene. But then Lu Xiuke tilted his head and continued, "Girls don't like to fall in love with scumbags?" Huh? Wang Yi paused slightly. Good guy. What kind of move is this? Qian Yayan next to him wanted to slap his mouth to pieces. It's over. It's not that I'm not strong, but that the opponent is too strong. After the meal, Ma Dong, who had been sitting on pins and needles for a long time, ran away and said he was going to find his girlfriend. Wang Yi, Lu Xiuke and Qian Yayan were walking on the road, sending Lu Xiuke home. For a moment, the atmosphere was inexplicably solemn. Should my ex-girlfriend avoid me? Qian Yayan rolled her eyes. No need. Don't you know what kind of person I is? Sister Yin? Lu Xiuke didn't seem to be shy at all, and didn't care about what she said at the table before. She walked in front, and swayed on one leg on the squares on the ground. You are Ai's ex-girlfriend, and you work with Ai. Do you still expect you to be pure friends after breaking up? Qian Yayan looked at Lu Xiuke, who was fine over there, and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. What is this? If I could climb up to the imperial concubine, by all means in ancient times, then this one would probably be the queen. No solution. The three of them came to Lu Xiuke's downstairs. Okay. Just send it here. Lu Xiuke put his hands in the pockets of his sweater, glanced at the two of them, then pulled out his hands and waved goodbye. Consider it. After that, he went upstairs. Then don't consider it. Lu Xiuke. Do you want to try dating? Lu Xiuke, who had already gone up to the second floor, gave a thumbs up from the balcony. Come to the crew when you have time. Scumbag, I thought I was wise all my life, but I still made a mistake and failed miserably. Back at the villa, Qian Yayan was completely devastated. I never thought I would lose so thoroughly. It was obviously me first. Really? Then do you want to try to win her again? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows. Of course. Elbow. Come in with me. Tonight I'm Xiuke, and I'll call you Ai. Enjoy your fantasy. Wang Yi. Lin Shurqin, who has moved the server here and continues to peek as usual, is also sitting on the cabinet with her legs crossed and smiling like an ant. Lu Xiuke is better in the first room. Qian Yayan is too narrow-minded. If she were her, she would have a hard time. The new year is coming to an end, and major manufacturers have also provided a variety of activities and benefits. Whether it is online or in reality, the new year atmosphere has become stronger and stronger, and the battle between the World Alliance of Xiopa Station and TT and the Ari Alliance formed by Ari has never stopped. As Ollie keeps spending money, the traffic is more advantageous. But Ollie's spending money is also expanding the cake, so that more people know about live broadcast and short video. Similarly, Bilibili and TT also made a lot of money, but Ollie didn't lose money, because Bilibili and TT have no intention of listing and financing, except for a certain cool that has already been listed in the United States. Baby Shark and Slow Hand have started a new round of financing. Financing itself can not only reduce the pressure on funds, but also have more money to burn. The most important thing is to tie more capital to the chariot. When everyone can make money because of Slow Hand and Baby Shark, the obstacles in front will not be obstacles. At the same time, the symposium jointly organized by the affiliated hospital of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Guangzhou Medical Institute was also held in Nange, the capital of Ontario. Wrong. It was held in Faysher, the capital of Ontario. Whether it is the affiliated hospital of the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the Guangzhou Medical Institute, its influence is not small. Especially this time they held a symposium and issued an invitation with exaggerated words such as epic making and permanently solving the stone problem at the lowest cost. Therefore, even the #1 liver and gallbladder hospital had experts flying over in person. If anyone used this title, it would be a laughing stock. But the initiator has a basic reputation and can be trusted, so no expert would miss it. The venue of the symposium was directly chosen in a tiered classroom of the Academy of Sciences. This is an epoch-making drug that directly swept all previous methods for treating stones into the garbage dump. So a tiered classroom is enough. Experts holding thermos cups entered the classroom door one after another and took seats according to the signs on the table. Many people were still discussing with each other in a strange way. It's rare to choose this kind of classroom for a meeting. It's more like a lecture, not a symposium. It should be that the two hospitals have jointly discovered something. Maybe there is a major breakthrough. What major breakthrough can there be in stones? Isn't it just the 3 tricks? Because there are so many patients with stones. It can be said that all the methods that can be tried have been tried. And all kinds of experience are quite rich. It's really hard for them to think of the direction of innovation mentioned here. But it's the end of the year. After the spring festival every year. It's the peak period for various stones. If there is any major breakthrough, it may be in time. Yes. Let's see what Lao Hu and Lao Song say. After the spring festival every year, either overeating triggers stones, or people who come back from work have time to deal with them. So there will be quite a lot of stone patients during this period. Holding this symposium before the new year is also the result of the active efforts of Director Hu and Director Song. Completing the organization in such a short time and inviting so many experts is also their effort. Thank you colleagues and experts for coming to this symposium. Maybe everyone is also wondering why we held it in this way. Because after this symposium, gallstones and kidney stones will become history. There are few affirmative words in medicine. Song Tianming's words on the podium also caused a whisper below. Isn't Lao Song confused? We know that what I'm going to say next will shock everyone. And they may even think that we are misleading them. But there are actual examples here. I've asked a few patients to wait, so that everyone can see it with their own eyes. And they will understand us. As he spoke, 3 sets of color Doppler ultrasound detection equipment were pushed in at the door. It was obvious that they were preparing to perform a live rock transformation. Both Director Hu and Director Song had experienced this kind of shock. And they couldn't enjoy it alone. They had to make all their colleagues shout hack. In shock. Chapter 152 This is Umbrella. After Director Hu and Director Song finished speaking, there were more whispers in the audience. Looking at the color ultrasound machine that was moved in, it was obvious that this was no joke. It was just a color ultrasound. But nothing else? Then how to solve the stones? Some kind of extracorporeal lithotripsy? Or medicine? Thinking of this, many people immediately spoke up. No way. Lao Hu, you want to use medicine to remove stones? Medicine has too many limitations. Is there a new medicine that melts stones quickly? But no matter how fast it is, there are risks. Kidney stones can be treated, but gallstones definitely can't. The gallbladder will contract and squeeze, and people who were originally fine may vomit it out. They are all experts, and they saw the highlights through some arrangements without saying anything. For this, Director Hu and Director Song both showed a meaningful smile. Hee hee. You have come to this day. Of course we know your concerns, because we thought so at the beginning. Let's talk about a company first. Umbrella. After saying this, the scene became much quieter. Many doctors are also nearsighted, so they are aware of Umbrella, which has now spread word of mouth. And many people are still wearing it. And some people have not been able to get the stock yet. Umbrella's medicine? Oh, you mentioned it, and it reminded me. When I saw the magazine before, I actually saw the new medicine developed by this company. It seems to be a Chinese patent medicine. Prescription drugs can be advertised in permitted medical journals. And basic advertising will of course be available. And because of the advantages brought by A1 glasses, it is normal for some doctors to pay attention to it. But pay attention to it, and use it after paying attention? You are stupid. Chinese patent medicine? I admit that Umbrella's glasses technology is great. Our ophthalmologist is almost praising them as gods. Yes, this is not a pair of glasses. It is simply a retina, and it can be used by patients with some eye diseases. However, it is precisely because of Umbrella's name that the situation is temporarily stabilized. And then Song Tianming began to explain a series of reasons. In fact, it was an accident that I learned about this medicine. Everyone should know the famous Master Yi. Right? I met him by accident. And he helped Umbrella calculate data and participated in the research and development of this drug. So he helped promote this drug. First, the reasons were briefly explained. And the doctors on the scene were a little surprised why the two hospitals, the affiliated hospital of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Guangzhou Medical University, were so far away, cooperating. It turned out that it was because of the matchmaking of the great mathematician, with Umbrella and such a top mathematician joining the experiment. Their original contempt for it was also restored a lot. Maybe it is really a drug with something. It is so simple to change your mindset. When famous people start to intervene, expectations can also be improved. Wang Yi recently submitted a report related to the zero-point conjecture. Although it has nothing to do with medical treatment, he must have heard of it and understood its value. But now I just feel that it can be used. And I still don't believe in such exaggerated words. Then, 10 patients with stones came in directly, and the large screen simultaneously projected the color ultrasound scan results. Even invited experts on site to come up and perform the operation. These patients themselves also agreed in advance. The treatment fee is free. They certainly don't mind just coming here to be seen by so many experts. This is equivalent to an expert consultation. Free money! 10 patients, all with various conditions of stones. The most serious one was admitted not long ago. He had an attack not long ago and was relieved by antibiotics. Then, medication was used on site. You may be wondering why we have to move the color Doppler ultrasound directly here? After the patients finished taking the medicine, the two directors who organized this matter also smiled evilly. During the previous examination, you should have confirmed that the color Doppler ultrasound was not broken. Right? Which patient has what condition? Right? It has been saved here. Well, what? Are you saying that you want to do another test now? Someone couldn't help asking curiously. Of course, his words were more of a joke. You thought you were drinking sulfuric acid? So fast? That's right. Let's start with the lightest one. It was originally a joke, but it turned out to be true. The experts on site also looked at each other in surprise, but after seeing the test results, they all said, "Hack. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fake. All fake. You played the video. Right? P.S. This is not a joke." After confirming again and again that this was the real situation, everyone had only one answer in their mind. You really drank sulfuric acid. Now, do you know why we are so confident and why we have to hold this symposium after the group of experts pressed the 10 patients into various postures, like zombies out of the cage for reconfirmation? Director Hu and Director Song also sighed faintly. Then a group of experts began to snatch the drug instructions, constantly flipping through them, muttering some strange words. It's just an ordinary ancient recipe. What kind of technology? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Umbrella is so awesome? Why don't they create zombies? What about the side effects? If it's so powerful, the side effects should be significant. Right? The stones melted, and many people thought of this at the first time. Is this directly dissolving all the cholesterol in the body? Can the body handle it? I knew you would ask this question. This is the blood routine and liver and kidney function test before they came. In fact, there is a more detailed test. But I think it is enough to look at these. When all the stones are discharged tomorrow, we will give them a full body check. Director Who looked like he had seen through it. In fact, our two hospitals have already started using the medicine. There are no side effects at present. We have even received emergency patients with common bile duct obstruction. We quickly solved the problem by increasing the dosage. They are in good condition now. Song Tianming also mentioned some special cases. However, there are also some things that need attention. That is, some patients who are older and have been ill for a long time have lost their gallbladder function. Although the stones have all melted, it is not possible to confirm whether the remaining gallbladder will have other lesions. This requires long-term observation. The two also explain some of the problems they are facing now. Because many people will choose surgery when they are at their limit, and many of them have gallbladders full of stones. It is impossible to judge whether patients who have lost their gallbladder function will become ill, develop inflammation or even cancer due to the residual gallbladder. They can only be reminded to have regular checkups. Don't say anything. Even with this function now, it is already a miracle. You know, from now on, we can directly declare that there will be no more patients with gallstones and kidney stones. This is a disease that we humans have completely defeated again. The scene was full of experts in hepatobiliary and urology, and they certainly knew the significance of this, especially in hepatobiliary surgery. How many acute and malignant causes are caused by this small stone? Even if kidney stones are relatively less serious, ureteral stones can be taken. But there are also cases where stones cause hydronephrosis and even affect kidney function. How many people can this save? Umbrella. It's really terrible. A pair of glasses solves most eye problems. And 2 stone drugs directly remove the 2 stones with the highest incidence from the disease. Then, A sharp-eyed expert found that someone had already started to secretly call the hospital. If all this stuff is in stock, can the production capacity keep up? They didn't forget the glasses that were squeezed like toothpaste. And many people haven't grabbed them yet. After someone started, all the experts started calling hello in an instant. And the symposium turned into a vegetable market. Chapter 153: Necessary Confidence. In fact, some professional doctor seminars are often held, but not many people pay attention to the results and statements. On the contrary, some experimental data that are still being verified may be magnified and paid attention to because they are for some difficult diseases. For example, if there are any experimental breakthroughs in diseases such as cancer and AIDS, they are likely to be given very thrilling titles and descriptions such as "Conquer to go viral." After the end of this seminar, an official announcement was also issued, indicating that there are currently major breakthroughs in the field of stones. But the response was mediocre, except for those patients who can't wait and must undergo surgery immediately. Most patients don't really care much. Even patients who are about to undergo surgery may not pay attention to this statement. Because generally both types of stone attacks are very painful. And now is the end of the year. Everyone is busy with the last overtime and preparations to go home. And no one wants to spend the new year in the hospital. So there are very few patients themselves. And those who can endure it have endured it. And it has not yet fermented and caused relevant heat. Wang Yi saw it. But he didn't actively promote it now. When he gets home and eats a lot of fish and meat, he will naturally know how useful this medicine is. Now, in addition to doing experiments, he occasionally goes to the crew with Qian Yayan to visit Lu Xiaoka's class. This strange combination, to be honest, still makes people feel a little subtle and strange. But as a master, it is normal to have beautiful women around him. When the Chinese New Year atmosphere in China is getting stronger and stronger, many hot topics on the internet abroad are related to Wang Yi. There are some zero-point guesses. Some are Minecraft. And some are PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But the most popular ones are the TT Music short video platform. Music and beauty that are gradually rising. The popularity of umbrella glasses is also very high. But this thing has nothing to do with Wang Yi on the surface. Although the promotion speed of TT Music short video platform itself in foreign countries is not as fast as that of the domestic shake letter. It is because Wang Yi's music is too popular. It is simply sweeping the global music scene. Especially in Japan, which likes pure music. Wang Yi was directly praised as the god of music. It is for this reason that the spread of TT short video platform is quite smooth. And the creators of live action in various places have also started their own activities. Maybe ordinary live action foreigners have no advantages. But they are indeed inferior to those who commit suicide. The growth rate far exceeds the expectations of many people. And even says that they did not expect the horrible spread of TT. In fact, in the daily use of app, China is really at the forefront of the world. Mobile payment, short video, and the integration of many functions of shaking letters are quite advanced. A certain person copied a lot of functions from Weibo. And there were no comments before. This is not a purely technical problem. But we do not have some resistance from the capital side. So we can directly open a new track. When the current trend of TT came out, some people were already restless. However, Wang Yi completed the brother guess before. And just completed the 0-point guess not long ago. In addition to the music spread by the great musicians, there are many ordinary people who have a good impression of Wang Yi. Even the American country, which has always been domineering, will consider the controversy in the short term. Solve the problem with the least cost. And don't make it too ugly. For example, find an excuse at the right opportunity and accuse it of endangering safety. Anyway, TT is still in a period of rapid development. And it is even losing money and can't make a profit. So just keep it for a while. But it is already unquestionable. Do you want us to do something? Li Yao heard Lin Shurqin explain the current situation in the headset. And his expression became even colder. At this time, Zhang Shui changed into a SH.L of a slender Indian-American mixed-race girl, who was bored and leaning on the back of the chair blowing gum. It's really not too easy to find a damn SH.L in Mexico. But it took a while to find this prettier female SH.L. Don't expose the conflict so quickly. When the time comes, Umbrella will directly purchase it. Follow normal business methods. Lin Shurqin dissuaded Li Yao. And then continued. But now you can continue to show the ability of Umbrella security. The stronger the fist, the less likely you are to get into trouble. This is standard Western logic. Li Yao is obviously busy as a dog. But he still ensures the business and expansion of the security company for future plans. although it is too exaggerated to quickly enter the military-industrial complex. Those deeply rooted old forces will not allow someone to share the cake so quickly. You can first use a powerful security group to simply arm yourself, so that the other party knows that you are not easy to mess with. And then the cost and retaliation issues will be considered in the use of some means. This is Li Yao's identity, as Yalida has always taken decapitation actions to deal with Mexican flour merchants. This itself is a kind of sharpening and deterrence. Although there is no real heavy firepower now. It is only for deterrence. Not for fighting with you. It is enough to sharpen the teeth of Umbrella Security Company. Mexico's suppression of flour merchants is the first whetstone. And the outsourcing of underground forces by Pakistan for the World Cup is the second. Because of Li Yao's incarnation of Yalida. The once rampant Mexican flour merchants are now walking around with their heads down, not daring to say a fart to Umbrella Company. And even some of their brutal behaviors on weekdays have been restrained. In just a few months, compared with the rampant before, it can be said that the world has turned upside down. This has made Umbrella Security very popular in the local area. And the Mexican government has also given affirmation and outsourced a lot of work. And Umbrella Security has also attracted a group of retired soldiers from the United States with the original 5 major cattle and horses as the core. These soldiers in the United States are working for money. Many people are not very satisfied after returning to normal life. As long as there is money, there is absolutely no problem in quickly completing the first batch of integration. As for execution, in the past, Li Yao alone could only make them bow down. And now with Cheng Shui, who has confirmed the super soldier plan, they can only bow down. In addition, the money is in place. The training is appropriate. And the daily speech brainwashing covered by the weakened, but expanded version of the Dihua magic accessories. As long as they can ensure that their wages are not interrupted. Their combat effectiveness and execution ability will probably be stronger than when they served in the United States before. Then I will lead the team to Pakistan? Brotherly can control the overall situation here. I am not interested in this kind of thing. Cheng Shui, who was blowing gum, had an indifferent expression on her face. She is a vengeful spirit comparable to Lin Shichin. After her main ability is concentrated on action, the bonus is much higher than Li Yao. Even the night breathing method can be used initially, although the power is obtained by overdrawing the life of the possession. The possession also needs to be replaced on time. This is nothing at all. And the upper limit of other enhanced buffs is also higher. This made Cheng Shui's daily weapons replaced with alloy Gurkha sabers and daggers. And there was a row of flying knives on her waist that could be used at any time. Although she couldn't compare with Wang Yi's physical strength, she could still block bullets with weapons occasionally. And she also has proficiency in firearms. She can snipe when she wants to snipe, and can switch at any time. She led the team and dealt with only the Pakistani gangsters, which was naturally no problem. This time she went out for only one purpose. Draw the sword. Chapter 154 Simultaneous Translation. Cheng Shui has started to leave. Wang Yi listened to the news from Lin Shichin and understood that he had made preparations. The weather was getting colder and snowflakes were falling outside the window. Wang Yi looked at the snow outside casually, feeling the atmosphere of the approaching new year, and a smile appeared on his face. In that case, it's almost time to start. Give them some time to react. Just as a New Year's gift. At this moment, Wang Yi suddenly looked up in the sky and frowned. Go check the space observations of various countries. How many meteorites fell just now? And where are they roughly located? Wang Yi's sudden words made Lin Shichin stunned. But she quickly replied, okay. No problem. Did you find anything? Is it serious? Nothing. In this magic lazy environment, it's not a big problem. Wang Yi leaned back in his chair and continued to flip through the paper. He didn't feel that there was anything big. He just felt a momentary explosion of magic, which was quite loud. However, this feeling is often encountered in other worlds, usually caused by the explosion of some special high magic meteorites. There may be some small gifts occasionally, but even in the concentration of magic in the other world, such things have no effect. Here we just see if we can have the opportunity to collect some rare materials. Lin Shichin's investigation ability is unquestionable, and some information about meteorites is not highly confidential. It can be confirmed through some astronomical organizations. So she quickly gave Wang Yi a reply. If the boss is looking for a special meteorite, then it did appear just now. A meteor exploded in the sea near Papua New Guinea. The number is CNUS 2014-01-08. And this 0.9 meter meteor has also attracted some attention and discussion from them. Normally, it is no big deal for a meteorite to enter the Earth. unless it is too large. This kind of meteor that has disintegrated normally has no attention. Now it can be discussed. Obviously things are not that simple. According to preliminary records, the speed when it entered the atmosphere was as high as 60 kilometers per second, which has exceeded the capture capacity of the sun. In addition, judging from its speed, altitude and the fireball produced when it decomposed, it is probably quite hard. It must reach 113 megapascals to disintegrate. The strength is 5 times that of a stone meteorite and twice that of an iron meteorite. Lin Shurqin herself has extremely strong computing power. Based on the existing data, she can draw conclusions faster than those observatories. In fact, through these preliminary results, it can be determined that this meteorite came from outside the solar system disintegrated in the sea. After hearing this, Wang Yi suddenly lost interest. He didn't have so much time to look for a needle in a haystack. There is a ship arranged by de Pyongyang to try their luck and salvage it. It departed from Australia. Well, remind me if there is any result. Wang Yi didn't think that the ship over there could only get a few results for this kind of needle in a haystack after giving Lin Shurqin a word of advice. Wang Yi pressed the button on the table again. Assistant Chen Qian walked in. Qian Yayan is now integrating the company's internal structure and wants to set the tone before the end of the year, and then cooperate with a wave of bonuses to solve the possible depression. So now it is Chen Qian's turn to start communicating information from the top. The R&D department has new good things to announce. Notify the small broken station to hold a video conference together. Understood. Hearing that the company has new work at the end of the year, Chen Qian also seemed very happy. It can be said that everything the company has produced is absolutely epic-making, without exception. So although Wang Yi only described it lightly, Chen Qian still has great expectations. Then the conference room was soon ready, and the video conference began. Even if it was a meeting convened by Wang Yi temporarily, all parties attending the meeting were quite complete. It can be seen that Chen Jia seemed to be still in the car, but he still turned on his mobile phone to connect to the meeting. With the channel compression capability, it can be said that you can hold a meeting anytime and anywhere. A new software that can be embedded in the video or even live broadcast synchronization software. Well, I can call it simultaneous translation. Explosive. Everyone was waiting to celebrate the new year after a big party. Although there were various activities, they were not going to make any big moves until the spring festival. What good things would bring a good omen after the new year? However, World Company did the opposite. First, the homepage of World Company's external mouthpiece was updated. An epic-making software. At the same time, the official microblog, official public account, and TT account started to be released simultaneously. And Wang Yi also used Master Yi's Weibo account to repost and quoted his answer when the editor-in-chief of the Annals of Mathematics invited him. Before, I was not good at English. But now it doesn't matter. Connect. Synchronous translation software. This wave of big revelations really shocked everyone. In fact, translation software has been around for a long time. Translating words is okay. But once you start translating a whole sentence, you start to make a fuss. In fact, there are companies researching this direction, and it is not impossible to improve. Introducing AI algorithms and constantly feeding a large amount of big data. As long as enough is fed, the translation accuracy can still be gradually increased. However, this increase is definitely relative. If you want to fully achieve the so-called simultaneous translation, there is definitely still a long way to go. But now, the World Company has directly launched such a software. And first of all, it has completed the implantation and upgrade of the small broken station. For the videos of the small broken station, you can switch to subtitles in several major mainstream languages at will. Even the sound. Unlike the previous electronic mechanical sound, now even the sound category can be selected. There are men, women, young and old. And it can also support input text to convert into voice. Modu, a small foreign trade company. Today the company received a group of real rich customers, because they all had a layer of white cloth on their heads, which was an extremely rare high-quality order. I don't know if the miser will give a bonus if this order is negotiated. Xiao Lu flipped through the small broken station casually, with a look of melancholy on his face. But at this moment, he heard the boss's low roar. Where is the translator? Where is the translator you hired? Hearing this, even Xiao Lu couldn't help but shudder. Complaints aside, the orders of his own company are still very important. How could such a thing happen? Boss, we don't have our own Arabic translator. The one we had previously agreed to suddenly refused. We couldn't even raise the price. It seems that a competitor has cut him off. Someone immediately gave feedback. Arabic is a minority language, and not many people study it specifically. This time, a big dog with a white cloth on his head came, and many people were trying to scramble for him. In fact, the price of the translator they had agreed to was raised several times. But they didn't expect that he would be poached by someone else in the end. Where's the contract? Didn't you sign the contract? I signed it. Now he would rather lose money than come. It must be a competitor who deliberately did something bad. It was really unexpected to encounter such a situation at the last minute. The boss almost jumped up and down. Then he turned around and saw Xiao Lu, who was confused, and said, "I remember you are an English major." "Ah? Yes." Xiao Lu was a little confused. Wouldn't he let me do it? There is no problem in asking me to translate some documents and materials in English. But if I ask myself to communicate directly with Arabs, the two sides may not be on the same channel. I don't care so much. It's you. There will be rewards if you do a good job. This sudden rush to do something made Xiao Lu panic. If you do a good job, you will be rewarded. But if you don't do it well, you will be punished? No. Boss. Then, he quickly opened his mobile phone and looked at the software that was pinned on the top of the small broken station. It's very good, but I don't know if it's really that good. No matter what, I'll try my best and download it first. What is this? It's amazing. We want to buy this. How much is it? The standard Shanghai dialect appeared in the mobile phone. And at this time, a dog tycoon wearing a white cloth was pointing at the mobile phone and saying in surprise that he wanted to buy this mobile phone. At this time, all the people who participated in the reception in the company were also a little confused and looked at the mobile phone, a little bit unable to react. As the initiator, Xiao Lu is stupid, and Temo is really good, and the translation is so accurate? Mr. Muhan, this is an app application software that our country has just launched. There is a 1-month free trial period, and then a membership system will be adopted. With a monthly membership of $6, simultaneous translation itself has a separate app. And it also Hangul synchronizes and implants other apps under the world. The use of world-related apps is free. But if you use the simultaneous translation app alone, you still need to pay a membership fee. At first, it was said to be a translation software. But in fact many insiders didn't pay much attention to it. There are so many translation software now. But after someone tried and used it, they found out. This is really simultaneous translation. Many people opened it and listened to the pure American or London accent, and almost thought they were taking a listening and speaking class. I can only convince you. The translation is better than me. Am I unemployed as an English major? It's worthy of being a world company. It simply opened the door to a new world. Ah. This. Do I have to take English exams in the future? Are all foreign language majors considered unemployed? I thought it was just a gimmick. And I knelt down to watch the video after opening it. Good news for poor students. Haha. I don't have to worry about being biased in one subject anymore. Wake up. It hasn't changed yet. Forget about it for this class. The English exam is not open book. What are you thinking about? All kinds of comments instantly set off the entire network, which was simply explosive. Although the statement issued by World Company was very brief. But it really proves that the shorter the statement, the bigger the matter. Another round of bloodbath. The things currently launched by World Company are really sweeping all the way. Even if it seems that the small broken station is at a disadvantage in the competition with its competitors. It is because they don't spend money seriously. If they really spend money, they have technical advantages. What can the Ali Alliance use to fight? But now, it's almost the new year. And you bring this kind of good news, which really makes many students of foreign language colleges curse. Are you kidding me? Don't mess with us. This is not even something that can be avoided when going abroad. In the case of supporting simultaneous shooting and translation, the translators of small companies can be lost. It can be said that this has affected the jobs and future of a large group of people. But, overall, this is definitely a magical tool that attracts many people. Some people have even started to translate some special movies in Japan. If I remember correctly, you were the first one to post the beauty function last time. Is this all you know? It's really disgusting. Then remember to send the mysterious code to my email xxxx@qq.com. Do you need to translate this? Don't you understand those few words? I know this. It has a plot. And it works great with the beauty function. Then please send me a copy. It can be said that as soon as this simultaneous translation software came out, it immediately received a lot of attention. This almost made everyone master several foreign languages. But after this software came out, students from the Foreign Languages College and some translators were still crying for their parents. But I didn't expect that a group of people were even more excited. We must resist this kind of software that gets something for nothing. Why? I have worked so hard for so many years, and I can let everyone get the same thing. Resist? The most excited people were actually some related intermediaries. In fact, they make money by taking advantage of information asymmetry, relying on your ignorance. But now with this software, as long as you are willing to spend time, their original information asymmetry advantage will be completely disintegrated. Some of the things that were boasted before can be immediately found with many restrictive clauses. Originally, for the intermediaries themselves, they only charge per person. And what happens to the people after they go there? How they live, whether they live or die, has nothing to do with them. After the intermediary fee is in hand, it's okay. Anyway, those who have worked hard to come out have to swallow their anger even if they lose their teeth. And they will help to say good things. But now, customers can easily know the truth, which is completely different. This is to cut off people's financial resources. But it is obvious that these people's clamor cannot change the general trend. Simultaneous translation not only has a separate app, but it is also directly embedded in the small broken station, live broadcast in TT, including TT Overseas version. In an instant, the popularity swept the world. Chapter 155 Sky High Price. Oh, this is also developed by World Company? What kind of angel company is this? Incredible. Unbelievable. Is the French I'm learning still useful? I think it is. There is a difference between speaking fluent French and using a machine translator. Right? Probably? Have you discovered? As long as we change the location of our mobile phones, we can try to go to TT in other areas. It's really great to have simultaneous translation. Really? In an instant, TT became even more popular. But this popularity immediately aroused vigilance from many aspects. Whether it was the bigwigs of Wall Street, various capitalists, or even some spokespersons of the United States, they immediately paid more attention to TT. At the beginning, they just let it go and waited for development. But they didn't expect that after launching this function, it would trigger such a high heat. In fact, many people in China have serious misunderstandings, thinking that the West will defend the right to speak. But in fact, when it comes to guiding the media and public opinion, they will only do more excessively and have no bottom line in key places. Take the recent events as an example. Kanye is a very obvious example. There are also some old accounts that were dug up after the acquisition of a certain company by a foreign company, under the control of the former senior executives of a certain company. Some things were completely hidden. Even the official spokesperson of EP81 forwarded the New York Times report and was directly banned, allowing capital to override everything. In addition, let's use the example I mentioned before. There is an account that has great malice towards us and has always been transferring our extremely negative reports and translating them to a foreign company to discredit us. Because some of our individual cases were translated and transferred, and the excerpts were still some of the most extreme comments and content. But the effect was to break the defense of foreign friends. Our negative news can still attract attention and anger. And we can know that this is a rare incident of rat shit. And it is rare to become news. We must speak out and support. But we cannot deny all of us because of one thing and fall into self-hatred. But obviously this kind of thing is not a big deal for them. Even if it is a shooting. As long as the number of deaths is not large, or it is not aimed at a specific group of people, it will not even be on the news. It is too normal. The incident of being robbed and shot in a corner by a black man is far less influential than a person from a sexual minority group speaking out about discrimination. This comparison made the reposted news taste delicious in the carefully selected shit. So the reposting account with great malice towards us was blocked for suspected false propaganda and making fake news. Well, it was considered as promoting us. From this point, we can naturally know that they attach great importance to public opinion. This led to EP81, who was originally prepared to wait for Wang Yi to pass the 0 o'clock speculation heat before taking action, to be unable to hold back. This endangers our safety. A spokesperson began to bombard the incident. As for how the harm is, it is vague. Anyway, it is right. This immediately made many people smell the smell. If TT is listed, it will soon usher in a wave of short selling. But unfortunately it is not. The next step is the standard routine. directly using their bill to order TT to be removed from the shelves. This move naturally caused an uproar. It even suppressed all the recent heat. On the contrary, a certain book and a certain special responded. TT was so aggressive before, and the speed of its spread and its reputation almost made them crazy. Now there is no doubt that they have one. We just can't afford it. What can you do to us? When the news was spread back to China, it naturally caused a lot of anger and criticism. But there was no effective way. The previous group of agents jumped out to gloat again. It's what they deserve. The West still knows what civilization is. This is what civilized countries should do. Justice will prevail. Well, don't think they are speaking in a sarcastic way. They are serious. And similar comments can often be seen. However, at this time, Wang Yi, who had been prepared for a long time, also started the next operation, publicly stating that he was ready to sell TT's overseas business. Good guy. The major capitals and chaebols, who were obviously shouting and killing TT at the beginning, are now swarming in like sharks smelling blood. What is a good thing? They know it in their hearts. This kind of low threshold for the dissemination of music short videos is exactly what they need. A group of people trained under happy learning. They can't understand anything too complicated. And short videos are just what they want. They were cautious at first because it was not their own thing. And there would be no problem if they had the opportunity to become their own. Even for this matter, the alma mater contacted Wang Yi to ask him if he wanted to help. But Wang Yi declined. Just say that it has been discussed with Umbrella. In the end, TT's overseas business was sold to Umbrella for $1. Many companies and chaebols, who have reported tens of billions of US dollars, were shocked. What's going on? But this US dollar sale itself also has some additional terms. Various software and technologies are only authorized. And Umbrella has no disposal rights and cannot sell related technologies. Otherwise it would rather remove the overseas version of TT from the shelves. World Company has the right of priority purchase under the same conditions for some products of Umbrella. It's that simple. Such a piece of fat meat suddenly fell into the hands of the nouveau riche Umbrella Company. And the lens of Umbrella Company was very eye-catching. This immediately attracted a group of sharks who were eyeing it. Then, the news that Umbrella's security company assisted the country of Ba to sweep all the gangs in the 12 cities of Ba within 7 days was reported. For a time, the group of people who were aggressive became gentlemanly. Fighting and killing are not good. Let's sit down and talk. In New Mexico, a representative of the lobbying team met with Jace with a smile, which made Jace fall into contemplation. Although we don't know who is behind you for the time being, everyone should know that we can't eat alone here. Not to mention that TT is involved in key things, and the impact is too great. TT even has a procedure that can influence their selection of the person in charge, which is naturally not allowed to be controlled by an anonymous company that is not listed. In principle, we are willing to give up most of the shares, but our company must ensure that we have the right to speak and fulfill the promises we signed before. After a moment of hesitation, Jace made a decision that he had prepared long ago. In the end, the TT business was jointly established in Cayman as a main company to be listed. Umbrella held 10% of the shares. But like a certain book, although the shareholding was small, Umbrella was still the final decision maker. The other 90% began to integrate capital and prepare for subsequent listing matters. And Umbrella did not take sides. And the shares were almost the same, although it also caused some dissatisfaction. This method of division was an acceptable option to maintain a balance between each other. This choice immediately satisfied many old-fashioned chaebols and capital in the United States. Although Umbrella looked like a rookie, it rejected many olive branches when the lens came out before. But it was still very sensible on this issue. Huh? Why did you give up so much? Cheng Shui, who swept across the 12 cities in 7 days to suppress all dissatisfaction and establish supreme authority in the Umbrella security team, couldn't help but curl her lips after returning. It's not a free gift. It's worth $30 billion. Isn't that great? Li Yao smiled. This was planned from the beginning. Besides, we compromised and gave up such a big piece of cake this time. If there are still people who are ungrateful and push for more, then you can't blame us for punishing them without teaching them. Chapter 156: Get to know each other. Although TT caused a series of disturbances, the domestic market for Umbrella is generally quite recognized. Moreover, World Company would rather sell it for $1 than to ensure that the technology is not abused. And even if it cannot be guaranteed, it will be removed from the shelves on the spot. This behavior has also received unanimous praise and comfort. Many people have also analyzed and popularized the approximate value of TT. Everyone, Even Umbrella Company will find it difficult to keep TT. But World Company did not make a mistake. Although Umbrella Company gave up its shares, it is still the actual controller of TT and can fulfill the agreement. Moreover, conservatively estimated, the value is at least more than $10 billion. It can actually have such a terrifying price. But World Company stubbornly sold it for $1 to maintain its own software use authorization. This really made the majority of netizens feel deeply shocked and distressed. I was already shocked when the $400 million for Minecraft was rejected. This time, you are resisting $10 billion? Nothing else to say. I can only say that it's awesome. Wang Yi did not make any profit from selling TT. He sold it for $1 just to protect the technology. This itself is still admired by many people. All those agents who jumped happily before were beaten up. Your master is willing to buy it for at least $10 billion. You are so bold that you want to slap your master in the face? It is precisely because of this wave of popularity, coupled with the connection of Yashin, that TT's expansion speed is also quite terrifying. Just in time for the approaching Spring Festival, various Spring Festival-related short videos have also emerged. However, Wang Yi did not make many hundreds of millions of red envelopes or anything like that. There is no need. But even so, the director of the Spring Festival Gala unexpectedly found Wang Yi temporarily to prepare to promote a wave of advertisements for TT for free. As for whether it was the above meaning or something else, Wang Yi did not understand. Anyway, you want to do free advertising, so just do it. He won't reject something that's good. Right. Okay. Go back to accompany my parents. Wang Yi took Qian Yayan out and kicked her away, leaving the villa reluctantly, looking back every few steps. And Wang Yi turned back to the laboratory. As for the Spring Festival, he's actually used to spending it alone. Since he moved out of his uncle's house, when he started living in the dormitory in middle school, he has been spending the Spring Festival alone. In fact, his uncle's family also invited him. But it's better not to go to other people's Spring Festival. Just sit aside and laugh dryly. Zhang Ming didn't delay everyone's Spring Festival holiday at Shutian Film and Television City. It's hard to find extras at this time, so naturally they will have a holiday. After Wang Yi squatted in the laboratory for a day, he came to the scene in the snow when Zhang Ming's crew was leaving before the new year. Clang clang. Lu Xiuka suddenly rushed out from behind, threw a snowball at Wang Yi's head, and covered his mouth and laughed. Awesome. Lu Xiuka let him hold her hand as he rushed over, and the two of them walked towards Lu Xiuka's rental house in the snow. This is your first Spring Festival after playing a minor role. TSK. I'm the heroine in this drama. Lu Xiuka pinched Wang Yi, and she grimaced in pain. What's the structure of your body? Can Sister Yin bear it? Lu Xiuka was a little surprised. What? Want to try? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows. Hey, I'm a little scared. Let me take it slowly. Lu Xiuka didn't avoid anything, but she still felt guilty. Although she had made up some movie knowledge, this body that couldn't be pinched would kill her if she became his girlfriend. Wang Yi found Lu Xiuka's appearance of being both inexperienced and wanting to play a little funny. It was the same when he encountered supernatural events before, but it was quite interesting. Do you want to go home for the first Spring Festival of a big star? Lu Xiuka ran away from home and came here directly after graduation. It was her first rebellious choice. Wang Yi's words were a little bit touching, although Lu Xiuka was laughing. A beautiful female extra would encounter a lot of resistance and difficulties if she wanted to keep herself clean in a vertical store. Before meeting Wang Yi, she was just struggling forward. Lu Xiuka was of course clear about her parents' thoughts and good intentions, but she didn't want to be a puppet. As a good girl since childhood, this was the first time she went against her parents' will and survived without relying on a penny from her family. There were times when she cried in the quilt, but the feeling of getting through it was quite good. But no matter how good it was, she still had to face the imminent problem. What to do during the Chinese New Year? Go home. Ah. Hearing Wang Yi suddenly bring up this matter, Lu Xiuka frowned and sighed. Of course, she couldn't blame her parents. Everyone has their own ideas, and it's just a conflict of opinions. But at this time, Lu Xiuka was suddenly stunned, looking at a Mercedes-Benz S parked quietly on the side of the road in front of her. The car was not turned off, and the exhaust pipe was steaming in this cold weather. Wang Yi also took a glance, and after seeing Lu Xiuka's expression, he roughly knew what was going on. Are your parents here? My brother. Lu Xiuka's pretty face fell, and then she pulled her sleeves and said to Wang Yi, Don't hit him later. This made Wang Yi confused. Why did you suddenly say that? But soon. Wang Yi knew why Lu Xiuke said that. It seemed that he had discovered Lu Xiuke and Wang Yi coming. The car door opened, and a man in his 30s, who looked very handsome at first glance, got out of the car. He walked over with a cold face, and soon a pretty woman helped him carry his bag and trotted behind him. The man stopped in front of the two people, looked at them calmly, and then said in a low voice, "Do you know you are wrong?" Good guy. Wang Yi probably knew why Lu Xiuke said that. His brother was not the kind of person who cursed directly or through checks, but he was quite good at pretending. In fact, Lu Xiuke's brother is not very old. He should be less than 30 years old, but he has to dress calmly and steadily. Now he is pretending to be deep. Although he is already very skilled, Wang Yi can still see a sense of deliberate imitation. As for whether he is imitating his father, he doesn't know. This is indeed very intimidating in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of Lu Xiuke, who is familiar with him, and Wang Yi, it is more funny and looks like he deserves a beating. However, he is Lu Xiuke's brother after all, and Wang Yi does not want to intensify the conflict. He is ready to cut the Gordian knot. He rarely takes the initiative to extend his hand and makes a relatively complete self-introduction. Meet Wang Yi, but others like to call me Master Yi. Chapter 157. Lin Shurqin is not lying to me. Lu Tao stiffly held the cigarette he had just taken out, and it took him a long time to recover. What did he just say? Lu Tao is also a typical child from a wealthy family, but as the eldest, when he was 4 years old, he had a younger sister, but he felt that his sister had taken away all the love of his parents. This made him dislike his sister very much in the past, and he often bullied her because of his age. But at the same time, he was often punished by his parents. It is a very traditional and normal brother-sister relationship. Unlike Lu Xiuke, who was always a good girl, Lu Tao is a typical rebellious youth. She was often complained about in school, and she started dating in middle school and fooling around outside. That is, her family conditions were good, and she had been studying in private schools, and she was sent abroad to get an Ivy League school status. But unlike Lu Xiuke, Lu Tao was rebellious before, but he had always been accustomed to his parents' financial support. When he came back, he was easily pinched by his father with money, and he compromised and started to get involved in business. On the other hand, Lu Xiuke was always a good kid, but suddenly she ran away after graduation and went solo. Her family couldn't get any help from her at all, and it was useless to cut off her financial support. From some of Lu Xiuke's descriptions, we can know that her parents have always been strong. In this case, it is impossible for them to compromise with Lu Xiuke. That is, to cut off her financial support and let Lu Xiuke be self-reliant. But I didn't expect that Lu Xiuke was also stubborn. After going through the difficult period, she also made a good living on her own. In fact, even if she didn't rely on Wang Yi, she became a special actor. At least in terms of income, she has surpassed many people. Now she has jumped from the third female role to the first female role. This caught Lu's father and mother, who thought she would compromise soon, off guard. Especially when Lu Xiuke started to play the third female role. The two of them couldn't sit still at all, and even went to inquire about the situation. The news came back that Lu Xiuke was a master's man. This naturally made them feel even more unacceptable, although they believed that Lu Xiuke would not do such a thing, and being born in a family like theirs would definitely not be interested in any master. But he couldn't resist the news from several directions. Now she has already started to play the leading role. So during the spring festival, he ordered Lu Tao to come and bring her back. Lu Tao naturally had to do it obediently. Originally, he was very upset when he saw his sister walking on the street with a man who didn't look very outstanding. However, if the girl was in a normal relationship, if it wasn't that master, he wouldn't be unable to accept it. His family had enough money and didn't need to sell his daughter. As long as she was happy, it would be fine. And if she really had a boyfriend and brought him home, it might actually ease the relationship. But just when he was about to take the lead and show off his pomp, Wang Yi's smiling self-introduction made him feel numb and froze in place. Master Yi? You're not exaggerating. As the cigarette fell, Lu Tao also mechanically shook hands with Wang Yi, and then tentatively asked, "The Master Yi on the internet? If you are talking about the boss of the world company, then it should be me, Mr. Lu Tao." Wang Yi directly exposed his identity first, so as to avoid the other party's clamor affecting the relationship between the two parties. He didn't want to step on the other party, so there was no need. Lu Tao didn't yell about evidence or no evidence anymore. Ordinary people may not pay attention, but he is still quite clear that the world company is setting up a store. because he has heard his father sigh many times, saying that Master Yi is younger than Xiuke. Lu Tao also believes that his sister will not be so naive to be deceived by others. So, this is a real boss. After secretly making a cool gesture to Xiuke, Lu Tao, who was halfway pretending, forcibly completed the breaks, and then showed a smile to Wang Yi. Brother Wang, is it okay to call you that? Xiuke has been away from home for too long, and my parents miss her. Don't brag. Most likely they ordered you to come and take me home, and they won't say they miss me. Xiuke rolled his eyes, and had long seen through his brother. She knew that her parents might think that she was right in secret, but they would never say it out loud with their personalities, especially in front of Lu Tao. Hey, what are you talking about? Girl? I see their stubbornness. Let's go back and meet them together. Lu Tao looked unconcerned. It's not that he wants to covet wealth or anything. Their family is not lacking in anything. He knows that Master Yi is really awesome. Look. Awesome. Right? He has to call me brother. In the end, Wang Yi took the initiative to take Xiuke there. Maybe her parents wanted to control her. And it was true that they had a strong desire to control her. But there was no principled mistake. How could a family have so many tricks? As a result, the process went much more smoothly than expected. After Lu Tao introduced Wang Yi in advance like a treasure, the atmosphere on the scene was quite harmonious. They didn't pursue Xiuke's running away from home at all. And Xiuke didn't choke them. The scene was quite harmonious. If you want to do acting, do it. My daughter has learned how to bring a boy home. Boom boom boom. As New Year's Eve arrives, the noise of fireworks fills the entire city. Wang Yi stands on the roof of the villa, looking up at the bright sky, and slightly raises his glass. Although Xiuke's family invited him over, Wang Yi did not participate. As a mage, the mage tower is his home. Hee. Boss, I'm the only one accompanying you during the new year. Lin Shichin popped out from the roof and squatted beside Wang Yi. Thank you so much. Wang Yi tasted the elf fruit wine he brewed. The taste is okay. But in the environment of magic laziness, there is probably only 50% or 60% of the taste left. At this moment, suddenly, amidst the roar of fireworks and firecrackers, Wang Yi looked down at the shouts mixed in. I'm here to spend New Year's Eve with you. It was Xiuke, dressed like a baby penguin in a down jacket, wearing a small red hat, a scarf and chubby gloves, crunching on the snow and coming to the door of the villa. She exhaled white air from her mouth and waved to Wang Yi on the roof. Well, it's true that her family originally lived in this community, but she came here on New Year's Eve by herself. This stupid girl. Wang Yi shook his head in silence, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I thought I could monopolize the boss's New Year's Eve time. No wonder Qian Yayan failed miserably. Lin Shichin leaned her hands behind her back and floated back, then blinked at Wang Yi. I won't disturb the boss's good things. I promise you will be happy. While making a naughty gesture to Wang Yi, Lin Shichin went into the house again and disappeared. Why don't you spend more time with him? Wang Yi went downstairs to take Xiuke in and patted the snowflakes on her body. Didn't I accompany them for the New Year's Eve dinner? I'm an adult now, because of the heating in the house. Xiuke happily took off her down jacket, revealing a very elastic gray turtleneck sweater. Then she grinned and said to Wang Yi, they are very loving. And my brother is watching the Spring Festival Gala with you. Sister Yen is not here, so I am the only one to accompany you. After hooking her shoes and changing them, Xiuke ran into Wang Yi's arms like a lively little deer. It was a rare night when Wang Yi did not do experiments. He watched the Spring Festival Gala with Xiuke in his arms on the bed in the room. Did you see that little girl? She seems to be spitting all the time. Isn't she dizzy? Haha. Yu Pupeng is so funny. Shintong is a comedy guy. Haha. Look. This is advertising for you. It's been a long time. Amazing. Xiuke chattered and commented on the program of the gala throughout the whole process. Finally, with the traditional unforgettable tonight, the Spring Festival Gala also came to an end, and Wang Yi also heard the slight snoring of Xiuke next to him. After smiling and shaking his head, he helped her cover the quilt and fell asleep with her arms around her. After coming back for so long, it seems that I haven't had a proper sleep. I just rely on meditation. The next morning, Wang Yi really felt a completely different touch and experience. Lin Shichin really didn't lie. She couldn't stop at all. After staying up all night, Lin Shichin finally went back satisfied after seeing the satisfactory picture. Men? Huh? Chapter 158 Liver and Gallbladder Problems After the Festival. Hey. I really feel like I'm dying. Lu Xiuka said hoarsely while chewing the breakfast prepared by Wang Yi. You'll feel better if you eat something. You're already amazing. Wang Yi added a little buff to the breakfast to let Lu Xiuka recover. I wanted to go back early to pay New Year's greetings. But I guess I need to take a good rest. After gulping down a glass of real milk, Lu Xiuka's voice recovered a lot. And then she found it strange that the sour feeling just now seemed to have really recovered a lot of strength. Huh? It seems to be much better. Hee. Come with me. Okay. The Spring Festival is always the hottest time. And TT's hardcore advertisement on the Spring Festival Gala once again pushed this software to the peak. After all, the current simultaneous translation software can almost be regarded as tailor-made for TT. The popularity of simultaneous translation, overseas bans, and the popularity of tens of billions of US dollars. Plus the Spring Festival Gala. It exploded instantly. During the Spring Festival, there are a lot of festival-related short videos that can be spread, which can create a lot of empathy. Questions from migrant workers, blind dates, and relatives, etc. Because TT can be forwarded directly on Yaoxin. Yaoxin also sees the horror of TT most directly. Damn! So fast? In fact, Slow Hand has been promoting it desperately, and spending a lot of money. The Ali Alliance wants to support an opponent that can compete with TT. However, facing the fission-like spread and unstoppable development of TT, Slow Hand's original early publicity has become TT's wedding dress. There is no way to fight, and it can only be rubbed on the ground. But fortunately, when Slow Hand was the wedding dress, TT's popularity barely shared a little with Slow Hand, allowing it to survive. Then, a video type that suddenly became popular appeared in TT. And it was inexplicably popular and a little unexpected. Stones. Doctor, do you really want to remove it? Can't you just remove the stone through surgery? Zheng Chang is a patient with acute cholecystitis caused by gallstones. After 2 days of continuous infusion to temporarily suppress the inflammation, he also asked the doctor in front of him for advice. He had gallstones for a long time, and he was still careful on weekdays. But after the Spring Festival, he inevitably had a lot of fish and meat, which triggered the attack. I originally wanted to endure it, and didn't want to come to the hospital during the Spring Festival. But the biliary colic was still too painful. After the doctor finished the anti-inflammatory treatment, he also began to inform him of his current situation. For the follow-up, it would be better to perform a cholecystectomy. In fact, there is no need to be afraid. The gallbladder is a storage organ. After a few months after removal, the bile duct will slowly compensate and have some storage function. The doctor used standard words to talk about the problem and explain the harm of retaining the gallbladder. In the end, Zheng Chang agreed to this plan and was sent to the operating room. Then he watched the doctor put on an oxygen mask for him. Come! Breathe. In less than 5 seconds, he completely lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he saw different wars in front. You're awake. Congratulations. The operation was successful. Zheng Chang, who had just woken up, was still a little dazed, but he was very relieved to hear that the operation was successful, because it was a laparoscopic minimally invasive surgery. Although he couldn't eat after waking up from anesthesia, he could slowly move around in bed. He was bored lying down for too long, so he asked his family to take his phone and look through it casually. Recently, he found this TT short video quite interesting and couldn't stop watching it, my dears. I really feel like I'm dreaming. I found out about gallstones a long time ago, but I didn't deal with it because it was always fine. The doctor said that the best way to deal with it was to remove the gallbladder. But this time I ate too much at home, which directly triggered this thing. After I went to the hospital this time, the doctor actually prescribed me a Chinese patent medicine and some anti-inflammatory drugs. The key is that Temo is cured. I was angry and wanted to expose him, thinking that he didn't care about my health. But I didn't expect that the stone would disappear directly. The person who posted this short video is a food anchor with a small amount of traffic. He often posts some food videos at night and is deeply loved by fans. After being hospitalized, there are more people who like it than those who send blessings. Zheng Chang saw this video just after he had a gallbladder removal surgery, and he almost broke the wound. Fake. It must be fake. He immediately typed a lot of words in the comments, typing in some precautions that the doctor told him. It was impossible to invite all hospital experts to the original symposium. It was normal that no one from ordinary prefecture level and county-level hospitals participated. Although they might pay attention to this kind of news, the choice of medicine is usually a bit lagging and conservative. If you haven't witnessed the miracle on the spot, 80% of them will still follow the old experience. For example, if you see some advanced medical technology in a short video, and then go to the hospital to ask the doctor for it, the doctor will 80% recommend going to a certain audio for treatment. Obviously, Zhang Chang is facing this kind of thing. And the comment he made also received a lot of likes and support. And some people thought that the video host was making a lot of money, because the anchor already has a certain number of fans. The popularity has risen again. After all, the period after the holiday is the peak period for related diseases. Soon, some medical students who went home for the new year began to support Zhang Chang, who was undergoing surgery. Impossible. Although stones are not fatal, they are quite troublesome. Especially gallstones will not easily choose to remove stones. Only those who meet the conditions can do so. Yes, as a doctor who has graduated and is currently undergoing regular training, I can tell you the principle. A young regular training doctor posted a short video of explanation himself. And because of the popularity correlation, it also received a lot of traffic. Almost everyone who saw the last one will see this one the next moment. Then seeing that there was popularity to be gained, many doctors and experts from small hospitals jumped out one by one and said that it was unscientific. This made Zhang Chang, who saw these accusations and explanations later, feel that the wound did not hurt again. And even his intestines resumed peristalsis, and he farted directly. I felt so refreshed. As expected, my choice was not wrong. The doctor would not lie to me. But then someone else found out that the drug was from Umbrella. Umbrella was already popular because of the A1 glasses. And it became even more popular after acquiring the overseas version of TT. Because he withstood the pressure and fulfilled his promise of working. Everyone thought that this company was okay. After all, Mastery had cooperated with this company many times. Then this drug. Just when a group of people who wanted to be famous were ready to follow suit, heavyweight experts began to appear. Experts from the affiliated hospital of Mafu, the first hospital in the country in hepatobiliary surgery, also shot a short video. Don't those who claim to be medical students and trainees pay attention to the recent developments? We held a meeting and issued a statement before the new year. The reason is that these two drugs from Umbrella have become history not only for gallstones, but also kidney stones. Then, he directly let a patient out on the spot and started synchronous teaching after obtaining the patient's consent. Gaga finished the demonstration. I'm telling you, I was even more shocked than you when I just found out. Because it destroyed my worldview. Normally, drinking sulfuric acid wouldn't happen so quickly. But facts are facts. And Umbrella is awesome. After saying that, the expert didn't forget to mention, oh, by the way, the experimental data of this drug was calculated by Mastery. Mastery is even more awesome. As soon as this heat came out, someone immediately started to tag Wang Yi on Weibo. And Wang Yi immediately replied, okay. That's right. Last time A1 glasses helped because they felt that their drug cooperation was reliable. And I also helped promote this drug. Wang Yi was impartial and truthful in stating the problem. Then there was an uproar. Normally, prescription drugs cannot be directly promoted. But the heat of this incident itself was caused by the fact that the patient's drug efficacy was too good. And the subsequent expert response and Wang Yi's side were just explaining. With the quality of the drug itself here, there is naturally no violation. In an instant, a large number of stone patients were in an uproar. Although most patients with stones have small stones that have not yet occurred, and they may never have an attack in their lifetime. But with this time bomb in the body, as long as the physical examination shows it, it will be irritating. Now there is a medicine to remove it directly without surgery. Most people will still vote with their wallets. In an instant, not only major hospitals, but now major pharmacies are also crazy to find Umbrella Company to purchase goods. Fortunately, unlike the lenses, the two drugs have been stockpiled for a long time, and they have withstood the surge. When the whole world was happy, Zhang Chang on the bed even had a runny nose. Oh my god, why am I the one who got hurt? Then, he quietly picked up his phone to record a self-video, and chose to upload TT for the first time. Chapter 159, People's joys and sorrows are not the same. After the two drugs became popular, a wave of short videos related to TT also emerged. For example, someone specially took 2 CT scans and marked the location of the stones with red circles for comparison. Then slowly evolved into a hot topic of hashtag drink sulfuric acid. There were also patients who were wailing and rolling on the bed during the attack period, and they relied on increasing the dosage of the medicine to suppress the attack. Once the stones were removed, the rest was simple anti-inflammatory. But there were also many funny videos. Among them was the pain party represented by Zhen Chong's emotional accusation, and the videos related to the ward. The whole world cheered for this drug, but only they were in pain. It attracted a lot of likes. As for whether the likes were gloating or comforting, I don't know. Anyway, Zeng Chong became popular after posting the first video. After seeing this video go viral, some patients who were originally reluctant to talk about it also posted photos and videos. I just took out the tube. I won't say how painful it is. Why do I still have to suffer this pain when this medicine has been out for so long? A young man in his 20s on the bed had a look of despair. He had just finished a ureteral lithotomy. But he was lucky. Several patients who had undergone cholecystectomy also posted related videos. Am I the last one to have my gallbladder removed? Probably not. I'm later than you. It seems I'm later. I had the surgery yesterday in a private hospital. I felt that the doctor's eyes turned green when he looked at me. Maybe there are not many left to be removed. One after another, the miserable videos began to reveal the time when they had their gallbladders removed. But soon, experts issued relevant warnings. Gallbladder cancer is a very difficult cancer to prevent. The early symptoms are not obvious. Some patients with gallstones have lost their gallbladder function. Therefore, even if the stones have been removed, they should be checked regularly. If something is wrong, they should be removed. In the short term, Umbrella's gallbladder soothing and liver clearing tablets and heat clearing and diuretic capsules are selling like crazy. Because some people don't like to do physical examinations and don't know if they have it. Anyway, Chinese patent medicine has few side effects. So try it. What if it works? Do you really wait until you have symptoms before you come? Didn't I hear the experts say that if it is damaged, will there be other troubles? For a while, these two products have become like Banlangen, and they have begun to boast about their miraculous properties. Well, but it's already very magical. Is this what you gave me last time? Lu Xiuke curled up in Wang Yi's arms and asked while browsing her phone. She didn't forget what Wang Yi gave her to drink at that time. Almost. I calculated it for them. Wang Yi did not comment. But it's really comfortable to sleep here. You can sleep until dawn every day. Lu Xiuke got up and stretched. Wang Yi couldn't help but smile at this. Of course. You can sleep well with the blessing of magic. Our crew is about to start work. Lu Xiuke held a hot cup of water. Don't worry about doing what you want to do. Here. This pendant is for you. It has been blessed. Wang Yi handed over a silver pendant and helped the happy Lu Xiuke hang it up. But at this moment, the door of the living room was opened by the key. Qian Yayan came in with a lot of bags. Clang clang. Qian Yayan, who was about to say lo, looked at the scene in front of her, and her bag fell to the ground. Although she was mentally prepared, she was robbed when she just went home for the new year. It was obviously me first. You too. Wang Yi threw a necklace out, which made Qian Yayan's face change immediately. Ah, thank you. The New Year atmosphere has not yet dissipated. After the working day, most people still have many relatives to visit. Usually, they can gradually get back on track after the Lantern Festival. However, the World Company and its subsidiaries quickly got back into shape at this time. Because the combination of the Spring Festival has promoted TT so much. It opened the door to a new world for many people. Even the most insignificant employees will have a lot of work on hand at this time. Moreover, the decoration of the upper floor has been almost breathable at this time. And it is necessary to move into a new office environment. At the same time, there are also some more specific relevant rules and regulations led by Qian Yayan. New Year. New atmosphere. Mr. Wang. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Boss. Happy New Year. Mr. Wang. I miss you so much after not seeing you for a long time. Mr. Wang. Don't be so ruthless. The model next door, and the salted fish in my own home, all gave New Year's greetings. Now the trend of the world soaring is quite obvious. TT short video has now turned losses into profits by relying on some advertising commissions. Although the profit is not much, it is already an extremely outstanding achievement. Internet products need to burn money in the early stage. But TT has already made money. If TT before the new year is still considered to have great potential, then after the assists of these several attack waves, TT after the new year is already a terrifying existence that can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye and will definitely compete with Penguin for traffic in the future. This is completely beyond the expectations of many people. But the person who controls the world company is Wani, who is protected by the magic immunity aura. Even Penguin has fallen flat, and even started to put game ads on TT. And other parties can't compete with it. Only Ari is still desperately pushing slow hand, trying to tear off a position. But obviously, attacking technical advantages with technical disadvantages is not very useful even if you spend a lot of money. A fancy knife dance, and then being shot down. Ari himself is probably aware of this. But they don't want to give up the multi-terminal linkage of short videos, live broadcasts, and traditional videos. So even if slow hand is almost defeated, they are still holding on. However, it must be said that Ari itself still has advantages in e-commerce. It continues to launch top anchors, the lowest in the entire network, plus the hype of the sky-high signing fees of the top anchors on the side of Baby Shark. In terms of pure top anchor traffic, Ari has an absolute advantage. Some recent variety shows and interviews have appeared in those anchors, and they have already gone out of the circle. On the other hand, the small broken station is completely unable to compete with them. The traffic and income gap between anchors is far less than that. But despite this, the popularity of TT has also brought a wave of TT shopping traffic. Originally, TT's accurate push notifications were extremely terrifying. Even the introduction of some items could directly and accurately find buyers through short videos. And the same was true for occasional advertisements. The total traffic was not as good as that of the top anchors on Ari's side, but the push efficiency was amazingly high. At this time, although the overseas version of TT had been acquired by Umbrella, the built-in simultaneous translation function was still there. And Jay had become a die-hard fan of Umbrella after feeling the glasses of Umbrella. After suddenly discovering that 2 new drugs appeared on the official website of Umbrella, he immediately discovered the Huodyan. Then he took the initiative to start looking for related materials, and finally found the door to a new world on the Eastern TT. Oh, is this sulfuric acid? Then, he immediately thought of one of his 3 friends, who had been troubled by stones, and was ready to have surgery. But he had made an appointment, and was waiting in line. It was not in the acute stage, so the queue was relatively late, and the surgery would not be performed until 3 months later, because these 2 products are Chinese patent medicines, and have not passed the FDA in the United States and the DMF in the United States. They cannot be directly brought in. So Jay rushed out without stopping, grabbed his childhood friend, and prepared to drag him to the east during the holiday. Chapter 160, Seeking Medical Treatment. Jay, my good brother, although I am very grateful for the glasses you brought me, I still don't want to go to the east with you to become a witch doctor's guinea pig. Really? Let me go! Benson raised his hands in surrender, pleading. But Jay had a sly smile on his face, took out his mobile phone, and turned on the beauty filter. Benson, if you don't go with me, I will post your beauty-filtered photos on social networks. No! You can't do this. Benson's face was full of despair. Benson himself can be regarded as handsome, with regular features, and nothing outstanding. But it is precisely because of this that his facial features can be enhanced to the extreme by beauty filters, which is quite a match. This is what Jay accidentally discovered when he was bored. Finally, under Jay's pressure, Benson compromised. Their family conditions are very similar, and Benson has passed the visa to the east and traveled before, so it is not complicated to apply for it again. Benson sighed as Jay dragged him away. I've already been in line. I just need to wait a few more months. It's not an urgent illness. Wouldn't it be nice to travel together to spend the holidays? Jay said comfortingly. It's okay to just travel. I was really happy the last time I went there. But I don't want to go to the hospital when I travel. Travel insurance won't cover it unless it's an emergency. God knows how long I have to wait. Benson complained. Well, it's okay if travel insurance doesn't cover it. I checked and all the costs added up to less than the registration fee of a private emergency room. And the speed here is very fast. Register. Call number. Consult. Color ultrasound. Prescribe medicine. Pay. Get medicine. Caw. The series of things made Benson confused. He came here for a trip and never went to the hospital. But he never expected that he could enjoy emergency treatment for a non-emergency disease like him. Because of its smaller population, the medical system in Maple Leaf Country is much better than that in the United States. Although it is also a family doctor appointment model, the insurance coverage is much more complete. And it has almost reached the point of free treatment for all in theory. Therefore, there are only about 100 private hospitals in the entire Maple Leaf Country, and ordinary people cannot consider paying to jump the queue. The processing speed of life-threatening emergencies is not slow. But if it is not some urgent disease, and there are many people seeing a doctor, the speed can indeed make people doubt their lives. You know, cancer is usually not an emergency in their country. The intensity of their doctor's work is far less than that of domestic doctors, and their experience is not so rich. Except for the last time when Benson had cholecystitis and biliary colic. He only waited for a few hours in the emergency room. He was too lazy to make an appointment for a common cold on weekdays. Many agents boast that people don't take medicine for colds abroad to exercise immunity. This is basically the reason. Just from a different perspective. Benson didn't expect that this side was unexpectedly efficient. And the price was within his acceptable range. Both sides have their own strengths. The medical care here is indeed not as backward as imagined. Note, each medical field has its own characteristics. We have both advantages and disadvantages. And so do foreign countries. We cannot look at them one-sidedly. Speed, technology, and price cannot be achieved at the same time. Just when Benson was still feeling a little emotional, he saw Jay had already set up the phone stand. What are you going to do? Seeing Jay's expression, Benson was also a little strange. Of course, it's time to start the show. Come on. Take out your previous color ultrasound first. Jay began to take out Benson's previous test results, and then showed the pictures and results. Now TT can have its own simultaneous translation, so he is not afraid that others will not understand. He took out the test results, and specially magnified the conclusion in time, and then took out the prescribed medicine. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. Under Jay's coercion, Benson could only helplessly take the medicine according to the dosage. Are you satisfied now? Benson sighed. No. Go make another appointment. What? Benson almost cursed out with a curse starting with F. Make an appointment again? What do you mean? But when he found out that he could really start to queue up again, he felt a little confused. Can medical resources be wasted like this? You should know that because Maple Leaf provides free medical care, it is quite economical in terms of medical resources. Even if the patient has just finished the operation, as long as the indicators are normal, the patient will be discharged from the hospital on the same day after waking up from anesthesia and going home to recuperate. They are not even allowed to stay for observation for one night. If they want to pay extra money on their own, there is no way, unless they choose to go to a private hospital. What did Benson find out? Not long after, he saw the doctor again. Why is it you again? The doctor was a little stunned. Didn't he prescribe all the medicines? He still had an impression of the two foreigners. And now, because of the simultaneous translation software of World Company, there was no problem in communication. This made Jay immediately turn on the translator and say, "It's like this. We learned about the magic of this medicine before, but we are still a little worried. So after taking the medicine and waiting for a while, we still want to trouble the doctor to do an examination. Is that so?" Recently, due to the popularity of these two stone-dissolving drugs from Umbrella, there are indeed many people who do not trust them. This is not the first time he has seen it. If someone wants to check, then of course they can check. New forms started to appear in the printer. Then he smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to register again. You are my patients. This is a follow-up to the previous diagnosis. However, you need to sign on the attachment and say that you are voluntarily checking. I will cancel this registration form for you. You can take it to get a refund later," the doctor said to the two after writing the form. "Let's go check." "Thank you, Doctor." Benson, who was also using simultaneous translation, said to Jay at this time, "I say, what can we find out by checking again now? You don't think that the exaggerated advertisements they make are true, do you?" In fact, Jay has been shooting simultaneously and preparing to edit it. "I think we can try it. What do you think?" When he entered the color ultrasound room and learned the latest test results, Benson was stunned. "Is it really gone? No way. It's only been a short time. I was going to have surgery. You should thank me for saving your gallbladder." Jay patted Benson on the shoulder. This even made Benson wonder if the doctor had cheated him. So he went to another hospital for another ultrasound. But still nothing. This time he didn't say anything. "Oh, Jay, you are really my best friend. Then, in return, it's not too much to promise me a small request?" "Of course." Then Jay showed Benson what he had filmed. Well, he turned on the beauty filter and locked Benson's personal image, making the journey to seek medical treatment seem like a diagnosis by a beautiful girl. When the time comes, just change the voice, and it will be fine. This is easier to attract attention. I believe you will forgive me.